Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio.
Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum. Surah Rahim here. Message of the covenant, breaker of 7 seals, judge, crusher. Judge. Message of the covenant. A lot of titles, brothers and sisters. They don't mean anything if I can't get my people home. That's my mission. Those titles are for your, not for my benefit, they're for your benefit. Because those the person that you need to be looking for to get the exit, to find the exit door when this place blows up with fire. They have to have those titles, really title, real. Not fake ones like Farrakhan, he's anointed. There's no place in scripture say he was anointed. No place in scripture say he was anointed. Nowhere. Everything about him is foul. Aaron, go with the calf. He did all this dirt after Elijah left. Moses left. They don't talk about that part. See, because we read it. All the dirt Aaron did was after Moses left. Oh, he was doing that way in Moses' presence. He obeyed Moses. He obeyed Elijah while Elijah was present. But he even said he was doubtful of Elijah even. He said he's no good. He said he was even doubtful of Elijah, right? He was doubtful of Elijah in Elijah's presence. He never let on. His doubt even then, so he was hypocrite even then. He said, even Elijah, sitting up there, hypocrite. You can't get away from those things. That came out of his own mouth. Peter, filling the church up with demons. You know, bring devil. I mean, if that's not interpretation, then why does he want to bring devils in Ohio then? That's exactly what it says. You don't fill the church up with demons and devils. Exactly what he's done. Forget about the demon part. He doesn't fill it with devils. He says so. He wants to bring devils in Ohio. That's what Scripture says. It says, on this rock I build my church. That's problematic right there, because you build something on a rock, it has no roots, right? It says the gates of hell will not prevail. The gates are there to keep people in hell. Anything that doesn't prevail means it fails. So that means if the gates of hell will not prevail, that means it will fail. If they fail, it means all the residents of hell runs into the church. That's exactly what he's doing. But with demons and devils, he's the chief demon himself. Right? That's exactly what he's doing, brothers and sisters. Exactly. Peter, Aaron, son of addition. He gets up all these titles, right? And every time they're problematic because they're all lies. They're all lies. I'm getting some of the echo here, brothers and sisters. I'm not sure why. Oh, I think I know why. Yes, they're all lies. All lies. So you're told that the person is like, when the police show up, you want to see a badge. Because how do you know the police are pretending? If they're the police, they do all kinds of things to you. So they give you clear signs. Say, Antichrist. I mean, if you understand mathematics, you understand that one. Because the Antichrist come on the being, it means there had to be a Christ to have an Antichrist. That's the balance. So it means the Christ would be, right, He would come in, he'd be conceived same time Antichrist would proceed. 1948. Okay. Breaking the seals says no one could do that. Now the heavens, earth, under earth. As in, do you know anyone who's broken the seals to claim has broken them? If they have, I'm explaining what it means. There's just a couple of things. He would be teaching the covenant. He'd be talking about the message of the covenant. Did you ever hear anything about the message of the covenant before the months I telling you about it? Nobody was talking about the covenant. Elijah talked about it to some extent, but no one else did. When Elijah told Martin Luther King about it, he went out and talked about it and he was dead the next day because they told him don't talk about it. The preachers ain't talking about it. You tried to be like it in the past. Chapter 20, that's European history. So we talking about the covenant. It says suddenly come to Elijah's temple. It'll clean up a mess. Whose mess? Clean up Elijah's mess? It'll clean up somebody between him and Elijah. He'd be Joshua. And that Farrakhan claim he's Moses, he's Aaron and Joshua. All these different things, brothers and sisters. And a lot more. Okay. And then you know there's a third person in Malachi. Someone who's robbing this nation. Who? Elijah Muhammad didn't rob the nation. You sure can't say I'm robbing because I didn't take a penny from you. I've never asked you for a penny. So who's robbing the nation hasn't produced this damn thing for 8 years? Farrakhan. That's where those titles come from, brothers and sisters. So don't get lost in their titles. Because I'm not here to impress you with titles. Or to get you to worship. I'm not here to do that. I'm here to get you home. Those titles are for your benefit. So you have a clear sign. You will not be deceived by anyone. Be not deceived. Those days will not come unless the falling away come first. That's another thing Farrakhan lying about. He said, oh, because he was exposed in the synagogue of Satan, now everybody's falling away. It says, it's very clearly, do not be deceived. It said the falling away will come first. He said, no, it comes second. Because now he's revealing who's, see, don't be deceived. So if somebody tell you, it means they're deceiving you. I mean, it's how clear as that. So don't be dismayed, brothers and sisters. See, because the people that's buying into that, they're either demons, agents, well, the agents, you know, they did for a whole different reason, or the idiots. We don't want either one of them. No, any one of them. So I'm not dismayed about that. The problem is that you got those people like Eric and all these other clowns, Silas and all these other clowns, right? That's blocking this light. It says people sit in dark see the great light, right? But they're sort of in darkness, sort of very troubling times. And the time when they had to flee for their lives. And says a lot of them get lost because of that reason, lack of knowledge, because someone's blocking the knowledge, not because they resisted knowledge. See, we need to get things straight, brothers and sisters, because when you go out and put information out there that's incorrect, you're causing harm. You're part of the problem of our people having lack of knowledge, because the knowledge you're giving them is red. So they receive it, but it's bad knowledge. So it's just as good, it's just the same as lack of knowledge. Because lack of good knowledge, because you feeling bad, and then you think that's what Farrakhan's doing. They give them information that's bad, and think they got something. If you don't get it straight, you need to not say nothing at all. I'm really going to deal with this very stringently soon, right? Lack of knowledge does not mean that people resisted knowledge. Doesn't mean that. It's a whole different issue altogether. You got to have knowledge of something before you can resist it. How you just going to resist? Oh, I don't want that cake. You don't know what the cake is. Unless you just don't want a cake, but then you have to realize it's a cake. You have to have knowledge of what you're resisting to resist it. I mean, how simple is that? So it's not lack of knowledge. In other cases, they have lack of knowledge because they're resisting. No, they have knowledge. They resisted the knowledge that they're giving. So they have it, they just don't want it. Reject it. That's the difference between not having it all. So when people say, that means they clearly understand this message. So there's different ways you find someone understands something, like you take a child, right? Oh, you understand multiplication? Yeah, I understand multiplication. Right? How much is 3 times 5? 15. How much 5 times 3? Uh-oh. You don't understand multiplication. They're memorizing things. See? Because one's teaching multiplication tables, right? They don't need the teaching multiplication table that goes up at 10 times 10, I guess that's the most, right? So if you have how much is 10 times 800, that's not the multiplication table. They say, hey, that's quick, 8,000. Because they understand the multiplication. See? But they, oh, they got to go to calc. They don't understand multiplication. And I know for a fact that nobody's up even to now understands this message. They say they don't understand it. So if you understand, you start producing. Is every tree that's not producing, we can't cut down. You start producing. You know, if you're apple tree, you produce apples. If you're not producing anything, that means you're sterile. You're sterile. I mean, I got the Injil to work with. I already told a story about that. I feel like I got back into it, but if I got the Injil, why would I be teaching the Quran? If I understand the Injil, I mean, that's my book, that's what I work with, right? Why would I be teaching Mr. BLACKMAN? Why would I be teaching the lesson? I mean, I can refer to them, but that's my book. I should be teaching the Injil. That's the book that's required to get the job done. You know, you fix a car, you got a manual. Use the manual for that car. You don't get a manual for a truck. Use a manual for that car. And we got the manual that's for our people's deliverance. But we use all the other stuff that ain't gonna work. The manual for our people's resistance, our people, the manual for our people's survival, right? To survive, to win, to overcome. That's the Injil. The manual for them that fails and have to get it right. What we call a backup, a renewal. What do you call it? In with school, you have to get a makeup. You get a makeup, right? Right. See. There's other books. 7 Thunders, 7 Churches, Rules. See? That is the man that'll get them out of there. If you're not teaching that man, hey man, I'm working on this BMW, man. Oh, wait, here take this manual for a Volkswagen Beetle. It's a car, ain't it? No, yeah, it may be a car. It's not the manual for this car. And if you ain't giving me the manual for that car, then you give me something I don't need. And if you ain't teaching those books, then you ain't teaching anything. I have to be very firm on this. Because ultimately it's my responsibility. I can't say, oh, this person, that person, I can't do that. It's my responsibility. I shouldn't accept it. I didn't accept it because I was looking for the rewards. Like I said, I was just curious about solving the puzzle. That's where I saw it. I had no idea what I was getting myself into. But once I realized, I said, okay, well, I'm going to do it, so I ain't going to do it. If I do it, I ain't going to do it half-assed. I don't do anything half-assed. Right? So I went for it. And I've had a lot of people come, some people are agents. Well, I've had agents come in, and some firearms people come in, pretending they was with this. I even had a couple of silent people. Some of them I see coming a mile away. Eventually they expose themselves. Some of them sit around doing nothing and they think, well, that's on them. That's not going to stop me. And I'm going to eliminate all distractions, all distractions. Because it's the hindrance. Because nobody understands what this is all about. No one I've talked to yet since I've been doing this has any idea. He's like Elijah Muhammad told his brother, you have no idea what you're up against. And that anyone has any idea what's about to happen here, what they're up against here. They have no idea. No matter I talk and they think, they don't know. They have no idea. If they did, they probably have a heart attack. They have any idea what's about to happen here. And most of them are going to be right in the middle of it, go right to a tribulation. Because they don't know. If they knew, they'd be doing what they need to do to make sure they don't go to tribulation. But they ain't doing it. They ain't putting the work in. Look what I had to do. I have 30 years of working to get this. But once I realized what was going on, I only had a couple options here. Just leave, commit suicide, or go down to the wire. See? Commit suicide because you don't want to be caught up in this naked. You don't want to be caught up in it naked. That's commit suicide. Getting the hell out of here is forsaking my people. Just get the hell out of here. So I said, I know what the hell is going on. I could have did that too. Who's going to do anything to me? They don't tell me, they can't reward me anything because I ain't asked for a reward anyway. I'm not expecting any reward. I'm not getting any reward out of this. I'm not expecting any reward. I mean, I could get a reward. It tells you right there, Ancient Days, he didn't want a reward. He did the work, but he gave it to a master, gave away to Master Muhammad. He did the work, but he gave it away to Master Muhammad because he says, respect him, he's the king. He's the God. I'm not looking for anything out of this. So why am I doing it? I'm doing my people. And most of them hate me anyway. My family hates me. That's what it's sacrifice, but that's called sacrificial. You understand when they say sacrificial lamb? Because lamb, we understand, if you understand the way it works, you have to get a pure lamb. For your sin, you have to sacrifice it. To atone for your sins and everything else. You have to get pure. That's what the whole thing about, the blood of Jesus and that kind of stuff. That's what it's all about. They got it all wrong. See? The lamb, that's what I call the lamb. He had to be sacrificed, a pure lamb. There'd be somebody pure, right? See? Unblemished. Otherwise, it wasn't worth it. Because, in other words, if you're going to sacrifice something, you got to sacrifice something meaningful, right? You want to really sacrifice a total. You have to sacrifice your best, your very best to show to God that you're sorry, whatever the case may be, right? That's why you got to get the best, the lamb. That's why he said Father had to give his son. That's why Suleiman, David's cast as the father, Master Prophet Muhammad, and Suleiman's cast as his son. He said he gave up his son. Because Master Prophet Muhammad could took me out here anytime he wanted to. He knows who I am. He could have took me out here a long time ago. To sacrifice his son, right? To save his people. And his son willingly did it. He didn't want to do it, but he willingly did it. He said, if you read the crucifixion, he said, man, wow, can I pass on somebody else? And he wasn't expecting a reward for it. Nothing. That's a pure sacrifice. I'm sacrificing. I ain't asked for anything, no reward. Farrakhan, he wants money, he wants houses and all that kind of stuff. I didn't ask for anything. Everything I got, I give myself. I work for what I get. I have my own business and everything, I gave up all that to do this. Mm-hmm. Not that all of that, you understand what I'm saying? That's what it did. Pure sacrifice. And it says no one appreciated it. That's why I said on the course, no, they don't know what they're doing. I'm giving my life for them. I ain't asking anything for it. I'm doing it for them. I ain't doing it for me. And they want to kill me because I'm trying to save them. It's like, you go, a person's drowning, and you go out and try to, they can't swim, you got to try to save them, they're drowning you too. They don't realize, they just got to relax. You want to bring them in, but they fighting in there, both of you end up getting drowned. Sacrificial lamb. And nobody understands. But I can't allow any distractions, I can't. Not anymore. I've had a lot of distractions, and I know they don't understand. I ain't knocking anybody, I know they don't understand. I can tell. You can tell by the actions and things they say. They don't understand. They haven't a clue. That's what tribulation's for. To make you understand. and understand what the devil really is, because you're going to see him up close and personal. See, because a lot of us kind of forgot. Well, we had, 100 years or maybe not 140, 50 years, right? You know, the devil's in there stickers. In other words, he in the background now, right? You know, obviously, you know, hitting you with a pitchfork, you know, directly. So you kind of think everything's okay. Everything's okay. They still just as dangerous as they ever been. So now we got lax of days ago and think, oh man, no. Because they got planned for you. That's what we're going to talk about, brother and sister Snare. What they got planned for you, you can't even imagine. And that's just on top of all the other stuff that's about to hit here. You'll be right in the middle of. And I could talk until I turn green, orange, and yellow. And nobody understands, no one. I can tell. I don't know what else to do to get them to understand. Because if they did, right, they would have a whole different attitude. Okay? Whole different attitude. A lot closer to my attitude, because they don't, no one really understands what I've been going through, because I don't go out and talk about it. I ain't got time to talk about it. All the crap that I've been through in the last 30 years, because this message that I didn't have to go through to get this mess out to you, because I got enough to get the hell out of here. I don't need to be here. I'm telling you to get the hell out. I'm telling you to get the hell out. That's a mercy. See, that's a mercy. I'm trying to get the hell out of here, but you ain't listening. It says time unprecedented trouble. I don't think people understand what that means. Unprecedented. Unprecedented relative to what? Oh, my brothers and sisters, I got a little issue here. Unprecedented relative to what? I got my backup system here, brothers and sisters, but get a little bit. I have a backup system here, brothers and sisters, and I'll make sure it's backing up correctly. There you go, that's a little better. All right? Put a backup system, it doesn't back up, right? So I was saying, right? Have wrong idea about everything. The Quran talks about, you think you are not, before you go through all the Quran says, you know, you think you're in the garden, not going through all people before you, right? There was a press and afflict and everything else, until it got so bad that the messenger, as well as the people, says, when will help Allah come? And Allah says, but the help of Allah is nigh. Just unpack that. Do we unpack these things? Think about it. Now that's what it says. Think you enter the garden unless you go through hell before. You had to go through trials and tribulation, everything, be afflicted, everything else. It says right in the Quran, right? Now this time unprecedented trouble. This is the worst ever, but the paradise is going to be the greatest ever. Don't you think it's going to be the worst thing you have to go through to get there? Do you think these things true? Do we think these things true? We don't. They've really dumbed down our people. And a lot of them think, some of the people, they actually think that they are dumb. So they're even trying to, like I said, you know, you're taking, some people would rather shovel up and lift up a ton of shit rather than lift up 1 pound book and read it. I don't want to read no books. Yeah. Even if they are, you know, all these distractions. Oh, it's so good to us now. You know what a snare is? You have to put bait. It's like a mouse trap. You put bait. Something that the mouse like. And when he goes for it, boom, we got him. So you know what they got you, sports and that kind of stuff. And you're going for it. Because you ain't paying attention to what's around you. And you're walking right into a snare. It says it will come to you as a snare. I'm telling all about it. You got foul. No, man, don't listen to that, man. Don't listen to him. He's foul. He's foul. He's vile. Look at his language. You know, see, they like him because, well, I don't know why they say that to my, because that's what you saw Farrakhan. I see how good he looks, how nice he looks. And I said, well, it attracted me because my personality. I don't have a personality. You know, I tell people, if you knew me up close and personal, you wouldn't like me. I'm not a likable person. I don't try to be. I'm just me, right? And I don't like to be bothered. These distractions are really hard on me. That's why when I said, why do they try to get the Quran, one of the most beautiful written books in this whole, right? It's beautiful. The grammar, everything is beautiful. I know a little bit, enough for average know that. It's not like the Injil's complex, puzzle. Not the Quran. Yet a person that they give it to is a person illiterate. Can't read, all right. So it sounds like you find a person that's totally opposite of what you're trying to do, the job you got to do, and that's the one you give it to. Same thing Elijah. Elijah could barely talk. See? That's why he wanted somebody to help him. So it seems like, brothers and sisters. So I'm the most unlikely person to do this message. Because I don't want to be dealing with people. I definitely look for any followers, right? And I've been showing a lot of patience the last few years, but I'm not a patient person. Far from it. I don't like to waste time. I like to get things done. Anybody knows me, I don't waste time. Suddenly, if I go get it done, I wait till tomorrow. I don't do anything half-ass. That's how I do it. I go do it. I keep my word no matter what. And I don't put on any pretense. Since I'm perfect and all that kind of stuff. If I make a mistake, I made it. It's on me. I ain't blaming anybody for it. If I do have to make amends, because that wasn't my intention, but I can't get by the way I say, well, I'm sorry. I don't never use that word anyway. Right? That's a sorry word. Right? But once I realize that, hey, I can't. It's not, that's word, that's devils. See, they got words, they do something, man, I'm sorry. Hey, they'll put you in a wheelchair here and the rest of your life. No, I'm sorry, that solves that problem. That's where they're cheap way of getting away from stuff. That's another one of their tricks, right? Oh, I'm sorry. I said I was sorry. So what? That get me out of this wheelchair? Right? That give me my leg back? You keep your sorry. I said, I was sorry. That's like Miss Slave, right? Take from you and give you nothing back. So give your word. And that's supposed to, they could have $1 million of damage, right? But they give your word back. Oh, I'm sorry. I stole $1 million from you. And that's supposed to absolve them of that. That's that bullshit. Okay, brothers and sisters, that's the part series I just did. So I just went over that, right? I'm going to I might refer to that a little bit. Oops. Brothers and sisters, let me change something here. Get out. Now you can read this under your leisure. It's chapter 18. It shows you that you wasn't supposed to see this message of get out until after America had fallen, the war took place. But I'm giving you a heads up, a mercy. And what I'm going to talk about today is, Master Father, I'm going to give you a big mercy. Because everybody trying to save your ass. See? Because the promise is made to you. We know the condition you are. We're not blaming you. We not blaming you, brothers and sisters. We ain't mad at you. We know this condition you would be in. That's why I say, why they send me to get me to do this? I don't know. I guess I'm the only one willing to do it, but I'm the most unlikely person to do it. Especially for the sisters. I've caught a number of hell from sisters from day one up to now. Yet I'm the greatest advocate. And I would tear this whole plan apart to get my sisters home. Anybody ever around my sisters, they're going to have trouble with me. If they want to go home, they're going home. I don't hear what nobody says. Oh, I don't give a damn what nobody says. Oh, shit, I don't hear it. They want to go home, they're going home. Right? First class, not the scenic route. Oh, man, they went, I don't care. She was out there, man, you was teaching shot at private. I don't care. She want to go home. She's original. She's going home. Case closed. He said, why he like that, man? All that trouble he had with all the divorces and all the stuff they have done to him, threw him in prison, jail, and everything else. Because I ain't stupid. I know they mad. They should be mad. Now, it's one, they still love us. They do. That shows how good a heart they got. After all they went through with these devils and then with us on top of it, no protection, forced to do all things what they did to us. And we could still by and could do anything. And now we're gonna sit around and judge them and critic. Like, man, you better get up out of my face with that one. They're going home, period. I don't hear nothing. They ain't ready. They're gonna make it. Because we go home. Once you get home, I put an umbrella around them. You know what a dam is? A dam is something, right? You block a river. That's pressure. Because that's what it is. The river's building up pressure against the dam. The dam has to be strong enough to resist that pressure. Once it gets stronger than the pressure, it breaks the dam down and water flows through, right? So I said, go ahead. They ain't gonna be ready for that pressure hereafter. I'm gonna put a dam around them, circle them, a dam around them. Right, until they're strong enough to remove the dam and then they can survive. So they're going home. I don't want to hear about they ain't ready. How the hell are they going to be ready? They're taking care of your ass, wiping your behind, nursing you. How the hell are they going to be ready? After all the shit they went through, excuse me, but I'm going to say it. Because that's what it is. I'm going to call it what it is. They didn't go through manure. They went through shit. Worse than that. They had to get new words. After all they went through, they got a right to be mad. You take it out on me, but because I ain't there. But hey, I caught it. Catch it. We're going home. So if I can say it, then you got nothing in your mouth to say, nothing, zero. If I can say it, because if you go look at my history, I don't even talk about it. If you took my sister's boy, you'd be crying. I don't even talk about it, how bad it's been. And part of it, me too, because right, I'm not one of the fluffy brothers, right? Trying to get in touch with my female with the instinct, whatever you call it. I ain't one of them, so that doesn't help either. Because they want that, and I ain't about that, right? And I ain't trying to make no man out of them either. No. So I'm the most unlikely person. So I can stand for these sisters like that, right? Hey, total, unconditional. Only way it's two things. Well, the only way they can show up, they show up with a devil in arm. Then I ain't gonna be able to save from that one, right? Because you don't have to do that now. If you're doing that, then you pull that to yourself. I'm not gonna stand for that one. See, there's not the same thing as you out there prostituting and prostituting, because if you got to take care of children, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear nothing you got to say. You trying to take care of the kids, right? You ain't doing anything. You didn't take care of them. You didn't help them. You gave them to them, then you took off. Ain't the same thing as marrying one, loving them, and all that kind of. That's a whole different issue altogether. They come like that. And then another thing too, they disobedient to their parents. That's a hard call there. That's one thing I just have a big problem with that one. I mean, you can disagree with your parents, and you don't have to necessarily obey them, but be disrespectful to them. With that one, brothers and sisters. We'll see about that one. But in other cases, hey, it's unconditional. I'm always say that. You hear last. I'm the last person you will hear. You know, well, how should I say that? You ain't gonna hear anybody out there saying what I'm saying, because I'm the person. I'm not gonna take and put any fear in our sisters. Period. I just ain't gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. They've been under fear, total fear. Remember, sisters, they're more successful with fear than we are. So we was fearful of the devil for 500 years, so much fearful that they would butt break us and everything else. How much do you think these sisters was under? How much fear did they was under? Total terror. We was terrorized, and they more susceptible to terror than we are. More susceptible to fear than we are. And now we're going to sit and knock them and beat them. I don't beat on women. I've been accused of it. I don't do it because they got lies out there. That's one way they can get in court and say, yeah, man, it was, man, it's a lie. I mean, I've been lied on everything else. Right? These sisters are tough. Right? But some of this was demons. So I ain't putting on all the sisters. See? Some of them, I didn't realize they were demons until I knew something was wrong. So some was demons. The worst of it came from the demons. So it ain't on the sisters. See? But I've been had a couple of demons. Right? Because they'll come in, yeah, man, I'm down with Elijah. I'm down with all that. And they ain't down with any of that. See? So let me move on, brothers and sisters. Let me say this last thing about that. When the mess was around, we had a big problem because these demons, they knew they couldn't get dead. Demon men do anything. They was out there doing nothing. They was in the church. And so what they did, so they sort of Elijah's wife, so they was taking care of business. I know because I was there. I was there between 7 and 75, so I'm not, I was in Chicago. I knew what I'm talking about. So they come in here pretending they MGT. Just get the brother out, because they figure, hey, I get one of them, man. He's going to take care of business. He's going to take care of me and all that kind of stuff. They wanted him. They didn't want what he was. They didn't want Elijah Muhammad. They didn't want none of that. They wanted him. So they figured, get him out. And if he didn't go along with the program, see, because it's happened to me too. They get pregnant. Purposely, that big trying to get pregnant. And then use the child. And we had a problem with that. Elijah Muhammad had to speak on it. Because what happened is that they would say, okay, if you don't, listen to me, I'm going to take the child. You don't do what I say to do. And they want to pull him out into the church. You better get out of that stuff, come over here. See, I didn't realize Islam is straight, that the vibrations and the frequency that woke the brother up, they want to take him down to lower frequency, but expect him to do the same thing. See, doing lower frequency, but expect him to do the same thing. And some brothers would go for it because for their child. I went through a lot of hoops because of my children, but I wasn't going like that far. Nothing was going to take me away from Elijah Muhammad. Nothing, zero. I was homeless and everything else. I still stuck with it. Yes, I was home for 6 months while Elijah Muhammad was president. And nobody gave me a damn thing that I knew I couldn't ask anybody for anything. I worked my way out and got back in. I was a first class FOI manager at Mama Street newspaper on the third shift. I was a third shift foreman. And I was in my 20s. 1970, I was 21 years old. And that's this part, I was 26. Just turned 26. Young man. That's what they would do. And so the brother, well, now his child, gonna pull his child into the church, and man, that in those days, man, you just, wow, that was. And that's the stuff they was doing. They didn't want to be MGT. They didn't want to come in and pull the brothers out. That's what it was doing. See? And so consequently, then they had a big divorce thing. So some brothers said, what are they doing? Now, I'm not sure how all this connects up, work out. I'm just telling you what happened, right? I'm not going through all the math and the science of it. But a lot of them was running down to Mexico because they get, I think, one overnight divorce. And the minister found out about it. I said, no, brother, you can't do that. I wouldn't. I didn't disagree with the message on that one because I sympathize with those brothers. They want to, the message. No, you can't do that. Because I think he was looking out for Sister Wood. I'm not sure exactly why he said it. So he started going and getting divorced like that. Because back then they had no fault. They didn't have no fault divorce. You couldn't easily get a divorce. Anyway, brothers, let's move on. This chapter 18 here. Read at your leisure. We'll talk about this snare, brothers and sisters. Now I've been talking about a lot of things over 30 years, especially the last couple of years. And I'm trying to bring everything in respect of home. See? Now it said Suleiman, he revealed things. I talked about this yesterday. He said he revealed things hidden from the foundation of the world. And I get back to this again. Because the knowledge of pressure, in a way I'm talking about it, the quality of it because, we're separated. Even the separation process, how the women came into existence, that was hidden from the female too. Even up until Elijah's time, because he says, well, there was the God, then he looked inside and pulled the female out of it. It didn't work like that. The Quran says from one being we all came, but if you ask yourself, if there's one being, how that being reproduced itself? As soon as he being created, he right away brought the female out. So that's how. Then he wasn't. In other words, just that one being, and then he pulled the female out, and then he started reproducing. I mean, that was hidden. All these things was hidden from the female, because when you had the male and female mind, it was like one mind. It just right. But what we call the male mind right now, right, that dominated. It was the dominant perspective of the mind. Mind had total perspective, but it was dominant. And so when we decided to split in two parts, right, it was the dominant side that made that decision and then put a lot of burden on the female side. That's another story, but I don't go into that. But a lot of things was hidden because we wanted to maintain dominance. And they thought if they just let the female full knowledge, and she wouldn't know. Plus, she outnumbered the males. That's another story altogether. I talk about the Crescent Wars. They still dominate. They still outnumber us today. And so they said, well, they kept women. That's what you see in Sunniism. They keep women even over there, right? In fact, I'm not sure about it right now, but in the past, right, they would forbid even read the Quran. They didn't want her reading it because they were fearful of the woman. If they weren't fearful, why would they make those restrictions? Why would they forbid them? Afghanistan, right? They didn't have any education, anything. They didn't read it right. Fear, and this was hidden all the way. And now I'm revealing it. And I'm showing the females, right, to understand the pressure so they can take control and not be under domination anymore. Because we don't want them there. I explained, I'm not going into detail about this, right? So now they're going to reach perfection, because before they could never be perfect because we were suppressing them with our ideas what women should be. How does that make any sense? Our idea of what women should be. How do we get an idea how a woman should be? How do we even have an idea how a woman should be? You see that? They went for 72 years. Our idea, think about that. Just think about it. Our idea of what a woman should be. And so we put that on for them. And then we get mad because we ain't getting what we think we should be getting from a woman, but you already suppress her ability to do it. And so that comes to screeching halt. That's one of the things. There's other things too. That's what I was talking about. And it says he spoke more in parables. He was really revealing parables, because if he kept speaking in parables, the stuff would still be hidden, wouldn't it? Proclaiming things that was hidden. So if he's still speaking parables, it still remain hidden, wouldn't they? So he can't read it that way. It seems that way, but it can't, because he still spoke in parables. I mean, it's still hidden. But it says he proclaiming things. That means he explained things was hidden. So how can you do it in the parables? Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, that's your great tribulation, such as since the beginning of the world, this time nor shall ever be. 7 days be shortened. There should be no flesh be saved, but for the elect's sake, those days be shortened. And I told this yesterday, I'm going into more detail today, because it's talking about not all flesh on the planet. It's talking about ours, our flesh, because it's referred directly to the elect. So why just because the elect? Because it's our flesh, none of us would be, and we'll see in the next screen here. I'm talking about, because you're reading all wrong. You think they're gonna wipe out the whole planet? It's like right now, right? You say, okay, the Europeans, that's what this thing between. See, now it's coming out open, so I can talk about them open. Because before, like our spiritual theory, but now China is accusing America of developing DNA weapons to destroy their citizens. We ain't destroying Caucasians. Why they going? Caucasians not gonna build a weapon that's gonna destroy Caucasians? That don't make any sense. So they're building it still other than Caucasians. That's us. But they don't want to say it that way because they don't want the public to know. Because that's what China told them. So yeah, because that's what it meant. You want to keep building blacks, and then they turn back and say, "Well, you build one to get those people what they call I can't think of the Muslims over there, the Chinese Muslims." Hold on, brothers and sisters, for a minute. A little distracted. I'll be back in a minute. Excuse me, brothers and sisters. So now this we need to pay close attention to this, brothers and sisters. I said you have no idea what you're up against, what they're planning. It says it will come upon you as a snare. They're talking about you. Those who dwell upon the earth. You need to understand, you need to understand what that means. You don't mean everybody. That they will come as a snare on you. But they got a plan for you. Those days had to be shortened, or none of you would be left alive. Because they had a plan to eradicate you all together. Let's go into it and see if we can make sense of it, brothers and sisters. Look at this next verse here. Now you got to put these things together. They have said, come, let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel be no more remembered. See, all this is conspiracy. See, because first of all, false Israel is not Israel. It's a hint there because of the way the name is spelled. I'm not going there, brothers and sisters. But they were set up in 1948 specifically to see the world who Israel is. Because they're already a nation. So how they going to cut them off from being a nation when they're already a nation? Coming from being a nation. Because we're the ones being cut off from being a nation. Because we're not a nation here. I'm not saying we're a nation, but you understand what he's talking about, because we're not a nation. A nation is a sovereign country, right? You sovereign, you obey your own laws, you have your own land. We're not a nation. We belong to a nation, we're members of a nation, but we're not a nation. We're not a nation. And they're trying to prevent us from ever becoming a nation. It tells you that. I'm not going to all the scriptures, but you go in there, it tells you that. It says, let's be deal shrewdly with them. See? Keep them coming together. See? Because when you see the four winds, right, and Ezekiel, it said they came together when the four winds blew. That means they wasn't together yet. They wasn't a nation yet. They come together as one strong army. Then they're together. But they're not together right now. We're not a nation. And they're trying to make sure it never happens. And I say, look, it compares to what rest. So, right, be no more. That means no flesh will be alive. We'll be all gone. See? So there's be no more remembrance. That means totally eradicated. Otherwise, if there's people still around, then you're not, right? Then there'll be remembrance. They don't want to be remembered at all. And zero. No remembrance. You understand, brothers and sisters? So that's what we're going to talk about here. So now I put this together, brothers and sisters. This is the angel key. Right? Now I didn't go ahead and put all the correct symbol, that kind of stuff, right? I put just general, right? But to make the point I'm trying to make here. Now, what you see right up, this goes back to Adam and Eve's story. Now, Adam and Eve's story, right? You understand? That's their plan. That's it. Those days are cut short. That means their plan to eradicate us, destroy us, right, was cut short. For the elect's sake, so they wouldn't be eradicated. That's what it's talking about, right? So somebody had to cut that short. Cut those days short. Stop that plan from taking effect. Because the plan was to eradicate us. All flesh. All our flesh. Total eradication. Right? It gives you a hint right there in chapter 12. It said, the woman stood by, the dragon stood by to devour a woman soon, the child soon was born. It says, when the nation was born in the day, that's what I'm talking about. That was the nation. It said, when the nation was born, that's the child. When the nation was born in the day, who heard such that? The dragon stood there to devour a child, soon was born. Soon as the nation was born, was there to devour it, destroy it. Soon as born. That's the child in that situation. But was snatched away. Had been snatched away for a dragon could get it. When the nation was born in the day, that means it wasn't a nation yet. Until you're born. According to them, you're not a person until you're born. So if we had to be born, that means it wasn't a nation yet. And they try to prevent it from being a nation. See? Understand that. Trying to connect all things together, brothers and sisters. So here you go. Now, American Britain, that's Adam and Eve. So I didn't put all the symbols and everything in there. I'm just explaining to you. American Britain's Adam and Eve. And they are in heaven. See, right there, they in chapter 9, it's called mid-heaven, because the earth represents European countries, right? So at four corners of the earth represents America, Europe, Russia, and Britain. God make God, American Britain. Okay? And the Shia, right? The Syria and Iran, they represent mid-heaven. They're between the heavens and the earth. But in this situation, right, they've been cast down, I guess, in chapter 11. So I'm just giving you where we are. So this is where, basically, where we are in time right now. gets a little more complicated than this, but I'm just talking in general. So you understand. So when I come back and say, hey man, ain't exactly what you no, I'm giving you this way to understand, so you can make it simple, simplistic, because they talk about, the signs and hell, kind of stuff. I'm not going into that kind of detail. I'm trying to keep it simple so you understand the principle, the idea what's going on here. Okay. So America, Britain, and false they control the heavens right now. That's why they're war in heaven. They had to be kicked out. It tells you heaven is men. It says, from the days of John, evil men take the kingdom of heaven by force. Wait a minute, hold it. If the kingdom of heaven is way out there, you say, beyond sun, moon, and stars, place you go after you die, right? In the 12th dimension, and how did men take it by force? How did evil men take it by force? Because it's talking about the Middle East. Right? So that's what it's talking about here. Okay. So pretty much this is where we are in time. Right? The Shia, they're under control of America, Britain, and false Israel. False Israel, bombing Syria. Yeah, the fifth seal understand that. Bombing Syria constantly. Then they total conflict with Iran and everything else, right? Okay. So now, so both of them the same, right? Now on the left, that's the one on the left, that's going to be their plan. And on the right, going to be Master Farmer's plan. From this point on. Right. So the one on the left is their plan right now. Their plan to do something, Master Farmer has to do something evil. But he's going to short circuit their plan. Okay? Now see, their plan was, I said demon saint, that's the tree of knowledge of good and evil. See, I'm gonna do another one when I actually put all the details. See, I push this together very quickly, get all the actual symbols and everything. But I don't want to waste. I want to get this to you quickly, brothers and sisters, because I don't think putting that in there is going to change the effectiveness of my communication. So I'm just telling you. So knowledge of good, knowledge of evil. Knowledge of good is what Elijah Muhammad taught. Knowledge of evil is these preachers teaching. With their fake Jesus, masquerading as an angel of God, angel of good, angel of light. So it says that they were. It says that they was told that they do not eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. It means consume it, take it out of existence, right? We eat, take it out of existence, right? So the day you do it, you will die. So it's telling us, but it says someone told them, hey, man, oh, you can do that. Say, I'm getting some details, I'm getting some complex stuff here. See, so I know I'm going to lose a whole lot here, but I put it out there, you're going to catch it in a few more days. So who's the serpent? We know the serpent represents an African country. See, and that'd be Africans riding that white horse. You don't see him now because he's down, right? See, I'm not sure all the details now because actually he would be up there at this point, but I don't know not at this point. He used to be president of the United States. He's a god because America is God. You have to read chapter 20 for that. I'll see how I go again. I don't want to go too much detail. The problem is when you understand the nature of God, God is also a country, is also a person like a president when rule the country. So that would make Obama a god, but he's also African. And what European country is run by African? Only America. That's what I said. I told about this 20 years ago, 30 years ago. I didn't know his name, but I knew it would be an African, that would be president. Elijah Muhammad even says, but he went a little further. He said the last president of the United States would be African. Or be a black man. He said he's African black man. So it said, but that means take out, if you eat, take out existence. So they told me they did not do that. See? But they did anyway. That's their plan. So they did it, right? See? That means they attack. This is their DNA thing. This was their plan. It was this attack, eradicate us with this DNA weapon they got, right? That just singles out us. That's what it's talking about here. Right? They was planning on doing that. That's their plan on doing right now. And they said the serpent gave them the go ahead to do it. And the serpent, that's Obama. So you don't understand this. He's president because he wants you destroyed. That gets back to that last war between the bear and the lion. But he wants to do it here. Because at some point you're going to have a war. He wants to destroy you right here in the cradle. See, he's part of the dragon, part of the dragon tail. He wants to destroy you right here in the cradle. Before you was born. Because see, you're not born till the four winds blow. And the winds hasn't blown yet. So he wanted to get you before you become a nation. So he told me, yeah. Because he knew. He knew his bills were up. He said, yeah, use on him. He said, well, he get me too. Really? He get, oh, go ahead. But the weapon's isolated here. He didn't have to be here when the weapon exposed. He gave him to go ahead and do it. He said, why would he give him? You understand, have said about the war between the lion and the goat. I mean, lion and the bear. To understand this. So some things I can't talk to you about because I've been telling them. And some things that's too advanced you wouldn't understand anyway. But those that's been paying attention to Injil at all, they might understand this. Understand why that would, because I told them, I talked about this a while back about having these story. But I never told them why that devil, right? Why the serpent would give him okay to do it. I never told him that. Why would he give him okay to do it? Because the serpent said, he told me, yeah, you go ahead, y'all go ahead and do it. But now you know why, if you understand. Now I can tell you, because now they talking about high levels, but also I can tell you now, because I already explained you the story about the bear and the lion. Because that's his objective. And so here, he's, right, because that's the same Jay. He says, well, get him out, get him before they even be born. Otherwise, I got to fight him after they're born. That's what it's saying right here. And so they go and do it. That's what they plan to do it. And he's on board with that plan. Because he encouraged them to do it. Remember, he was present, and they was designing this according to the angel here, right? That they was designing this while he was in the presidency. And one ironic things about it is that when he became president, these people got paranoid and said, hey man, they're going to take over the country, right? So they started designing that weapon because of that. Take him out too. And it's amazing, he found out about it and said, yeah, go for it. They said, well, why would he go for it, right? Because that's the whole idea was, but they said when he became president, they said, man, he's going to take over the country. That's the irony of it. Because they would think they were developing this weapon, Pentagon's weapon to give it all y'all, him too. And he found out about it, no, go for it. So why don't we go for it? Because he wants you going too. He wants you going too. I talk about that in the dragon, in the locust war, in demon war. They think that he come to save them. You know, he don't come to save them. He come to save the Levites that was fighting. He comes, no, you want to get rid of you too. You understand, brothers and sisters? That's going on there. That was their plan. See, and to do that, right? To eradicate their DNA weapon. See? So what actually happens though? Let's go to the next one. What actually happens? Remember, they had to be shortened to prevent them from doing it. So it happened on the right? Because see, they was going to take, look on them, they would do it, and then they was going to take out, use false Israel, take out Iran and Syria, right? Once they got rid of us, that was, right? And this is a war that was planned, take out us. There's also going to be a war with Europe and China. All this was planned. See, because that's why you say, why do people want war? Why all of a sudden they want war? Say they really want a war. They do. They don't want a nuclear war. They want a conventional war. That gets Biden and said, throw them into the river. That's another story together. But there's so much I can tell you that to support what I'm saying here. I don't want to go down those rabbit holes because we get so deep you can't get back. See, this is a war. I told you there was a plan of war. And one of the first casualties would be us. Because you know if they did that, they was going to have trouble with the rest of the world anyway. The rest of the world didn't care about us either way, but they was going to use that. Say, see how y'all, you know. Right? What happens? The war starts. Abraham goes to war in heaven first, before they could do it. So how does he cut the day short? Because they can still do it, right? Once they defeat it, how come they still do it, right? No, but once they defeat it, all is cut off. And I tell you all the problems that result from that, right? Immediate family kicks in here. Immediate family kicks in here. See, now I'm trying to pull this together for you, brothers and sisters. I don't know if I can do it all today. I know I can't do it all day because there's a lot of stuff I haven't told you yet. I'm trying to put this together for you. That's why this stuff is going on. You said, why is it? No, I'm telling you, it's a plan. It says, Allah is the best of planners. That's why I take out that, so it caused a famine to take hold. And once the famine takes hold, because they kicked them out, all is cut off. So now you got famine going on in America. Because now America's got rid of strategic petroleum reserves, right? There's plans for these UFOs flying around all their installation sites, right? See? They got, they just got kicked out of the Middle East, right? They got to explain how they lost their Air Force. They're going against Iran with Air Force, and all it's going to be wiped out. They can't explain it. They can't tell American people that UFOs, so-called UFOs, took all their Air Force out, that they went against Iran with their bunker busts and all that kind of stuff. They can't tell them that. Say, blame on Russia. But I always told all the impact there, because when they cut off, right, that means Europe is cut off because now they can't get oil. And the only place, only source of oil they got is America. America don't have the oil to give them. If they did, they can't get to the time. They can't fly it over there. They have to take by boat. It takes a while to get there. And by the time, then people freezing everything else, starving. And the thing is, the only source of oil is Russia. So now they got to turn against America. That's the city going to turn against America to get the oil from Russia. So now America is in a battle with Europe and Russia. All the installations are been overrun by the European countries, and now they got to go protect them. So now they definitely can't use oil for anything else but the military. That means you have total famine here in America, total famine. Total famine. So what happens in the famine? What happens their plan to eradicate us when the famine comes in? Just the opposite. Because we the food, they can't get rid of us now. We don't have food that's available. We 3/5 human. There's no food. You better read Injil again. You better study it. Right? It says it in the scripture. Right? Eating us. So the plan backfired now. They can't get rid of us. Eradicate us. Because now we the only food to have. Only food. See what's happening, brothers? So days will cut short. See? For elect's sake. They can't get elect, but you understand what I'm saying here? That's what's going on, brothers and sisters. Master Muhammad's plan. So the family kicks in, now they can't eradicate, they can't use that weapon on you because it'd be crazy because now they get rid of their food supply. You don't only the food they got. So now, right, they can't use the weapon on you. Right? So they're going to try to capture each as many as they can without being caught eating themselves, because now you got a demon war. See? Because now you got a war between devils and demons, where devils and demons are just black-faced devils. And they're hungry too. Understand, brothers and sisters? That's Master Muhammad's plan. See? On the left was their plan. That's what it's all about, brothers and sisters. And then, see the war. See, they would have the war in the Middle East after they eradicate us. But now they can't eradicate us because they need us food, right? And they're thrown down, and the war takes place before they attack us. Now they attack us this time, right, to eat us, not to eradicate us. Now they attack us, now they eat us now, not to eradicate us. That's when nation comes together, tribulation, all that stuff, right? But they can't use that weapon. It's designed to eradicate you. You understand, brothers and sisters? And this is where they tell you to flee, because now you see falls to Israel or Jerusalem surrounded by armies. Now you got to flee. That's what's going on, brothers and sisters. And false Israel was taken out. It's on the right here, right? It says now you got all political turmoil going on in America. You got religious turmoil because now we identify a true Savior, because false Israel taking that can't happen. Plus they were supposed to go back to Great Arabia, between the Euphrates and the Nile River. That was Arabia. Never got there. And once they planted, it wouldn't be uprooted again, but they got destroyed. So now they can't hide the fact that we're too Abraham at that point. Talking about the right over here, right? Syria reigned in total control of the Middle East. American British cast down. The book of 7,000, the church is right. That's being elaborated on or revealed by Suleiman because he couldn't get the prophets to do it. So now, because he got to prepare that, because that's what they're going to need to get through the tribulation. So they wash their blood, their robes in the blood of the Lamb. That's the blood of the Lamb. That's what's supposed to represent the blood of the Lamb. Understand, brothers and sisters. That's what's going on here. That's their plan right now. Any day, that's their plan to wipe you out. And I told them openly. Just don't mention that it's you, the target. Because if Europeans go, why would Europeans develop a DNA weapon that's going to kill Europeans? It's going to kill them too, would it? How does that work? No. Target for you. You understand, brothers and sisters? I think. Let me see if I got anything else here. I think I'm pretty much going to call it quick, brothers and sisters. I might talk about a couple of things here. See, they stripped us naked. We've been on the cross for 500 years, nearly 500 years. They took everything from us. And now they plan on eradicating us altogether. They hated you from the beginning to the end. They hate you all the way now. They hate you at the beginning. They constantly hate you forever. Oh, man. No, he's kissing on him and loving him. Because you're one of them. He's one of them. His father's the devil. Took everything from his bones. I've talked about that quite a bit. And the battle for Zion. This is all about, brothers and sisters. Cut him off from being a nation. Name of Israel be remembered no more. Zion. Said 104,000 lambs stood on Mount Zion. And Zion backwards, NOI. That's our land, brothers and sisters. We got to battle for it. We're battling for it now. You got to battle just to get out of here and get through the exit doors. And you got to have, the angel, or you got to have one of those knowledgeable ones. Thorough knowledge of one of those 3 books. Then we have enough power, right, to go over and take our land back. You could take it back to where you are right now, brothers and sisters. But I said, brothers and sisters, they're about to get there. I'm putting those vibes out, brothers and sisters. Pretty soon it can be enough. Lift them up. Battle for Zion. It's all about, brothers and sisters, going back home. It's my job to get you back home. Once I get back home, brothers and sisters, stable, back home, sisters protected, elevated, right? I'm out of here. You don't see me no more. I ain't looking for any rewards or anything. I could get it if I wanted that. That's not me. I want to get you home, brothers and sisters. Nobody seemed to want to do it, but me, so I'm doing it. Everybody wants reward, but they don't want to put their effort in. And the reward that you need to be a top dog, you have to. My effort you're putting in, I don't see anybody coming even close. I don't know if anybody would be willing to go to 30 years of what I went through. Because they were like, oh man, I ain't got no followers or nothing. See, that would bother them, don't bother me. I guess that's why he picked somebody as a hermit. because they know they'd be alone for about 30 years, and most people can't take that. Don't bother me. I prefer it that way. Battle for Zion, brothers and sisters, we're going home. Let's walk this quickly, brothers and sisters. Like I said, it starts off with the eagle, the hawk, an eagle. Hawk represents ship, eagle, right? And, right? That starts off it. That's what the angel says. They don't have got the sequence. First of all, nobody's telling about these wars. According to Farrakhan, Armageddon. Armageddon's already started. You got that wrong. It's Armageddon. H-A-R-Mageddon. Already started. Well, it is. How come bombs? There should be troop movements, right? Not some old regional war in Ukraine. So if it's already going, I mean, we should expect a nuclear bomb. Ain't they now, right? Because he'll know what they're talking about. So that's the first battle. That's the opening shot. That starts off the apocalypse. Matter of fact, it starts with war heavies. Begins it. And then once the hawk defeats the eagles, then you got the eagles versus the eagles. You got the vulture there, because you got two aspects of Armageddon: Armageddon East, Armageddon West. Armageddon West between the demons and the devils. Armageddon East is between devils and devils. As you got to read right now, devils and devils at it. Well, you got devils and demons. It's gonna be a serious war. 17 million strong. Everybody's pitching in from birth to 9 years old, because if you're caught, you're eaten. Total commitment. So, dragon, let's back to Samson. Okay, that's the vulture. The demons. So it's pretty, still Europeans, right? Europeans fighting Europeans over here, Europeans fighting Europeans over here. So the war. On that level. And this weakens all of them. They stumble from being a world power. That's the dragon has 7 heads and 10 horns, and the crowns on his heads. Then it was a beast that has 7 heads and 10 horns, and the crowns on his horns. That's what happens. They tear each other apart. And so now China and India emerges as the next world powers. And so while they're being distracted and wound each other, that gives the goat, that's China, India, right? Attack orders. I'm not going to details that, but chapter 17 says, right, there's Master Muhammad getting their minds to attack America. Why? How does he do it? Well, I may speak to it, right? Because China and India is also totally dependent on the Middle East oil. They can't wage war or anything else without it. Who has control of it? Master Muhammad in Shia. So if you want to continue getting oil, you have to, as I say, you got to go and attack America. It says that God put in their spirit to go and do it. They ain't just do it. They say it'll come with anger. Come with anger after the ram. That's happening here, brothers and sisters. And the bear will be alongside. That's another story altogether, brothers. Excuse me. He's just mad, brothers and sisters, because you see India and China can come to America with their feet not touching land. Or Pacific Ocean come over core Earth, Pacific Ocean. Right? They come without feet touching land. And it said the ram will come from, the goat will come from the west, the ram will come from the east. 2 world powers, Britain and America. Everybody can stand against them. And they will meet somewhere in the middle of America. America's in between Europe and Asia. And so let's move on about. Get back down here. Oh, man. And there's the goat about to attack the ram, right? The bear supporting him. There it goes. He attacks the ram. Says very angry at him. America at the point is under siege. When they come, they're not gonna come attack direct. They're gonna come in on shore west coast. They're gonna take a little while. You know, America on siege, then it goes in and out. And then they bring it down. But during the siege time, the family's gonna be apocalyptic in America. By the time they arrive, all the demons are eating up. They're still hungry. I count all them to be eaten by then. They're going to attack them, take them out. Set them on fire. And then comes the next one. Oops. And then it says Lucifer was jealous. He wanted to be like the Most High. He wanted everything. So now he's worked. He put 3 up by the roots, right? That means the goat and the ram. Ram got 2 horns. Goat's got 1. He got rid of both of them, right? And so here he is. They were united, but now he goes against goat because he don't want to share power with anybody. He goes against goat. That's the bear and goat war. He defeats them. So now he has control of the whole earth except for the Middle East and parts of Africa. He has control of the whole earth. Right? He wants it all. We have peace. In Zion, Arabia, we have peace. No gates around. I said, return, no gates, we have peace. And he says, no gates around. So then he says, okay, if I take them, I got the whole thing. I be the God. That's what he does. He attacks and he defeats the bear. I mean, the bear defeats the goat, but doesn't destroy him. Because he has that medium man, you guys said, huge army. So the bear inherits that huge army that the goat had. He destroyed their authority, but he has a control army. Okay? So they go at it, and the bear wins. Defeats the goat. Has control of the goat's armies. China, India, 200 million man army. I think I misspoke a minute ago. Okay? Bear and the goat. So after the bear defeats the goat, and the ram, he defeated the ram because he was with the goat and took out the ram. That's 3 horns plucked up by the roots. They're gone now. America, Britain, and China, India. History. Then okay, I'm not going to talk about this, Bells. Wait. What's the show like that? Yeah, lion. Where's lion backwards here? In a line. Stuff like that, Bill says you gotta know you're not paying attention to. But now the lion based the bear, that's the final war. Remember, that's so fun, but he's gonna be charged. Africa gonna break up in 2 groups. Remember, the kind of Africa, all the people together, there's more people in China and India. They don't want to speak so like that. If we got individual countries, we put on together more about it's as much or more people there than China and India. So now, he said, I want it all. I'm gonna be the God, be like the Most High. See? So he controls half of Africa, right? And lying with home, free from captivity. No gates around us. Mama looks, hey, man, let me take them. I got the whole thing. I take them out. Got 200 million man army plus the Africans. And that's the lion. Lion run from the Middle East. Take the Middle East. They go at it. Final war. Final war. war last days between God and Israel. And then Russia, you know. I don't know what, brothers and sisters, I think we're going to leave it here. I'm trying to get you to understand how this comports from what we said at the beginning. Why did the serpent tell Eve to go ahead and do it? Because nip it in the bud. So he didn't, now he's got this war, which he might lose. All these pieces together, brothers and sisters. All these pieces together. If you understand, make that stick, brothers and sisters. I'm not going any further today. I'm leave it there. I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. And when war starts, when the first casualty of Farrakhan and his Levite Ishmael, a traitor, and this that it apes from like United America. Remember, they're demons down there, mostly demons. This whole, let me say this, brothers, I'm going to close out. This whole hemisphere is going to be burned down. Now, I talk about this, I'm going to say it, mention on it. The war happened 66 trillion years ago that brought the moon to existence. That was a gender war. Because they born in gender, that's why the women, you know, because women's nature for reproduction cycle is tied to the moon. So that's when we separated the male from the female with gender. But most people didn't want it. Yeah, a lot of people didn't want it. They didn't want to do that. A lot of reasons. They said, well, you know, they didn't want to do it. They want to keep things like they were. Because basically back then, if you had a child, that child was a dental copy of you because there was no, you know, dental. It was like, that's a form of them forever. Once they happened, that would not happen anymore. That's a long story. But they didn't want that. They resisted. That was the agenda at the time. And so they tried to blow up. They moved themselves to one part of the planet. They tried to blow up this part of the planet to get rid of it. Everybody don't keep things the same. And what happened is that they miscalculated whatever. They blew a large part of the planet away and killed. And on the side they was on was killing them, destroyed them, and that was the end of the moon war. And remember, this war will be great now because it's unprecedented trouble. So no time has ever been like this about to happen. But you got the same thing happening in reverse, brothers and sisters. Same thing in reverse. I'm trying to pull this stuff together for you. Same thing in reverse. Because the gender war, now we got a gender war going right now. They fight about gender, and they're trying to cover a new gender. See, before it was genderless. And that's why they changed the language. Arabic is very sensitive to gender, almost everything in it, male or female. But you didn't have that before. You had the separation, so you had to have a radical change in the language. But here, what I do, brothers and sisters. Can't believe I did that. This is my well, maybe a little smooth microphone, brothers and sisters. Hope not. Got a little quiet. Hope not. Didn't realize I'd done that. So if I do, I'd have to do this again. Anyway, that's what it's about. It's about language, right? And gender. It's trying to come a new gender. We can't with gender. Next time, cover a new gender. Right? It's about language. It's focused here in this hemisphere. This hemisphere is loaded with demons and devils. All South America's mostly demons. When Spanish came here, they come with their women. They come with their women. So those people was darker than me when they came here. And happy here. You go look at the princess of Hawaii before they took it over. She was dark skinned hair, happy just like hair, nappy hair. So those people, even so-called Native Americans. So they brought me that says seed. So when you see in South America, mostly, I'm not, you know, you got some dark people out here too, right? Like Brazil and all kind of stuff, right? But that's what happened. So there's mostly demons down there and devils here in Canada. Mostly devils. But south of the border is mostly demons. That's the chief demon right there, a little ape. But Farrakhan loaded the temple up with them. So we call it Mas. Right? So now they're trying to do it, and they're going to try to destroy everybody to go against it. Remember, they're getting violent. They want to destroy anybody that goes against this new Sodom and Gomorrah concept. It was said to be like Sodom and Gomorrah. See, when you understand Sodom and Gomorrah, Sodom and Gomorrah is about lack of discipline. When people have lack of discipline, there's perversion. Because they can't control themselves, because they can't control their sexuality, right? The emotionalism, the sensibilities. Can't control it. That's what happens. Anything goes. I just got to keep satisfying them any way I can. That's what aversion is. Because they're under so much pressure that they can't discipline themselves anymore. They're trying to hold up this building, this false reality they have, trying to hold it up. They can't hold it up. And they use all energy for that. So they have no energy left for discipline. That Sodom and Gomorrah was a sign of that. So it's a flip of the coin. It's just two sides of the same coin. Same thing happened back there, like in the beginning of creation, the same to end. The beginning of expansion, and the beginning of the contraction. It's just flip on the coin. So it's just opposite. So same thing again. It's about war. I mean, it's about gender. It's about language. But the opposite happens, because in that place, the one that wanted to bring gender into existence, separate the male and the female, right? They were victorious. It was the other one that resisted, tried to stop it. But in this case, the ones trying to stop it is the ones, right? The original people and everything else, right? They're trying to stop it. See? And these people trying to destroy it, they'll just try to destroy it. They end up being, the one that wanted the gender, they end up being the losers. They get destroyed. But this whole side of the planet get burned up too. So, so we lost the whole side of the planet, just like we lost a large side of the planet Moon. So we're going to lose a large side of the planet, not forever, right? But for tens of thousands of years, it's going to be radiated, because it's going to radiate this whole side of the planet. It's going to be hit nuclear. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. And one last thing here. But remember, that saying, is that coincidence? That's what it is. But gender again, because it's on the opposite sides, two sides of the same coin. It's just from the contraction point of view or the expansion point of view. The other thing is that this reality. Now, if you have a lifestyle where you kind of keep borrowing money, that's a fake lifestyle. Because you can't keep borrowing money to keep it going. You don't have the ability. If you had to borrow money to keep going, that means the people that are borrowing, they're the ones, they control your lifestyle. It's a fake lifestyle. You understand? It's a fake lifestyle. Same thing in America. Americans into deep debt. They still borrowing money. The closer they go, talking about the debt ceiling and everything else, they raise debt ceiling. That means raise more money they can borrow. Because they don't have, right? So we can't default because they don't have enough money to maintain reality. That means a fake reality. If you buy into, why would you buy into fake reality? It's a fake reality because if it was real, they're going to have to be borrowing money to keep it going. They don't have control of it anymore. They got to keep borrowing. If somebody stops giving them money, then it comes to a screeching halt. That's another thing right there. Pay attention to these things, brothers and sisters. The whole reality is fake. It's based on debt. Anything based on debt is a fake. It's not real. That means the debtor is the one to control it. If the debtor stops paying, I mean, if you living off borrowing money from the bank, you pay your rent and everything else, they stop giving you money, what happens? You're homeless. That reality was a fake all the time. Understand that, brothers and sisters. I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. Let's see here. I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. I'm going to leave it there. Okay, brothers and sisters, hope you understand. Assalamu alaikum.
Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Rahim here, Master of the Covenant, break on 7 seals, Crusher, the judge. Before you can judge, you have to be correct in your mind, correct in your heart. Consistent with the times. See, judgment is very, brothers and sisters, we need to start thinking correctly. We see times in the scriptures where judgments seem like they're not right. Think about Iblis. When he refused with a beast that would make Mr. shed blood. He said, but he was judged in error. Because at times the situation is important. Because judgment has to be consistent with the times. That's why the books have to be consistent with the times. I can't get that point over clear enough. That's why it says submission to Allah is the most important thing, because Iblis didn't want to submit to Allah. He said, well, why are you telling me to do something that's wrong? Well, it's wrong to you, but what Allah's response was, I know what you know not. Because see, he's telling you, there's another, Quran has a lot of ways of telling you things very discreetly or very subtly, because all the scriptures from 60,000 years ago up to now, for even billions of years ago, talk about this time in some respect. But only the angel talks about it in very detail. All I'm talking about, because there's 2 most important times in history. Beginning of expansion and beginning of the contraction. And the Quran speaks about these things in very subtle ways. So, you see, judgments like the Quran. See, the Quran is out of phase, out of time. It was the truth for its time, not truth for right now. Because out of phase, out of time. We talk about vibrations and frequencies, right? Okay, but our frequency was out of phase with time. That's energy deprivation. We had the most powerful frequency, but it was out of phase with time. It was out of phase in time. See? But theirs was in phase with the time. They had the power. See, that's another thing I've been talking about, things being in phase, in sync. There's so much, brothers and sisters. I can't, it's so much, and so many me, brothers and sisters. So I try to focus on things that's most important. See? And I've been saying it, I haven't used that word, I don't think, right? About what is truth about the scriptures. They had to be in sync, had to be in phase, had been, right, in phase with the reality of the times. And we weren't in phase. For 6,000 years, we got more and more out of phase. A couple hundred years ago, we was totally out of phase. So our frequency, no matter, we might have the ability to have greater frequency, greater, right, vibrations, but it was out of phase with time. It's like a beautiful daffodil, right? It's beautiful in spring. In the wintertime, it's just dried up and wrinkled, This is out of phase, not in this time. It has to be in this time. Nothing like truth when this time comes. As the prophet Jesus says, it's many things I can tell you, but you can't bear to hear them now. But now we're coming into phase with the times. So you have to be careful about your judgments. And the person that's judging, they have to be, because the judgment was meaningless 100 years ago, but it says when the judge would appear after 400 years. That means he'd be in, that's the time of judgment. Because he's the personification of their consequence, but he has to be in phase. The time of judgment. I'm going to leave that there, brothers. That's something I'm going to talk about more in detail another time. But I finished my series, and I'm going to do, like I said, I will do like a recap of it. Explain a few things. But when you judge, you have to be correct, brothers and sisters. Me most of all. Me most of all. See, the devil's judgment, you say, oh, they was unjust. No, they weren't unjust. When the court with them, it wasn't unjust for them to treat us unjustly. It wasn't unjust during that time. It wasn't unjust. See, I had a lot of secrets I could tell you, but I let them off the hook. I'm not going to let them off the hook. But see, when you understand their creation, the problem with their creation is that they was created for a certain period of time. So they can't adjust their behavior. Because if they could adjust it, well, I'll say it, because it really doesn't matter. Okay. When was at the height, the depth of our energy deprivation, we was nothing. They made terms of nothing, but it was just for them to do that. It was just for them to do that. And as we start moving out, we start, going out of it in the 1860s. If they had adjusted accordingly, their behavior, and treat us a little better, still be unjust. You know what I'm saying? Because some people would think that's what's happening now. Then they run the Farrakhan and say, yeah, Farrakhan was right. No. So the problem is, devils can't stop being devils. Snakes can't stop being snakes. So they're still doing what they was doing all the time. It's just they undercover, because now we're more powerful in a way. They had to be more secretive. right? More covert about what they're doing. That's what it says in Scripture. It says, deal shrewdly with them, because they just as evil to us they were was back in the fields. It's just that it's hard for them to do it openly, because they could have adjusted really in their behavior as we got better, they treated more justly. As we got better, they treated more justly. Then they would not have been considered unjust. All been forgiven and would live happily forever after. But they can't do that because they limit to the unjust. Their frequency is limited. Ours is unlimited. I wouldn't change our frequency from one end of the scale to the other. That's what Elijah Muhammad said that. He says the original man can adjust from any situation. That's what his way of saying it. But we can adjust any frequency possible. It's possible. And they can't. They lock to a certain frequency. Understand? So we're going to talk about, let me move on, brothers and sisters, because we're going to get back to that point in a minute. But this is, like I said, I'm doing like a recap, because this is paradise. See, paradise, the apocalypse is the story of the paradise. The apocalypse, right? The Holocaust, right, was the door into the furnace that led into paradise. Holocaust was the furnace, actually, right? Our brain over here is the door into the Holocaust. Holocaust is the door to hereafter, paradise. Because you got gold, you want to make it perfect, you got to put it in the furnace. And what comes out is pure. What stays in is of no value. And that's what we have right now. Because some of our people are going to stay in. See? Because they can't make it in paradise. And most of you understand what paradise is. Paradise is not someplace, oh, when you're going to lay back and watch videos. It's not paradise. It's like it's kind of an irony type of thing, right? Because the pressure is going to increase. I mean, the pressure is going to be so intense that eventually no one's going to be able to stand up but one person. So he said, well, it's crushing everybody. Yeah, it will crush you if you can't keep up with it. And that's kind of somewhat a paradox of the hereafter. Because the pressure comes, but you had the ability to convert that pressure into something that you, into improving your paradise, into things you like. You can convert it. You see? But when you have the ability to convert it more, then it just crushes you. And people that can't overcome this reality, but they have no chance in the hereafter. Because they have a lot of energy, but they don't have the ability to do anything with it. They don't know what to do with it. They don't have the ability to do anything. They create their paradise. So it crushes them out into the out of existence. And the angel, the angel is the book that qualifies you to have the structure, right? The energy matrix, right? To enter paradise. Because a lot of people enter hereafter, but entering hereafter don't mean enter paradise. Because hereafter also, a lot of people enter into hell. See, people think, oh, hereafter is great. Wait a minute, hell would be in hereafter. There'll be a hell. Somebody's going to walk into hell because they don't have the ability to handle. And the thing is you got it, but you don't want to use it. If you don't use it, that's on you, brothers and sisters. I can't emphasize that enough because you get one last chance to the tribulation, right? To get on the ball and get your brain activated. I know I'm not getting that point across to anybody. I know I'm not. Because they have no idea what they're up against. We're going to talk about that a little bit, right? Because you have no idea what it took me to get this information to you. The mind power, the mind, what do you want to call it? I can't think of a word for it, right? But to break the 7 seals and to get all this information that I've gotten up from that, it was. It says no one in heaven's earth could do it. It was like he was slain from down the foundation of earth. And I took a mental hernia. You have no idea. Study 24/7, 30 years. A lot of these things I'm talking to you right now, you think it just, no, some of these things I tell you right now, 20 years to figure out. Literally years. Can you imagine that, trying to figure out, spending years trying to figure out something? So it actually took me years. Intense study, 24/7, laying awake at night. Why is this like this? Why is that like that? And then just to find out once you figure it out, it doesn't help you figure anything else out. Well, in a way it does, because sometimes other things depend on that knowledge, but, right? I mean, it's not like, once you figure the code, right, then everything is, once you get the key, all the doors open. No, it don't work like that, because every door has a key. The key to Injil just get you into the bank where safety deposit boxes are. Now you got to open each one of those safety deposit boxes. Just get you in there. Nobody was ever getting there before now. You go to the bank, you got all safety boxes, but you have to get a key to get into the vault where the safety boxes are. And then the key just gets you to the vault. Then you got to open all these safety deposit boxes, man. And each was a struggle. And so each one of them not a key, but some kind of formula, some kind of mathematical thing you got to figure out. You have no idea. To get this knowledge to you, to qualify, and you have to get it to qualify to get the hell out of here. Said 140,000, they qualify. You don't know who they are, but you're going to see them soon. And then those went through their tribulation. They had to, but you have to get under rest. You want to get that away? You want to learn get under fire? Because that's what happens. Because they didn't want to get it. They was relaxed, laid back, relax everything now. Instead of get 100% to get it, so now they got to get on the fire. Because this didn't come easy, brothers and sisters. I wouldn't want to go through that process again. So many things, like I said, literally, gave me a brain hernia, I guess you could say it. Years, and I said, oh man, I figured out, I was like, can you believe that? That's that, man? Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Got quite a bit to talk about. Say them close. This is paradise. That's the end of the apocalypse, ends in paradise for some. And everlasting destruction for others. There's no everlasting hell, but there's everlasting pain and there was some everlasting life, some everlasting shame and torment. Paradise, apocalypse to paradise. Were you into paradise, brothers and sisters? Because you're creating paradise now. How are you creating it? Because you're creating the ability to have paradise. Those books give you the ability to have paradise, because you have no idea what paradise is right now. And you can see a whole technology that's way beyond this, light years beyond this, beyond this. This is nothing. Like AI and all that kind of stuff, they have nothing compared to what we have. Nothing. You'll be able to navigate the universe. Do things you can't even imagine. Scripture say your heart mind cannot imagine what's about you would get if you get into paradise. You also can't imagine the depths, right, of tribulation, a time with unprecedented trouble. You can't imagine that either. You can't imagine any things about to happen, brothers. I'm trying to upgrade you, update you, trying to get you prepared. I don't think I'm being successful at it. to my sadness, I've been 30-some years trying to get Main Street Brothers to save as much as you can. Got people blocking it. Oh, those people's blocking it. If they knew like I knew, they'll figure a way to get back to those women, unbirth themselves. Unbirth themselves. Because Suleiman and the God is not, they come with mercy for the elect. Man from Muhammad, he's coming with mercy for the NOI. Other than that, there's no mercy. Paradise. Arabia. All they build over there, Ishmael building over there, that's ours. It says when we go home, we're going to live in buildings we have not built. Palaces. We have not built palaces. If you make it, you qualify, yeah, you live in gold-plated palaces. Because that's all ours. They got rich off of us using that. That's our resources. That's our land. Our culture, our language. Most of their culture and language too. At least the ones that are not demons. But we're inheritors belong to us. We didn't mind sharing it with them. But they said, no, we want all. It's ours. We're oldest brother belongs to us. They had a valid claim. They had a valid claim. For that time. See, because they're out of phase now. Because the true inheritor is about to inherit. And so, in fact, they've been out of phase 500 years. See, because if the Quran was in phase, they would be victorious. They haven't had victory in 500 years. Because the Quran's out of phase now. Mathematics in phase. Because it's spring dawn. See? It's basic mathematics, but it's kindergarten mathematics, but it's mathematics. It's another way of getting you prepared. Nobody's going to take you from the winter to the spring. Right? They ain't going to take you out of the freezer and put you in a frying pan. That's where the benefits of Adam, right? Because he would be given that. Because we have everything to our advantage, brothers and sisters. Use everything to our advantage. So we right here, with all the technology, all the what's what I want to use, all the technology, right? Right? It's all here. It's coming out of our minds, but they are technicians that bring to existence. So it's starting to get our minds to think mathematically. Those of us that pay attention. I'm not going too deep in that, brothers and sisters. Because we have control of everything. It says Allah has control of everything. We never lost control. Right? Because it happened like we planned it to happen. We didn't have to create devils. A lot of things we could have did, but this is the best outcome. Because we wanted to convert. It says, let us make man our likeness and our image. What does that tell you? It means because our people on the level of gods and angels. Then we raise our people up to the level of gods. Okay? The elect, they'll be gods. Master Muhammad is the God. This period. That's a whole different issue altogether. But the Shia, they're angels. They'll never be gods. Levites, they won't be gods either. Angels. Elect will be angels. Elect will be gods. Let's make man our likeness, our image. Convert to diamonds. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. I want to talk about a few things here. I don't want to forget anything. But brothers and sisters, get out. America is a target. America is a target of the apocalypse because they created Gog and Magog was worse. They're going to receive most of the consequence. They were foremost in the Holocaust and everything else. You know, they had a so-called royal thing, right? Why are you honoring those people? They enslaved us. You got right, man, no creed, okay, whatever. This is ground zero. You do not want to be here, brothers and sisters. I want to be here. I'm telling you, it's a mercy because you weren't supposed to get this message until Babylon fell. I'm telling you in advance. If you got any sense, you got any wherewithal, get the hell out of here. Brothers and sisters, you do not want to be here. This is ground zero. Well, I'll be here up to the last minute. Matter of fact, will deliver us. I had a vision about that when I was a child. I didn't like it, but it happened. See, my faith in Master Muhammad is absolute. There's no doubt. I never met the man. I never talked to him. My faith in him is absolute. Okay? What do you call him in chapter 19? Faithful and true. Get out, brothers and sisters. Get out. Now, this was the series, right? I covered these points, and anybody interested, I'll go into more detail on each one. I wanted to give you a basic rundown of the apocalypse. Because you got Lion Falcon over here telling you, hey, man, Armageddon is a war, end all wars. No such thing. I know you say Elijah Muhammad taught that. Well, did he? I know he did have a boy said who would win the war of Armageddon. But he said Armageddon was a final war to win all wars. And did he say that? I never heard him say that. Even if he said it's not correct. Actually, all the wars and all these wars I tell you about, scripturally accurate. All you got to do is check them out. See, lots of wars, brothers and sisters. Lots of wars. Armageddon, just one of the beginning of it. So like opening shot almost. Master Muhammad is a master of it. Master of the day of requital. This day of requital. Requital is consequence. Master Muhammad is a master of the day of requital. Master of consequences, God is age. That means he fires it off. He said, okay, it's time. You know, you go to race, fire that gun, that's him. Once he fires that, so it races off. And running. All from running, brothers and sisters. So we're going to talk about this because the whole apocalypse starts with war in heaven, ends with a war in heaven. Starts with war in heaven, ends with a war in heaven. Isn't that interesting? Starts with both. Ends with both of them start, end with the same place. Heaven, Middle East. So you can read this, brothers and sisters. I'm not going to read it. This chapter 18. You can see in that he wasn't warned to get the hell out of here until after Babylon fell, America fell. It's a mercy I extend to you, brothers and sisters. Hell out of here. Even if you can't survive into the paradise, we don't want you to go through what you have going through here. I try to explain in coloring. I try to explain all kinds of ways, brothers and sisters. It's mathematics. Mathematics is cold, period. And just going to the hereafter, you have to, the pressure increase. Your mind has to be greater. Remember, plus this pressure. Your pressure has to be greater than the pressure at the time, the phase you're in. Otherwise, you'll be crushed by it. And I told you that the angel is a gym, mental gym. So you start. Get your mind strong enough. And you keep getting scriptures. For the next 73 years, get scriptures. They get your mind stronger and stronger and stronger. They keep up with the pressure, increasing pressure. And you have to do that. Because when you can't do it anymore, then you crush out of existence. Quran tells you that. Bible tells you that too. Says this place become too straight for us. They won't die in agony. They won't die in agony or die in pain. right? So they would die in peace and bliss, but they will die. Because with energy, we get more and more. We have so much energy, brothers and sisters. At some point in time, we'd be bigger than whales. Tireless. Sleep was something even children won't even do. You have so much energy. Then you need to use your energy to control things around you. If you can't, the energy crushes you because you got to have energy. You got to do something with it. You got to give form, or it gives you form. How does energy give you form? It takes you out of existence, crush you, and giving you form. You can't withstand it. You got to give it form, and you have to have mind strong to give it form. Like I said, in the angel, when we get to paradise, like I said, we have a form of money, but not anything like this. Everybody will get the same amount of money. Everybody. I don't care where you are on the scale. Because we have one body anyway. If you're a toy, I sell or whatever. The difference is what you do with it. If you can't do anything with it, because the pressure will increase and increase, and the pressure goes so, well, nobody can withstand it. Only one person can withstand it. That's a very important point, Bones. So it brings us this, right? It says, this was so that what was spoken through the prophet would be fulfilled. I will open my mouth in parables. I will proclaim things hidden since the foundation of the world. That's my Suleiman. He was telling things that was hidden from the foundation of the world. Then, for 72 trillion years they were hidden. So he's speaking parables, but to his people, he's speaking plainly. A lot of things I say, right? I put it out there, but I know you don't get it. But another thing about this is mouth in parables. Another way, look, see how you read this. If you're going to proclaim things since the foundation of the world, it means, what's the point if you say it in a way nobody understands it? See, but another way to read that is, he opened his mouth in parables. In other words, what's the parables? Angel, it's a big parable, right? And reveal things from it. Another way of reading that, brothers and sisters. That's the proper way of reading it. Because if he's going to speak in parables, then what's the point? Things still remain hidden. Because if you speak in parables, that means you're still hiding, ain't you? Aren't you? And like one of the things was remained hidden since the foundation of the world is the oppression of our sisters. Because they didn't understand, right? Because that was one thing only the scientists knew. In 25th science, those things that even scientists don't know. Some things he won't tell you, because if he told you, you wouldn't be able to handle it. There's something only 25th scientist knows. He don't even reveal it to other scientists. Only he knows it. And he don't tell anybody. So he's a hermit, stays by himself. Some things he don't tell you, only he knows himself. And understand how pressure works. Right now, our scientists knew how pressure works. They were to navigate the universe. You have to understand how pressure works to make stars and galaxies and all that kind of stuff true. But they understand how pressure works as far as our condition, right? Our nature. Because once you, and that, let me put it back up. They knew, the angels didn't know. Remember, so even Adam taught angels things they didn't know. He says he taught angels their names, they didn't know their names according to Quran, but that's something else altogether. So scientists knew, and certain people knew, and they didn't know, but they kept it. And the scientists were on board with keeping women in subjection. They were on board with that. They never revealed to women that they was equal to men. because they wanted to keep them under control. I mean, that was their thought process. It was hidden from the females. And so men was able to dominate them with strength when if the females knew how pressure works, they could have prevented that. But the scientists thought that was the best way to go, and that's where he went. It wasn't meant to destroy women. Because I understand the way the thinking was, because you got to understand. When the male and the female were one being, the male mind and the female mind was one mind, but the male mind dominated. It was the male mind that decided, let's split into two. And how we know that? Right? Because he put he put the childbirth and everything on her. He didn't want to die with that, so he put all that on her. Because if the decision had been a female decision, she'd put on us. So the male mind dominated. Okay? And so naturally, right, he wanted to maintain a domination. And that went for 72 trillion years. 72 trillion years maintained a domination. It wasn't against women. It wasn't abusing women, that kind of stuff. No, we never did that. That's the devil's doing. We just never maintained them as our equal. And we didn't tell them the truth about pressure, that degree, how it works like that, to keep them in subjection. And we thought it was the best way to go. See, because last time they was afraid of female mind. Same way they was afraid of Dr. Yakub. Because female mind, they didn't understand it. They didn't want to be dominated by it. A lot of them say it's irrational. But the female mind has to have a degree of irrationality. That's part of the beauty. That's part of what makes the female a female. See, they understand that. But see, the point is, how can they understand that female themselves? You see the problem? That's why Susan had to come and straighten all that out. How could the male understand how they're female themselves? So they look at the female from the male perspective. And that's wrong. How can you look at a female from the male perspective when they have a view? And that was the problem. And they had the strength, so that dominated. If anybody objected, they could use their strength to suppress it. And the women didn't know they had a way to defend themselves. They didn't know what it was because that knowledge was kept from them. They could have stopped it. They could have put a screeching halt. They didn't know because they had knowledge. And soon not given knowledge to do it. Now what they do is afterwards, that's up to them. But how could they know? See, the males, hey, because a female, if the female has to have a degree in that rationality, that's what makes them beautiful. That's what makes them female. You think make one of that female? I mean, they don't necessarily do that. There's devils do that, right? They need to do it. They're ugly as hell, right? They're trying to look like the original woman. But the way she make us beautiful, I saw one thing like, I said, man, why are you going through all that? You jump in the morning, man, you throw your pants on, right? That woman, she taking half an hour, man, because she's more concerned about her appearance and everything. Because if you're beautiful, you'd be concerned about your appearance, wouldn't you? More than the male would. You're more worried about his strength. I can get it. I'm ready to go, man. I'm just scared. Just do out, right? Because she's going to look at him in a different perspective. And then the male, he wants that. He don't want to come out looking like raggedy and bummy. But then he don't appreciate the fact that it took a while to look at raggedy and bummy. You understand what I'm saying? He want it, but he don't want it. He want to come out a little beautiful, but he don't appreciate how long it takes her to do what she needs to do, the dress and all that stuff to bring the beauty out. So the male's perspective dominated for 72 trillion years. And this woman had to come and break that. And get a woman the power. See? Empower them to put things in balance. Because you want them to be beautiful. Look, let's take it for instance. What male would go through childbirth twice? You couldn't find many of them that would go do it once. How many would have to go into one thing? How many wouldn't do it? Man, you crazy? I'm gonna go there again? Wouldn't do it. I mean, we have zero population. Female do it over and over again. Say, man, how would she go through and keep doing that? But she keep doing it. That's irrational. Yeah, it's built in. That's part of her beauty. You call it irrational. It's not irrational, it's mathematical, but see, it's irrational to you because it doesn't make sense. So anything that don't make sense to you is irrational. That's what you call irrational, because it don't make sense to you, because it don't make sense to your perspective, because you're male, so you can't see 100%. When you was one being, you saw it all. But now you don't see half of it. But you think that half is the only side there is. That's the ignorance of your strength. And that's what makes strength strength. So women, they don't appreciate it either. That's what makes the man strong. Because you don't focus on a little details, that stuff, right? You know, I mean, you don't focus on the, you go right for the juggler. So you see it on both sides. So she don't understand us, we don't understand them. So we should be trying to understand each other, we try to incorporate each other and try to incorporate, you understand, our ideas and perspectives, you understand, so we can be effective, and so we can be as strong as we can be, and they can be as beautiful as they can be. Because first of all, the women has never seen us as strong as we should be, and we have never seen as beautiful as they can be. And that's why I said part of this war comes and said they're gonna see a new man, they're gonna see a man they never saw. Because when we go to this war, that final war, and the original man come back into itself, you're gonna see some a God that you've never seen God like as powerful as that before, and you see a goddess as beautiful that you never seen before. You're gonna see it's gonna be beautiful on both sides. You're gonna awesome strength and awesome beauty, more than you ever seen before, ever. But they're gonna be working together equally. Because he's not going to suppress her beauty anymore. Her beauty's going to come out full force. And she's not going to deny his strength anymore. His strength will come out full force. But it's going to come out in her favor. Her beauty will come out in his favor. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I'm saying these other things hidden from found. A lot of things. You hear me saying things nobody ever heard before. But they're mathematically correct. You go back and check them. It says he would tell you things were hidden from the foundation. That's one of the things right there. Equality of women. That's part of our paradise, because women would be so more than you could ever imagine. We never seen a women in the last 63 years have full power, but you're going to see it, and it's going to be mind-numbing. Some of you will never come in the house no more. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. I'll leave it like that, Now, look at this, brothers and sisters. Now, this is why I want to focus on this. This is why my main focus right here. But there shall be great tribulations, such as not since the beginning of the world, this time nor ever shall be. This greater tribulation in the war of the moon. Remember, that war was about language. Ain't it about language right now? Ain't it about language? They want to change the language? Isn't that what fundamentally what's going on right now? The same thing. It's just other side of the coin. Same coin, it's just the other side of the coin. It's just reverse. Because when that happened, it was about gender, wasn't it? Well, no, I'm telling you, that's what it was. Because you say, well, how do you know it's about gender? Elijah Muhammad never told you about gender. How do you know it's gender? Because the woman's nature is tied to the moon. Her reproductive cycle was tied to the moon. It wasn't tied to the moon before the moon. So what was it before the moon? So that means that she came to existence at that time. So it's about gender. I can go more deep into that. But it's about gender, it's about language. And that's what it's about right now, ain't it? Gender and language. Just outside the coin. In that case, right, the people that was trying to bring gender into existence, right? They was the one that was successful. They won. See? They're the ones who want to change the language and everything else. They was one that the victorious. In this case, the one trying, they're going to be this one destroyed. It's just I'm trying to make stuff as simple as possible, because it's mathematics. Remember, the universe contracts and expands. One is just opposite of the other. One is tension and one is pressure. Now we're in a state of tension, right? When the universe totally expands, that means state of tension. When it's totally so we start in a state of tension, bringing energy back. When the universe totally contracted, in a state of pressure, and we expand it towards tension. So in other words, just two sides of the coin. And what's happening right now is the other side of the coin. You never heard that before, have you? And that's exactly what's happening right now. Language and gender, ain't it? It's right in the lessons. I told you those lessons. They don't understand those lessons. If they did, they would first for Farrakhan would have been thrown out a long time ago. It's right in the lesson. Those things in lessons, a lot of things are prophecies. I can go and explain a lot of them, show you that most of them is prophecy that you understand, because Master Muhammad calls himself a prophet. So is that a coincidence that right now, all of a sudden, they're trying to change the language, and it's all about gender? Trying to bring a new gender in? They was bringing a gender in, right? And they're trying to bring a new gender. Trying to identify a new gender. We're genderless, we identify two. It's the same thing. It's true outside of the coin. Now I've made this DNA. And they're talking about this lady. See, now China just accused America of making DNA weapons a target. They didn't tell the whole story. See, they consider the news like that. China said, use the DNA to get rid of your blacks. They didn't say that part. That's what China said. You see? And they've had this for a long time. So it says, therefore then shall great tribulation will not set the beginning of the world to this time nor ever should be. That means it's greater than even that. So and World War II is nothing compared to what's about to happen. So get out, brothers and sisters. You have no idea what's about to happen here. And the preachers ain't telling you. No one's telling you. I'm telling you. Right? And several days be shortened, there shall no flesh be saved. For elect's sake, those days be short. You got to read it very carefully. Because it's not no flesh. Who what flesh? Our flesh be saved. None of our flesh be saved. Because it's telling you what it's about the elect. It's about the whole world, all flesh. No, none of our flesh. We're going to show you that in the next sentence, in the next page. It's talking about for the sake of the elect. This is all about. That was the flesh that would be destroyed. They would not be saved. So you think that's about all the planet? No. Because they got these weapons that target specifically you. You. DNA weapons. And the jab, I'm about to be deplatformed now. That was a precursor. That had... I can't talk about that too much, bosses. I can't talk about it. I can't let them know my John know, but it had something to do with setting this thing up. Because they knew what 2020 came in. They knew what that's about. Especially false Israel. They knew exactly what that meant. You think they don't know that? They didn't know that scripture was talk about them. They told Jesus that. They said, we've never been in bondage. They told Jesus that scripture didn't apply to them. They know it applies to you. They know they stole your inheritance, just stole your ID. They know all of this. They can't tell you. And when that came in, they knew exactly what that meant. Exactly. So they had to try to figure out to trick you out of it. They knew exactly what that meant. They can let you know. And so they had to set this thing up, right? Tell them to get you out of here. Let's move to the next one, brothers and sisters. I'm going to try to cover. Maybe I'll have to end up talking some more about this. I'm trying to get this done today, but there's so much thing to talk about. They have said, come, let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel be no more remembrance. Now, what are you talking about here? See, you can no, wait a minute. Come off from being a nation. Those people, there's already a nation over there. They cut some days off from becoming a nation. We're saying like becoming a nation. God, I'm going to proclaim we're a nation. They're stopping us from being a nation. It says right in Exodus that we might lead a country. But we'll brace out, right? I didn't put all that in there. We'll brace out that we're side with the enemy and we'll fight against and lead a country and become an independent nation. They're talking about us. Let's cut them off from being a nation. That means the whole world doesn't want us to become a nation anymore. Because we're not a nation here. You're a nation, you mean you're sovereign. We're not. The nation is broken, so we're not. So, well, I don't want to get you confused, brothers and sisters. We belong to a nation, put it that way. But we're not a nation. How can we consider ourselves a nation? We're serving someone else. We're in someone else's control. We're not a nation. See? You understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? See? We belong to a nation. We're not a nation. And they make sure we never become a nation. They come to conscious about false Israel. They're already a nation. They want to cause us being a nation. Who? They. Well, all I keep telling you, all of them. The name of Israel. Remember, they want to totally eradicate you. DNA. Now let's try to put things together, brothers. Let's add some connected dots that the sister says, right? Remember it says those days had to be shortened. No life would be. Do I have to say any more? When I say less, does that add up? To do enough? Is that enough add subtraction for you? Do you have to spell it out? This is what they got planned. They had this plan for quite some time. That's why Muhammad's going into action before they pull that off. Remember I told you about the story? You know, I gotta be careful with this, bro. There's some things I just can't say it. I've been saying it. Remember I told you, something you're speaking parables? I told you a long time ago about the Adam and Eve story. I told you that it was consumed, you take it out of existence. That was their plan. Right? Consume, you take it out of existence. That was their plan. But then that plan was interrupted. So now, instead of, they won't do the DNA. Why? They had to keep adding up for bone systems. They had to put some multiplication, division, and some vectors in there. Because they got a famine, so they can't get rid of you like that. They got to eat you. They can't get rid of this way. They got to eat you now. Because they ain't got no other food. That's it, more brothers and sisters. I mean, I'm talking to them too. Are you getting it? They did platform me yet? Because I told you, I put Admi's story behind what happens. That's what they planned. I said, I got a whole presentation what they plan and what Master Hunt plans. They plan to eradicate you. See? They weren't planning to eat you then. Why would they plan to eat you then? When they still have food and everything else. Why would they plan to eat you then? They take out existence, they have food and everything then. So to keep them from doing this, you take their food away, so now they can't do this, so they got to eat you, because that's only food. That gives you time to get the hell out of here, to go through tribulation, know to escape. That buys time for you. If I make this clear, my brothers and sisters, I can't say but so much here. If I make it clear enough, I make clear and clear to you all the time. That's what's going on here. I think I cut it short. So now they can't do that. That's their plan. They already got the thing made. They plan to go into action to eradicate you. Through this and through war. Because remember, how is it going to do this during war? But you go out there fighting and they already set you up. The jab, what was that, a precursor to? How does that work? To make sure it's more effective or whatever? It operates on your what? DNA, doesn't it? I can't say but so much about physics. I might be the platform right now. But just add it up. Add it up. See, it says they want to take it out of existence. This before the famine, that's their plan. They weren't looking for no famine, nothing like that. And with this Adamite story, there wasn't no famine, so why would they be eating you? They take you out of existence. They said become gods themselves. They live forever. Because if they take us out of existence, then what does Matthew have to work with? He has to work with them. If you want to have a nation, country, you want to rule, he's a God of this age, he has to work with them. Take us out of existence. They'll say, you become gods. That's what I told him. You become gods like them. Because now you be the gods of day and around. You're the best. Am I making it clear enough for you, brothers and sisters? I keep telling you, you have no idea what you're up against. I keep telling you more and more to it. So now they're actually talking openly. So I figure I could talk more openly now because they're actually talking openly. China was accusing them. They was accusing China, right? But the point is, China actually said, you're trying to get rid of black folks. They didn't publish that part. They talk all around that part. Why would they be doing it? Why would they be doing it? They want to get rid of them. They want to get rid of themselves. They're trying to get DNA weapons, get rid of all Europeans. Is that what they're trying to do it? Come on. Just to eradicate you. Cut them off being a nation. Maybe remember no more. That's the whole plan. That's what says in Adam and Eve story. But matter of fact, had to go at right? And boom. And so therefore they wouldn't able to do that. Because now they can't do that. Because they got to eat you. They need food. You don't need food. You need the food. See? So they can't eradicate you because they need something to eat. You the food. And that gives the Levites, right? Time to get the hell out of here. See, because they could eradicate them on the way out with this weapon, right? Why fight with them? Why chase them? Just drop that on and get rid of them. No. We chase because we got to eat them. We can't give it up now. We got to eat them. So that's that safety net. That famine, right, is a safety net for you. Those that remain here, they keep eradicating you. But if you get caught, you get eaten. Otherwise, they were just going to drop this bomb and that would be the end of you, all of us. I'm not saying more of that, brothers and sisters. There's so much to say, brothers and sisters. And those books, some information in those books, but the brothers don't seem to want to study those books. They need to study them. I tell you, there's some powerful stuff in those books. You wonder how I got, some of this stuff is in those books. Some of this stuff is in those books, brothers and sisters. Okay? I told you, now I'm studying those books now. I have to. Because if y'all don't study, I got to. It's got to come out. Because this is about tribulation. This is what I just told you everything is about tribulation to change the whole texture of it. Instead of eradicating you, now they got to eat you. That keeps you from eradicating you as a people. They're still right, but now they got to catch you. Otherwise, they can just drop and go. Now they got to chase you down. It's like that gives you a chance to get to, flee. I don't know if that makes any sense to you, brothers and sisters. Anyway, see here? You've been on the cross. They took everything. I talked about that, brothers and sisters. Took everything away from us. They left us nothing. You took our nature from us, and those are demons. They look like us and everything else. They don't have our nature. They took everything. So let me move on, brothers and sisters. Oops, I have there. What's this? Okay, Battle for Zion. I can tell you, brothers and sisters, it's all about Battle for Zion. Paradise. Everybody's trying to stop you. Right? Zion. Read Zion backwards. NOI. That's what Zion is. Middle East. Arabia. They want you to get back to your brothers and sisters. Never. You're the God. The bottom line is, without mass firearm anyway, even if they won, they lose because they would still be confined to this area of space. They could never get out there. As the Quran says, there's strong guards on it. They could never get out there. They could never develop technology to do it. If they did, they could navigate, and the speeds they would have to travel, they can't even imagine. They can't imagine moving fast as the speed of light. We go 24,000 miles per second. We get to the near stars fast. You can go from New Jersey from Newark to Pattern. Battle for Zion, brothers and sisters. Battle for Zion. See? Right now, they took everything from us, our land, everything. So once the war starts, because that's what Apoc's all about. When the first thing happens, right? We go back and take Zion. That's how he delivers us. To where? To Zion. And we have to take it back. Ishmael is not going to fight and give it up. So like tooth and nails, he had 50,000 years, like the back of his hands. We put the sand here, but he's going to fight tooth and nail. But we're going to defeat him and put him in submission. And we're going to get rid of all the demons over there, because there's a house full of demons over there. And get rid of the house of Sod, which are not even Arabs to begin with. They're not relative to us. Well, in a way they are, right? Because Ishmael's mother was a Indian. See? Because Isaac's mother, right? The one that was blessed, his mother was Sarah, original, Shabazz. But Ishmael was a servant. His mother was Indian, so he's half Indian. See? So he's original. Oh, I talked too long, brothers and sisters. I said so much to say, brothers and sisters. It's hard. So much to say. I started talking about this, and I have to always limit myself. We're going to walk through this rapidly. The hawk looks equal, that's right. Remember, the Shia, they're European, but they're original on the paternal side. Tribe Shabazz on the paternal side, right? But on the maternal side, they're European, right? And then they're European, so they're like the hawk. And Europeans, right? Specifically America, Britain, and falls Israel, they're the eagles. And they go to war first. That's the war that breaks out in heaven. How did war break out in heaven? That means if heaven's beyond sun, moon, star, how we know the war broke out there, first of all? And it says evil men, evil men take the kingdom of heaven by force. So if heaven is way beyond the 10th dimension, how can evil men take it? It says it. Evil men take heaven by force. So that means heaven has to be here on this planet as the Middle East, period. How can men take it? Evil men take it by force. Since days of John, evil men are taking kingdom of heaven by force. That means it's here, the Middle East. And they rose up and took the Middle East in 1990s. Same time the seals were broken. They entered heaven, took over it. They control heaven now, Middle East. America, Britain, and false Israel. And so Master Muhammad, he's going to go to war. It says the war in heaven, and they kicked them out. They're kicked out. That's the first war. Hawk against the Eagles. And nothing doing NBA and NFL balances. And then, once that happens, Hawk is in tribe, and Hawk is in control, victorious. Master Muhammad is the defender, the general. So now the Eagles go to fight with each other. I explain all that in detail, but I'm just not going to do it here. America goes to war with Russia and Europe. Europe betrays America. And the Eagles are fighting each other. And they fight each other, they're destroying each other. They weaken each other. And when they start doing that, that empowers the next level. See? Eagle is also the ram. 2 wings, 2 horns. So then we get the goat. The goat is that it says the beast had 10 horns and 7 heads, and its crowns upon its heads. That's European countries. But then there's a shift, a power shift. You got 10 horns and 7 heads, but the corners move upon its horns. That's China, India. 10 horns, right? See? And so now they're superpowers because Europeans have weakened themselves. They bloodied. See, the Hawk bloodied them. Hawk bloodied them. See? And then they crippled each other, fighting each other. So Hawk bloodied them, right? And then by them fighting each other, they crippled each other. So now here's the goat come after them. The goat comes after him. That's in Daniel. Goat comes. Travel across the whole earth. If you not touch the land, that means came across the Pacific Ocean. China, India does not need to touch. Go through anybody's country. They come to America. They go right, just go across the Pacific. When they not touching land, they come after the realm. So now we got one heaven, right? That talks about it. What about that war, Farrakhan? You say, Armageddon's war in all wars. What about the war in heaven? What about that war? That's the first war. Then comes Armageddon. European war. 2 wars. Right? I said the hawk versus the eagle versus eagle. That eagle versus eagle. Right? And also the eagle versus eagle, right? You had the vulture there. Do you know it's vulture? Well, that's the demons. That's the war in itself. That's part of it. The demon war is part of the tribulation war. I didn't knock that. I didn't point out specifically, but the demon war, that's the mass and blackface devils, right? They destroy America, the Armageddon West, right? The devils fighting each other. They destroy Armageddon East. So you got war in Europe and you got war in America. Devils and demons over here, and devils against devils over there. See? Sword within, sword without. That's what it says. So they weaken America so much. America's got bloodied, crippled, and then that's when the goat comes. 3 wars right there. 4 wars really. Hawk and the eagle. Eagle. The vulture's part of it. We might call it a war, demons. If we're going to call that a west tree right there. Right? And then comes the goat and the ram. There's 4 wars right there. And Armageddon's only one of them. What about that one, Farrakhan? They talk about that in Daniel. Goat and the ram. 4 wars right there. When Armageddon's only one of them. So and then the goat takes out the ram. And I just showed some graphics to show you, the geography of it. How China, India doesn't have to touch. India come through the Indian Ocean, doesn't have to touch land to get to America. China doesn't have to either. And so the ram would come from the east. So they meet somewhere in between, which would be America. This whole hemisphere can be, remember I said everything's about language and gender? And so as a result of that, a whole part of the earth was blown apart. Well, because of that, all this part of the earth over here is going to be burned up. Thousands of years. The whole part of the earth will be that's the other way around. But now this whole place could be on fire, whole hemisphere. So that's just some geography here. Just move on, bro. Says how much more is there. Okay, then you say, right, here's the goat taking out the ram. Right? Takes out his flesh, burn with fire. See? So now we see Europeans crippled, bloody, right? And then part of it burned up, destroyed. And the other part, Europe East, right, be broken, but not destroyed yet. Right? That's by the goat. Britain, they're already gone. When the war opens, they're going to be taken out right away. because they're firstborn. In other ways, that's no story. And then what happens? Now the goat just took out the ram. This whole hemisphere is on fire. America, as far as Israel, no longer exists. So you got Europe there. Now when the goat came, right, the goat represents China, India, but also had Africa, non-Islamic Africa with it. Right? So it took out America. Really, all that's gone. Now the bear, remember the bear was with the goat. Because it said in chapter 17, so that's that other beast. There was one, it was a dragon, then there was a beast, dragon had 7 heads, 10 horns, and the crown was put on his heads. That was European countries. And then there was another beast, it had 7 horns, and 10 horns and 7 heads, was crown was put on horns. Well, that's China, that's European, Oriental and Asian, right? Power shift. They had another one, they had 7 heads, 10 horns. He had no crown on any of it, but he was alongside the other one. Well, that's Africa. He's with China and India, on side with them. Okay? When they take out America and this whole hemisphere. But then they get to fight with each other afterwards. They dominate afterwards. Right? There's still time on present trouble. The tribulation is over at this point. People escape and they back home. Right? We're home at peace in Zion. So Zion is at peace. And we control the whole Middle East and half of Africa. That's Master Muhammad. He's ruled control half of it. We control half of it. Half of Africa, all in the Middle East. And Master Muhammad says his Shia, right? His iron rod, he ruled the nations. So we're all back home in peace. And the world is being rocked with war, global war. And we're home in peace. But the whole world, and the goat and the bears hold the world in subjection except that. And then they're going to fight each other. Because the bear, that's Lucifer, you find he's Obama, right? The bear, right? He says, I don't want to share power with anybody. Because remember, he's the one he wants to be like the Most High. So he goes over the goat and takes the goat out. He has authority, but he gets control of the goat's army, or the million-man army. He gets rid of that authority. Okay? So that's the war between the bear and the goat. Okay? In other words, that's 6 wars altogether now. And then he says what? Remember, he's in control of the whole world except for the Middle East and half of Africa. He wants to be like the Most High. He wants to be the one. It's Lucifer. He said he was perfect in all his ways until iniquity was found into him. And that means it's jealousy. And that's when it says he's the Gog. Because it says God, America's Gog, and Magog is the mother of Gog, the Britain. But when you study Gog, the person that ruling Gog is also called a Gog. That's where you get, and we're the true Israel, so we're at peace. Because that fake over there, when they returned, they were supposed to return to Arabia, Great Arabia, and that was a small place called Palestine, and they were supposed to be at peace. They were never at peace if they hadn't been over there. And they can't be destroyed once they put it back, and they at this point in time, they are destroyed. So we had no doubt that we're the true Abraham. Okay. So we're home at peace, right? We're on the throne, Master Muhammad, right? He's ruling. Somebody's high priest. Now Lucifer, he got control of everything. Obviously, other than us, other than our land. He says, okay, I want it all. I'm the God. He says he's all right. He's supposed to inherit. He's supposed to inherit anyway. He's the oldest son. Same argument Ishmael made. Valid argument, but out of phase. So that's when he attacks us. We're lying. They attack us. It's a final war. Who will inherit paradise? Who will inherit Zion? You notice he spelled lion backwards with the lion backwards spell. It's all over the place, Bill says. What does lion spell backwards? N-O-I. So I'm going to that kind of stuff, bro. So I don't want to go into that. So much stuff I can get into. Because people don't take that serious. But lion backwards, N-O-I. So the lamb was trapped, the lamb was, right? See? Who's called lion? Both called lion. The bear's called lion and is Injil. But lamb is called lion too. He's lion for the tribe of Judah. We're not going to confuse you on that one, brothers and sisters. N-O-I. Okay, brothers and sisters, I think we're going to leave it there. Yeah, I'm not going to the mathematics, brothers and sisters. I don't think No, I'm going to do another special on that one. I just wanted to get you, talk some things to you about what's about to happen, brothers and sisters, to help you get prepared for it. About these wars. I'm going to tell you, hey, we had Armageddon, well, the hell. We should tell you what to do, because Armageddon about nuclear bombs and stuff, right? He said, just believe in him. Oh, okay, well, you go have at it. No, I'm sure all the wars, bro, said there will not be a nuclear war. America will be nuked, but there will not be a nuclear war. That's why Mom will never let it happen. So you have to worry about that one, but you might be eaten, because the famine is coming. When he breaks that power over there, he breaks it in every respect. Religious power, because that means what you say to him, that means that was a lie. Right? Economic power, because he's going to destroy the oil and deprive them of oil that this whole reality runs off of. Economic, social, political, every respect. He destroys them right at the root. Hope you understand it, brothers and sisters. Famine's coming. It's coming fast and furious. 100%. You're going to ride past, you can be riding anything, tell you the truth. You're walking past McDonald's, right? Wishing that you could eat it, because there won't be no food in there. And you might be on the food, you might be on the menu. Some of you will be. Hope you understand, brothers. I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters.
Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio.
Hi, salam alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulaiman Rahim here, mention of the covenant, as spoken of in Malachi. The crusher, Suleiman, son of man, Suleiman, that's where it comes from. Crusher, the judge. Breaker of 7 seals. Do you know anyone who claims to have broken the 7 seals? They haven't. You should be listening to them. If anyone broke the seal of Daniel, they haven't. You should be listening to them. It makes it very clear that the only one, that's the only one that knows what he's talking about, and the only one can guide you out of here. They say, well, Jesus broke the 7 seals. Well, that's not what the scripture say. And if it is, how come they're still trying to figure out what it means? He broke the 7 seals and explained it. Then why isn't it explained? It's not explained in so-called gospels anywhere. They don't break that down what those things mean. The dragon and serpent and the witnesses. Those things are explained anywhere. And they're still debating about it. So if he broke them, why ain't he tell anybody? See, I mean, the book, if he broke them, the seal had to be, remember the book, the person that broke the seals had to get the book to break them. But you claim Jesus bought the book. You claim either Jesus bought the book or his disciples revealed the book. Now, which one is either case? In either case, he doesn't qualify. Because according to the scriptures, he took the book out of the hand of this one sitting on the throne, which you claim is God. That's not what Angel says. One sitting on the throne didn't understand it either. So it couldn't have been God, because if God wrote the book, how come he can understand the book he wrote? Because it says no one in heavens or earth or underneath the earth. So God's in one of those places, right? He's in one of them. No one's in heavens. He's in the heavens or the earth. He's got in one of those places or underneath the earth. So if you're not in any of those places, he got to be one of them. So it said no one in any of those places could do it. So the one sitting on the throne couldn't have been God if he's the author of the book, because he couldn't do it either. So the one sitting on the throne is actually Satan, because they had the book. See, Europeans had the book. So-called Christians had the book. They ain't know it either. And so the man had to take the book from them, a book that they had, not that he bought, but that they had. He had to take it from them and then break the seals, because they couldn't do it themselves. That's where it goes. So you can't claim that Jesus 2,000 years ago broke the seals. Or who did he take the book from? Because you claim he bought the book, or you claim that the book's written after him. So I mean, none of it adds up. I mean, 2 plus 3, no matter how you add up, ain't gonna come to 23. 2 plus 3 is not gonna come to 23. No matter how you add, subtract, or divide. See? So it'd be someone that will come, and Daniel tell you directly, that book will not be unbroken until the latter days. So I went 2,000 years ago. It said the end. That's when it broke at the end. So you know anybody's broken it? Nobody explained it? They got their conjecture. Well, I think it's this, I think it's that. You don't know what it means. So unless you know someone that defends that broken the seals, you should be paying attention to them, because they don't know a damn thing. But if you want to pay attention, fine. Because those, I'm not get sidetracked here, brothers and sisters, but America is a magnet. It's drawing all the devils and demons and the malcontents and the weak-minded. It's drawing them all here. And the wicked, the weak. That's where the wicked come from. They're drawing them all here. They're drawing to America. Oh man, let's go. We do everything we want to do now. See? And that's problematic within itself. Because everybody do what they want to do. You got chaos. See, civilization means, right, restraint, discipline. That means you do everything you want to do. You make respect for others. You don't do anything that's going to infect others. But their democracy, called democracy, do whatever you want to do. So in other words, hell damn what everybody else want. You know, like you go to the gym, you know, I'm allergic to perfume. They come here. I got to put with that because they want to wear it. They don't care about if anybody's allergic to it. They want to get dogs. People, you know, children are dying because they're allergic to dogs, but they don't tell you that. Because it almost happened to me. I know, I'm telling you from a fact, it almost happened to me. I died almost 3 times from dogs, and I didn't realize it until I was 50 years old. And the doctor just recognized the last time I was in the hospital, I was so sick, I had to literally crawl to get in my car. I was wasted. And doctor went and did a lot of tests and everything, then he did some analysis, and he finally figured out, you know, that I was allergic to animals. And I've been allergic to all my life. I almost died 3 times. And they had no idea what it was. How many children has died because they're crazy parents in love with dogs. You see anybody in love with dogs in Africa? You see any African movie with dogs in it? I've never seen one. That's a European thing. That's Crown Terrace, European thing. They love with dogs. I mean, it goes to the maximum. So don't sleep with them. Where do you think syphilis and gonorrhea and that stuff come from? Dogs and lamb, the sheep. So, you know, well, we move on, brothers and sisters. I don't want to, you know, I don't get sidetracked. I want to mention a couple of things. I got a couple notes I want to say before I forget about them. You know, those clowns on last Sunday, today is the 11th, right? May. So last Sunday, tomorrow. We not struggle with flesh and blood. We struggle with, see, they so stupid over there because they're demons. They're devils. See? I mean, that connects up what I was saying about, you know, America's attacks. That's a mess. It's supposed to be. Distract them. Distract these all over. So in other words, when time comes, judgment comes, they're all in one place. But see, they always try to interpret the script. They have no idea what they're talking about. And the reason I even address it all because Master Muhammad wants to be addressed because there's some believers in there. These are Elijah Muhammad, that original people. Levites, though, that he wants to give a chance to redeem themselves. Because they turned away from Elijah like, oh. But Master Muhammad's had a special place in his heart for him. I don't. I was there, I know they did. But they were saying, we don't struggle with flesh and blood, like the thing about Peter, right? When I explained that, they jumped to something else, right? We don't struggle with flesh and blood, we struggle with evil men in high places. That ain't what Farrakhan is saying. Because their interpretation is that we ain't struggling with no demons in us. That's what Farrakhan, we got demons in us. We got to defeat Satan in us. But they just said, then they just see, they don't know the hell they're talking about because the evil stupid. And like I said, I would stay out the way and just let, you know, like I said, if you see your enemy, you know, digging a hole for itself, right? You step out, you get out the way, let them keep on digging it. But you got some Elijah Muhammad followers there, some Levites, they're not demons, and Master Muhammad wants to give them a second chance. So that's when you got to speak to it. Because for I'm saying, I'll just leave it alone. See? So, but he's telling them, hey man, y'all so evil. Y'all so wicked. But they said, you're not struggling with flesh and blood. It means you're not struggling with your nature. That's not what you're struggling with. You're an evil man in high places. Like Farrakhan, for instance, he's an evil man in high place. That's what you're struggling with. But you can tell all the time, no, you're wicked. You're evil. That's what Peter would do. It says, Peter claimed was Peter, right? What Peter, he cut ears off as soon as every time Jesus opened the ears up, he would cut them off. Now that part about Peter. Because I had no faith. We saw us walking away, drowned, because he had no faith. Plus, he filled the church up with demons. I always explain all that, demons and devils. And on top of that, right, because they changed that too. See, because they don't know what the saying is here. Right? I need to, well, I'm not speaking to that, and I'm going to move on about this because I'm, right? But, you know, they haven't changed that. Because they keep changing it because they're liars over there. I explained, they're saying, oh man. So, no, let's keep perspective, right? We're not struggling with flesh and blood, so you know how that means that you ain't struggling with you ain't got no demons in you. That's not been struggling with, but that's what Farrakhan telling you struggling with. They've been telling you for years. You're evil. You got the evil spirit. You need Scientology. You need Dianetics. You know all that stuff to clean you, because that's what your problem is, Satan within you. But that's the opposite. And they made that statement. I guess they cleaned up this Sunday. We're not struggling with flesh and blood. That's not the struggle. He's telling Farrakhan, I've been telling you for years, that's your struggle. What's in you? I tell you, that's not the struggle within you. And Muhammad also said we're righteous people. The struggle with the devils and the demons. He didn't speak demons, but I'm telling you. And then they went and said, well, about Peter. Oh, I'm on this rock I build my church. Well, you know, you build a church on a rock, right? That means it's not stable. You build something, you have to have roots. It has to have roots to dig down. You know, when a rock is blows, when the wind comes, it blows away. Anyway, we're going past that one. But it says the subject is the church, hell, and the gate in between. Now, the gate of hell is designed to keep people in, not keep people out, keep people in. So it says, and the way it says it, and they've been saying it for years until I called them on it. It says, on this rock I build my church, and any of you that heard the same way I'm going to tell you right now. You know you heard this way, but they came some esoteric way, right? Because they had to get around after I called them on it. See, because it sounds like it's saying something, but it's not. When you unpack it, you say, oh, it says something altogether different. Because it says the gates of hell would not prevail against the church, right? So your idea is that, hey, nobody's going to get out of hell into the church. That's not what it's saying. Because if the gates of hell don't prevail, anything that does prevail means it failed. So if the gates of hell fail, that means the people who keep in, get out. And where they get out? Into the church. So he filled the church with demons and devils. That's exactly what he did. Because he tells you, he want to bring devils to the life. I mean, he's telling you that. What else you need? He's telling you he wants to bring devils in the inner eye. And devils ain't devils anymore. Why would he be saying that? Why would the sheep be saying, let's bring some wolves into our group, what they call it, right? I heard, why would the man be saying that? See, what's wrong with that lamb? Why is he hugging the kissing on wolves? Because here's a wolf in sheep clothing. I mean, don't you get it? Pull off the BS of Farrakhan. Look at what he's actually saying and what he's actually doing. He had produced a damn thing in 40 years. He's going to keep getting rich off of you. He take your money. He was an economic program, not calling on that. See, oh no, well, I wouldn't about, after 40 years, I wouldn't about economic, about self-development. Well, that ain't what you said 40 years. So where the money been going? You ain't produced nothing because you're a parasite. You've been living off it. See, I'm getting to another step. I don't want to go to all the other bonuses. But you know, the thing is you got Ishmael over, he talk all that crap about his father. He hated his father. Why does he hate his father? They all hated Elijah Muhammad. And they was angry with him. They were fit to be tied when he departed because he didn't leave them anything. He left all the money in the name of NOI. He wasn't whipping off the NOI. He left everything in the name of NOI. And they got mad about that. And they're selling Farrakhan up real fast. Him going along with here standing. They went to court and said that don't belong to them because there's nobody defending the Nation of Islam that belong to us, that we work for. Farrakhan was the only one that could defend it because he didn't defend anything. He went along with Wall Street because he thought he was going to get a piece of the pie. And then when they got hands on all that money, liquidated everything, took that money and got out of town. Where are his family? You don't know where they are. Nobody's seen them since then. Only one you see is Wallace. He stuck around to put the final snails in Elijah's coffin. He got rid of the Nation of Islam, called the Belalian. He actually stuck around for that. And the rest of them all gone. Even Ishmael and them, they was out of the country. They was down in Mexico. What were they doing down there? Was he down there? Make salats, prayers, doing Ramadan, fasting. What was he doing that? No, he was getting high with that clown he got there called Abdul, that Mexican demon. That's what he was doing. Getting high. He had his follower. Well, they took all they get and took off and left town like everybody, all the rest of them. They did all out of the country or incognito. And Ishmael, he heard him too. And now Farrakhan gave him an opportunity to come back and get what he thought belongs to him. To rip you off. He don't care about you. He gives them a lie every day. Anybody that pays any attention to what Elijah Muhammad taught, just pay any attention, that really pay attention, know that Ishmael is not teaching anything Elijah Muhammad taught, not even close. It's totally opposite. They all hated him. They all thought he was a flim-flam man, that he should have left everything to them. And what have they produced for you? For bullshit for 42 years. What have they produced for you? Nothing. You have nothing. And I was there. So I'm not talking secondhand. Because when I was when I was there from 775 with the messenger, I was a foreman at Muhammad Street newspaper. At 3 shifts, I had the third shift. I lived in Muhammad's in the Nation of Islam complex, beautiful, nice apartment. It was very affordable. I had a brand new car I financed out of Nation of Islam Bank. I bought my clothes for Islam Nation of Islam stores. I bought my food from your supermarket, Nation of Islam supermarket. Not some members book like they were saying, oh, this guy was stuff, and then they had to pull that back because oh no, this is members of Nation of Islam. But when that don't belong to Nation of Islam, then do it. See, they try to say, well, Nation I got all these things. No, then they had the back. I hit him on that one. They had the back. Oh no, well these are files in Farrakhan. They got it's theirs. They ain't yours. This is stuff that Elijah Muhammad had, and that wasn't his private. That was Nation of Islam stuff. His private business. I worked at his private business called Shabazz Restaurant. I worked in it. That was his own private business. But Islam restaurant belonged to Nation of Islam. I worked there too. So with the restaurant, I went to Nation Islam restaurant. With the bakery, I worked at the bakery also. I worked at all those places, right? When the bakery goes, everything. I had no contact with devils whatsoever. Zero. None. Zero. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. But this is the last part, brothers and sisters. I'm going to try to, I'm not going to try to do anything. I do it. What's needs to be done, I do it. I got a lot of extra stuff on my plate right now, brothers and sisters. I'm not making no excuses, right? But I got to clean up a few things because I've got a lot of distractions. And I can't blame my mistakes on distractions because if I allow distractions, then I can't blame distractions for being distractions, can I? So a guy, he married a crazy, well, I don't want to say it this way because they just think I'm trying to put down females, right? He married a demon female, right? And she caused him all kinds of hell. Well, he can't get mad. He can't blame her. He married her. He's staying with her. It's his fault. If he's something wrong, he should get the hell away from her. So same thing. If I got distractions, I allow those distractions. I can't blame distractions. I allow them because I've already said it. That's one of the reasons I don't want anyone. I never want anybody to work with me, brothers and sisters, because distractions is not helpful. Because I got to take time to always deal with those things. And then so I make errors, and I can't blame the errors I make because I'm distracted dealing with them. So only way I can do it, I come down to the bottom line. I have to just get rid of distractions. I did it over a 30-year period. I never had, never anything like this. I can't afford to distract because this mess has to be perfect and pure. We're building a nation that's perfect. It's going to last forever. I can't do that with distractions. Always have to keep on straightening things out and calling this, calling that, all kind of stuff. Can't do that. I'm only one person. I don't have a staff here. And so I can't say, oh man, I made a mistake here. I wasn't concentrating because I had to deal with distractions. Well, no, I need to get rid of distractions. I can't blame them. I can't keep talking to people all the time, right? Because if you go back and look at my presentations, right, years ago, right, you couldn't find any errors and misprints and all that kind of stuff. I don't like it because it reflects on me. And I might as well be like Ishmael and them. Just talking stuff, making stuff up, don't know what I'm talking about, you know. And I'm telling you, I got the truth, I got the mathematics, and then stuff don't add up. No, it don't work well, so that don't play. I can't do that. This mess has to be perfect. And I can't have any distractions. See? I don't need any mimics or echoes. You know, there's a point that resonance has power. You have someone repeating what you're saying, right? That resonance has power, right? And I recognize that. So I don't think I need it. But resonance is not resonance if which person repeating what you're saying ain't repeating it right. That's not resonance. That's counter resonance. It's actually defeating, right? Because resonance has to be exact. They're like, you know, Jericho, they repeat the same thing exactly for 7 days. It has to be exact. If you're going to repeat, it has to be exact. But you can't repeat and got all kinds of distraction, misstatements, all that kind of stuff, right? Can't do that. So in other words, you're destroying, there's no resonance, and you corrupting the message. Because people look at that and say, hey man, wait, hold it. See, because a lot of people look at Farrakhan based on what stupid Ishmael's saying, even though Farrakhan ain't said much better. But anybody got intelligent look at Ishmael and say, man, I ain't, well, that's what Farrakhan's talking about? So I'm saying, I can't have that. Somebody say, hey man, that's what Suleiman's talking about. That's what he's saying. I mean, you don't matter, and it's, you know? Can't have that. Can't have that. It's got to come to a screeching halt. See? Because they say building the kingdom's going to last forever. If you love something, if you love, like I tell a child, you're going to make sure the child's clean. You're going to make sure everything's right on. You're going to give it a diaper that's all messed up, raggedy and stuff. You're going to make sure to give it the best if you care about it, because you show how much you care about it, but how well you take care of it. So if you don't take, if your mess all error prone and all that kind of stuff, I mean, you really don't care about it that much, because you would make sure that's all right. And that's flex on me, because that applies to me too. That applies to me too. Because now it looks like I'm just throwing stuff out there. I can't have that. My message has to be perfectly clear. I got to take time. I can't see, because that problem have followers. You got to take time to see what they're doing. You know, it's like you blazing a trail, right? But you can keep looking back. If you keep looking back, you're going to get eaten by a bear. You can't keep looking behind you. They keep focusing up front of you. But you got followers, you got to focus behind you. I can't have that. Can't have that. I said before, I hit from the followers. If you're gods, it means you give a god, a weapon. He's off and running with it. He knows what to do with it. But you got to keep telling him how to use and everything else. What's the point of that? Might as well do it yourself. Can't have it. See? I want to clear up something. I heard someone say, that well, quite a few. Anyway, I heard someone say that our people destroy for lack of knowledge, and then the way it was defined was that lack of knowledge meant that they refused the knowledge. That's not. How does that add up like that? That's not what lack of knowledge is. If you refuse something, that means you know about it. You have to know about it to refuse it. Somebody come in, I'll give you a chocolate cake and refuse it. Well, you lie because you know what it is. You chocolate cake. You say, okay, you know what, you have knowledge of it. You say, I don't want it. That's not what it means. It means lack of knowledge means those people never got the knowledge. Somebody was blocking them from getting the knowledge. Our people destroyed for lack of knowledge because those people that was blocking. I made that very clear. I said, people standing away blocking in the shadow. They walk in the shadow of people walking around blocking the light. That's what it means. It doesn't mean people that's resisting or rejecting it. It doesn't mean at all. We can't have that kind of stuff. That confuses people. That's a total confusion. Because that's what it's all about. What's the point here? The point is get the knowledge of the people. And then we confuse that. That's the main issue here. And then we get back to the point we confusing is that, oh, no, the ones that's, you're getting out, but you're rejecting it. No, how can that be? How does it add up? I mean, did you think that thing through? Can't have it. Can't have it. Can't have it, brothers and sisters. It's a pure, right? It says that 104,000, there was no deceit in their mouths. It was 100%, no blemish. That's his message has to be said. Because the way that could be, they had to receive a pure message. Angel's pure message. I can't have it distorted and mixed up by people that don't pay attention to it, don't care about it, that play with it and talk and don't handle it with care. And I'm just one person. I don't have a staff. I have a production staff. I got so many things to do. Now I can't. I got to focus on what I'm doing 100%. I can't spend time doing what everybody else is doing. Can't do it. Can't do it. See, I can't blame anybody but myself. I allow it to happen. If I don't say anything, then don't pay attention to it. That's still my fault. Because now, man, oh, you would look what they say all that kind of stuff, man. You didn't check it out. You understand consequence? I have to suffer the consequence of getting this message. Once I accept it, I have to get the consequence of getting this message right. If I allow somebody to corrupt it or distort it, whatever, right, that's on me. I'll suffer the consequence for that. Come on, brothers and sisters. I can't seem to get that message across. But so I'm going to have to take that drastic action. It's no other way. No other way. So I don't need people repeating what I'm saying. You know, this is a day that like no other. It says this time will be like time no other. And if you're given a mission during this time, that's awesome. I mean, you know how awesome that is? Look what Suleiman got to do. He got what the first God had to do. He had to bring the whole universe under control, set it up, lay the foundation for it. And so the ancient days had to do the same thing. He's got to bring all the nations under control. He has to bring the beast down. He has to take us back. He has to do all those things he has to do single-handedly. But he has the God to help him. But he helps him from the sky. He supports him in this struggle. Read about Joshua. Joshua was actually on the ground doing it. The God was up there supporting him. He's the one who had to lay the foundation for the kingdom because he laid it out and then gave it to Master Prophet Muhammad. It says right the Ancient of Days. That's my responsibility. I had no idea that's why I was accepting that. I had no idea that's what was going on when I got out. Like I said, I think I was treating it a book that's no all together. Let me move on. I'm gonna say one more thing, bro. Since I shouldn't even talk about this. I mentioned something the other day, yesterday, somebody got me back on it, said, are you saying that Master Prophet Muhammad is your father? I never said anything like that. See, because I said that, right, did Master Prophet have any children when he was here? Did he? And my father, he was born during the time Master Prophet was here. And there's a lot of mystery about my father. I'm going to speak a little bit. You know, I don't know my father's parents. I don't know nothing about my father's side of the family. All I know is some strange story he told me about when he was 10 years old, he ran away from home. He was saying in Louisiana, he said one of his friends got hung or something. He ran. I was about 12 years old. He told me a story. He said he ran away, and I'm saying, I didn't say it then, but I'm saying later, did you try to contact your family? Because when he passed away, And August 21st, 1970, I was actually 21. Watch those sevens there. August 21st, 3 times 7, 1970, 10 times 7, right? See? He passed away, right? I was 14 at the time, right? 2 times 7. He passed away. I got my ex exactly 7 years to the day, August 21st, 1970. 7 years day, 21st, August 21st, I was 21 years old. You like those sevens? And my ex was 21X. Can't make this up, brothers and sisters. And I can go further on with that. But anyway, born January 21st, 1949, 7 times 7, 3 times 7. So anyway, he told me, he said, he never met, talked to his family, no, his mother, father, nobody. And he passed, I'm saying, later, I said, how did that happen? How you run away at 10 years old and never look back and never see a family or even try to reach him or nothing? I've been trying to locate those people all my life. The only one I ever seen was one that said it was his brother when he passed away, right? And he showed up at the funeral. I don't know how that happened because my father never contacted him. How did he even know my father had supposed to pass? Looked just like my father. And he came and he left and I never seen him again. I never seen none of my father, none on that file. My family, my father said, I don't know any of those people. I just know my father. And it's weird about him because if you see his picture, he was a young man when he died. And he had a back operation. And they say he survived it because I went to see him in the hospital. And then they say just overnight he just died. 40 years old. If you see a picture, a strong man. So how was that how it be? And all his life he had perfect teeth. He has baby teeth, perfect teeth. Like no decay thing. He told me, he says, well, he says, when I was a baby, when he was a child, he said he ate some lye or something. I said, he got and messed his teeth. I said, okay, that's a weird story, right? Because it seemed like we mess his tongue and everything else up. Basically just mess his teeth up. But even if so, some more teeth will grow. Well, teeth still decay. But his teeth never decayed anything. It was perfect. He had a perfect set of teeth. And things like that. And I'm saying, what is this? And then when they buried him, it was closed casket. They didn't have a funeral or anything. She wasn't a member of any church. They just threw him in a box, closed box. We didn't see him. I never saw him. They threw him in the ground. That's how they did it. And I always felt like he wasn't dead. I always had felt he wasn't dead to begin with. I don't know. That's a lot of mystery going on with that. And I don't know anybody on my father's side. I just know him. And why would somebody run away at 10 years old and never look back? Never try to reach their mother, father, anybody. No, so I wasn't saying that Master Muhammad was my grandfather. So don't get it twisted. I wasn't saying that. I shouldn't even mention it all, actually. Right? But it's a mystery there. I don't know. I have no idea. I sure love to meet my father's side, know those people something. If they exist, he changed his name. Who are they? Where are they? Nobody seemed to find them. No trace of them whatsoever. Like they never existed. It's weird. I'm not making stuff up here. It's strange. It's strange. And I wasn't saying that Master Muhammad was my grandfather. I wasn't saying that. I wasn't even insinuating that. All I know is my father was born during the time Master Muhammad was here. So I know. And I have no history of my father or just him. I don't know anything about his background, nothing. So my grandfather, grand picture, nothing. You had no pictures, nothing. I mean, 10 years old, you walk well, you heard your parents, but that wasn't the story he told me. He said there was some yahoos chasing him, he was scared, he ran. And was that a reason to never go back and see who your family is, your mother, father, nothing? It's weird. Anyway, so get something going here. Well, man, he said, man, if I'm Mama's father, I ain't said no such thing. That's right. I shouldn't say when somebody came back at me. I said, no. I usually just shut him down, but I didn't shut this one. I made it clear because if I shut him down, then the lie keeps going, and I don't want to start no myths going on here. See, maybe one day I'll find out. But that's a whole mystery. I'd sure like to know. Brothers and sisters. Okay, this is part 15, brothers and sisters. I had it wrong yesterday. It's going to be 14. I had just 4. Okay, so we're going to move on quickly into this, brothers and sisters. Because I'm going to go, I'm now, in the sense of the last one, I'm going to step by step through this. I'm going to get a general step by step. Because this is the last war. This is the war they talk about, the war of the last days when God attacks Israel. The real Israel, Israel's us. There's false Israel, that's why real is spelled wrong. That's a hint, but anyway. And Gog is, and if you understand Gog and Magog means the mother of God. Magog is Britain and Gog is America. But also who is the president of America is also called a Gog. You understand scripture clear. So this person, God, would attack us. He would have been a president of America. He would have been African. Be an African person that was the president of America. He'd be the Gog that attacks Israel. And the angel, and Daniel called him the bear that plucks up 3 horns by the roots. So that's the topic here, brothers and sisters. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just cover the basic wars. Because I said Matthew Muhammad kicks off the apocalypse. See? The apocalypse is the entire war from start to finish. Armageddon is just one battle. It's a European war. But there's many wars. Armageddon ends all wars. No, it doesn't. It ain't coming close. There's a whole bunch of wars. Armageddon is just one of them. You better read the scripture all together again. It's only mentioned one time in the scripture, and it doesn't say anything about it's the war to end all wars. See, that's just stupidity. Anyway, so let's move on, brothers and sisters. So I'm going to start off here. But first, brothers and sisters, get out. Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here, brothers and sisters. It's a mercy to you. Because famine is about to hit America. When that war breaks out in the Middle East, you better be already gone. Because if you still hear them close the doors, it's going to be worse than 911. In 911, they closed doors. You couldn't get out of here. Remember, they closed the airports and you couldn't get out of here. And as the Bible says, no one will escape. They will close it. And all the foreigners and everything here, they're going to be on the menu. They're going to be the first to go. So if you found a foreigner, right, see, you be cut to pieces. It says that in the scripture. When Babylon goes down, any foreigners here, out of their own land, they be cut to pieces. First to go. And then that's where the Levites come in, right? The African immigrants. They come in that part. See? Because they're not citizens of this country, but they live out there in the suburbs with massa. See? But when they realize what's happening, they unite. That's another story, brothers. But get out. If you don't like me, whatever, just get the hell out of here. I'm giving you a warning, brothers, because when that war starts, and you listen to these people, it should start already. When that war starts in the Middle East, that matter of fact, I told you about no one. Well, the devil's telling you about it. Iran and all that stuff, right? They got all messed up. But at least they do. He's talking about a war in the Middle East. I couldn't even talk about that because he don't know anything because he's a demon. Get out, brothers and sisters. Let's get out. Otherwise, you're going to be in big trouble. Because the only path out here, once that war starts, the Lamb's Book of Life. Otherwise, you're going to tribulation if you qualify to go to tribulation. You got to qualify to go to tribulation. And you got the angel qualifies you to escape altogether if you got that knowledge. If you got knowledge of the 3 books, 7 thunders, 7 churches, 7 the wolves, you have to have thorough knowledge of that, right? Just get to a tribulation. Otherwise, you stuck because you come out of there without that knowledge, you're gonna be oppressed the rest of your life. Everlasting shame and appallment. That's the level. So those that don't want to study now, that put the effort in to study now, then you have to study under pressure. You have to study under the sword, under cannibalism, under famine. You had a chance to study here when you were safe, but you didn't want to do it. So now you're going to be forced to do it. See, that doesn't come under how people lost. That's not lack of knowledge. That's just something else altogether. See, that's willful ignorance. See, that's difference. That's different. See. Hold on, brother. It sounds like same ain't same. I'm not going to waste time trying to explain it. Come on, brothers and sisters. Get out. Get out. See? Well, maybe I should explain it. When I'm talking about willful ignorance, right, that means you heard it, but you don't want to do anything about it. Willful. You want to stay ignorant to what you need to do because you don't want to do it. So it sounds like you don't want to know about it, but you know about it. You just don't want to do anything with it. So I just kind of clean these things out, bro, and said you know about it, you just don't want to do nothing with it. That's what I'm talking about, willful ignorance. Because how can you didn't say reject something? I reject. Well, you reject chocolate cake because you know it's chocolate cake. You have to know what it is before you reject it. How can you just reject something you don't even know what it is? You reject things that you know what it is, you just don't want it. It's different. It's different not knowing what it is. Because you have to know what it is before you can reject it. Now, people don't know what it is. That's the problem. They lack of knowledge. They don't know what it is. They don't know what's happening. They have no idea it's about to hit them. See, they're destroyed because they have no idea what's going on. Because there's people blocking them from getting it. Those people will be held to account. We're going to stay, brothers and sisters. Okay, so this is part 15, Lion and the Bears. Lion and the Bears. We're going to get to that. And I'm not going to, this chapter 18, brothers and sisters, read at your, stay with the King James Version. Get translated if you can. Anyway, chapter 18, I'm not going to read it. We're going to move on, brothers and sisters. Telling you, get out. And in chapter 18, you don't not totally get out until Babylon falls. So I'm giving you mercy, bro. So I'm telling you, get out now. See? I'm not bound by the Injil. I'm telling you, it's a mercy to you. Because in here, if you read chapter 18, you wasn't getting that one until after Babylon fell. And then you got to flee under intense pressure. You got to flee under intense pressure. I would say flee. Don't go in your house. Don't get your baby or anything. Just run. Okay. Right now, you can flee right at your own pace. Get the hell out of here. That's a blessing and mercy. Otherwise, right, you're going to flee, right, under intense pressure. Yep. And but since I've talked about this, I'm hitting on this a little bit. That's what he did to us when we crucified the last 5 years. Took everything from us. Everything. Language, culture, spirit, knowledge, religion, everything. Our humanity took everything from it. Even in the Constitution still say, 3/5 you took everything. The rest is nothing, absolutely nothing. Totally stripped everything. They took our women from us, took our children. They tried to take our nature by raping our women and producing their black-faced children. Who has their nature. So they took their nature from our people. In a way, you can say it that way because, right, they came from, it was black women gave them birth. But we don't accept them as our people. That's their people. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Okay. Like I said, I'm covering the whole series basically, brothers. I'm giving you a synopsis of the whole series. The battle for Zion. That's what it's all about, brothers and sisters. This whole, everything's about, remember, because it started about the plagues. Let's go home. It's all about Zion. What's Zion? Look backwards. NOI. What's that Z for? See, NOI backwards. Because they got this NOI backwards now. America turn it back. We got to turn it back the right way. What's that Z for? I'm not going into that kind of detail. That's what it is, battle for Zion. Because it says the Lamb and the 144,000, they would stand on Zion, Mount Zion, back home, where Zion is. Everybody's trying to stop us from getting back, from taking our land back. I have brother Ishmael threw us off 50,000 years ago. They're doing everything they can to make sure we don't get it back. They're paying Farrakhan to take that out of our mind. They're paying them money. That's why he's telling you ain't going nowhere. They're paying them. Stop the people talking about that's out of their land. Take that knowledge away from them. And that's what he's been doing. He ain't telling you about going back home. No, we ain't going back to Africa. We ain't going back. No, we're staying right here. Because he's demon. See? It's about everybody's against the demons, the devils, right? The jinn, specifically the jinn. Everybody. Nobody wants to go back home. The consequence is too much. We're back on the throne. Once we get back home, that's it. We're back in charge again. They don't want that. That's what it's all about, brother. I keep telling you. Battle for Zion. Or if you take everything, distill it, and boil, comes out to the battle for Zion. That's what it boils down to, brothers and sisters. Getting back home, taking Zion, back on the throne again. It's all about Master from Muhammad to God, Suleiman the high priest. That's it. And once we get back home, right, that means everybody's defeated except one, our last Ishmael half brother, and the other brother, our twin brother, Esau, right? He says he should be the God. Ishmael said, no, we should control Zion. Okay. Their birthright. Well, this is their birthright because they're the oldest. Right? But that's not the way it go down. Remember, brothers and sisters, Zion. You didn't know. See, a lot of stuff right in front of your face you didn't know. You know Zion, NOI. Yeah, it ain't really NOI. Right there. Okay. We're going to go a brief, right? Hawk versus Eagles. See, that's a shield versus Gog and Magog, America, Britain, Paul's Israel. In America, first they go, that's the war in the Middle East. That's the first war, that's the war that ignites apocalypse. That's the war that ignites apocalypse. I said, it's countdown to apocalypse. Master Muhammad initiates apocalypse. Because he's at the core. Who's ruling the world now? Britain, American, false history. It says pride of their power. He said, I will destroy pride of their power. Also, it says men's heart is filled with fear. Those things come to earth because the powers have been shaken. So he's shaking the powers of heaven because they were sinning in heaven. He said they were sinning in heaven. The beast, God, Magog, the eagle, they were sinning in heaven. They're sinning in heaven. Now he's kicking them out. That's a war in heaven. Why are you having a war in heaven? Because the beast in heaven. Why would you have a war in heaven? The beast had to be in heaven for you to have a war in heaven. Because you got to kick them out. So if you tell me that heaven is somewhere, the sun, moon, stars, 10th dimension, how the hell they get up there? How the hell the beast get up there? He said, well, Satan and his angels, that ain't what it says, but even if you say that, right? And that it was Satan, and there was some sort of 10th dimension, and God is there. How is that a war? When God just snap his finger and never disappear. How is that a war? How is that a fight with somebody and they come here and here's somebody, right? There's a big balloon. They will attack you and you got a needle. How is that a fight? How is that a fight? It's all bullshit. All spirit spook stuff. It says, what took place in heaven and dragged in his angels. They threw down the earth. They ain't talking about the Middle East. And so who's sitting in heaven? American Britain falls here to sinning in heaven. They're there now, causing all kinds of havoc. That's what the war is. And Master Muhammad and his angels about to kick them out. The Shia about to kick them out. See? So he hit him at the root. break the private power right there. And then also break the source of their power, which is oil. Oil fuels their whole entire economy and everything else. Cuts it off immediately. Cause a universal famine in European nations. Even more so than that, in some respect, I'm not getting to that kind of detail, but as far as European nations, because Europe is totally dependent upon oil. So that changes the politics and everything there. Because all of a sudden, they come from oil, America can't provide it. They're going to freeze, they can't even make war without oil. And they have war with Russia, or they're in conflict with Russia anyway. And Russia only one has plenty of oil, reach out their team. So now they have to turn on America in order to survive, to get off from Russia, which they didn't want that war to begin with. See? That's what happens. Master Muhammad was kicking them right at the root. You know, Muhammad said he would cut them out at the root, attack them at the root. That triggers everything. Political insurrection, economic insurrection, right? Social, everything. Religious, the whole thing. It's just the religion. Their religion is based on false history, being Abraham, we being Ham. Now that destroyed. Because if false Israel goes down, they could be true Abraham. That means we are. See, this, every level, he's hitting at the root, the language, the fuel, all of it. For the politics, right? Unity, because now Europe has to go against America, a division. Hit him at the root. Master Muhammad is not playing. He's going to hit him at the root. Okay? And that triggers apocalypse. That's it. Powers of heaven be shaken, because the whole foundation is just destroyed. When Master Muhammad takes the word, he destroyed the whole foundation. Their unity. Europe now, the American, Europe is against America. They're working on the Russian side. Look for their unity, their source of energy, their religion, economics, all of it. Come to screeching halt, which means famine, absolute famine in America. And you don't want to be here when it happens, because in absolute famine, there's no food, and you 3/5 human. Who do you think will be the food, brothers and sisters? Let's move on. Then after that, the next battle. See, that's what I was talking about, the next battle right here, right? Eagles versus eagles. Okay. He said, buzzes over there, that's the demons. Okay. Over here, I said you got Armageddon, this Armageddon here. Now this Armageddon. See, he initiated the apocalypse, right? But Armageddon is one of the first battles of the apocalypse. That's European war. Eagles versus eagles. And then you got the demons, right? Over here, that's Armageddon, right? Yeah, that's Armageddon. That's Armageddon West. And you got Armageddon East. Armageddon East in Europe. Armageddon West here in America. European war. Okay, let's move on, brothers and sisters. And let's walk through these, brothers and sisters. I'm going to do a follow-up on this one. It's worth doing it. I'll just give you highlights right now. Then, eagles, just weaken them, they've attacking each other, right? So they weaken themselves. They're not superpowers anymore. Because now if they're attacking each other, right, they're just defeating their own military. They're defeating their own navy. And for the Air Force, so they weaken them. So who's that help? China, India. They become new superpowers. That's it. The beast, it has 7 heads and 10 horns. Crowns on his heads. And another beast has 17 horns, and the crowns was on his horns. That's a shift in power. Because the 10 horns represent China, India. The heads represent European countries. So there's a shift in power from European country authority. That's what happened. They become superpowers. And they attack. So now they attack a weak and bloody ram. Just got ass kicked over the middle and kicked out of heaven. And now it's a famine here. His whole economy is destroyed. His religion is in tatters. Everything. So he's bloody and weakened. And then here comes the goat, China and India, with Africa right behind him. That's the bear. He's going to be with them. Africa, at that point in time, Africa is going to divide in two parts. I know, yeah, okay. Islamic Africa, it's not non-Islamic Africa. Non-Islamic Africa, those Levites, they're going to be with the goat when they attack. Okay? That's what happens with that. And I showed, if you go in Daniel, just look at Daniel, read Daniel. It said the goat will come across the whole earth without touching ground. Right? That means it comes across the water. It comes across the earth because it comes across the ocean. And it comes from the west. But the ram came from the east, so that means they meet somewhere in between. That has to be America. Because Europeans came from Europe, and goats came from Asia, and China and India doesn't have to touch land because their coast, right? Their coast is the Pacific Ocean. So they cross the Pacific Ocean. They don't have to cross any land. They don't have to cross anybody else's land. That's what it means. And they come together, right? They meet in America. And that's what I said. The goat was full of wrath. See how wrathful China's getting every day? More wrathful, more contentious. So they meet and he takes the ram out. You understand? So first you had, right, the hawk, he took out, knocked the eagle down, right, knocked him out of heaven, knocked him out of the air, and then the eagles got to fight with each other. Right? That's Armageddon. And by them being fighting each other, they were distracted, so now the goat comes in, takes them out. Okay? Then what? So here it is. Goes if you wrathful at the ram. Remember, two horns, written in America, Gog and Magog. Only two European world empires there's been that you know about. Right? World empires. Burns it down with fire. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail. I went in the last prayer, I went in more detail about this. Right? Takes out the ram, set it on fire. And then, what happens next? Now, the goat is supreme. Right? And the goat was together. The bear and the goat, they took out. Because the bear plucked the tree by the roots. But it helped, it took out the ram. And it's going to take out the goat too, because that's 3 horns. So now, you got the bear, which is Africa, non-Islamic Africa. And you got the goat, which is China, India. Right? They have all the power. Then they go after each other. Because Lucifer, which is not Satan, he wants to rule it all. He don't want to share his rule with anybody. He says he wants to be like the Most High. So he goes to war with them and he's defeat them. Then he has control of their 200 million man army. So now he reigns supreme, all except for the Middle East, heaven. Remember, they kicked out of heaven. They can't get back in heaven. So he got control of the whole earth except heaven. They don't have control of heaven. They have control of Northwest Africa. Right? They don't have control of Northwest Africa. They don't have control of Arabia. They have no control of any of that. Because Arabia is actually Northern Africa. They don't tell you that. That's, see, because we have control of that. See, but before the goat was taken out, before the ram was taken out, we're gone. Those who went to tribulation, they still here, we're gone. So we was at war, I'm not showing it here, we went to war over there to take Zion back. That was a war. Right? Okay. So now they get together, they get to fighting, and the bear takes out the goat. The bear takes out the goat. These are wars that Farrakhan told nothing about. I'm going to get into that war, stand on wars. No, it's a whole bunch of wars, brothers and sisters. And then we're at home of peace. See, they said false Israel. It says we return in peace. False Israel had one day of peace that had been there. return to be at peace. There won't be no walls around. So there won't be no walls. We're at peace. And we have top flight security because Master Muhammad is securing us from the air. He's our Air Force. And we're at peace. At home, all the Arabia. That's where it says the promised land will be, between Euphrates and Nile River. That's not Palestine. Now we're home. We're taking our land back. And we live in a house we have not built because all those beautiful houses, everything we have over there right now, that's going to be ours. They're building for us. They don't know it. So now, and then Gog, they claim it's Russian or Gog, is that bear. That's Obama. You're going to find out the while, right? Who has control of everything, the whole earth except heaven. He's the God. You look over at Israel and say, I'm going to go take that. That's the bear with the lion. See, because lions, see, the lamb is also classified as a lion. The lion from the tribe of Judah. He's in charge now. He's roaring. He's king now. High priest. Master Muhammad is the God. Now people are roaring now. Battle cry. We establish the honor of our women. We claim their honor. Put them back on the throne. All the kings we worship and slick the dust off their feet. And our women earned all that. They deserve it for what they went through. So we have kings licking their feet. We don't want to put their tongues in their feet, but you understand what Scripture's trying to say there, what it's saying. They don't worship our women, not touch them. I would be most desirable in the world, but nobody can touch them. They're our women. We're their men. And nobody's going to ever touch them again. And you're going to see a woman like you've never seen before. You're going to see a woman that you've never seen in the last 72 years. Something you've never seen before. Soon I'm going to make the woman be the woman. She's going to let her come out 100%. Because our women been suppressed for 72 trillion years, 66 trillion years since the separation came about. See, you're not trying to suppress them. But once they unbound, and their beauty is totally unlimited, you're going to see something. We got, oh, brothers. They said women's our heaven, then it's going to be like, at the end of the world. And that's the war. That's the final war. Take 6 months to bury the dead. Esau and Jacob going at it. Bearing the lion. Awesome war. War of latter days. Farrakhan ain't talking about, you don't know about this war. Come on. Well, I'm getting, man, you got a whole bunch of wars, brothers and sisters. That's the last one. That's when the original man, brothers, original man will establish his manhood for all to see. Because we're going to be outnumbered, maybe 101. Maybe more than that. Remember, they got a 200 million man army that they took from the Chinese and India. Plus, I mean, they got on their own. We don't have anywhere near those numbers. But war like you've never seen before. Vicious. Not a cannibalism war. One more than was war. That's confined to the Europeans. It won't be the cannibalism war. Be war for superiority between the gods who's going to be masters, master the earth. And Esau's not playing. That bear, he's not playing. He's serious. He's got a huge army. He's a god. Got a lot of power. He doesn't want to establish a wicked kingdom. He wants to establish a righteous kingdom. He's wanting control of it. I'm not saying it's wicked. I never said Lucifer was wicked. It said he was pure, perfect in all things until iniquity was found, until nothing but jealousy. That was his problem, jealousy. But he's righteous in everything else. If he was to take care, he would establish a righteous kingdom, but he would be in control of it. It ain't going to happen. It ain't going to happen. See? That's why a lot of Levites going to betray and run to him, because they're going to say, hey, man, We're being controlled again. That's why I got to watch these Levites very carefully. Because their allegiance, remember, Judas was a Levite. And they think they might win. They looked at numbers and everything else. They said, well, we fight for righteousness, right? Yeah, right? But both of y'all will give it. It's just who's going to be in charge. If Levi's control them, we got power. See, I'm giving them a reason to be betrayed. If they want to betray, I don't give them betray, because we're going to win this war. See, Suleiman, it says the 25th scientist, he went to war with the universe in total triple darkness, all by himself. Total universe. He went to war with the darkness. Now Suleiman's going to war with the darkness here. The devils, the beasts, everybody. Personified. They weren't personified in the beginning, it was just, they was force. Now it's personified. He's got to overcome all of it. Sebekina will last forever. Just like the first God did, he said Sebekina will last forever. Lasts all the way up to. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I think I'm going to leave it there. I'm not sure if I'm going to move it going to anything else. I'm like I plan on doing a backup on this one. Right? So I'm not going to go into other stuff. Because this is, because like it's the end of the series, and so I'm going to follow up on it. You know, I'm going to follow up on it. So, yeah, I'm just going to leave it there, but I'm not going to the rest of the stuff here. So you just follow up on it and talk about some other things. But the 15-part series, brothers and sisters. And I did it live, so you have a live on YouTube. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I'm going to leave it there.
Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Surah Rahim here, the messenger of the covenant, breaker of the 7 seals, the crusher, the judge. Countdown to the apocalypse. Brothers and sisters, scriptures make it very clear we should look for. So if you misguided or you lost or you mistaken, that's your fault. Scripture is very clear. The person that would appear would be someone who has broken the 7 seals. Has Louis Farrakhan broken the 7 seals? Has he made that claim? You better be careful about the claims he's making. He's already paying the consequences of the ones he's already made. You know, he got his ass blown up. Literally. So there's a consequence for everything. Elijah Muhammad made that claim he broke the 7 seals. Master Muhammad never made that claim. And then there's the messenger of the covenant who will come after Elijah, who will clean up someone's mess. So he said he cleaned up Elijah's mess. It's right there in Malachi. I remember when I was with the messenger, 1975, they used to beat the preachers over the head. Hey, man, here's Malachi. That shows you that's Elijah. That's got to be Elijah. That's Malachi. Read Malachi, right? But now, Elijah departed, and the messenger of the covenant comes out. They don't want to know about Malachi now. See? See, they don't talk about Malachi now. But there's being preached over Malachi. What about the messenger of the covenant? Who suddenly come to Elijah's temple? Or that's Farrakhan? So he clean up Elijah's mess? Or is there someone in between that's robbing the nation? The one who's robbing God? See? He's already said, they say it clearly. Remember, you come to Elijah's temple, so it's a temple, not a mosque, not a synagogue, a temple. So it says clearly, Elijah by name. It says the messenger come to his temple, not his mosque. Right? And he cleaned up the mess, somebody's mess. And then there's this one that was robbing the nation. It said nation, robbing his nation. Who's robbing his nation? If you say Elijah talking about the nation of Islam, who's robbing it? It sure wasn't Elijah, because he's producing. But who's not producing anything but eating up everything that he can get his hands on, like a parasite? Well, he is a parasite, a demon, son of perdition that will come after Elijah. And that's why some messenger of the covenant had to come and clean up his mess. It's clear, brothers and sisters. It says the one that's robbing the nation is cursed with a curse. Ask any man, what's the worst curse they could think of? Short of dying, I mean, some wouldn't consider it a curse. What? Getting disemboweled, getting ass blown up. That's what happened to Farrakhan. Now he's crapping in the bag. When it depends, a diaper. From they tell me somebody's got to wipe his ass now because he's in a wheelchair. That's a curse. Any man would tell you that. He's a curse with a curse. Nothing like that happened to Elijah, not happened to any prophet. Allah will never chastise. I mean, he will never afflict a prophet with that, because that takes away everything that makes a man. Physically. If as Elijah said, and Prophet Muhammad said, that the females out of heaven, then he's in hell. Because he had no heaven. So he's the one that's robbing God. It sure ain't me. I haven't taken a penny from you. Haven't even asked a penny. You couldn't give it to him if you want to. So that's the messenger of the covenant. So he would come right after. And then you save the Exodus. You get Moses. Then you get Lion Aaron. Oh, See, Aaron doing his thing. No, first of all, he wasn't anointed by anyone. Show me in the scripture he was anointed by anyone. In fact, the God didn't want him. He got angry with Moses for keep insisting to have him. So he said, okay, you can have him. Right? And he was in submission to Elijah all his life. Moses was around. They go, oh, see, he's a witness. He's with Elijah. Well, read it carefully. You don't have to read that carefully. He did all this dirt, his crap, in Moses' absence. And that's what Farrakhan took off. First of all, he betrayed the nation. He would never, he's a good shepherd. He would never lead. Well, that's exactly what he did. He tore the house down. Him and Wallace tore the house down. And then left the sheep exposed. And then ran away and left them. And started something else called rebellions. Left the sheep exposed. Somebody nation of Israel fell. It didn't fall. They cast it down. They tore it down. It didn't fall. They'll stop this nonsense. You don't have to take my word for it. Just check it out for yourself. I mean, I was there present. And Farrakhan was right there. Wallace was chief minister. Wallace was totally against his father. Totally. You hardly even say it was his father. Totally against him. And Farrakhan was his chief minister. And they both was bad-mouthed the messenger. They tore the whole thing down. They called them rebellions, right? So he left the sheep and banned them. Plus, before he actually, then, after Wallace got what he wanted, then he threw Farrakhan, stupid-ass Farrakhan, into a ditch like a two-bit whore. Get nothing. Farrakhan missed himself. He said, I had nothing. He said, I had nothing. They used him to take control. How did Wallace get control to begin with? How did he get control to begin with when he was officially exiled from the nation? He was officially exiled from the nation that put his ass out for taking the same stuff that Farrakhan teaching right now. For teaching the same stuff, Elijah throw his ass out of the nation. He was exiled. So how did he get control? Because weak-ass Farrakhan, ballless Farrakhan, right, didn't know how to stand up. He's supposed to be the one to stand up. He didn't stand up. So they just grabbed him and said, you do what I would tell you what you do. So they said nothing. He said nothing. And so while they went to court and got all the resources, that's what they did. They said that stuff don't belong to these people. So that's what they care about you. That's what they don't belong to them. That belongs to my father. That belongs to Elijah. Farrakhan was right on it. Remember, they got this thing called, he had standing, which means he could stand up and protest. But standing means you have to be a party to the situation somehow. And he was the chief man, so he'd be the one that speak up. He didn't say nothing. They told him, you don't say nothing. You don't go to court and challenge this. Because he could have went to court and challenged and said, no, this belongs to the nation of Islam, belongs to the people, and Wallace could never got their hands on it, and he could have kept the nation floating. But no, he went in and kept his mouth shut while Wallace was officially out on time, went and got to tell the court, hey, that don't belong to him, that belongs to my father. And they liquidated all the resources, liquidated all of it, and put it in their pocket. And then whenever they got it all, Farrakhan was waiting for his piece. He got his piece all right. He bent over and they got a rob his behind. That's the only piece he got from them. And he had nothing. They used him like a two-bit whore. And then he ran back. What did you do after that? And he said, you think he would stand up and fight back so after even that? I mean, he already bent over. They already made a biatch out of him. Already done that. And he still don't stand up. So then what did he do that? Then he went back to Master and said, can he get back on stage and shake his ass? Calypso. That's who you're dealing with there. You ain't dealing with no man. Physically, you ain't dealing with no man because they took his manhood away. You ain't dealing with no anointed. You ain't dealing with no fighter. You're dealing with a parasite, a nothing, a demons who follows the devil. That's what you're dealing with over there. And then you got sins up 2 or 3 where they're supposed to defend his ragged ass, his stinking ass. I mean, he's sick. That's what you're dealing with. Now, come on, tell me I'm lying, Farrakhan. Show me where I'm lying. Show me your father's not a devil. Show me why your mother been trying to butch you because she was raped by a devil. Come on. Tell me I'm wrong. Call me a liar. You don't know how I call you a liar. I call you a liar because you're a liar from start to finish. That's why I try to butch your ass. Because Come on. Well, she was afraid, right? You was going to look like her daddy. And you do. You got no woolly hair. That's why she tried to butt your ass 3 times. If you was from God, then you went well, he would help her. Because remember, you say God controls everything, so why is he creating you and then have her abort you at the same time, abort you at the same time? How does that make any damn sense? That's the facts. Now, come on now. Come on, Farrakhan. Tell me the line. Come on, Ishmael. The donkey. Come on, tell me I'm lying. Because I was there. He would ban the sheep. Look, if nation got into trouble, Farrakhan be the first one to disappear. He's a coward. Capital C. From start to finish. He ain't never stripped anything. He's a coward from start to finish. And he's going to lead you to, the thing is, I'm going to mess this a little bit further into here, right? But the reason he ain't going to because the Syrians over there paid them off. Say, stop people talking about that's our land. Stop them people saying that Arabia is their land. So everybody say you ain't going nowhere because they don't pay them off. They paid them off. His all family, everything already got property and stuff over the Arabia right now. Because when he goes, you're going to disappear. Like Elijah Muhammad's family just disappeared. They got what they get and they disappeared. Nobody knows where they are. You see a few the ones left behind, they get nothing like Ishmael, his mama, they fled to Mexico. They got what they get fled. Why did they flee to Mexico? Why did Ishmael's family flee to Mexico? Why did his mother, right? Or why did they flee to Mexico? Why did they leave the country? All of them left the country. They got the hell out of here. They got what they can get and got the hell out. That's what you're dealing with. They don't represent Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad, great. As the Bible says, no greater man is ever born, but even the least in the kingdom of heaven be greater than him. Elijah Muhammad was a great man. I ain't taking anything from him. He wasn't a prophet. He wasn't a God. He wasn't eternal leader of the nation of Islam. But he was a great man. He stood before this beast, toe-to-toe, and didn't back down. He has his whole family, everybody against him. See? So come on, Farrakhan. Tell me I'm lying. You out of your mouth, Elijah said you're going to be a hypocrite. It says right in Exodus that you was going to do. It says even they're talking about the Quran. Well, tell the whole part about the Quran. If you so anointed and they so God and Elijah so happy with you, then why when Elijah returned, he wanted to kill your ass. He grabbed you in the Quran, said kill you, he wanted to kill you. So why if you so good, why do you want to kill you? Why is it in Exodus? Why when Moses came back, right? Aaron had control everything, right? Then why did Moses have to come and say, Elijah come and say, those with me? Well, obviously, they should all been with him, right? Shouldn't they all been with him? So why do you have to say that? Because they wasn't. And then turned out it was. Some came with him and some stayed with Aaron because they wouldn't with Elijah to begin with. Because most of them was demons to begin with. And then what happened? Elijah's followers wiped out, or Aaron and his followers. That's right in Exodus. So you read it, don't read it, I don't care, because demons, they can't deal with that, because all that do is tell them who they are, because I don't even know who they are, right? And then idiots like, and then the betrayers like Ishmael, well, he's a betrayer and an idiot. He tried to betray his father. He's worse than Wallace. At least Wallace came out with it, say, I'm against him. Israel keeps saying, I'm with Elijah. That teaches, you ain't teaching Elijah's teaching. There's nowhere in the world that you can claim that you teach Elijah's teaching. There's nowhere in the world you can claim that. So you're a liar if you're saying it. All you have to look at the lessons to see how that comports, right? How lessons comport to what they talked about. Going to say the resurrected devils and all this stuff, right? That's not what the lessons say. Totally against everything the messenger said. Totally against it. Totally against it. Okay, brothers and sisters, let's move on to this. I got quite a bit to come. I'm trying to get back, brothers and sisters. I got a lot of things doing, and I like you. I got to prepare for what's coming. Faith is a big part of this whole situation, brothers. I never met Master Muhammad. I never talked to him. I call out to him once I think he answered, but that whole situation is very deep. But the thing is that it says when Suleiman come, son of man, that's where Suleiman comes from. Suleiman, son of man, son of David. David's Master Muhammad. That's a question nobody ever asked, right? Did Master Muhammad produce any children while he was here? That's a good question, ain't it? Did he produce any children while he was here? Did he produce any children? Because Suleiman, he don't know anything about his father's background. I have no idea. He never met his father's family. Is that I'm just throwing it out there. I don't know. Did he? That's a very interesting question, isn't it? He was here quite a bit, a long time, right? Anyway, brothers and sisters, this morning program, this is the bear and the goat going at it. This is, I believe, it's 14. Let's go into it and let's see how far we get. Let's see. Apocalypse. See, the apocalypse is the whole. See, you're afraid talking about the Armageddon. First, he don't know what he's talking about. First of all, he does know what he's talking about. He has no idea what he's talking about. Right? And secondly, hold on, Bill, I got to try to get myself situated here. Secondly, Armageddon is not a universal war. He claims the war to end all wars. I mean, I can elaborate on that quite a bit. Because somebody tell you house on fire, right? House already on fire. First of all, if they prophet, they're supposed to tell you, hey man, there's going to be a fire. There could be a fire at that house, right? I mean, there's going to be a fire at that movie, right, tonight. Unless he's going to start the fire himself, right? He's a prophet. But they ain't with fire crime. He tell you, whoa. Well, he didn't tell you, if Armageddon's already started, he's supposed to tell you it's going to start in 2023, but he didn't say that. He didn't say anything like that. But anyway, he's telling you now it started. So somebody tell you, hey, the house on fire. Well, as they say, hey, the moon's on fire. Well, shouldn't they be telling you next word out of their mouth, here's the exit doors? What you should do about it? His solution is, hey, just believe in him. Well, first of all, you got your ass blown up by people you claim you're at war with. You claim you're the synagogue of Satan. Apparently, they must be winning because you said they the ones blew your ass up. Put those radiated pills up your behind and blew it up. So obviously, they must be winning. So if that's your protection, and we supposed to listen to you, and you losing. So just have faith in you, and that's supposed to. That's enough. Really? And you buying that? You buying that because you're either an idiot or you're a demon. Either way, we don't want you. See? Idiot or demon or betrayer. Like Ishmael. He's an idiot too. See? So shouldn't be telling you, if this is a war in all wars, that means it's going to be a nuclear war and everything else, right? That means nuclear bombs can be dropping any minute now. That should be troop movements, right? Battles, not that little thing going on in Ukraine. Whole world should be up in arms, right? Countries mobilizing. People putting on a nuclear alert. If this is Armageddon, like he says, it's really Armageddon. See the stupidity of it? And so we know that people buying that. We don't get upset people buying that because we know they identify themselves as being demons or totally idiots. Or agents. So we say, yeah, good. You buying that, then that identify. See, you got to understand, bro, since this is about exposing all, like Elijah Muhammad said, exposing all defects. So when you see a defect, then you don't say, hey man, you try to clean up the defect. The defect is revealed, so you get rid of it. Why you bring out defects and you want to keep the defects? You put iron, you put gold into the furnace to burn off all the impurities. So why are you going to put the impurities back into the gold? What's the point of doing that if you're going to do that? You get the impurities and you throw the impurities away. But you got some other use for them. So when you see people listen to that stuff and believe that stuff, then you know they're defects. You know, I call culling, the purging. So that means they manifest who they are. They're stupid, they're ignorant, idiots, demons, or whatever. So then you know. So therefore, you know, that's part of the group that's be flushed down the toilet. We don't want them to identify, because when the time comes, they're going to be asked, why all this bull, and they don't have no answers. Why was you with Farrakhan? I mean, didn't you be exercised? Oh, well, I don't believe the Bible. Well, if you didn't believe the Bible, then why you believe anything Farrakhan's saying? Oh, I think this part is right. Oh, he picks it? Okay. Then we're going to pick the part about your dumb ass being thrown into the lake of fire. We'll pick that part. How about that one? Think about it, brothers and sisters. Don't get upset when you see people, because that's the manifest. And you see, oh man, you put gold in and you put gold in there, and all of a sudden the gold gets smaller and smaller and smaller. You don't get upset about that. If that's your purpose, it purified it. Because why it gets smaller? Because impurities are getting out of it. I mean, come on. Use your head for something. Oh man, my gold is disappearing. Yes, disappearing because why you put it in there? Because you want to get the impurities out. Once the impurities go out, it means it's going to be way less. But it's going to be pure gold. So maybe half as much as it may went in there 20 pounds, it come out 10 pounds, but it went in there 20 pounds corrupt. It came out 5 pounds pure. That's 144,000. That's a small portion of the nation, small portion, but they're pure. They're foundation of a new kingdom that's going to last forever. That's why we put in the furnace of affliction, where it says Malachi to be tested as gold and silver. Purified. So if you're small number, it says many went out, but only a few returned. Because went out, many went into the furnace, and only a few survived the process. Only a few survived the process. We look out there now, we see our people, some they can't get, they overcome this gravitational vortex. They can't survive it. The devil's got them. They can't, they can't rise above the devil's wavelength. They love what the devil doing everything else. They had the ability to do it, but they don't, but they got them. Self-imposed energy deprivation. We're gonna give them a chance to, we can get, we ain't gonna just abandon our people, because some of them, they got caught up. And so that's why we're doing what we're doing right now. Some have to go to tribulation, right? To give them a second chance. We want all the people come in. We don't want the demons, but we know the gravitational force of this is very strong in the condition our people are right now. If that people was in a condition they were 50,000 years ago, this wouldn't even affect them at all. But we're in a weaker situation. So you don't ban your people when they're weak, but they stay weak, then that's on them. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Apocalypse covers the whole thing. And that's why I'm doing a countdown apocalypse. Who initiates apocalypse? Master Muhammad. He initiates it, right? Who closes it? Suleiman, with that last war. That last war. So who make war with the beast? Who's like the beast? Who make war with the beast? It tells you the Lamb did in chapter 17. It says, these 10 kings made war with the Lamb, and the Lamb overcame them. That's the last battle. The last battle. See, if you understand the battle, right? So Master Muhammad, he would be the Air Force. It says when Joshua was going to war, it says the God, Master Muhammad, he was Air Force. He was in the sky, covering him by the sky, but Joshua was on the ground doing the battle. But God was covering from the sky. He was his Air Force. You better read it. This is apocalypse. Apocalypse. Go on, brothers and sisters. But this is a mercy to you, brothers and sisters. I'm telling you, get out. Get the hell out of here. This place is going to be, it says time unprecedented trouble. But what's the focus? What's the focus of that point? A time of unprecedented trouble. What's the focus of it? What's the focus of it? Where's the focal point? Where's the target? Right here in America. That's where time of unprecedented trouble is going to, the focus of it be right here. It's the worst thing ever happened in all of existence. It says nothing ever like this ever happened before and never ever will again. You don't get out of here. It's going to be all over the planet, but it's going to be really, it's worse here, especially for you, because you're going to be on the dinner table. Get the hell out. If you don't want to hear what I got to say, you hear the last like Muhammad said, else. If you got any sense at all, just get the hell out of here. Don't want to go to Europe. Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. It's going to be better than any place else, but you don't want to be here. Get the hell out. That's a mercy. Because according to Injil, I'm not bound by Injil. Injil, you weren't supposed to get this message until Babylon fell. Read chapter 18. Then you get this message. I'm telling you, it's a mercy, brothers and sisters. Get the hell out of here. Because this thing is so close, it could blow up anytime. But Master Muhammad is the one to make that call. I don't make that call. He makes that call. He initiated apocalypse. He could do it tonight. He could do it right now. He could be in the process of doing it right now. Get out, brothers and sisters. So you can read chapter 8. Well, anyway, let me. This is what's it? See, this is a 15-part series, I believe. That's Countdown Apocalypse. It goes from where it started. The first one, the War in Heaven, chapter 12. That's the Middle East. Michael's angels. Who's Michael? Farrakhan, I don't know. That's Master Muhammad. He initiates war, and all the way to the last battle. The last battle, you see. And so I'm talking each one of these points in this series. Now we're up to 14. I think it's maybe one couple of more. And then, one more after this. I believe that closes it out. I might do a redux, but I doubt it. Right? Because I'm getting the whole blow by blow. See, the thing is, Farrakhan, most of these, none of this stuff I'm talking about, Farrakhan knows about. He said, Armageddon, no, man, there's a whole bunch of wars. There's a whole bunch of wars, brothers and sisters. You have the war here that's going to take place. Demons against the devils. Got a lot of wars, brothers and sisters. A lot of wars. It's not one. That's Armageddon east or west, Armageddon east. And the wars here is going to be vicious. Devils against the demons. And you're going to be caught in the middle if you don't be careful. And some of you are going to be caught in whether you're careful or not. Because I told you to get the hell out of here. Let's move on to the presentation, brothers and sisters. And you can read chapter 18 on your own, brothers and sisters. See, originally called the Revelations Apocalypse. And during the Nicene Conference, they wanted to give you the book of Revelation altogether. They said it was just too anti-Christ, according to them. Right? Because they want brothers that Christ is loving person, love everybody, flower child. They wanted to get rid of it. They didn't understand it. But at that time, it was called apocalypse. In fact, the Catholics still call it apocalypse. I think some version of apocalypse, but that's what they still call it. See? Then it got changed to Revelations because it's going to reveal everything. It's revealing everything. And I'm revealing everything. I'm revealing who everybody is, the demons are, jinn is, devils, Satan, Lucifer, Satan, not the same person. See, they got everything all messed up. So you can read it your own, but if you notice in here when you read it, you was told the message to come out was only given until after Babylon, of course, America, God fell. Then you was told to get out of here. No, I'm getting you mercy. Get the hell out, bro. It's going to be terrible. You don't want to be here. This is going to be a terrible place. Time of unprecedented trouble. It's going to make children gray-headed. Nothing in World War II made children gray-headed. It's going to be fierce more than you can imagine. Get the hell out of here. If you got any sense at all, right? If you stick, if you get out of here, but you can help them. get our people, raise our people up to get out of here, or you can just if you can't handle that, just get the hell out of here. Let's go. It's a mercy from me, brothers and sisters. Okay. Again, this is our condition. See, on left, they took everything from us. Left us totally naked, put us on the cross 500 years. We got nothing of what all we got is just our bodies, and we don't have control of that. They took everything from us. They left us with nothing. That never happened to so-called false Israel. They had their language, they had their religion. They took everything from us. Our identity, they even took our identity. They got false Israel to pretend they're us. They took everything, they left us with nothing. Not even control our own selves. Not control our own people. Not to our own children. They fed our children with gators. They tell them we put love them, forgive them. You forgive them all you want. I'm not forgiving a damn thing. I'll make it strong. I'm not forgiving a goddamn thing. I ain't forgiving nothing. Or you say, well, look, I'm not forgiving nothing. See, if God was going to forgive everything, then why are you going to have a judgment? What's the point of the judgment if you're going to forgive everybody? No, judgment is because you're going to pay a consequence. And the consequence is here, the judge is here. I ain't forgiving nothing. What you did, in fact, chapter 18 says, do double than what you did to us. I don't know how it's possible to do double than what we did to us. I don't know how it's possible to do it, but that's what it says. I know it means something else, but on the surface, I don't know how we could possibly do that. So they sowed the wind, whipped the whirlwind. Now they're trying to back out of it. Oh man, we're all one people. You see, you got to pay attention, because I'm trying to, those people that's paying some attention, I hope they're getting it. You understand? Because all this so-called race making, all that kind of stuff, that's mostly demons doing that. See, at first, my first take was, I was a little upset, man, these Negro. No, it's not Negro, but it's mostly demons doing that. Well, you got some Negro bus caught up. And that's the problem with these demons, because they look like us. And so now they got us on TV and, we American dream and we marrying each other and everything else. No, that's devils marrying devils. Black-faced devils marrying white-faced devils. See, but it looks like it's us with them, and it ain't. Because our nature's totally, you're not going to find no cat, right, making love to a dog. It's just by nature. I don't care how stupid that cat is. You ain't find no lamb making love with a wolf, no matter how dumb that lamb is. See, but you'll find a wolf in sheep clothing, right? Messing around with the lambs. You see that, right? See, because he's pretending. But they made him with wolves. Say, why the lamb is messing around with wolves? Because it's a wolf. It's a wolf in sheep clothing. And so once I got, my first reaction was, man. And I said, oh no, well, that's again, like I pointed out, that's that defect showing up. See, and now everything is coming out. I'm going to cut a couple of things. I'm going to move on, brothers and sisters. But one reason, see, remember, Master Muhammad came here and he taught about nuclear weapons for the headed. And read that lesson about he broke a split atom into 16 million parts. I'm paraphrasing. He split an atom. They didn't know about splitting atoms back in 1920. He's talking about a nuclear bomb. When he broke atom in 16 million parts, I believe it is, right? And so how much does a crack atom weigh? We turn that weight to force. Force and weight means same. Weight is force. When you transform that weight from weight to force, right? And you split, and that means those are photons. That's force. That's a nuclear blast he's talking about in that lesson. They don't understand those lessons. They're throwing that's going to understand them. He's talking about a nuclear explosion in the 20s before they had a nuclear bomb. So the cracked atom was split into 16 million parts of it. How much does a cracked atom weigh? Another way to say, how much force does a cracked atom have? That's when you break to force, because look at weight and force, the same thing. And when you talk about weight and force in terms of gravity, then you call it weight, but it's still just force. When you walk on the floor, right, that's how much weight you got, how much force you put on the floor. He's talking about a nuclear explosion, and it's before they had nuclear bombs. So if he wanted to stop them having nuclear bombs, he could have stopped them. He wasn't afraid of having nuclear bombs because he got something way superior to that. And right now they say those vehicles, those are flying, whatever you want to call them, UFOs, they see them all around all the nuclear sites. And every time they come around, leukocytes become neutralized. They don't work anymore. Because he ain't afraid of that. There's not going to be a nuclear war. Matter of fact, he's not going to let them destroy the earth. So he's going to come and destroy those who try to destroy the earth. What's the point of destroying them after they destroy the earth? He's not going to let them have. That's why he got the will. You understand? So he let them have it. Why? So they feel invincible. Because when you feel like you're invincible, then you come out. See, because you're bold, then you come out. I feel like I'm a male. I feel like I'm a female. See, because all of a sudden everybody's coming out. It was hiding before, but everybody's coming out. And the reason why it's so pervasive right now, why do you think it's so pervasive right now? It's like everybody taking over. Because most of it was like that to begin with. It was hiding. It ain't just a few. You think a few could change the culture like that overnight? No, because most of them was that. And the judges, they the same thing. Because judges, they turn it down because they in it. They doing the same thing themselves. They're happy now that they can do it, and everybody's coming out. Everybody's doing their thing because they feel like they're invincible. That's why they let them have it. So they come out. That's why. That's no. See, Master Muhammad's on the case. Master Muhammad's on the case. Because when you think you're powerful, then you come out. You don't. Hey man, now they talk all this stuff. America feel like so invincible. Now they come out and it's trying to spread this garbage all over the world. It was there all the time, but it was bubbling on the surface. But now it's exposed and everything. You got videos and everything else. So hey man, no, I got you on video, man. You was talking about, hey, you was talking this stuff. No, yeah, I'm this, I'm that. Okay, yeah, but all the stuff is being expressed. Why? We think a lot of them say all expose all defects. We think that was tight. We think how that would happen. We think they're invincible now, so everybody's coming out. That's what we want. We want everybody exposed. That's why it says Suleiman would clean house. He would clean house totally. He said he would clean his house totally, be totally clean. Because he's going to lay a foundation going to last forever. So when they come out, yeah, come on out. Yeah, come on out. Drag queen, come on out. Show your ass. Going you run for cover, it's going to be no cover, they're going to cover your ass. We got you. Oh man, no, I ain't an old man. I wasn't just kidding. But we ain't kidding. Understand, bro? They took everything from us. They tried to take our nature too. They did it too. Look, all these demons, right? What's all that about? They look like us. So they took their nature, raping our women incessantly, relentlessly, 400 years. Again, the lesson's right. 17 million. Just think about it. Elijah Muhammad made it very clear, you are what your father is. That's why Master Muhammad, he may have white skin tone, but he's original. So if that's the case, how in the world you can say there were 17 million original people back there when even then most of them was demons, a lot of them was demons. So you couldn't have said there was 17 million. If you just said there was 17 million blacks, period, right? There were these 17 million blacks back there, and it's going to lose the consensus. But if you consider the demons in it, there was much less than that. Even if 1/3 of the population was demons, it wasn't anywhere near 17 million. But right now, you got 34 million, half of them, according to Injil, half of them are demons, half of them are 17 million. Why is that number? 17 million original, 17 million demons. Now, see, those lessons are powerful. They dismiss it like they think it's a lot of crap because they don't understand them. And I can really break down those lessons if you want me to, but I'm not. I got so many other things to do, brothers and sisters, right? I'm just trying to get. I'm moving on. Okay, so this presentation is between the goat and the bear, right? But the battle for Zion, I'm going to speak on that in a minute. It's still part 14, right? Well, actually, that's wrong. Hope I didn't mix that all the way down the line, because that's part 4. Oh, I hope I didn't make that mistake all the way down the line, brothers and sisters. Okay, we'll see. This probably be 14. I got 4 there, right? Anyway, battle for Zion. I made a mistake. I made it, right? I'm not making an excuse, bro. I don't have a production crew. It's just me. 30 years has been just me. And when I do have people, most of them, it makes things worse because that distracts me. Now I got to focus on them, right? And I can't focus on what I'm doing, so it's a distraction. See? Because very, very, very rarely I have anybody actually proactive benefit from their presence. Not constantly trying to spend time correcting them and fixing stuff up, because that takes away from this message. So that it's really harmful. That's why I've chose to be alone, do it alone. I never asked for anybody to help me or follow me anything else, because I knew it would be a distraction and take away from what I'm trying to do. And I got enough just keeping up with this and getting this information out and doing the presentations and right and the graphics and everything I need to do, and still studying and trying to. Spend a lot of my time just trying to put this message in a context so you can understand it, and that's difficult. See? Especially, for the females too. I mean, I can't. I don't have a female mind, and I try to put it in a way that helps for them too. See, but that brings to mind. See, I go here again. It brings to mind something. Let me say this quickly, brothers, before I get to the Zion. I talked about this the other day, right? About the war of the moon war, right? And that was about gender. See, but the way Elijah Muhammad said it was about language. But I broke it down, it was really about gender. Because Arabic is our grammar, but mathematics is our language. Islam is mathematics, mathematics Islam. Yes, we spoke mathematics. But the grammar was Arabic. So you got to get that straight. If Islam is mathematics, Islam, then we should speak mathematics, which is the mathematical language, because that's what Master Muhammad said. He said you will be successful learning the mathematical language. He said learn Arabic. He said learn the mathematical language, because that's the language. It's right in the lessons. You want to be successful learn the mathematical language. Arabic is the grammar. Mathematics is powerful no matter what language you use, but we use Arabic. And Arabic, right, is the most gender-sensitive language on the planet. But it wasn't in the beginning, because in the beginning there was one being. That means there wasn't any gender. So when it came to the point 66 trillion years ago, when they... I don't want to go too deep in this, brothers and sisters. Oh, I got see, that makes me say something else. Okay, let me say something quickly, brothers and sisters. This is something I'm going to talk about all the time. There's the original being. I told the other day. The original being, right? That was 25th scientist, Allah. He was in the triple darkness all by himself. It says heaven and earth was one. So it means all you see energy out there used to be the atmosphere of the earth. And he was in total triple darkness by himself. By himself. Right? And everything you see, all the things, so everything that had to be done, he did all himself. He was told that nobody knows how long he was in there by himself, because there was no sun and moon to tell time. It could be millions of years in there in that situation. Trillions, nobody knows. But he was there by himself. And the whole universe was on his shoulders. All that total pressure of the universe was upon him. He had to be able to withstand the total pressure of the total contracted universe. And that caused it to expand. I'm not going to all the details about that, right? But in short, right? He started, they tell you evolution. Evolution is a lie to try to, because if you understand evolution means the last is the best. That's just a racial lie, and they use a racist lie, right? To use to make them the superior, because they said, yeah, okay, the blacks was big first, right? But we came after them, so they stopped evolving. That means if you stop evolving, you're still human. You're not human anymore. You're not human. That's why in the Constitution it said 3/5 human, because the dogs stop evolving. That's why they're going to be dogs forever. They don't tell you dogs will keep evolving, do they? They tell you bears will keep evolving. They say owls will keep evolving. No, they keep evolving. So in other words, we were apes. Apes stopped evolving, right? We evolved, and then apes stopped. So they're going to stay apes forever. So when apes evolved to us, according to them, and then we evolved to them. So now we're going to stay we're going to stay black, Negro, Bus, whatever, forever. And they moved on to the next level. And we're going to stay forever. It's like the apes going to stay forever. They don't tell you the apes going to be evolving anything else. They don't tell you that. That's the story. So he says, it means they're still evolving. That means we animals now. That's what animal is, something that's not evolving anymore. That's why in the Constitution say you're 3/5 human. Why are you going to pledge leave to the Constitution say you're 3/5 human? You got your children to pledge leave to that kind of thing? That's their lie. So they're still evolving. That means they're still human. We stop evolving. That's why we're still black. That's why apes still apes, because they stopped evolving. And we moved on to the next level, us. And then we stopped evolving because they moved on to the next level. We stay black. So we're not evolving anymore. So a million years from now, we'll be lower than apes, because they'll be evolving to something way beyond, and we'll be in the zoo. We're practically in the zoo now. You understand? That's not the way it happened. What happened is that I explained about it. I'm not going into detail, right? But the universe expanded, right, with tension, so we broke a little piece off. Microbes. They're more complicated until we got to the maximum expansion. We broke something off almost identical to us. That's devils. That's the truth of it. Now the universe started contracting. The first thing we take out is the devils and start putting everything back. But the point I'm getting here is that all the things you see out there, the bees, the birds, the plants, everything, all that function they do, we was doing all of that. The original being was doing all of that. Because it all was in him. He had all his attributes. As he started reverse our spend, he started breaking the piece off and started getting that responsibility. Okay, the microbes, you handle this, right? The bees, you handle this. Out of himself. The plants, you handle this. All this stuff was in us. The crying tell from one being came all life. Also, so we started giving responsibility. Then we came to the point, right, where we said, okay, we split ourselves into two parts, equal parts. And we gave responsibility for childbirth to the female. I mean, it's kind of cold, but that's what we did. They got the beauty, but they got the responsibility of childbirth. We had that before. We didn't want it, so we gave it our second half, which is equal to us. Don't make no mistake. We don't oppress them. They're equal to us. They got the beauty, we got the strength. But we use our strength to, that's not happening anymore. We got strength to overcome them. And now they got a champion. And now once they understand the wisdom of it, pressure is greater than strength. So once they master pressure, our strength will now overpower them anymore. That's physical. Strength is physical. See? And they didn't have that knowledge before. For 72 trillion years, the females didn't have that knowledge. All they saw was the strength opposed to the beauty, and the strength can overcome beauty. They didn't have knowledge. That's why I said Suleiman would reveal all things, make him last forever, and total equality. That's why I met the flag Elijah Muhammad status, total freedom, justice, and equality for all, not just some. So now the women's going to give that wisdom of pressure. And once they have that, then they have achieved total equality. Suleiman's going to give them that wisdom of pressure, because before they had to do with strength. And the male had strength, so they overpowered them. That's why the Quran says the man was a degree above the female because of his strength. You see? But once they had knowledge of pressure, it stops. So that's what I was saying. I was trying to explain that how, we gave responsibility. Right? So at the last bit, when we lost, because of energy deprivation, we lost power to maintain ourselves, we gave responsibility of civilization to the devils. The last thing that came out of us. But then the first thing that we neutralized when we started gaining strength again, is we start contracting. That's why I wanted to get that, brothers and sisters. I wanted to point that out there. So I'm teaching these sisters very thoroughly. Say, have thorough knowledge self. That means just not the sisters, brothers too. Thorough knowledge self. Once you have thorough knowledge self, they will not, brothers will not master you again unless you want to be mastered. Because it's about pressure, it's not about strength. For 72 years was about strength. Now it's about pressure. I'm telling you, I'm saying reveal everything. Soon I reveal everything. See? That's why Revelation, we reveal everything. So now sisters will not be under domination anymore once they have knowledge of pressure, unless they don't want it. Once they maintain it, and that's why I want them anyway. I want sisters to be equal. I love them. I want their beauty to come out. Because right now, the strength, we haven't really seen the beauty of a female. Because we're suppressing them. We're suppressing their beauty with our strength. We don't realize we're doing that. So that we're trying to make them cover them. I mean, it should be covered, but they should, because that's what they want. Not because we want it. We're forcing them to do things, right, our way. But if they're going to be our way, then how? I mean, we don't have a beauty. We have some beauty. They have some strength. But we got to let the beauty come out. And we got to stop suppressing them so our beauty come out. Because we haven't really seen the sisters like who they really should be. We haven't seen them yet. But we're going to see them because Suleiman going to release that energy, that beauty. That's what he's doing. And now you're going to see sisters more beautiful than you ever saw before. Even the Quran talks about that. Because you're going to see them in their beauty like you've never seen before. Because now you're not suppressing anymore with your strength. Because now they can fight back with their pressure. And you better be careful, they might dominate your ass. Right? So, but the battle for Zion, brothers and sisters, we got to take back everything that's come back. See, I'm not going to point this out. I keep talking about battle for Zion. Zion, look at Zion, look at it backwards. What does Zion spell backwards? N-O-I. N-O-I-Z. What's the Z? That's Travis Shabazz. So I got a double Z there. Why you got two Z's on Travis Shabazz? You need two Z's? Still, if you have one Z, it's still the same way. Travis Shabazz. Travis Shabazz. No, Travis. That's what it is. You got little things that have Injil, Farrakhan, they play this little game. They don't know the hell they're talking about. So NOI backwards. Because NOI is backwards right now. NOI is backwards right now. Farrakhan's turning around backwards. And they're making a joke to their enemies. We got to take everything back. Zion is our land. Says Zion is our land. That's what Zion is, our land. Says you saw Suleiman and the 104,000 standing on Mount Zion, taking our land back. We're the first to go back. The Levites come after us because they got to go to tribulation. We're the first to go back. And Joshua has to fight for Zion. We have to fight for it. Read Exodus. They're not giving it up. Ishmael's not giving it up. They took from us 50,000 years ago. They said they're the firstborn. Abraham's the oldest. But they weren't the one getting the blessing. They took and they betrayed us. That's the whole story of Joseph. They threw us into Egypt. They betrayed us. Hope we never come back. They was looking for us to just die here. But we didn't die. And I've been resurrected. And we come back for our land. And Farrakhan, they paid Farrakhan off to stop us from even thinking about that. He's paid off. How the SARS already paid him off. They already got land, everything over there to disappear. As soon as Farrakhan demise, they're out of here. But we turn land back, battle for Zion. And they building up everything over there. What the book says. The book says, return home to build what we haven't built. Build what we haven't built. We ain't building it over here, that's for sure. That's for devils. They build it up. They build it up for us. So you have beautiful buildings. Beautiful power. You're going to live in palace and everything else. That's the elect. But we got to battle for it. Battle for Zion. And the whole world is against us on it. It ain't just House of Sword. Pharaoh, the demons, the devils. Remember, the devils don't want us to return. Pharaoh didn't want us to return. Try to stop. That's why the Armageddon was called the plague of Armageddon. That's the 9 plagues to make him break his grip. And then you got demons trying to, they can't to see if you, oh no, you got to buy into this, keep your self-energy deprivation, pretending you and all that kind of stuff, right? You got false rule of itinerary, man. That you don't have no claim to that. We got the claim. You got the whole world's against you, brothers and sisters. They do not want you to return to battle for Zion. That's what it's all about. That's why I keep talking about battle for Zion, because the apocalypse is all about the battle for Zion. That's the focus of it, the target, the bottom line, the battle for Zion. Because once we go back to Zion, take a Zion, we're back in rulership again. This whole reality comes to an end. A new reality. That's what it says. Right? Age of days. He gives mass from Muhammad, kingdom that will last forever. That's the battle for Zion. Once we're back together. The kingdom is perfect. Remember? Because 104,000, they're perfect. They take Zion, that's the foundation of the new kingdom that will last forever. Battle for Zion. See? It's in the word right there. Where the word come from? Sometimes they call it Sion, S-I-O-N. Why? That gets back to spouse again. The first letter is S, the last letter is Z. Ain't no coincidence, brothers and sisters. I mean, I can get deeper into these words. So much stuff. I'm focused on the things I focus on things I think that's more impactful. But Zion, that's what it is. NOI, Nation of Islam, Tribe of Shabazz. That's what Zion is. And we're taking it back. It took it from us 50,000 years ago, we're taking it back. Once you take it back, that's it. That's the end of this reality. That's the foundation of a nation that will last forever. Remember, it's given to the Master from Muhammad. But the ancient days is still sitting here. He gives it to him. How do you get to him? He delivers us. And we go back, then we got to take it from them. That's going to be a battle. Battle for Zion. That's just this last battle. Right now, we're bound for Zion. Now we've been bound for Zion for the last 50,000 years. Who's going to get by Zion? Least for one, Zion. That's the bear. We're going to talk about that in probably next segment. That's that final war. Everybody wants Zion. That means they want control, they want rulership. Master Muhammad is a God. He's going to rule it. Through the high priests. The battle for Zion. Battle for Zion, brothers and sisters. That's what Apocalypse is all about. Battle for Zion. Who's going to get Zion? After all is over, then there's the last battle between Esau and Jacob. Battle for Zion. We're going to talk about that's the bear and the lion. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Battle for Zion. Yeah, brothers. I'm saying this is 4. It really should be 14. My error. Again, it's my error, brothers and sisters. Oh, that's my error. Okay, goat and the ram. That's leading to this. Now we talk about the goat and the ram, right? Now the goat, that represents China, India, right? That's the goat. That's the leopard that morphs into the goat. See, yellow with brown spots. Yellow dominates with brown spots. That's Orient and India, China, India. But it morphs to the goat, right? And it says it comes from the west, feeding our touched lands. I talk about those things. I'm not going to talk about it today. I talked about it in the previous one. I'm just laying the groundwork for what's going to happen here. So that's America when it goes to Armageddon. So Armageddon is the war that's going to destroy America here. Because America being in famine. I mean, I don't want to use the word extreme famine, because extreme like there's something left. No, there's total famine, total famine. Only food's going to be his people. And he said that you're going to be on the menu. You're going to be on the menu. If you black in this country, you're going to be on the menu first. When the goat comes in, then they're going to be their own children. But you're going to be eaten by that time unless you're gone, or you've been eaten already. But the demons, right? They're going to be, because they're in the same wavelength as their devils, their devil fathers. But they only got 17 million of them, and you got, 300 million? And so they're going to be food. They're going to be eating flesh and drinking blood like wine. Because they're going to you're going to give up in that battle. It's going to be a total battle. All the demons, all the blacks in America, right? I'm talking about demon ones, the master's children. They'll be totally mobilized. Children, everything. Because if you get caught, you can eat, period. You don't give up. You eat. They'll be crying, oh, master, why you killing me? Please, master. Oh, but he's going to be terrible. You don't want to be here. You can see these demons crying, master, why you? Please don't kill me, master. cut his throat, and then drain him for the blood so they can have some drink, because they ain't got no water either, brothers and sisters. When the power is cut, that means there's not going to be any food, there's not going to be any water, because water is pumped to you. You ain't going to be able to buy water at the store, because there ain't going to be no money, and ain't going to be no stores anyway. So I mean, you're going to have to eat flesh, and that's all it's going to be. The only food is going to be flesh. The only drink the thing is going to be blood. Because you feel, oh, Master, please, Master. These so-called demons love him so much and everything else, and tend you, heart, and all these clowns, oh, what? They have no idea what's about to hit them. That's a demon war between the devil and the demons. And demons have no choice because we don't want them. They got to fight. And they're going to destroy this country. That's Armageddon here in America. They're going to destroy this country. I ain't talking about riots. They're going to level the cities and everything else. That's going to be a war that you can't imagine. And America will be preoccupied because there got to be a war in Armageddon East. That's over in Europe. I talked about that one. Because they're going to be total cut. When matter of fact, is going to cut off the oil. It's going to cause a famine. No food. And so we're going to have a cannibal war like you can't imagine here. And then after the demon war, that last 5 months, they call it the locust war. After they eat all them, it says they're going to still be hungry. And that's when the goat rolls in. China and India rolls in on the West Coast. Feet not touching land. Only China and India can say that. Come across the whole earth, come across the ocean. And then they lay siege to America, and that caused the second phase of the famine. Because the first phase, there were 3 phases to it. First, eating the Levites. The demons and the devils were eating the Levites that was out in the suburbs with them. That was, undercover because it wasn't clear at that time. It was deceitful. There's a brief period of time when famine comes in where people are not going to really understand it, and they're going to be eating those Levites out there. And when Levites figure out, because they're going to be warned, and they realize what happened, then they're going to go to war. So you have the demons at war, and you have the Levites at war. Who's the Levites? These are African immigrants and Haitians, all of them that's over here. They're going to unite. So you got them rocking America, and you got the demons rocking it. The Levites is fighting both the demons and the devils. Right? And the demons are focused on the devils. Okay? So you got that. And demons, they lose. They eaten. So that's phase 1, the Levites. Phase 2, the demons. And phase 3, right? First eating the Levites, then eating the demons. And some of you in phase 2. Some of the Negro buds in phase 2. And then phase 3, when they eat their own children. That's when the goat runs in, because all of them, the Levites still fighting. The demons are gone. They're all eating. And when the goat rolls in, they're still hungry. And they have nothing to eat. And that's when the goat rolls in, they're going to lay seeds. And then they're going to have to eat their own children. That's what it says, eat their own children. Because the famine is not going to let up. Okay. So that's what's happening there. So the goat comes in. Now, when the goat comes in, right, the bear is with the goat. Now, they talk about the leopard. They talk about the leopard, and they talk about this bear. It says this bear will pluck through it by the roots. The roots is the ram and the goat. See, because he helps the goat take out the ram. So Africa, non-Islamic Africa, is going to be with China when they come in and embark on the West Coast and take out the ram. Because Africa is another country that can come across, right? We're part. East Africa. Another part and come across without touching land. They're going to be with the goat. They're going to take it out. That's the bear. He devoured much flesh. He plucked up 3 by the roots. It means he takes out the goat and takes out the ram too. The ram had 2 horns and the goat, that's the 3 he takes out. They think it's part of the 3, 10 horns there. They don't have any idea what they're talking about. Remember that. So now at this point, the ram is taken out, destroyed. And I'll show some geographic stuff where you see. On to fit that, what this Daniel says, it has to be China, India, because the only ones come across the whole earth, it means come across the ocean, only one come across ocean, right, in America, without touching land. A 200 million man army, yellow and brown, right? But the ram came from the east. So they meet together somewhere in between. That's the only way to fit that category is America, this whole hemisphere. Because we want to take place whole hemisphere. Oh, that's what I wanted to say, bro. Let me back for I need for. I said the war about the moon, right? I kind of let that get by. I got into something else. Or the moon. Okay. That was by language. Like Mom said, it was about language. But language was because when they separated the male and the female into 2 parts, right? Then you had gender, which you didn't have before in Arabic. Because it wasn't any gender. But remember, every life came from one being. That means that being was a so-called like a morphodite, had both functions. It had to be, there was only one being. Because even Elijah tell you, he's got it probably right, that the female came out of us. So I mean, they was in, it had to be in us. How do we reproduce? Before actually we did that, how do we reproduce? Because that was one being, and we had all both functions. And then we separated the functions, right? But the war was about language, because by doing that, you changed the whole language. Arabic didn't have all. Arabic is very sensitive to gender. It didn't have it before because there wasn't any gender. And so a good large part of the planet resisted, and it started a war. It would blow a large part of the planet away. Large part destroyed a large part of the planet. Blew into it's inhabitable. No water or anything. That happened near the beginning of expansion. I mean, contraction, right? I mean, the expansion, right? Now we're starting the contraction phase. And we have the same thing kind of going on right now. What's about now? Gender, language. They're trying to change the language. Same thing back there. And why? Because of gender. They try. I tell you, those lessons are prophetic. They're prophetic, and you think there's something that's history. They're prophetic, because that's what's happening right now. That's what's going to bring the war, because that brought a war that damn near destroyed, right, a large part of the earth. And that whole hemisphere is to be destroyed. That's what this whole hemisphere is going to be destroyed, because that's where it's coming from here. Gender. Change it. You can't say he, and they don't start a war over it. You see, Russia's resisting it. Africa's resisting it. A lot of the planet resisting it. It's going to be the other way around this time. See, because the one that was pushing the language change, they're the ones won, and the ones that resisted it, they're the ones that got blown away. It's going to be opposite this time, because the ones pushing, they're going to be blown away. This whole hemisphere is going to be burned up. Because what's going on right now is about language, changing language over gender. Say less. I can go a lot more into that, bro. Since Mom, I wanted to mention that, right? See, so we can move on, bro. Since maybe I'll talk more about that another time. I tell you those lessons. I can go into those lessons with you, brothers and sisters. They don't have no idea what those lessons were saying. Muhammad, he also called himself a prophet. Right? So here's some more geographics, right? So here's the goat taking out the ram, that's China, India. They're getting ready to collide. That's going to happen soon, brothers and sisters. You see, it said the goat was very angry. Why is China get so angry with America? Ain't China very angry with America right now? America prancing around like nobody can touch them, right? And the goat said, hell with that. So they got more angry and said he hit the goat so hard, knocked him down and stumped him in the ground. Go to 2 horns, that's America, Britain, Gog and Magog. Only 2 European empires. And the last one came up, is greater than the first one. That's what it says in the scripture. Not Alexander the Great. That's it. Okay? Okay, so let's move on. And then This is what I'm pointing to. The bear. And the bear represents Africa. Now I'm in Africa. I just cut the check bus, says you laugh whatever you want to do. Obama's going to be the one. He's going to ride on a white horse. We're going to conquer the conquer. He's first president of his first conquest. Next, he's going to be, because he's been African, he's going to be a leader of Nile Africa that's going to be with the goat when he comes. And demons, their last battle is going to be on the eve when the goat hits America. That's the last battle, because it's going to last 5 months. The last battle they're going to have with the devils is going to be on the eve of the goat landing on the shores on the west coast of America. And they're going to think Obama's coming to help them. Oh man, we got help. Right? That's a demon. You know, that Farrakhan, because Farrakhan is going to be a spiritual leader of demons. He's not going to be a leader. I told you, he's going to be somebody like Martin Luther King on steroids. I got a good idea what it's going to be. But Farrakhan, he's going to be a spiritual leader. Yeah, we can do it. Same stuff you're talking about right now. We ain't going nowhere. God's with us, all that kind of stuff. But they have most battle. See, nobody's telling you that kind of stuff. Nobody even talk about it. They don't know about it. The last battle will be eve of when they talk, right? And they know that China's coming. They're barking on the shores, right? The Levites that went to the tribulation, they're escaping. That's what the Red Sea, remember, parted? And they was allowed to go through. Why was they allowed to go through? Read chapter 17. Why was the 10 kings? I see 10 kings to go. Why was they attacking the heart of America? Because it says, Master Muhammad got them to do it. He says he put in their minds to do it. He'll control them, all control them. Because where they depend, they totally depend upon all the Middle East. You want to keep doing all, you got to do what we tell you to do. You got to take out the harlot. So they come. Right? But then they're told, right? You got to let, because remember, you know I, Nation Islam under Elijah Muhammad, right? See? That's Master Muhammad's baby. He didn't want to set that up. You got to let them through. Part the Red Sea. Let them through. They're let through. That's the deal. You got to attack them. Plus, you got covered. They're not going to be able to use nuclear weapons against you. So you attack them. We got you covered. They're not being used nuclear weapons against. That's where they come. When they come in, NOI departs, right? They close ranks, and they come in and they drown out Pharaoh's army. That's the ram. It's right there, brothers and sisters. See? And Africa's with them. They think, oh, that's the demons. Oh man, here comes China, India. Man, their last battle. We got some help. They're gonna help us. That's their last battle. I'm gonna come help them. Right? See, they're gonna let the Levites that go through the tribulation go through. They ain't coming, and so they ain't gonna have no help, and they're gonna be defeated and eaten. That's their last battle, last meal these devils gonna have. Last one, because the goat is gonna take and put a siege on them, and says the siege is gonna be so terrible, they're gonna be eating their own children, and then they're gonna start eating each other, and then they're gonna come in and destroy the country, burn it up, and take anybody that's still livable out here into permanent, right, imprisonment, right, enslavement. That's the story. See, but then, and I have to fix that part. That's part, really part 14, brothers. See, I forgot the X up there. But then after that, it's done, right? Because they don't just take out the goat. They don't just take out Ram. They also take out Europe. That's Armageddon. Because Europe is in total war. So they took out America here, the whole hemisphere, right? They also take out Europe. See? They don't destroy it. They break it. Break Europe, because it says they'll be spared for a period of time. See? But so they're in Armageddon. So because America's not fighting over there anymore, because they destroy over here. So now they're neutralized. So they're on the back burner right now. So now the whole world is under control of China, India, and Africa, non-Islamic Africa. But we at home, we in Zion. And now the NOI that escaped, they're joining us. See? They joined us for that last battle we're going to talk about later. So they're all there. See? Because they're going to inherit what you call Africa right now. Arabia is really Africa too. It's North Africa. But that's where Zion is. Right? So they have the whole country. All they have the whole world except for Arabia and a good part of Africa, right? Because Africa's about, in a few more days, going to break into two parts. I know you can't see it, but it's going to happen. Non-Islamic Africa, and Islamic Africa going to be allied with Master Muhammad. Okay. So, the goat, along with the bear, Africa, has controlled the whole world except for the Middle East and parts of Africa. See? And then they go to war with each other. See? Because Lucifer, he doesn't want to share with anybody. He goes to war with the goat. That's why it says the bear plucked up 3 horns by the roots. So nobody took out the ram, now it's going to take out the goat. So you got non-Islamic Africa, because you got to understand, if Africa, the population of Africa is greater than the population of China. So they say China's, because Africa's divided. But we put all the population together, it's greater than the population of China and India. Not combined, but there's more people in Africa than there's all together than there's in China. There's more people in Africa than there's in India. So when you divide into 2 parts, you have a significant population. And they haven't been a war footing for forever, ever since colonialism. So they go to war and they defeat the goat, defeat them. But now they have access to the goat's armies. They defeat the power structure of the goat, but they have access to the goat 200 million man army. That's Obama. Now he has control. He's Lucifer. Lucifer and Satan are the same person. He says, I'll make my throne, I'll be like the Most High. He's African. But remember, you have the battle between Esau and Jacob. Jacob represents us. Esau represents, right? Both for Africa, it was twins. Right? Esau said it belongs to me because he's the oldest. But the heritage went over to Jacob, us. But he said, no, it should be mine. I'm the oldest. But he sold it. So now he wants it back. He said he's going to try. He fight. He said Esau going to try to take it back from Jacob. So now we in Zion, we got that back, right? Now he's defeated. Now he's in control of the whole world, including non-Islamic Africa. Right? After he got control of China, India, he got control of all of it. Only thing he has the Middle East. That's what it says. It says, then they will look over, that's Gog. See, when you understand Gog, and make Gog and Magog, that's China, America and Britain. Because they came out of the Dark Ages. Chapter 20, I'm not going into details, but chapter 20, right, is European history. And Gog and Magog is America and Britain. They came out, and they could see, go cover the whole world, right? And Gog is America, Magog is Britain, because it says Magog means mother of Gog, right? But also in the scripture, the one that leads Gog is also called Gog. The president is also called Gog. In fact, and Obama he's a Gog, because he was the president of the United States. He's a Gog. That's what says Gog will look over. They're trying to say Gog is Russia. They're going to track false Israel. None of that stuff's going to happen because they got it all wrong. No, Gog is Obama. He was the president of America. And he says, we're going to see, we are at peace. We took Zion. We're at peace. We're there. We are Levite, those that will be loyal to us, right? They came through tribulation. They washed their blood robes in the blood of the Lamb. Those 2 books that Suleiman now has responsibility for. I'm not going to get to that right now, right? So we're all there together. And then he says, man, if I take them out, that's all mine. I'm the ruler now. See, because his contention was with Master Muhammad, because that's Michael and Lucifer went at it. But his main contention with the lamb, right? Because the lamb is a lion. And so the lion and the bear gets into it. But we ain't got there yet. Oh, I'm jumping the gun here. That's the next phase. But here, right, you got the bear, he takes out the goat. And now he's the most powerful. He's going to control the whole world, except for the Middle East. Control the whole world. That's about, brothers and sisters, part 14. And then we get to the next one where you got the between the bear and lion. But you got the whole thing except the Middle East. Now we're at peace. Israel is at peace, the true Israel. That's why this false Israel, that's why in Scripture it's spelled Israel, because it ain't real. It's supposed to sound real, but it ain't real. That's another hint. They got a lot of things of that in Injil that people don't pay attention to. We is real. Israel. We is real. Some of these days, brothers, I say, I didn't know any stuff when I got to Injil. I had no idea what I was going to get into when I got to Injil. Like I said, science had talked to me through the Injil. I didn't realize that until deep into this. I said, they're telling me things. They're actually talking to me. Because right now, when they wrote the Injil, I explained to you how they have a computer that you can't even imagine. This computer they got right now is like little calculators, compared to what they have. That's how the future. That's how they need the same thing to navigate the universe. No, it's all together, brothers and sisters. But the point is, they looked in there, just like I'm looking at the screen right there, and they could see us doing what we're doing right now. They saw me saying what I'm doing, everything right now. They say, okay, but since we don't have that, we can't play back with them. It's on one way. So you can say, okay, tell them this, tell me you know this, tell me you know this, tell them about this, tell me you know this, tell me to watch out for this, tell them to watch out for this person. And so it took me a while to realize that now I know what to look for, because they talk to me. Okay? Anyway, brothers and sisters, the bear and the goat. And let's move on and finish up, brothers and sisters. Do a little mathematics here. Again, this part 14. I got part 40. I missed that. I'm doing a little mathematics here, brothers and sisters, for you. And I cleaned this up a little bit because I think I didn't make it clear enough. Hope I got it right this time. Okay. What I'm showing here, I talked about evolution earlier, right? Energy. So those represent original people, right? So if you remember, each one of those squares represents how much energy talking about pressure system. Each one of those, so the pressure has to be equal in every one of those squares. Otherwise, you got a current, a wave. So equal, right? So each one of those squares, right, containing like so much energy. So I say, and when I say time, I says at that point, each one of the squares represents 14,000 pounds per square inch of pressure, which is also energy. But you, as an individual, you make up 7,000 pounds per square inch. I'm just throwing numbers out there. Do you example, right? So that means there's two of you could be in that square and it's balanced. It's balanced. Two of you could be in that square because it's balanced. Right? Each one of those squares, two of you could be in. Just the white, the red, too. I'm just, right? But two of you, because it's balanced. Because it's 14,000 pounds per square inch is allowed in that square. But you only 4,000, 7,000. So two of you could be in that square. Well, otherwise you can have 7,000 units of good luck. Or you can have a personification of a good person, a mate, right? Whatever. See? A friend, a brother, whatever, right? So, and everything's comfortable, no problems. Right? So let's go on. But then say universe expanding, so energy used to be here is out there now. So say it goes down to 7,000. Only one of you could be in those spaces now. Only one of you could be there. and it's balanced. Because your nature, you compose of 7,000 pounds per square inch of energy, and 7,000 allowed. So 1 unit is fine, it's no problem, right? But you put another one in there, that won't work, because now you got 7,000 units per square inch of negative energy. If you put another one in there, that will neutralize, you understand, that's 7,000 pounds per square inch of negative energy, because it has to balance out to 7,000. Okay, let's move on. So, this way. Let's say it goes down to 5,000. Okay, wow. That means now you can't even be in there. If you are in there, then you got 2,000 units per of negative energy, right, to balance it out. Well, that's personification, because we personify everything. There's no spiritual spooks. So Dr. Shakur came along and personified it, and he made a being that's 2,000 units per square inch of negative energy. That's the devils. They're negative. They're not us. They're negative. They make mission shed blood because they're going to do all bad things to us. Take everything away from us. They neutralize us. See? So say each one is worth 2,000. Say each one is worth only 500. Then you got four devils, four devils, each one with 500 negative energies. You got four of them. If that's worth 4,000 or 500. But if you got a big devil, you only got one. He's a big devil. So you got one because he's 2,000 units of negative energy. But if you got big devils, right, Yahoo devils, right? And then only 500 negative, and you got four of them. You got four devils all around you, right? Well, you got a devil wife, devil girlfriend, 2,000 units. Okay? So that's what happened to us, because to balance out our situation for the last 5,000, 6,000 years, especially the last 5 years, we had a lot of devils around us. We had the worst of anybody. We was totally surrounded by devils, encompassed by devils. That's the neutralizer, because that was the nature of the energy at that point. You understand, I thought knowledge of self, bro, says it's just a coincidence. That's our situation. Because we was the best. We were 7,000 pounds per square inch. That's the best. Everybody was like maybe 6,000 for Africans and 5,000 for the Asian and 4,000 for the Orientals, right? So we were the best. So because we were Lamborghinis, they were just Volkswagen beer. So we suffered more than anybody else. Then you got Africa. Then Africa was next. It was colonized. We was enslaved. They was colonized. Then India. India didn't have as bad as Africa had it. They went in there and occupied India, but then they colonized later in Africa. And then China, they went in there, sold drugs, and they neutralized them too. They had it even worse, not even less. Everybody had it, we had the worst. We lost our land, everything. See? Africa, they divided up and everything, controlled land. India, they didn't lose their land. They just lost their sovereignty. And China, they just lost control. I mean, they couldn't put drugs and everything else in there. Understand, brothers and sisters? I'm trying to understand the mathematical situation. So what happens then? So energy is coming back now. Universe is contracting, energy is returning. That's what you see is a wave, energy returning. So now we're back up to 7. That's where we are right now. Those have no control. Unless they can fool you and trick you into the American dream and taking their cars and all that kind of stuff, right? Then that means now you instead of 7,000 per square inch, you got all sorts of energy taking it. If you own cars, you own how that's stuff that you're controlling. That's part of energy, your energy matrix. So now you got a BMW. So you now your basic energy matrix, 7,000 per square inch. That's you, basically you. But you start taking stuff, American dream, everything. Then you increase your energy matrix up to maybe 10,000, 20,000. So but you only can have 7,000 in there. So if you're up to 17,000, well, you all the step. You got 10,000 units of negative energy. That can come and form a lot of devils, marrying devils, come all kind of form, cancer and diabetes and every damn thing else. And you can't get away from that. That's mathematics. It's just that's the way it is. That's what we're doing right now. Tricking. Oh, come on, let's be all one together now. Interracial and we're all together, man, and you know, and Democrat, all this. I mean, that's what they're trying to do to keep you below, keep you in a negative zone, keep you in your gravitational vortex, keep from escaping, because you have to give this world's life to escape. The Bible tells you have to give it up. They telling you to buy into it. Well, kind of tell you to buy into it. Boy, that's the biggest dumb thing you can do. Take reparations. They're going to pay you for what they've done to you for money. You pay that. Then it's like a weight. You holding yourself down here. We're trying to get you out of here. You like a weight, like a balloon that's got a 100-pound lead weight hanging to it, so it's stuck to the ground because you got to cut the string, then the balloon takes off. But as long as I got that lead weight, and that's the marriage dream, like I said, the lead weight's holding here. That's what we're trying to do. Farrakhan, all of them, ring devil and all kind of stuff. That's the lead weight, brothers and sisters. You got to let it all go if you want to get the hell out of here. And that's part of the tribulation situation, right? Because you don't have everything go in. Because you don't have nothing. There ain't gonna be nothing here to have. That Lamborghini, that Volkswagen, that BMW, none of that stuff gonna work. You'll be forced to let it go. See? But you still gotta wash your rose with blood and lamb. You still gotta raise your frequency up to the level of those two books. Otherwise, you get to hear out it, it'd be like somebody 5 years ago come here today, they'd be totally lost. They couldn't understand computers, they couldn't understand drive, understand other stuff. They'd be idiots. And you have the minimum amount of wisdom, power you gotta have, or how you would call it, thought power you have. The minimum is those two books. That's the minimum. That's the starting point. The top is Injil, and that's your starting point. And then you start moving to the future. It's got to get more complicated. Your mind's got to get more powerful. Because remember, the pressure increases. That means your mental power got to increase. They will stand the pressure. Pressure going to increase. You got to keep converting that pressure into your kingdom, your paradise. Otherwise, it's going to crush you. You're going to have all this energy. You got to convert it into what you want it to be. Otherwise, if you don't do anything, energy is going to crush you. If you don't control energy will control you. Hope you understand that point. Move on, brothers and sisters. See, then we get some more energy, right? And now, back where we started, you can have two. Have unity. Stop being together again. See? That's the situation, brothers and sisters. That's the situation. See, so now we've got enough energy to do this, but now we need somebody to put you on the right wavelength to do this. To have unity. Otherwise, you're going to be sitting around with a BMW, 3 houses, and everything else, and you have no unity, and you got this big weight holding you down, in the gravitational vortex, and you're going to be right here to be destroyed when the ram is destroyed. We understand, brothers and sisters. I think that's pretty much it. Is there anything else I want to talk about here? Oh, I told you this other day, talk about it again, brothers and sisters. I think somebody might have given misunderstanding. See, the Shia, they're part of Europeans, but on the Torah side, they're original. But see, the pressure is on the Europeans, so they go to war with each other. That's why the Quran says that someone surge against each other, when someone surges against others. That's where the war starts right there between them and them. But they win because they're on top. They defeat the Europeans. They don't destroy them, they defeat them. But remember, they're taken up with Shabazz, Master Muhammad, they're with him. So they're not crushed. See, people think, oh, they crushed you. No. Because remember, their gold, that's why I show them his gold there. Because they get combined, right, with the other gold. Because they were Master Muhammad. But they crushed the Europeans. They break their power. That's it. They start the apocalypse. Because what? They destroy their source of this whole reality, which is oil. You understand, brothers and sisters? And then Oriental Asia come and crush the Europeans, right? And then African, the bear, crushed them. And then now you got the bear and Shabazz left. And they go to war. The bear and the lion. We'll talk about that in the next presentation, brothers and sisters. I want to clear it up. We say, hey man, they won't crush So that's what I'm saying. You know, I talked about this before, right? But I explained the nature of Islam, right? Zion spelled backwards. Why is that? Where that name come from? See? And that was in there before Elijah Muhammad talking about NOI. It's right there. I believe it there, brothers and sisters. Yeah, I'm leaving it there. Let me just check, make sure this. I'm not going to go into. I talked about this enough. Okay, yeah, let's go on. That's Farrakhan. Well, I'll show this real quick, brothers and sisters. See here? Those two books, Seven Churches, Seven Thunders. Those two books right there, brothers and sisters, right? They said they washed their robes and the blood of lambs went through the tribulation. See, that's their chance to get those books. But somebody's got to teach them those books. They can't teach them if you don't know them yourself. And so rely on Suleiman have to do that. See, that's what it looks like right now. It says he ended up being the one doing it. Okay? Because he had to go to NOI and clean it up. Yeah. That's if he decided to do it. But see, NOI is, I talked about this, right? NOI is firstborn, elect the secondborn. Right? So the secondborn is always church. I talked about that pattern, right? See? But Master Muhammad, see, his baby is NOI. Mine is the elect. Okay? So he established NOI. Elijah Muhammad nourished it. Right? But say Suleiman, he had to get the elect. Okay, let's move on, brothers and sisters. There's Farrakhan. He's on his way out. His wheelchair in his diaper. Right? He got a little apes. Right? He bring in. That's a demon from South America. Understand? Those people in South America, that's demon. That. See, you got devils north. Primarily devils, their fortress here. But you got a demon fortress that's in South America. A demon fortress. There's mostly demons there. See, that's what they speak. What's the language? But I'm not talking about the Brazil, but it's still, you got a lot in Brazil too, right? Speaking Portuguese and Argentina, those areas, right? But you got a lot of original there. But mostly, because you got a lot of dark-skinned people there. But you see, when you saw all these light people, when Smash came over here, those people as dark as me, some even darker. And they didn't bring their women over here. So that's their seed you see there. Same thing you see in Arabia. A lot of the people in Arabia, they're demons. That's why Prophet Muhammad said about 70% of them when he was hellbound. That's mostly the Sunnis. Most of the Sunnis, they're demons. Because how they get like that, they was dark. Remember, they half brother. Because they got like that, because that was the first demon plague, because when they was forced into Europe, right? Yaquub's followers forced in Europe, they hid the babies, and look what happened. See how bad that is? I mean, just a few of them, and now they turn the whole place, that complexion. Demon seed. And you got demons all over the planet. That I keep trying to tell you, or they're spirits. Farrakhan is one of the chief demons, if he's not the chief one altogether. That's what happened over there. And so when they came over here, Smash come here, you could take Guam, for instance. It's on record. They killed all the men, even the babies, all of them. So those people over there, they're not Gormanians, because you see pictures of real Gormanians. They dark people got nappy hair. Same thing in Hawaii. You look at the original people in Hawaii. The people over there, they're Polynesians. They're not Hawaiians. They go to these big movies about space, right? They go out space. Everybody in space with white light complexion. We're trying to tell you, ham. There's something special about you because everybody in the world, the universe is light complexion, and you dark. So you was cursed. That's a lie. Curse ham. And on that note, let me get out of here, brothers. Go read Abraham. Only place in the Bible in Abraham, when he read Abraham covenant, Abraham's not called Abraham. He's called Abram. Why? Why is the ham part missing? Because that's what it's talking about as a hint. That part be separated and they be calling him Ham. That's the point he had to return, the one they calling Ham. That's one return, the one they call Ham. That's us. Because they said Ham was one cursed. That's a lie. Noah. But when you get Abraham, all of a sudden his name is just Abram. The Ham is missing part. Because that's the part that went into slavery, and they would call us Ham. That's a big lie. Like about that evolution thing, trying to say the last is all that kind of stuff, right? But they go over here and they build their seeds. Oh no, you see all these, that's a demon there. Abdul calls them Abdul, he's a demon. Ape. That's what's most down there. That's this whole continent, this whole hemisphere is going to be burned up. You got demons to the south, and you got devils to the north. And it says Farrakhan would fill the place with demons. Let me say this last thing, Brian, since I'm definitely going. See, the story says, on this rock I build my church. Now I explain what they're saying there. It's talking about Peter, right? Now how do you want to call it? Just say Peter, right? He said, on this rock. If you build something on the rock, that means it had no foundation, it had no strength, because it blown away easy because it had no roots. It's built on a rock. So that's one thing right there, right? And the gates of hell will not prevail against it. Now just pack it, don't just assume you know what it means. Read what it says. On this rock I build my church. You got a church, and you got hell, and between is the gates. The gates of hell will not prevail against it. Now, what is the gates of hell designed to do? To keep people in or keep people out? It's designed to keep the demons and the devils in. Right? So that keeps the demon and devils in, the gate, and so the church is okay because demon and devils are locked into hell. But if that gate fails, that means it doesn't prevail. When you don't prevail, that means you fail. That means the gate fails and the demons and devils come into the church. That's exactly what we're talking about. That's exactly what Farrakhan did. He filled the church with demons and devils. But then, see, as I broke it down, then they went and changed it because they used to say it that way. Go back and look at a couple of weeks, 2 weeks. They would say, when they speak to that, because he said it was Peter. And then all of a sudden they went and found some kind of version says, oh no, the version translation says, oh, the gates of hell will not conquer the church. They showed a lie over there because they got exposed, right? See? They got my foot up their ass, and they said, oh man, ooh, that hurts, man. Let's see if we can get some Greek, pull his foot out. That hurt. Because I expose him. Because every time he hides on a rock, I pull a rock up and show who he is. Oh, I'm Aaron, okay. You're a liar and a thief, even in a crime. Most going to kill your ass, return. And then you was a coward because you blame other people. You didn't take and say, oh man, I messed up. No, it was their fault. It's like you do it right now. And you say, well, Peter, okay. I just told you about he filled church. Now that, but it says everywhere Jesus went, every time he opened people's ears, Peter was cutting ears off. That's what God doing. He's talking about he took live mama's teaching, not teaching live mama's teaching. He's doing just the opposite. So forth and so on. I'm going to leave it there, boss. I said, I'll leave it there. I'm definitely going to leave it there at this point. Okay. I already talked about this enough, right? This is about to happen. This is going to trigger. When the famine comes, because we're all mixed together right now. It's the demons and all the blacks all together. The chaff and the wheat has to be separated, right? So we all neutralize because we all mixed in each other. We're not unified. And then Suleiman, right? He's vibrating on higher frequency. That means the original nations, because right now they operate on the same frequency as devils. But when they start operating on higher frequency, demons can't because they operate on the same frequency as devils. Separation takes place. Separation takes place. That is Christ is now separated. So now you have, like it says, the four winds blew, came a powerful army, but also demons are powerful army slow because they're powerful army too, because now they're both united. But we united, but that's those are united to go to the tribulation to get the hell out of here, and demons are united to fight and stay here. See, one fighting to get out of here, and one fighting to stay here. And both achieved their goal. Because the ones that fighting to get out here, they get out of here. I told you, they fight with the West Coast. West East part, the other ones, they get their goal. They get to stay here. They get to be stay permanently. They get to be turned into, it'd be nice here, right? Into manure. Human manure. That's what they're going to eat them. That's their fate. That's their fate. On the menu. Okay, brothers and sisters, that's definitely it. I know that's it. Yeah, that's it. Okay, I'm leaving there, brothers and sisters. Hope you understand. Get the hell out. Get out of here. This is ground zero. Because when it happens, that war breaks out, they're going to close the door. Remember 911? You now get out. It says no will escape. You won't be able to get out. All the ones get out is land a book of life. And those that didn't wake up in time, right? So they wanted to live it. But it says half of them everlasting life and everlasting shame and department, so they got out. Right? But they had to go to tribulation. They had to fight their way out. And that takes anywhere from 5 months to a year. Okay, so brothers, I'm closing it. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Let me see how I do this. Let's see here. Oops. I'm trying to find the best way to do this. Okay, I'm going to close out, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.
Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulaiman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant, Breaker of the 7 Seals, Crusher, Judge, Ancient of Days, brothers and sisters. Countdown to the apocalypse. Countdown to apocalypse. pretty soon, the fuse will be lit. You got these liars telling you all, first they tell you anything at all but garbage. Then you got lying Farrakhan telling you, I'm getting you started. I mean, are you that stupid out there? If Armageddon's already started, then there should be a war going on right now. I mean, not some little local war in Ukraine. Armageddon, according to him, is supposed to be the war in all wars. That means it's supposed to be a universal war going on right now. People dropping bombs, atomic bombs, right? Armies moving. He says it's already started, so if you say the fire has started, so you should see smoke or some sparks of flame somewhere. You don't see anything. Because he's lying, he knows what he's talking about. And that's just his new refrain now, because not so long ago he was going, nothing was going to happen, hasn't started yet, right? America's going to repent, and all this bullshit, right? But now it's so clear that the world's going to war. Even Ray Charles can tell you that. Go to his grave and ask him, he'll shout back at you, yeah, what? Right? World's about to blow up. Hasn't blown up yet. It's in the process. And Armageddon, what he called Armageddon is really Armageddon. Read Revelations. They pick and choose what they want. Armageddon. You understand what Armageddon means? There's Armageddon East and Armageddon West. Armageddon is a European war. And it's designed primarily to break their grip on us. We're a subjected nation. We're a nation under control of another nation. That's what it says in the whole thing. These plagues can't come Pharaoh. They break his grip off of the true seed of Abraham. Not that false thing over there called itself Israel. To break their grip. Okay? And that's the plagues. Those that Armageddon are the plagues they talk about. I've already discussed those. I've talked about it over a year or so ago. I've been talking these things for years. All of a sudden, all right, man, he hasn't predicted anything. The so-called plague, I told you about that as soon as it came out. I told you before it came out. I gave you the nature of it, how it worked. Right away, even before it happened. 1619 to 2019, 40 years, right there. The judge would appear, if you play to kill the firstborn, the elderly, firstborn, pass over us, exactly that. Check the World Health Organization. Pass over us, they wouldn't kill us like they would say by killing the demons. That's masses, black-faced children. It wouldn't kill us. I took anything. And I was telling people the nature of it. You need to worry about it. It's not going to kill you. It might make you a little sick. It's going to kill you, right? So you don't be taking any medication, anything. I said all this stuff. I was saying before and during. And 2 weeks, 2 months after into it, so-called Savior Day, February, he didn't mention it at all. 2 months, he still hasn't mentioned it. And it's killing people. It's rocking the country. 2 months in, he didn't mention it all. His head of Kobe's ass, he said nothing about it, not even close, not even a hint of it. And then 7 months later in July, he knows all about it. And don't take it, wait, don't take that. Wait a minute, hold it. I told you that way in the beginning. Then you go, I don't take it now. What about people already took it? I mean, people tell people the flood's coming before it comes. You don't tell people, hey man, the flood's here, you better be able to swim. People tell them before, so you build an ark, so you have to worry about swimming. Bullshit, man, I tell you that clown, his day's over. His humiliation is going to be so significant, right? See, it's going to make you crumble inside, right? What's a good word? You see his humiliation. The humiliation he's going to suffer, and those with him, the ultimate humiliation. They're going to be on somebody's dining table. See? Let's move on, brothers and sisters. This is part 13, I believe. This is talking about the goat versus the ram. Goat versus the ram. Yep, 13. Okay. Apocalypse 13, part 13. Apocalypse hasn't started yet. See, that's why Muhammad's going to initiate the apocalypse. So-called Armageddon is just one phase of it. It's the European phase of it. It's the beginning phase of it. Armageddon. The apocalypse is comprehensive, right? It encompasses everything between the time it starts until paradise, until found paradise. It covers apocalypse. Destruction is whole reality. That's what apocalypse is. The apocalypse of this reality. It's apocalypse of reality because it's totally destroyed, totally destroyed. It's like when spring comes in, the wind is totally destroyed. Ice, everything is gone like it never happened. All things new. That's what it means in Scripture. Right? You go from the winter to the spring, the winter may be intensely cold, it may be powerful, it may freeze you to death. It's going to be so cold, so gripping. But when the spring thaw comes out, it's like it never happened. All the power of the winter is gone. All that great awesome power of the winter is gone. The ice, the snow, the hail. It's all that power of it, no matter how deep it is. If it got down 100, 500 degrees below zero, and everything was just freezing up, everything was ice, right? The power is broken once the spring comes in. No matter how powerful that winter was, when spring comes, it's broken. And it's like, during spring thaw, right? It's totally destroyed. All new life comes in. All things become new. And all the things, the former things are passed away. That's what's talked about. This whole reality is passed away. It's like just the coldest wind we ever went through. See, history is written every approximately 24,000 years. That's 4 times 6. There's 4 seasons. Each one is 6,000 years long. See, I haven't explained to you like that, did he? Not taking away from him, but he explained to you like that, did he? For see, we just came out of the winter season, the worst winter ever. Worst winter ever. And that matter for Hans, the Lord of the dawn. He comes, he brings in spring thaw. And then you see there's powerful winters melting. Now how powerful ice cold it was, it's melting. See? And he's the Lord of the dawn. See? And he's bringing out the sun. What's the sun? The angel. That's why he shows the sun. And he's the one, that powerful sun is just melting that ice like it was. It just melts it all. And like it had never happened. Make all things new, all former things are passed away. Now I'm going to say something I never really talked about before. Like I said, the angel. See, the angel is much more grown than I've been telling you. I tell you as much as I can, but you don't teach a third grader calculus or vectors or tensor analysis, right? Or physics. I mean, you might try, but you got to bring up bit by bit. See, the scientists talk to me through the angel. They tell me a lot of things. That's what it's designed, for me to read it, but so they talking to me through the angel. They tell me things that you would be surprised. Tell certain things about people that think I don't know. It tells me things. But let me show you something that you probably never noticed. There's patterns in there also. See, there's all kinds of stuff in the angel. I tell you, it's I call it atomic bomb. It blows the mind away. It blows whole reality away. Let's look at something. I'm going to show you a pattern here. Then we're going to move into I figured I was going to talk about this in more detail another time. I'll bring it up right now. Let's go back to Abraham, right? Now, Abraham had 2 sons. The oldest one was Ishmael. That's the Arabs, right? Our half brother. But they weren't by his wife, Sarah. Right? They was by his maid. So when God visited Abraham, he didn't bless his son by his maid. He blessed his youngest son, Isaac. Right? who Sarah gave birth to. He was the youngest. But Ishmael says, wait a minute, hold it now. Right? What's going on here? Well, he says, wait a minute, I'm the oldest. But no. God said, no, I'm giving it to Isaac. He didn't like that. And we see the result of it because he kicked us out of land about 50,000 years ago. So that's his land. He's your oldest, it should be his. See? But keep that in mind, he was the oldest. So he, by right, he should have got it. But God said, no, I'm going to give it to the youngest one. Okay, what's going on all about, right? Then Isaac had two sons. Now remember, Isaac was the youngest of the two, between Isaac and Ishmael. So he's got the same pattern going down the same line, right? So he had two sons, Jacob and Esau. Now Esau was the oldest. That's the Levites and Shabazz. They call them here twin brothers. They look just alike, right? But Esau was the oldest. But God chose Jacob, the youngest, over him and says, you have the right. Because see, the other one was land, but this authority. Who's going to rule? See? Because you had this conflict between Lucifer and Michael, because Lucifer said, I should be the one to rule. And you're going to run into Lucifer in a while. You already know him, you just don't know you know him. Because you're still in this spooky spirit stuff. Demons ain't no spooks, they're not spirits. They're real characters. They're master's black-faced children. Farrakhan, his father's the devil, he's a demon, period. So he chose Jacob over Esau. Esau was mad about that. Said, no, I'm the one supposed to rule this thing. And we're going to talk about that later on in the last part of this series because that's a conflict. So in other words, one is about land, our culture and all of that, right? The other is about who rule. Mm-hmm. And then down from Jacob, what do you get? Right? Then you come down to Jacob, right? And you get David. Now David is matched for Muhammad. Right? So he had a son, Suleiman. See, that's where son of man comes from. All these people tell you, no, it means don't mean son of a man. That's Elijah Muhammad's understood. Remember, Elijah Muhammad was a messenger. And let's even say he didn't get all right. So don't give me that stuff. He was infallible. Eternal leader of the nation of Islam. That's bullshit. Elijah Muhammad never said anything. I was with him. He never said anything like he was eternal leader of the nation of Islam. That's crap Farrakhan talks about. But he try to use Elijah as bait. Because when you bite, you don't get Elijah, you get a hook, you get Scientology, you get synagogue, all that kind of crap, right? Remember, you got two. So now David, he had a heart like God, but God said, no, hold it. You're going to be king, but David's going to be the high. Your son is going to be the high priest. You're going to rule, but he's going to be the high priest. See, he was second. The youngest of the two. See the same pattern there? So he chose him, right? But there's no conflict between them because David said, okay, I'm Smith, I'm a rule, but my son, Suleiman, right, he's going to be the high priest. He's going to be one sitting in Mecca. I'll rule from Jerusalem, but I'm the ruler. He's high priest. That's what you get in the Injil, the God and the Lamb. See, because you see both of them at the end. See, one's a priest. You got now Melchizedek also. He's a high priest. And whatever that means, I'll let you figure out what that means, being a high priest. See the pattern? Then you come down a little further, right? And what do you get? Now you got Suleiman, right? And David again. But what you got, Shabazz and Levites. Right? Now, the Levites, Elijah Muhammad raised them first. The firstborn. See? But Lazarus was the youngest. He was born after. But Lazarus is put on top, while Levites on the bottom. See the pattern? I'm going a lot more into that, bro. So I just want to point out to you. That pattern holds all the way through. Why? Why always take the younger one? See? There's a message in there, brothers and sisters. I know some of you never even noticed why they keep doing that. What's the message in there? Like I'm saying, there's all kinds of stuff, information in there that you don't even know about. There's books in there that you didn't know about. And on that topic, right, I revealed 3 of the books that's in there. 7 Thunders, right? 7 Churches, and the Woes. Those are tribulation books. You didn't even know it was in there. They're separate books. And they packed with information for the tribulation. And people understand what it is to receive a book from the scientists. They don't just give books to anybody. To receive a book. And we have in the past, right, people fumbled, but nothing like what's going on now. Because it's, you don't understand the magnitude of that, the blessing, what put on a person to give you a book straight from the scientists written 16,000 years ago. The information is just for you to do a certain job. And these days are remarkable because I see things these days. Ooh, our forefathers would say, "I can't believe it," because all the prophets and messengers they prayed that they could be here doing this day and see this, and be given a book. They wanted that. They prayed for it. They prayed for it. What's going on here, brothers and sisters? They prayed for it. It's such a blessing to be given a book, brothers and sisters. It's such a blessing. You can imagine. Because the thing is, that something going on here, brothers and sisters? Hold on, brothers and sisters. There's 2 times in history that's most transformative, most profound. That's the beginning of the contraction and the beginning of expansion. Beginning of contraction, the universe is totally contracted. And the only one that exists is Allah, the one, the 25th scientist. He's the only one that, no matter how long he was there by himself, in total triple darkness, because there wasn't any sun or moon to measure time by. And how long he was there by himself. Right? But he knew that all of life for the next 73 years, they had to come from him, because Christ said from one person all life came. He knew, right, that all life, all creation, everything would be established by him. Everything. It depends on him, because what he did was going to affect life for the next 73 years. All that burden was on him alone, all by himself. And you have a similar situation that's in the expansion phase. In contraction phase, when the universe totally expanded, now it's contracting. And then they say soon I'll be alone. In one sense, because you got Master Muhammad, it's full of people. See, there was only one being. But it says, soon I walked alone. Because when you look at it, who's the one that established the kingdom that will last forever? He has established a kingdom that has to last forever. Ancient of Days. He established a kingdom that will last forever. Think about that. The same responsibility that the first God had. He had the same responsibility, the Ancient of Days. He had established a kingdom and gave it to Master Muhammad. Master Muhammad didn't establish the kingdom. Ancient of Days established it and gave it to. And he did it all alone. Nobody helped him do it. No one helped him do it. He did it by himself. There was people, but nobody. He looked and no one was to help. Nobody could stand up and handle it. Nobody could deal with it. They walked around and looked and pretended and this stuff, but nobody could say he did it by himself. See, the first guy was only one by himself, but there's many of us. But they say he still walked alone. He established a kingdom by himself. So the Ancient of Days did it by himself. He's all in on and by himself. He established a kingdom that would last forever. It says right there in Daniel. Who established the kingdom? Master Muhammad didn't, because he came and he had to give it to him. You have to understand what's going on here, brothers and sisters. And to be given part of that and fail? To be given to be part of that and fail? All the time, I say, all the man, I wish I could have been here, been a part of that. But yet, no one steps up. Because Suleiman knew he had all that pressure. Once he realized the situation, he knew he had, if he proceeded with it, he had to go all in. 100%. He had to go all in. See? All in. Because he established a kingdom that will last forever. Perfect. It has to be perfect. Can't be any flaws in it or it would not last forever. And he will not allow any flaws. Like I said, 144,000 says they had no blemish in them. They're perfect. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. So I thought I pointed that out. Let me move on, brothers and sisters. You have to pardon me, brothers and sisters, like I said, I'm still trying to catch up. I got a lot of things I'm working on right now. A lot of things I had to deal with in the last few weeks. And preparing for what's about to take off here. I'm trying to look at how I can make this as simple as possible, brothers and sisters, right? Get them, get you vibrating. On high enough frequency to get the hell out of here. Get out, brothers and sisters, get the hell out. That was my call. Brothers and sisters. See? Because if you read the Injil, you don't get that call until Babylon has fallen. You get the call to get out. Get out after Babylon has fallen. This is a mercy to you, brothers and sisters. I'm saying even if you don't like me, you don't agree with me, you think I'm whatever, just get out. That's a mercy. If you take heed, now you're going to be called to account for not standing up, helping, get your people going, but still no, you still save yourself and save your family. Get the hell out of here. That's a mercy. Because you see, if you don't get that call until, I'm not bound by the angel. Because you don't get that call in angel until Babylon has fallen. Babylon's fallen yet. I'm telling you right now, get the hell out of here. Or you're going to be on the menu. Because you have no idea what's about to hit here, brothers and sisters. You have no idea. And you hear from anybody else. What you hear from me, you hear anybody. So they, he's crazy. Well, okay, you call whatever you want to call it. But you don't like what you want. You be calling anything, right? If you end up in the oven, somebody's oven. I'm telling you, brothers and sisters, get the hell out of here. Get your families, get the hell out of here. That's a mercy from me to you, to my people. And the thing is, you probably get some demons and devils probably pay more attention to you to get the hell out of here. That ain't going to help them any. Just buy them a little more time. Because we have nothing to do with them. Okay, let's move on, brothers and sisters. Okay. This is just... But sisters and brothers, everything's mathematical. I'm going to show you that as we go along, right? Islam is mathematics. Islam, like I'm going to tell you. So Farrakhan's the man How come he never teach any mathematics? But bullshit. Numerology. How come he has never taught you any mathematics? You get out philosophy, but Angel says, the Bible says that's what they would give you, philosophy. Philosophy of men. No pretend it's from God. See? And they warned you about that. Somebody trying to tell you it's from God. You know, he's speaking directly from Master Muhammad. No, he ain't. Muhammad ain't speaking to Master Muhammad ain't speaking to him. If Master Muhammad protecting him, then how he end up getting his ass blown up by the ones he called synagogue? He said he was synagogue Satan. They must be winning. And they blew his ass up. That's what he said, right? Now he's in the bag. He's doing his business in the bag. So like they winning. So if that's the kind of protection that his God, that he claims Master Muhammad is God, gives, then excuse me, please stay back. I don't need your protection. That's the kind of protection you provide. Man, Elijah Muhammad never worried about stuff like that. He was protected. See, I say he was in the world. Master Muhammad told me he would go to jail. But he said they wouldn't harm him. And nobody laid a hand on Elijah Muhammad. No one ever laid a hand on the man. That's he protected. And no one ever laid a hand on his family. That's what he asked Master Muhammad to do. Protect me and my family. And he got that protection. See, Farrakhan got the worst thing that happened to any man on the planet. Got his ass blown up. Guys, he was never a man anyway. He was a cattle all to begin with. But where the physical attributes he had that you might call manhood is gone. Now somebody's wiping his ass now. Come on, Farrakhan. Come on, speak to me now. Tell me about the diaper you're wearing. Depends. Tell me who's wiping your ass. Tell me about the dimension is moving in. We see you in a wheelchair. Come on now. But you're going to save us all. Well, you can't even save your ass, can you? Literally. Come on now. Come on. So this is the warning you get from chapter 18. I'm not going to go over it, brothers and sisters. Read chapter 18. So you get the warning that says, right? After these, I saw another angel stepping out of heaven, having authority great, earth light out of glory of him. He cried out in a strong voice, saying, she fell Babylon the Great, which became a dwelling place of demons. See, a dwelling place of demons, headaches and spirits and stuff, right? They're in a dwelling place. These are people of demons in prison, every spirit unclean in prison, every bird unclean having been hated. Right? And later on it tells you, come out of her, my people, because of this. After Babylon fell, I'm telling you before, I'm giving you advance warnings of mercy, brothers and sisters. Take or leave it. It's your butt you playing with. Right? I'm telling you, because brothers and sisters, I know exactly what's about to happen. And I would wish down a dog. Well, maybe I would. Because every dog on this, based on my calculation, I don't think there'd be a dog in America this time next year. Because they're going to be eaten. They're never eating them dogs. But some of you don't eat before they eat a dog. Because, if it comes to church between eating you and a dog, they'll eat you first. They did it back when Holocaust was bound and chained. You think they didn't eat? We got witnesses, we got proof on that, that they actually ate some of us. Back during the Holocaust, what you call slavery. They classify you 3/5 human, that gives them carte blanche, that gives them, right, to eat you. That gives them cover to eat you. Because if you're 3/5 human, with an ape is 2/5 human, that means you're not human, that means they can eat you. And they're going to eat you. If you don't study the angel, you got fired about chapter 11, they don't know what they're talking about. If you don't study the angel, you know right away, they're going to eat you. So this is what it did to us. They crucified us. We're the one crucified. There's no nation ever been crucified like we've been crucified. No nation ever. They took everything from us. So-called Jews, they say, okay, they was enslaved and back in the Roman time and everything, but they still had their language. They still had their religion. Ask them. They took our language, our religion, our culture, our land, our names. They tried to take our very nature. In some cases, they did with their demon children. They look like us, but they don't have our nature. So in that sense, they even took our nature. Because demons, they left them with nothing. That's the whole story of Samson. Right? So he killed them and killed himself in the process. Took everything. No one can never claim to ever happened to them, no other nation other than us. In 40 years. You see 19 to 20, but that's theory. Oh, it's 16, 19 probably theory. Okay. When you, in a few more days, right? When this war starts here, Armageddon West, and eating flesh and drinking blood, call that a theory. Because I'm gonna be here, I'm gonna be, So you don't understand. See, there's wrath is coming. Say, their wrath, let's say one, their wrath. Who's they? The Lamb and the God. Now it's from Muhammad and the Lamb. Who's the Lamb? The one who broke the 7 seals. Have you broke the 7 seals, Farrakhan? Because if you not have broke 7 seals, then you should keep your damn mouth over chapter 11 because you have no idea what it means. It's sealed. So why are you trying to tell people you know what it means unless you broke the seals? Come on now. You broke the seals? Yes. Because if you haven't, you'll keep your damn mouth shut. But you keep talking, so keep on talking. Because all you do is attract in devils and demons. And let me say this, I'm going to move on, bro. I don't want to take a long time with this. I mean, I don't mind talking. I talk for days, right? But, I have other things to do, bro. So I got to prepare for more information. And so I have a lot of information to give you. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to give it to you so you understand it. See? See, if you have not broken the seals, you don't understand what the angel's saying. Period. It's as simple as that. Huh? So they go out and talk about they know what it says. They're lying. But see, Farrakhan, he's a liar, so we know he's lying. I mean, if you pay attention, and you pay attention to what they say every Sunday, they lie from start to finish. Everything we say is truth here. And they lie about everything. The economic program, the whole 9 yards. But see, you understand, America is we set everything up for our advantage. Like, America's totally dependent upon all that. All that was just by design. I explained some of this stuff in detail, right? About oil and how it's too much of it and was mixed, about the mixing with the drinking water and stuff, right? I talked about that. I'm not going to talk about it now. Yeah. But the point is, you had talk about calling, and I'm not going to go into a lot of detail here. But every nation, had those. The weaker ones, the older ones, weaker-minded and all that, right? The malcontents, whatever. Okay? So America is set up to handle all of that. There's attraction. They attract all the demons in the world. That's Farrakhan, that's his job. But not just him, right? The demons, right? All the devils, the malcontents, all of them are coming here. They're attracted to America. You see all these people come here, they're attracted to America. They're attracted to all this BS. Because I keep telling you, they come over here, they don't know they come to their destruction. I told you this whole hemisphere, said the earth burns the oven. This whole hemisphere, not just America, South America, the whole hemisphere is going to burn up. It's going to be set on fire for 1,000 years. America specifically going to be nuked. It's not even a nuclear war, but America specifically going to be nuked. Because he's drawing all those people here. It's all drawn here. But we were dragged here. But they're drawn here, Max, see? So at the last minute, Max Muhammad's going to pull us out after all of them in here. So I understand what he's waiting for. I just say, well, come on, I get it. Because he wants the maximum effect. Because once all of them are dragged here, Max are attracted, they're coming from every country, the weak ones. That's another culling effect. They drag, he's pulling them all here. You see, look here. This place is going to hell. I mean, you see how dramatic it's changed in the last couple of years? The language? Well, let me speak on that for my brothers and sisters. Let me hold that thought for language. I never talked about that one before, but I'll mention a little bit. I don't know who won, brothers and sisters. Got so much I can talk about. That's why I say I stop, because every time I say something, it takes me down another little road, and I say there's so much down that road too. Language. But look at all the stuff, because they've been attracted. All the worst elements in the world is trapped there. So when the war comes, the door can be closed. Like I said, none will escape, because they'll be here from Arabia, China, India, all of them. They'll all be attracted, the weak ones, the weaker ones. It's a culling effect. They attract this. You say, why did the Sunnis come over here? Yeah, so why would the Sunni come over here, right? Jim? But let's get to the other thing, how, language. See, they don't understand what's less than Matt Farman left. Because a lot of his lessons, remember, he called himself a prophet. Some of his lessons was prophecy. Like he said, with 17 million original people. No, it wasn't 17 million original people back then when he came almost. In fact, there wasn't 17 million. I mean, remember, there was demons and stuff. Half of the people back there, even if it wasn't 17 million, it wasn't, because half the black world was demons. Because there was massive children from raping 400 years. And still half the nation right now is demons. He said 17 million original. Original. Muhammad is original because his father was original. Even though the complexion, we'll go back to complexion. So you can't say those people was 17 million original when you know half of most of them wasn't original, because they was the product of rape from Massa. So if you can't with 17, you still couldn't say, because he's talking about now, because it's probably 37 million, 34 million now, and half of demons, half original. He was prophet, and it's also, there were lessons like this talking about, remember, what was that war back there, that great war? They brought the moon to existence. What he said it was about? Language. Language. And they're trying to change the language now. Isn't that fundamental? They're about to go to war with it. They want to change the language. And what it was all about? I told you, the language really was about, right, the fact that there was gender. I told you that years ago. What's the language about now? Gender. Now, was I wrong? Same thing happened now, just the opposite. Gender. See? And what's going to end up happening? Half the earth is going to be blowing up. This whole hemisphere. I'm going to get there, bro, so you think, ponder over that one a little bit. I tell you, bro, so you have no idea what's the angel. Like back those two books, there's so much information in those two books, and the people that get the book, they can't get out of it. They can't bear it out. They can't pull it out. Now I got to go do it. There's so much information in there. Look all the information I'm giving you right now. And I didn't go into Injil and say, oh, let me see if I can find Elijah Muhammad. No, I went and found what the book was telling me itself. And I found out that the book was telling me, confirmed everything Elijah Muhammad said. But I didn't go and look for it, trying to compare it with Elijah Muhammad said. I said, oh, it just happened. It's it, man. Well, he said, yeah. I see that in there. But it goes way beyond that, what he said, way beyond what he said. See? So all of a sudden, what's the big thing in America right now? Language. What's the big thing in the world right now? Language. Gender. It'll cause a big explosion. Because everybody ain't going along with that. They're trying to force on the world. Same thing back there, trying to force that language and end up in a war that blew half the planet apart. And that's what's about to happen. Niggas and blows, cause the whole side of the earth to be burnt down. Wouldn't wear that one, was you? I got so much stuff to tell you, brothers and sisters. I mean, I haven't even scratched the surface. Let's move on. Where are we at here? Okay, nothing's changed, brothers and sisters. Like I said, it took everything from us, so let's move on. Goat versus the ram. See, the goat represents China. Now, when you go in the book of Daniel, the goat did have one horn. See, you got to understand, well, you don't got to understand anything, right? But the leopard was brown with yellow spots. That's China and India. They're together. Those are the leopard. Remember, the leopard head was brown with yellow. It was yellow with brown spots, right? It means yellow was prevalent, more pervasive, right? And it had 4 wings and 4 heads. The wings represent democracy. India is democracy, but the heads represent authoritarian. China's authoritarian. See, so that was the 10 toes. The 10 toes, right? 2 of them, 10 of the toes, 4 of the toes, right? 4 of the toes represent 4 of the wings, and the other 4 toes represent 4 heads. And then the other 2 toes, right? That represents the eagle. It had 2 wings. See? And the eagle had to be plucked up off the land, that's us, off the lion, right? Because that's what they right now have control of us right now. They'd be plucked off. See, I'm not going too deep into Daniel. One day I'm going to really maybe just get into it. I think it's a book for the sisters primarily because Daniel said, you don't understand it, so. Right? So it'd be locked down. Anyway, that's no story. I shouldn't even went there. But then they morph. Because you know that horn that he had says the horn broke into 4 pieces towards the 4 winds. That's 8. See, that's Daniel. That's Daniel for it. Anyway, the leopard morphs into the goat, and the eagle morphs into the ram, which 2 wings, 2 horns. So that's 3 horns all together that the bear plucks up by the roots. So we don't get into the bear thing. But I was going to point out to you, but say that goat, and there's ways to know about it, because that goat says it comes from the west, feet not touching land. Now, only way I could come and over the whole earth, that means he came across the ocean. Across the whole, means it come across the ocean that feet didn't touch land, and only way I could be, it had to be coming from. Because only one could do that, it'd be China and India, because they can come to America without touching land, because the only thing separating from America is the Pacific Ocean. And both of them have borders on the Pacific Ocean. So they can come to America not touching land. You can't come, they come from the west. You can't say that from the east. Can't say it from that. And only country that fit that qualification, because remember, the goat came from the east. So that means you got one coming from the east and one coming from the west. They converge at a certain place. And the only way you can get that geographically is that way China and India coming to America and Europe coming to America. So that's how they met here. That's where they met in America. And the ram was 2 key. So the last one, the last was the greatest. That's 2 world European empires. Britain and India. There's only 2 of them. So Britain and America, right? There's only 2 European world empires. That's Britain and America. There's only 2 that have ever been. World empires. Remember the British Empire? So, and America became a greater empire than Britain was. That's the ram coming from the east. No one could stop it. Remember, America's a superpower. Nobody can stop it. The ram, nobody can stop it. Nobody can stand before it. It's so powerful. Well, that's America again. Who else could do that? That's Alexander the Great. Bullshit. Right? That's America and Britain. So, yeah, what America and Britain, that's what America, because remember, this was Britain, Gog and Magog. That's what God came out of Magog. That's what Magog means, mother of God. This is Magog right here. It started out, right? Britain came over and gave birth to America. So the British are still here, right? And their children. Right? So, you understand? So they'll be here. That also represents where the last stand is, because when the West breaks out, Armageddon East, right? Britain will be the first one to go down. Firstborn, they first one to go down. They've been taken out by China and North Korea. They're gone, just like that. Right? But their military that survived, they're coming here. All the crown is coming here. See? Australia, all of them. This is going to make their final stand right here. Okay? And the goat is coming. And he says, full of wrath. Why is China getting so angry at America? See? And is that it's China and India together. I told you, India's going to betray America. In fact, all America's partners in France going to betray. You always saw this already happening right now. I've been saying it for years, and that always should happen now. France started turning away. Everybody started turning America, and Britain, and the so-called NATO, they angry at America's, or America got rid of pipeline, all that kind of stuff. Anyway, that's what the goat and the ram is. And so once the war starts, and America gets bogged down with Armageddon East, Armageddon West, because Armageddon West here is going to be a demon war. I talk about that, demon war, where you're going to have, see, first of all, when war breaks out in the Middle East, and that's why my wins and Babylon is cast down, right? One of the first plagues they're going to get is a famine. Total famine in America, total famine. That's why Hamas going to break their bread. Total famine, was going to trigger a total war between all blacks and everybody else. They're going to attack all blacks to eat them. And you tell you, you're going to be the food. And blacks coming together temporarily, then they're going to be separated because we don't want the demons. Because they want to help them fight. They say they think they can take America. We don't want no parts from it. We want to leave. You can have it. We're leaving here. And they have no choice. They got to fight. And we'll be eaten. And then they got Armageddon East. This be Armageddon West, Armageddon East, where America, because once the war starts, what happens is that because the mass Muhammad breaks their, cut off the oil, because now the Shia has total control of oil in the Middle East, total control of it. So now the Europeans, the only source of oil they can have is the Middle East, because they can't get it from Russia, because they're Russia. So now they have to partner with Russia. They even be part of the war. They even had a war machine. So they couldn't help America if they wanted to, because they had no oil to do it. So they have to partner with Russia. And that's what they do. And they piss off America anyway. They say, you person is dying, this situation. And they forgot about the pipeline situation. So now they side with Russia, so Russia can fuel them all. So that means now all their bases and everything, they attack all American bases. America got bases, thousands of people, hundreds, maybe 100,000 people all over Europe. They attacked them, and America had to go to their defense. So now America's at war. And all NATO and Europe and everything is against them. So in a vice, that's why it says the kings of earth, right, will be attacking them. You got to understand the Injil. So it'd be, that'd be Armageddon East over there, right? They've been attacked by Russia and Europe and everybody. Everybody's against them over there. There's all of them. See, all their base, everything's under attack. And then Armageddon here, total insurrection, famine. And in that wake, right, America's bogged down, tied down, right? If we can, that's when the goat comes. China makes its move. Because China's getting more angry by the day. More angry by the day. And they got a 200 million man army. And that's when they come to take America. America's can't do anything. Because all their focus is on Armageddon East, Armageddon West. All the resource and everything. So that's when China moves in on them. With India and with Africa too. See? It's non-Islamic Africa. That's another story. I'm not going to talk about him. I'm talking about later on. That's the bear. That's about to happen, brothers and sisters here. See? But first there'll be a 5-month war. I told you, 5-month war with the demons. These will lose at the end of 5 months. And when they lose, they all get eaten. And then it says China and India will make a siege America. And then they have nothing else to eat but their own children. They start eating their own children because they already ate all the demons, all the blacks over here. They can't get their hands. They can't get their hands on the Levites, Israelites. They're trying to get them. They chase them all the way to the West Coast. That's tribulation. They got to go tribulation. They're caught to get eaten. We're trying to get them. That's the only food source they have. Can't get them. They're going to start eating their children. They said China's going to personally siege on them. That's what's about to happen, brothers and sisters. And then once they do that, then they tear the country apart. Take everything of value, right? They take all the people, right? That's, remember, ain't nobody healthy, everybody cannibals. But the younger ones, that's, right? They take all of them out of here for perpetual slavery. As you have done, so shall be done to you. And then it's burn the place down. Elderly, children, whatever, they burn it down. They said they burn it down fire. Read chapter 18. To eat it fresh, we take everything of any value. And then just burn it down, this whole hemisphere. Because the battle is not just place in America, it's going to take place in South America, all over. There's going to be a big battle here. It'll take place this whole hemisphere. They're going to burn the whole hemisphere down, all of it. South and north, China, Canada, all of it. Nobody been living for thousands of years. People got those bunkers hiding down the ground. They ain't doing any good. Or you're just going to be baked in them. Crispy critters. Okay. And look at this geographically, brothers and sisters. Just don't take my word for it. Look at it geographically. Now, how can that fulfill what Daniel was talking about? Right? The only way that can be filled, it has to be China and India that can fill that. They have to come across the Pacific Ocean. Their feet wouldn't touch land because the Pacific Ocean is their east coast. And it's the west coast, so they can come across our feet touching land. They don't have to go across any other country to do it. India doesn't have to either. See? What you got, what's that ocean, the Indian Ocean? They come right here, their feet don't have to touch land either. They come right over. See, and there's America. And then America what? It said the ram came from the east. So they had to meet there. You can't, that's the only way, you can't get that any other kind of way. You can't just fill that prophecy any other way geographically, but that way. See, there you go again. And we know, they already know. They're saying it right now that China's going to attack America. They're going to war with China. They're actually saying it. I've been saying it for years. I've been saying it for years. Literally for years. I've been saying it. And now you see it. HD, Technicolor, Dolby Sound, surround sound. Our people are waking up, they're coming around. You can't see it, but they're coming around. They're coming around. Okay, there it is. That goat, he's angry. He says he's be angry with the ram. Angry with it. Say with shoulders. Super angry. China's, who's most angry with China or America right now? China's the most angry country with America. They're really super angry with America. That's what said it would be like. And the goat, the ram stamps, prancing around like it's got it going. He said that goat gonna hit it so hard. 20 million man army, they're gonna bark. It's gonna hit so hard, knock it down. Great kinetic force gonna hit it. It's not coming plane. It's gonna hit it so hard, knock it down, stomp it to the ground. And see all these so-called brave, home of the land of free, home of the brave. What was so brave about raping our children and feeding our children to gators and raping our little girls, even while they're still babies? That's what you was doing. We know what you was doing. Raping the little boys. You're not freakish, you are. Stuff you was doing, putting in their mouth and everything else what you was doing. Foot warmers. We know what you was doing. And I don't even want to think about it because it takes and corrupts your mind, turns your mind to shit just thinking about what y'all did. That's how sick y'all is, because you can't be around shit without smelling it. And I'm getting on you. And we've been around yours 40 years. Evil stuff you've done. And you're still doing. So what's so brave about that? Land of free. How is it free? That shows they don't believe you as human to begin with. How do they say it's land of free when they got millions of you enslaved? You don't get it? They still don't think you're human. They still don't think it. You're a little Negro butt dog. Yes, you are. You're a little pet dog. That's what they look at you. They treat your dog the same way they treat you. They are, yeah, see, but you're still a pet dog. You wouldn't want to give a name. Hey, Charles, come here, Charles. Charles Copenhagen. Oh, what the hell? And you love the name. And then you got these ignorant people. I mean, I tell you, someone's so sick, it's pathetic. I mean, Elijah Muhammad raised somebody up out of, I raised some, right? And brought you out of the shithole, brought you up in the life, cleaned you up and set you up. And you dive right back into it. You get a name like Muhammad or Rahim, right? Or Ahmed or whatever. Then you go and hyphenate it, Jones. My name is Raheem Jones. You tell me about how dumb and ignorant you are, how stupid you are, because everybody tells you that person's stupid. Why in the hell, once they broke the chains, they went back to Master, right? Can I kiss your ass? Can I put my tongue behind after you're free gone? And then you run back, Master, please, put you back in chains, put back in the fields. I want your name back. I mean, how ignorant and stupid can you be? Only a demon would do that. Only a fool would let him do it to them. After Master branded that on your name, and you finally went, Master branded back on. Brand it back on. Put that back on. I'm the John. I'm one of you. You give me a cross. You see what I'm saying? What is wrong? That's how dangerous these demons are. Let me say it. See, I go down another road. I'm going to say this quickly. I'm going to move on, bounces. No, the Quran talks about hidden enemy, right? To open enemy. That means it suggests a hidden enemy. Well, hidden enemy is demons. They don't talk about demons in there. But you got to hope you got a hidden friend. But you don't know about, I ain't told you about it. You got a hidden friend. I ain't going to tell you because I suppose them, the devils will recognize them. But you got a hidden friend, bro. Says I'm going to talk about one day. You got a hidden friend. A lot of them. Hundreds of thousands of hidden friends, brothers and sisters. You got a lot of them. See? I'm going to leave that one alone. I shouldn't even talk about that one. Right? Can't tell you everything, brothers and sisters. There it is. Hit that ram, burn them up. Knock them out, burn them up. Okay, move on, brothers and sisters, because I got a few more things I want to talk about. See? Battle of Zion. I keep bringing that back up, brothers and sisters, because I think I'm really not doing that justice. We're going to battle. Ishmael ain't giving up that land. Oh, let me say this. I was saying the whole thing, you know, when the ram comes, it's going to be a battle, right? But it's not going to last that long because it says there's Armageddon East and Armageddon West. They're strong soldiers. They're going to crumble. They'll put up a fight for a minute, but then they're going to crumble because they ain't have a way to begin with. So they're going to hide, run and hide. So they'd be hiding, holding their groins like a woman in labor. Because it never was brave to begin with. As long as they was beating people up, as long as they was bullies, but now when they get faced with China and full wrath, and their 20 million man army, they're going to crumble, fold like tissue paper. Cowards, they're going to run. The commander's going to be running faster than them. They won't stand. They stand for a minute. But what they hit, you know, They hit that force, but when the goat hit them, they stand the goat coming, but when goats hit them, they don't crumble. Because like the cowards they are, they've always been cowards. They've been brave. I want to touch this, but I want to touch one other thing. I'm going to say it a different way, right? I try to get the mathematics here. So I'm saying in basic, right? I'm saying each, and I don't want to go a lot of detail here, but I'm saying every square in it has in the pressure field, everyone has to have the same amount of pressure. Otherwise, you got a wave, you got a current. So everyone has the same amount of pressure. That means everybody has the same amount of energy. Each block, right, has the same amount of energy in each block, right? But your energy also. That energy can only contain so much energy. Each block has so much energy. If you're in that block and the energy is 7,000 pounds per square inch in that block, and you 7,000, then there's nobody in there but you. There's no one in there but you, right? But if with two of you in there, Dallas is 1,400, and that's more than there can be in there. So there's going to be a force that has to pull one of you out to balance it back out again. Because if only 7,000 can be in there, and you contain 7,000 pounds per square inch of energy, only one could be in each block, right? Okay, so I want to show this. So what I was showing you, those numbers, let me back up, bounce sisters. Those numbers I had, that again, I made another error. Those numbers, I shouldn't have had them. I'm saying, right, at this time, it should have been 14,000 per square inch. Should have been 14, that's how much energy was each block. So that means two of you could have been each block. I made an error there, brother, that should have been 14,000 per square inch. That means two of you could each block. And it's perfect, no problem. So we can have company, we can have brotherhood, right? Okay, now what happens here? Now energy leaving, remember the universe expanding. So energy is leaving as a wave. Now it went down to 5,000. But you 7,000, it's only 5,000 per block. So that means you gotta have 2,000 per negative to balance that back out. 2,000 negative energy, that means negative energy is bad luck. You have 2,000 units of bad luck to balance that out. Because before you was comfortable, everything was all right for you. But now, because it's only 5,000, but you 7,000, but only a block only contain 5,000 per square, 5,000 pounds per square inch of energy. So now you got so we personify everything. So he comes down to Yakub, the same occasion as the devil. He just caused you all kinds of bad luck, cause you trouble, pressure, and everything else, right? See? Now I'm not showing all the details, but that could be a female, or male, right? See? Or, right? It could be if the devil's that 2,000. If that devil is 2,000, right? But what if he's only 500? Then you got four devils. They equal 2,000. 4 times 500 is 2,000, right? So the devil is only, if you got one devil, that devil is 2,000 pounds per square inch of negative energy. You only got one. But if each devil is only 500 pounds per square inch, you got 4 devils. So they're weaker devils, right? But you got 4 of them. That you see on the bottom down there. Or it could be a devil woman. Now you got a devil wife, devil girlfriend, or whatever. You understand, bros? That's the mathematics. See? Because the energy left. Energy got left, lower, right? And what happens? Energy's coming back now. The world, the universe is contracting. Energy's coming back in waves, right? So now the devil's gone. Because now you got enough for one person. As long as you one, that's all your energy. You 7,000. But if you start taking things from the devil, say resist the devil, you start taking things from the devil, that means you increase the amount of energy you got in that block. Then you start creating negativity again. That's self-imposed devil base. So you start creating devils for yourself again. Like Christ said, I point from the devil. So you start, because you start this world dream, start take part of this world, life and everything, and start bringing energy into there. You want them BMW, you want all this stuff, right? One of your necessities, then all of a sudden, now that's why it says the Son of Man, right? He says he will teach you what to have in your houses or whatever, right? Even what you have in houses. Well, that's what he's talking about. See, he ain't talking about, oh man, he's going to tell you, well, he's going to tell you, you shouldn't have a car in your house. I mean, you shouldn't have a TV in your house. I mean, that's bullshit. I mean, how does that matter nowadays? How can you tell me that explains, and you're going to teach what you keep in your houses? Tell me how a verse explains anything happened today. Tell me, is anybody doing that? Oh man, you shouldn't have a remote in your house. You shouldn't have a car. You shouldn't have a couch. No, I'm telling you you shouldn't have every energy that you don't need. That's not necessary. You shouldn't have it because that costs. That costs you. That means you're buying this world life. So now you're creating negative for yourself because energy is energy. If you got to pay, that's maybe worth something else. But that copper, that's energy. You got. Everything is energy. So everything that you hold is part of you. Anything that you control, anything that you control, that's part of your energy matrix, so to speak. And so that's what calculates there. So if your energy matrix is like, you get all these things, real life, you buy these trinkets and things that never got you, right? Then your energy matrix increases. So you may be 7,000, but your matrix may be 10,000 because you got 3,000 worth of junk that you're holding on to. So now you create the energy deprivation for yourself because you increase your energy matrix. And we're telling you, diminish your energy matrix. Just take what you absolutely need. Diminish your energy matrix. And therefore, when you do that, you resist the devil. And all of a sudden, no devils around. They have no power over you anymore. That's why I tell people in prison, right? You don't want to keep yourself in prison. You don't want to keep yourself in prison. Once you understand this wisdom here, you don't want to keep yourself in prison. You got your little sweetie over here, right? Okay, you control that energy, ain't you? So now you keep yourself locked in that cell. Because once you take and break all that, your energy, get positive energy. Positive energy is positive vibrations. That means you're affecting the thoughts, pressure of people around you. You change your thought and their thoughts in your favor. Because now you can vibrate on your level or vibrate, respond to your vibrations. So your vibrations are dominating theirs. Either come to your level, your divide. That means your thoughts controlling theirs. So somehow, eventually, right? Maybe instantly, all of a sudden, hey, because it's not the key, the cell's locking you. Somebody got a thought, somebody's thought is locking that cell. So if you don't want to control the key, you want to control their thoughts. And right now, their thoughts are against you because you got all this matrix of energy. There's more than, right? There's more than what you need. So now you're creating all this negativity around yourself, which eventually locks you in that cell. You lock yourself in that cell. I don't care if you're on death row, you lock yourself in that cell. Simply reject it. See? They've tried to lock me down for years. They've been able to do it. Because I don't hold on to it. You want it, you got it. That's why I said, that man asked for 2 hours, your coat, give him 2 coats. That's what I saw wisdom about you in the Bible. So you got to lower your energy matrix. Lower your energy matrix to minimum. And if you get it within the realm of the energy level there, then the devil has no power whatsoever. If the energy level is 7,000, you lower your energy matrix 7,000, you have no problem. If you're lower than that, right now, you have the ability to lower it enough to not have any problem with devils at all. When Elijah Muhammad was here, I had no contact with devils at all, 0. I told you about that in my last presentation. Farrakhan, he bring the devils in. Because he's one of them. And everything, Scientology, that's a devil idea. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Yeah, see? So I didn't change those numbers. That's another error I made, brothers and sisters. So that should be up to 14 again. So now you can put 2 in there. Now you got people coming together, brothers and sisters coming together. That's the reason why part of this unity, not just the demons, because we balance world life. So we have enough energy So our energy matrix so high, the only one of us to be in this meaning by ourselves, we're alone. Ain't nobody but us. We're alone, we know unity. Right, because instead of the energy of unity, we got energy of that BMW. Okay. Money in the bank. That's yours, you control it. That money you control energy. All these things, right? The devil friends, you think they're your friends, they're evidence of that you're a demon or that you don't know how to manage your energy. It ain't about money. Money's an illusion. Energy is your real money. And right now it's either destroying you or it's healing you. It says the son of righteousness will arise to healing his wings. That's talking about Suleiman, talking about the angel messenger of the covenant. The son of righteousness will arise healing his wings. This is what saves your life, brothers and sisters. Eating is secondary to this. This is what saves life. Manage your energy. So you take these trinkets, receipts, those treatment is killing you. Because you take on stuff and you realize, oh man, I got all this stuff. And look at you all messed up. Diabetes and everything else. Because you got to manage energy. Everybody got the same amount of energy. If you misuse it, you're misusing yourself. So you bring sickness, all kind of negativity to yourself. And the simplest way of saying about it, you bring in bad luck. That bad luck can manifest all kinds of ways. It can be illness, sickness, insanity, accidents, cancer. It could be all fighting, coming up, any kind of forms. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Let's move on. I want to talk about one more thing here, and then I think one more thing. Yeah. Then I'm gonna close out, brothers and sisters. See, we're getting your math here, brothers and sisters. Not bullshit that Farrakhan giving you. This right here. Now, when you say the angel, you see his wars. The angel tells you the way his war, and you see it right here. That's the way the war's gonna happen. Because first, Europeans taken out, then the goat, right? And the angel comes out and takes the Europeans, and then it says Africa. That's the bear. It takes out the goat and the ram, because it was with the goat when he took out the ram. That's no story together. Comply 3 by his roots. That's the 3 horns. 2 horns of the ram and 1 horn of the goat. Right? And then you had a war between Africa and Shabazz, that final war. That's what it is. That's the mathematics of it. So you look at this right here, right? You put all that pressure. Now, we see Europeans, see Shia. So remember, they're the original part of the Europeans on the maternal side, but they're original on their paternal side. See? So the thing is that they would go to war with each other first. See, I explained that to you before, right? They go to war with each other first. And they take out the European. See, they defeat them. And once they're broken, then, remember, that's when Babylon falls. They caused Babylon to fall. Then when Babylon falls, right? Boom. Then here comes the goat. I just explain that to you. And then it says the goat and the goat, right? But it says Oriental Aid, but then they're going to fight with each other. And then Africa come and fight with them and take them. That's the bear puts us 3 by the roots, the goat and the ram. And then follow war of the latter days. As Esau and Shabazz. As Lucifer and Suleiman and Michael, Master Muhammad. That's the final war. It's 6 months to bury the dead. You understand, brothers and sisters? That's the mathematics right there. Look at the levels right there. Who's more valuable? The gold's on top. And there's the silver. At the bottom, you got the iron. Strong, but not valuable. You understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? I'm going to be out there. I think I'm going to close out here, brothers and sisters. We're talking mathematics here. See? We're going to talk bullshit here. Oh, he's saying that word bullshit. Well, whatever. Whatever. ain't Farrakhan. And they said, oh, they're so viral on the internet. They're so viral. Who's the thing he was talking about? See? It says the day of God's wrath is coming. What do you think? When he comes, it said God's wrath. The angel, the Lord, the Lamb, and the God. So they come, hey, we gonna whoop your behind. We gonna cook your behind. We gonna throw you in here jail. Do you mind? Do you mind that we're gonna cause you to eat manure and eat yourself, eat your children? Do you mind? See? Because we're really gonna do it to you. We're gonna get you really back. We're gonna pay you back for all you done. That's our God. Yeah. We're gonna bad words. See? Because we wrathful, but I mean, we you can be wrathful without being wrathful, right? See? So y'all been really bad. Y'all deserve to get your booties whooped. That's how it works. That's how it works, fool. No, we're gonna kick your goddamn ass. For everything you've done, as you've done should be done to you. That's strong enough for you. All right, Salam alaikum.
Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio.
Hi, Assalamu alaikum. Sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here. Master of the Covenant, Breaker of Seven Seals, the Crusher, the Judge. Brothers and sisters, it's just a special. I'm just doing a special, take a little break from my series, explain a few things. So, the Battle of Zion, I'm going to talk a little more about that. So that last few days last few weeks I've been very busy, and I don't think I gave it that subject very justice. So I'm going to speak on it again, little more. The first I want to bring up a value of another point, brothers and sisters. You need to understand you have a thorough knowledge of self, meaning also you have a thorough knowledge of condition. Because your condition changes. Itself remains the same, but your condition changes. Like, seasons. You have summer, winter, fall, spring, and your condition changes. And nature doesn't change. Your nature adjusts to those. You have a nature that can adjust to those seasons. If they didn't, then you wouldn't survive. It's like daffodils, right? Their nature would not allow them to survive a winter. But your nature, even as Elijah Muhammad said that, your nature allows you to survive all seasons. Allows you to do it. That doesn't mean you'll do it. It's up to you. You have the ability to do it. That's why we are immortal. We live forever because we can adjust to every season there is. And we're told there's 4 seasons every cycle, every 6,000 years. See, you probably didn't know it like that, but there's like a spring season, 6,000 years, summer season, a fall season, and a winter season. We just came through a 6,000 year winter season, the worst ever in our entire history. The worst ever in our entire history. And we experienced the last part of it, the Holocaust. So we adjusted to the seasons. And so we survived the season. Well, other people didn't survive the season. You look at the so-called Native Americans, right? They all but extinct. There's a lot of people just don't exist anymore. And there will be some people that will not exist after this season. Well, this season, the winter season's over. We're in the spring now. We're in the spring thaw. See, because Master Muhammad, he's the God, right, of the spring, of the dawn. See? So he's the spring thaw now. And so when you're in winter, right, and you're winter people, right, then you're powerful, right? You're all about ice. And you build fortresses out of ice. Big ice, and nobody can penetrate those fortresses. Make weapons out of ice, icicles, and swords and spears, and they're invincible to anyone that doesn't have them. And you say, look, they're invincible. But they don't realize that season is going to change because spring comes, and spring comes, spring thaw, that stuff just disappears like it was never there. This is not just an analogy, bro. This is just the way it works. I'm going to try to get you to understand that, right, in this presentation, because I want to focus on that, because you need to have a thorough knowledge of self. If Master Muhammad said you will not return, you have thorough knowledge of self. That also means you have thorough knowledge of your condition that you're in. You get these books are books for a season, for a condition. The Quran was a book for a season that lasted 1,000 years. It says Injil, and what you refer to as Book of Daniel, which is a supplement to it, that was the book. It said those books will be open at the end. That means at the last, in spring dawn. That's when those books will be open for the new season. And Master Muhammad is the God of this season. Yakub is the God of the winter season. Master Muhammad is the God of the spring season. And what is the spring? Spring makes all things new. The former things have passed away. The winter has passed away. All the ice and snow is gone. All things are new when spring comes. Spring is life, new everything. You see what they're saying there? You gotta understand these things, brothers and sisters. He makes all things new. Spring comes, all the winter. There's no trace of the winter left anymore. You see new life everywhere. And all evidence of this winter is gone. You see it disappearing when? During the spring thaw. That's what you're seeing right now. You're seeing spring thaw. And all the winter is fading, it's melting, it's getting weaker and weaker by the day. A new life is starting to bloom, blossom. And Master Muhammad is God of dawn. God's dawn of dawn. And Suleiman's spreading the seeds. It's cultivating those seeds, see? Of the spring. Like someone sows seeds, right? Sows seeds, right? And then The farmer comes, collects it, right? Does the harvest, you know. You understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? I'm trying to make this as simple as possible. As simple as possible to understand it. You know, because it's amazing. I'm going to get into some minute more detail. But this is specifically aimed at the Levites, those followers of Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad's a Levite. He raised the Levites. Read the scriptures clearly. Don't listen to Pharaoh. He cuts and pastes and picks this part, that part. He says Aaron, but Aaron was only faithful as long as Elijah was around, Moses was around. He did all this dirt in Moses' absence. Read it. When he was in his absence, even in the Quran, it says Moses wanted to kill him when he came back. So what, if he was such a anointed and all this stuff, why did Moses? See, I don't tell that part. See? God even told Moses, hey man, you better go back down there, man. These people went crazy. Aaron done messed up everything. He got worshiped the golden calf and everything else. They don't talk about that part. They don't talk about the part when he was, when he was with Elijah, I mean, he saw things about Farrakhan and Elijah said similar things about Malcolm. Look how Malcolm turned out. Ask me what he said about Malcolm. You know? And Malcolm was a brighter star, much brighter star than Farrakhan ever was, or can claim to be. That's why they had to get rid of him, because they knew they couldn't take Malcolm down. They couldn't but break Malcolm down like they did Farrakhan. Now, I'm not giving Malcolm a pass. He's a hypocrite, he deserved what he got. But the point is, he lied so to be taken down. He should knew better. But he wasn't a coward like Farrakhan. And then all you got to do is, see, the point is, brothers, so don't get upset about what's going on in the Nation of Islam. Because the people over there, right, are demons. Those ones that love Farrakhan, they love him because they're demons. They like him. They're same as he is. And then you got the Levites, right, that's betrayed. Because we got two categories of Levites. I keep telling you that, two categories of Levites. See? Those that was loyal and those that betrayed. Judas was a Levite itself. The Levites divided into two groups. And we see that. It tells you that when Moses returned, Aaron, a Levite, that's why I say it was Moses. One of the reasons I say Moses' brother, he was a Levite. And the whole camp was full of Levites. And Moses came back and said, who those with me? So why did it say that? If Aaron was representing Elijah, he was representing Elijah's taught, then why did and Moses have to say, those with me? Why did I say those with me? Because everybody should be with him, right? And after he said it, then why only some of them came with him? You know that because they slew all the rest that stayed with Aaron. Who they stayed with? They stayed with Aaron. Who else are they going to stay with? I mean, you need a slide rule. So as the point is, brothers and sisters, like I said, you got those demons over there, they have to go on the program. Then you got those Levites that just betrayed, and then you got those other Levites just plain weak. And they got to go to tribulation, because they should have threw Farrakhan's ass out there a long time ago. They was true FOI, they was true followers of Elijah Muhammad. They know. See, it says some of them knew that Farrakhan was a liar. Some of them knew that he was no good. They was just didn't have the balls to stand up and do anything about it. And so they got a little tribulation, because they should have stood up and tore his ass up a long time ago. They knew damn well he's not teaching Elijah Muhammad's teaching. If you're a true believer in Elijah Muhammad, you know damn well if Farrakhan is not teaching Elijah Muhammad's teaching. Just look at the lessons. It's clear. It's not no mystery. There's no confusion at that point. Elijah Muhammad said, "Be fools to stay here and live our prison. Farrakhan, we ain't going nowhere." What about Abraham's covenant? Said he's going to turn his fathers, our eyes back to their fathers, right? But Pharaoh, no, we're going to stay here and bring devils into their eye. So that group, right? That's what I'm really referring to, because that's my responsibility now. I have to go in and talk to them. I'm very ambivalent about it myself, but that's what Master Muhammad wants, and that's what Master Muhammad will get what he wants. Whatever he wants, he will get. Because he's a champion for the Levites. I'm not. He is. Because I was there. I know how they turned on Elijah Muhammad. It was terrible. It was terrible the way they did it overnight. overnight. One day, all praise be to Allah for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Next day, he was lowered in snake manure. That's what he talked about. They talked about him badly, terribly. Ministers alike. And Farrakhan was in on it. And Wallace, too, Wallace was totally against his father. He buried my father in every respect, and Master Muhammad, the whole thing. And who was his top minister? Farrakhan. Now, Farrakhan, he had some balls, right? He was anointed and all that, like he said he is and all that kind of stuff, right? And how come he stand up? And he was supposed to be the man. He was the highest ranking, because Wallace wasn't even in the nation at the time. He was thrown out. But teaching that same stuff Farrakhan's teaching. The same stuff Farrakhan's teaching. Wallace was thrown out. He was officially out of the nation. Exiled. So how did he take over? That's a fact. I was there. I was there between 75. I met Wallace. I knew him. I shook hands with him once. I knew him. Same thing what Farrakhan teaching. All you gotta do is look at it. In fact, just go. I don't look at that Benedictine crap, right? But if you go look at it, you probably find it's very similar to what Farrakhan's talking about. But Farrakhan one time said he wanted to join force with Wallace. Why would he want to join force with Wallace? Wallace was totally against his father. Said his father was a cause. He hated his father. Even when his father was alive, he used to go up in Chicago defend and put all kinds of negative stuff about his father. His father would put his ass out, he'd come back, I'm believe. He was a hypocrite then. I believe to come back. He was homeless on E. I'm gonna do. He'd get in, and after a few months, he started teaching that crap again. And Elijah Muhammad put his ass out. In fact, see the same stuff right now. Because he's a demon. Wallace not a demon. He's just a betraying Levite. But Farrakhan is a demon, so stone cold demon. His father's the devil. Where else could he be? How the hell could he be your savior? He always think he predicts, and he never predicted a damn thing. He always predicts something after happen, like the so-called plague. Well, he's supposed to tell you before it happened. I did. I told you it was happening before it happened. 1619 or 2019, that's slam dunk. 20 years. 2020 be a plague that killed the firstborn, Passover, right? Us, and that's exactly what it was. Further terror, we were dropping like flies. We were not. It was a lie. Check the WHO. They said it wasn't affecting black folks in the African countries. And all African countries wasn't affecting. It's affecting black folks. These are demons. I explained it. I got this presentation out there explaining. I explained it when it come in. I explained what it would do. I explained how it works. I explained what passes over you. All the details. Farrakhan didn't mention it. Even as it came in January, rolled around time, it's a month, 2 months later, end of February, he had so-called safety. He didn't mention it at all. He didn't even touch it. He didn't come close to it. He has Kobe's ass talking about Kobe. He didn't mention anything about it in any respect whatsoever. He had been raised for 2 months. And then 7 months later in July, also he comes out in his pretty old dress, right? In his diaper. You know he wears a diaper, right? Somebody had to wipe his ass for him, you know that, right? Come on, talk to me. Tell me I'm lying. He's in a wheelchair. Borderline senile, if he also always senile by now. Dementia, right? He craps in the bag. Come on now. But he's gonna lead us to salvation. In a wheelchair. 7 months ago, you know about it. Don't take the jet. I've been telling you that for months. Or says he all knows about it 7 months later. What kind of prophecy is that? You know about the hurricane after coming to devastate everybody and wiped out the town? Now you're going to tell everybody, hey man, hit the hurricane. I know. Now you tell you that about Armageddon. Well, if this Armageddon he says already started, then why he says around? I mean, remember, Armageddon's supposed to be a total war. That's what he said. Total war, we know all wars. That means there'll be nuclear bombs and planes and how come that not happening? And if it ain't happening, that means it could happen any minute. So he'd be telling you, hey man, if he tells you there's a fire, he should be telling you what the exit is. If he said the stage on fire, he should be saying just come, hey man, the place on fire. He'd be telling you what the exit is, how to get the hell out of there, how to take yourself. He ain't doing all that. Just believe in him. Armageddon's already started. Okay, where's the exit? How do we get out of here? Why do we defend ourselves? Why ain't tell that? He's a damn liar. He's a goddamn liar. He ain't telling you nothing. There's a liar. The Armageddon's already started. What started? That means we could be bombing. I mean, that's nuclear war, ain't it? They could drop nuclear bombs any minute now. So what's stopping them? Well, how can they tell you what to do? The secret chamber tell you to go into. How can they tell you about all this stuff? Because he's a liar. He's a damn liar. A goddamn liar. See? He ain't predicted a damn thing about nothing. Remember, he predicted he was going to get America to repent. Remember that prediction? When Trump was in office, he's gonna get America to repent. I rolled on that one. My wife took 2 or 3 days to got me from laughing. But I was in a hard attack from laughing at that one. That movie, that was so funny. I mean, it was more than funny. There got to be a new language for that on it. That reaction, it got to be. It's way beyond funny, right? Because even if he convinced Trump to do that, and he says, he opened his mouth saying, the Secret Service would have ended him. I said, man, he's insane. He wouldn't even got the door. Come on, you want to get America to repent? And Trump said, oh yeah, man, Farrakhan's right. Boom, 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 boom. That's in Trump, into him, right? And anybody around him say some dumb crap like that. I still cry. I tell you, it got to be a new, for that emotion, it got to be a new word for that one. So let's move on, bro. Like I said, I'm going to keep this. It's some redux, somewhat of redux, because like I said, I really want to get that point home about the Battle of Zion. And we're going to talk about that. I want to talk about something first. Right now, I'm going to continue on my series last week, but I'm kind of like recuperating, bro, because I think in 30 years it's caught up with me. It's getting, it's not old age or anything like that. It's just, I tell them I need to rest. I can't rest, bro. So you see what's happening? You have no idea what's going on. And you ain't hearing this truth from nobody. What you're hearing from me, you might not like it, but you ain't hearing it from nobody, not even a peep. Because this truth is on a new level, it's a high level, high vibration you never heard before. You never somebody act like me and somebody talk like me, never. Just don't. And the truth I'm telling out, and the details, you ain't getting that from anywhere. You ain't heard anybody tell you about a famine, have you? The Bible talks about it. You ain't heard anybody talking about battle in the Middle East, have you? You ain't heard anybody talk any of these things. Only way you get them here in excruciating detail. And it's affecting you. See? It's like, when you that old Memorex commercial, right? And then, she put a certain frequency, a voice, a certain frequency, and break glass to break. The glass to break immediately starts shaking. Right? First it stopped, it moved a little bit, then started shaking and rattling, and soon, boom, broke. That's what's happening to you, brothers and sisters. See? Because you ain't ready to, you almost there. See? Because when I talk to you, every time I talk to somebody, or I deal with somebody, or this is where I act, that's the way you act is vibration, because you're all energy. That affects other people. The way you act around people, that's what affects other people. So you impose your vibration on them. So it just then it's a combination of your vibration mixed with theirs. If your vibration is greater, then you're going to have effect on theirs to the extent that yours is greater than theirs. And when they talk to someone else, they're going to pass on your vibrations that they picked up from you, whether they say it or just the way they act. So the word is getting around, bro. Since it's vibration, you can't stop vibrations. You can't stop consequences. My vibration is a consequence of the Holocaust. And you can't destroy consequence, can you? Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, let's, where's that at? Oops. Okay, let's move around a little bit here, brothers and sisters. Okay, let's move on in here. This is what I want to talk about here, brothers and sisters. All this is very important, but I want you to really understand this, and it's math, because it's all mathematics. I told you that proved over and over again, energy requires mathematical books. Mathematical books. Just the way the structure happens. If you understand the mathematics, you know that the weakest one goes first, and the next one, you know, anyway. Look at this. Now, this looks like a checkerboard, right? So I'm going to try to make this as simple as possible. See, now, in pressure, if you have a pressure field, so say that's a pressure field, right? In pressure field, every square inch or every cubic inch is the pressure is equal. Otherwise, you have a current or a wave. That's why you have waves, because there's a difference in the current. So the greater pressure pushes the lower pressure. That's a wave or a current. Just like if you have a house and you open both sides of the house, if there's a lower pressure on one side of the house, higher pressure, then you can get a breeze to the house. Otherwise, it's not going to be a breeze at all if the pressure is equal on both sides. So you get a current, and waves are currents. They're caused because you have differential in pressure. Your higher pressure is exposed to lower pressure, right? Okay. So say, for instance, the pressure is balanced, right? Because, I mean, if you have a glass, right, and the water is moving that glass because you got a differential. And it's going to keep on doing that until the pressure is equal all over, and then you see the glass, water, the liquid is still, and it's not moving because now you don't have no differential currents, or currents equal all over the place. Because that's what currents do. They're equalizing effect to make all the pressure equal. That's what it's good. Because, like, you know, you got 5 on this, 5 on that side, right? But if you only got 4 on this side, and you got 5 on this side, then something has to go on the other side to make it equal. You're going to have an imbalance. To balance back out, right? You had to put you had to make this 5. You had 4.5, and then make this 4.5. So now it's balanced because now you got a curve and a wave, what you say is at 5 pounds, right? And 5 pounds on one side, 4 pounds on the other side. You got a wave that weighs half a pound that's moving toward the other side, and then now it's balanced. So if you look at this and you say, okay, it's balanced, right? So forget about that one off in the right corner. But like I said, I really take a break. I thought I took it out. I didn't take it out. It's insignificant and it shouldn't be there. But I'm not going to change it, right? Because it just throws you off. I don't want you to concentrate on that at all. So if you say it's the same amount of energy in each one of those squares, that means it's the balance. Same amount of energy in each one of those squares. Each one of those squares is the same amount of energy. So say the amount of energy in each one of those squares is 1,000 units of energy per square inch, right? Each one of those is square inch, right? 1,000 per square inch. 1,000 units of energy, per square inch, right? That's how much energy there. But now you're in there. So if your energy too. So if you possess, I mean, in your nature, your body and everything is energy. So if your body, right, your body is composed of 1,000 cubic inches per square inch, right? Then therefore, right, you equal to that, and that's you just in there by yourself. So I can show us more detail, but like I said, I don't want you to concentrate on one up in the by itself, right? Forget about that one. But say, for instance, remember, you're not going to change. So you 1,000 units of energy per square inch. You 1,000, right? But say the energy in that square inch goes down to 500 or 700. But you 1,000. It has to balance. So now you got a current, right? Because there's an imbalance there. Because you're greater than the energy, you possess more energy than the energy is allowed in that circle, in that corner there, in that square inch. So if you are 1,000, but the energy in that was down to 700, that means you got 300 units of negative energy to balance it out. That's your current. You got 300 units of negative energy to balance it out. So if you 1,000, right, it's only 700, right? Then 1,000 minus 300 is equal to 700. So you got to have a negative 300 to balance it out. Now, I'm not going to, I'm sure I'm keeping it simple here, brothers and sisters. I plan on going into much detail later on, right? Because I've done it, but I've done it over 30 years. I'm trying to explain this concept, right? So I think I found a simpler way that I messed around, forgot to take that one out there, over there, and I'll get people confused. But the universe expands and contracts. So there's only so much energy in the universe. Energy doesn't increase in energy. There's a certain amount of energy. That's it. You can't create energy, you can't destroy it. So if the universe expands, that means all the energy that used to be here, because even the devil say there was a big bang. They said all the energy used to be in one small spot and then expand out. The Quran said too. So the heavens and the earth were one. That means in the beginning, right, all your energy out there you saw was the atmosphere of the earth. And there's many ways to prove that, brothers and sisters. Right? It was the atmosphere of the earth. Think about that, all that energy that was here at that time. Because even the devil, they say was all the energy in the whole universe was the size of an atom. That's true. But if you believe the size of an atom, you shouldn't have any problem believing it was the size of the earth. That means we had so much energy. And then it's constant, then we expanded. Right? Then we expanded the heavens. That means we start spread, and now you see all energy out there now. But as energy out there means the energy levels here got lower and lower and lower and lower and lower. Right? So at some point it got lower than our ability, than what we were. So if it got down to say it was trillions of pounds per square inch, trillions in the beginning, right? Then we had plenty of energy. But then it got down lower and lower and lower. Now at some point it got down to 1,000. So we're still, we're still okay. We still had enough energy, maintain ourselves, right? But then it dropped lower than that because the universe kept expanding, and it got lower than that. Also, we have negative energy. Enter Dr. Yaqub, because we personify everything. There's no spooks of spirits, brothers and sisters. You should learn from Elijah Muhammad. We personify everything. So devils, all forces are personified. So devils represent the forces, written people represent the force. Everything is personified. Angels personified. There's no thing, there's mysteries, spooks, spirits, and that. Everything is personified. So we personified that negative energy. And so he made a person that represents that negative energy. That's the devils. She devil, male devil. And so as it got worse, the devils got more and more devils. So one you have maybe at first, right? So say for instance you went down, say you started 1,000, then you went down to 900, now you got one devil. Say a devil equal one, each devil equals a negative 1,000, right? Negative 100, right? So you went down to 900, so you got, now you went down, the energy went down to, you're still 1,000, and you went down to 900. So now you got a negative one devil, 100. But you go down to 800, you got two devils, right? You got three devils. If each one of the devils represents a negative 100, you get down to 50, you got 5 devils around you, doing all kinds of evil to you. They keep you negative. They take it from you, taking everything from you, because that's the balance. That's what Yaqub did. That's the mathematics of it. And it will keep going down, down, down to the universe start contracting again. As the Quran says, it talks about it the other way. It's momentous in the heavens and earth, but it comes all of a sudden. It means as the universe starts contracting, it comes back. And it comes back in forms of waves, approximately 50 years, and the earth absorbs it and converts it into a form of energy we could use. See, air, food, nutrition, and it comes, it releases that, and it basically 24-hour cycles. Our life cycles, 24-hour cycles. That's why we sleep and everything, because we don't have enough energy to maintain a 24-hour alertness. We only may alert for 16 hours. Why the reason I'm all busted up, because I'm going 24/7. You understand? So that's where it happens. So therefore, we're getting stronger. That means the devils have less control, to the point where it gets to 1,000 again. The devils have no power whatsoever. None, zero. That's what happened. The whole system come apart. Now they're talking about reparation, all that kind of stuff, because they're losing power now because we energize us. And our first burst of energy, approximately 50 years, was in the 1860s. And then 50 years later, now we're on the 50 year, and now we're about to break through all the devils. You understand this concept, brother and sister? Now, the only thing they can do to keep control of you is get you to abuse your energy. Because remember, your nature takes some energy, but if you start taking stuff they give you, the American drug kind of stuff, right? Now you're creating, because remember, if you're 1,000, right, and pressure gets, and energy level gets to 1,000, you're good. But what if you start, remember, you're 1,000, but what if you take 500 of their garbage, this stuff they get, their jobs, their cars, all that kind of stuff, right? So now you took 500 years of energy, and that's how I deceive you, or going to concerts and Jay-Z and video game, all kind of stuff, right? That's energy that they producing, and that's a trick. And you biting. See, that's the hook, the bait, and you grab it. So now, right now, when you broke free, Elijah Muhammad broke the Levites free, right? Now you start taking their American dream and all this BS and buying all this stuff. Now you got 500. Now you're not 1,000 anymore. You're 1,500 because now you're taking other stuff. So now you got devils around you. You got 5 more devils around you. You're marrying them, sleeping with them. And when you follow Elijah Muhammad's example, right? Resist the devil. It means resist the stuff. Take any of the stuff. That means resist the devil. He flee from you because he can't. If you don't take his stuff, resist it. Because where the devil is, he giving you stuff. Hey, take this, man. Come and get this BMW. Invest in America. American dream. Stay here. Ain't that Farrakhan's church? Stay here. Take your reparations. All this stuff. So you take this stuff. Now you suffering self-imposed energy deprivation. Because you increase your energy, but not your self-energy. You're creating stuff around, taking stuff around you, right? So now you're suffering devils because you're buying into this world's life. And the Quran tells you, if you buy this world's life, there's no portion for you hereafter. What's so hard about understanding that? It says, if you buy this world's life, there's no portion for you in the hereafter. Zero. Hope you understand that, brothers and sisters. So you got devils. See, but at this point in time, you don't need to have a devil around you anymore. And you also got demons. That's another trick. Oh, that's not a devil. You okay? See, it's a devil. It's just in black skin. Like Farrakhan. See, because they take from you. They're parasites. That's one way you recognize a demon. They're parasites. Devils are parasites too. They're wolves in sheep clothing. But Farrakhan hasn't produced a damn thing but mouth. That's why I call him the mouth in Daniel and in Revelations. He called him the mouth. Because that's what it is, just the mouth. Even the Aaron knows the mouth. Remember, that's why Elijah wanted, because of his mouth. That's why he give it a bunch of bullshit. He ain't produced a damn thing in 42 years. Nothing. That's why and now this is last year. He only had 42 years to do his thing. The son of perdition, Legion, Louis Eugene Grant, our back was a chief demon. He didn't produce a damn thing. Elijah Muhammad produced. He gave it all kinds of things. I lived when Elijah Muhammad was present, I had no contact with devils whatsoever. Zero. I was a former Muhammad Speak newspaper plant. I got my car from Nations Bank, finance from Nations Bank. I live in Nations Complex, apartment from the Nation. I bought my clothes, I bought my food from the Nation store. Your supermarket. You want to go out, we had the Mason restaurants. They had no contact with devils at all, zero. Can you say that Farrakhan? No, he bringing devils in, he hugging and kissing them. They ain't devils anymore because he's one of them. He's a demon. He ain't produced nothing. He's getting wealthy, living off you for 42 years, where he produced nothing. And now we called on it. Oh, well, I ain't about economics. Well, why you there for economic program for 40-some years? I'm about self-improvement. Well, that's exactly what the FBI said they wanted. They wanted to find someone that could take a nation away from take a nation away from nationhood and economic, all that stuff, take them to self-development, right? And stop the race hatred. Don't start calling devils, right? See? And Scientology and 9X, all that BS. That's exactly what Farrakhan gave you. Nothing but bullshit. But he's taking money from you all the time. What money? So-called save their money, him, his money for his children, everything else. Because he's a parasite. He ain't produces them. The parasites don't produce anything. Just an itch. They produce an itch. That's all they produce. That's all he produces, an itch. I'm itching, not talking about him. All he produces an itch. That's it. So it's shame on those people. It says in Exodus, there's a lot of people in there, right? That knows he's a liar. They still want to hold on to Elijah's teachings. It said in there, there's not how the boss them do anything until Elijah came in, right? Stiffen their back up and say, those with me, read Exodus, those with me cover me. And where they still saw the rest of them. Who is the rest of them? Who is they with? So they're going to dispose of him pretty soon. See? As I'm directing this message to the Levites, because it says the elect they got it. They already got it. They haven't got it already. But that situation, brothers and sisters. So eventually, like I said, when the spring comes, all of a sudden the winter, all traces, make all things and all traces are gone. And now the energy is increasing, so the devils are losing power over us. They've been losing power over us for the last, since 150 years? 20 years are hard with them. For the last 150 years, they're losing power. They started losing power over us in the 1860s. 20 years later, 1920s, and 1960s, right? You see, you follow music. Music follows that pattern because that's how music reflects our nature. And now 50 years later, we're going to break their power altogether. See, that means elect, because elect are not deceived by the American dream, not deceived by these trinkets and things they give them, right? Oh, we want reparations. We want to do a job. We want to make America great again. We want to go into the military and fight. They ain't deceived by none of that stuff. They're taking their energy and focus on themselves. So therefore, they have enough energy, right? They don't have any contact. The devils have no power over them whatsoever. So now they taken out of here. That's what I'm at. They're in the Lamb's Book of Life. So, because they get that from the angel, because the angel's a book for this time. So he takes them out. But the other ones, Levites, they have to stay here. Because they've taken in, and they still got devils. And they have to stay here until they get rid of their devils. That's a tribulation. They have to get rid of their devils. They escape here. So they got to go through that tribulation. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Let's move on here. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about okay, ignore that blinking, brothers and sisters, again. I don't usually have to do this, but I really have to apologize, brothers and sisters. I'm trying to get information out. I'm trying to be recovered, but I have to get some information out. But I don't care how tired I am. Whatever. This is me. I've given 30 years of my life, and I'm gonna get this message out if I'm on my deathbed. So if I'm still making issues, I'm not gonna make any mistakes in the message itself. Right? I'm not going to do that because I want to open my mouth. I don't get that right. But I might make some mistakes in my presentations, putting together. I might make a few errors in there. So I'm not making any excuses. I'm just saying the message is accurate. And I'll make sure that when I open my mouth, it's not. Except for when I'm talking about that, to warn heaven. Because I'm going to tell the devils, my object is if you confuse them about that one. But the battle for Zion. See, look at Zion backwards. What's Zion spelled backwards? See? You ever look at that? N-O-I. N-O-I. Battle for Zion. And I'm not going into all detail about that because they like to talk about numerology and acronyms and all that kind of stuff, right? And they don't know what the hell they're talking about. I got some real ones. There's some powerful ones, right? Okay? Because all these words are hints, but like the word Israel. The people that call Israel, it says Israel, right? But it's spelled wrong, ain't it? It said Israel, nothing, but it's spelled wrong, ain't it? There's something wrong with it, ain't it? Why did it say Israel? That ain't the way you spell Israel, is it? Something wrong with it, ain't it? See, because they're not true, they're false. See? But Zion, it says the Lamb and the 144,000 elect will stand on Zion, right? Now we know, we understand by Injil key, we know what the feet are, and we know what that means. They stand on Zion, so Zion represents our homeland, Arabia. That's what Zion represents. See, false Israel, they claim they return home. No, that's not a return home. That's a big lie itself. Because they return home, they return to Zion. They return to Arabia. It says in Abrahamic covenant with it is specifically given the geography of it between the Euphrates and the Nile. That's Arabia. They returned to Arabia. They got the small little place of Palestine. They took it and restored, just like America, like these people stole America, and they beaten and oppressed those people because they false is not real. The name itself tells you it's not real. It is real. That's where you spell real. Not real. See, so I can go a lot of these words and show you a lot of stuff, brothers and sisters, right? I don't like to go there because it sounds like, I could go there, but I want to keep it simple. That's what Zion is. And where does the Z come from? See? Because the nation of Islam is backwards right now. See? They turned it backwards. Farrakhan would turn it backwards. He's not teaching Islam, blind Muhammad's teachings. He's all turned backwards. So the Battle of Zion, see what happened is when you say we took the elect, when you read, they only tell who Michael is. They ask Farrakhan who Michael is. He never says who Michael is. I mean, if he should know who Michael is, right? I mean, he's the one going to deliver us, but we ain't going to us, so we don't need deliverer, do we? So I guess that prophecy is false too. Because nothing he says makes sense. See, there's a beautiful suit tailor-made for Suleiman. Tailor-made. Farrakhan trying to fit in it. So he bring all kinds of tailors and everything in to alterate the suit to fit in, and this don't fit. Just won't fit them. They got tear suits all totally apart to fit them in it. Right? Plus they got to tie a potty in it. Right, he depends. It depends. He's not about depending, right? But he wear depends. But if you can put him on, who changed the diaper for him? Ask him. Right, who changed the diaper for him? They made a little thing Sunday about. I talked about this in the past, right? About how he went to Aretha Franklin. He just sat the whole time. Everybody else was going to bed and everything else. Because he was going to bed right there. He had to get him going anywhere. He was doing it right there on himself. Man's pathetic. But yeah, he gonna save the world, save all of us. No, you better read Exodus. The battle for Zion is a war. So what, brothers and sisters? Because we delivered, and that's why I'm going to deliver the elect. Deliver them where? He delivered them to Zion. Joshua. Joshua is just the Hebrew form of Jesus. If you say Joshua in Greek, it's Jesus. It's the same name. They talk about the trial last Sunday again, right? This last Sunday, what was that? The 7th, May 7th, 2023. Yeah, the date's right here. See? Gotta talk about that then. Mm-hmm. See, Farrakhan is supposed to be Jesus. That's what Scripture say. How it says, there'll be Moses, there's somebody between Moses. That's Aaron. And in Moses' absence, Aaron did nothing good, even in the Quran. In Moses' absence, Farrakhan scripted everything. Made the Nation of Islam a laughing stock before his enemies. Nobody's respect. It says, how clear can it be, brothers and sisters? So if you're still with him, you're a demon, or you're a fool, or a liar, just weak. You're a weak Levite. And you're going to go through tribulation because of it, because you should have stood and threw his ass out a long time ago. That's clear. He just put one piece of scripture, another piece of scripture put together, what kind of stuff? No. It says right there. Aaron did all that dirt, messed everything up. Then Joshua had to come and clean up. That says in Malachi too. He said he'd come clean up, you know? I mean, he had to come, whose mess the mess had to come here to clean up? Elijah's mess. Remember, he comes after Elijah because Elijah Muhammad came before him. So he's messy clean up. So he said that's Farrakhan. He said Farrakhan had to clean Elijah's mess. You see what I'm saying? Or that he had to clean up Farrakhan's mess. Remember, because there's a third party there. Somebody's robbing the nation. Who's robbing the nation? Not me. Elijah Muhammad wasn't robbing it. So who's robbing the nation? Who's getting rich off the nation? Ain't produce a goddamn thing. That's easy. That's easy to call Farrakhan. So why are you deceived? So I'm just explaining to you, brothers, that's the war. Because they took that land from us 50,000 years ago. Our brothers, Ishmael, Abraham's oldest son, says this shouldn't be mine. This should be mine. So he ran us off there 50,000 years ago. And then we went into deprivation, right? Threw us over to our enemies. Because we was on the west coast of Africa. How did they get in there? There was a sword that was supposed to protect the tree of life. There was a sword that was supposed to protect the tree of life from Adam and Eve, and they didn't. You see? They let them in, guided them in to get us. That story of Joseph, right? Another lie Farrakhan tells. The people were enslaved after Joseph, not before Joseph. And so we're over here. Once we're over here, they didn't come and do anything for us. We was Muslims come over here. They didn't do anything. They was hoping they never see us again. And now they come run over here now to see if they finish the job. Oh, don't listen to Elijah Muhammad, got listen to us. Why listen to you? You betrayed us. You ain't never did a damn thing for us. You helping our enemy, you enriching our enemy, House of Saud, Indians, tend to be Arabs. And you're not new care nothing for us. You're here to make sure the job is finished and we don't ever rise again. And that's why you're paying Farrakhan off to say we ain't going anywhere because you're trying to nip it in the bud. Or telling people stop saying that's our country. You know? Because Elijah Muhammad said we're going home. You know, Farrakhan, we ain't going nowhere. Because he's paid. Stop them saying that stuff. See? Because they ain't on it. I keep telling you, your enemies everywhere, bro. Since they're all your enemies. And you're going to find out in a minute. Because some of you are going to be on the menu. Because when this war takes place, that you hear no one's talking about but me, famine is going to follow fast on its heels. There'll be total famine in America. Total famine in America. Total. Only one has something to eat is Suleiman and those with him. Because he will have control of the Nation of Islam at that point in time, all the demons of Farrakhan cast out. It says, when the ancient days is set, stones were cast down. First, whose stones cast down? That's Farrakhan and all his people. And then the ancient days is set. And famine will be in the land. The beasts will be destroyed. Famine will be in the land. It's going to grip the land. Total famine. Which they're going to be like here? Total famine. They're going to be eating you, brothers and sisters. I keep telling you, you're going to be on the menu. The elect will be gone. And then we're going back to fight for Zion. And then you're faced with tribulation. And once the wheat is separated from the chaff, both will be united, both be strong armies. 17 million strong, 17 million demons. Because it said half the original nation, according to Injil, is demons, are demons. Farrakhan is the chief demon. It follows the devil. What can I tell you? How in the hell he could be your survived savior? He's your parasite, sucking your blood. See, if they'd be united, he'd be their spiritual, he would be the leader, spiritual leader. But now they got their power back. That's Samson. But they blind. Farrakhan don't know anything. They don't know what to do. And they're being eaten. You better study Injil again. Said they'll be eating you. Some of you saints too gonna be on the menu. They catch you. Be no food whatsoever. You're gonna be the food. Elect will be out here. Get out, get out, get out. Even to the Levites, get the hell out of here while you can. Because when that war starts, if they're going to close the door, you're not going to get out of here. You know, those foreigners here, they're going to be on the menu. They're going to be first on the menu. They say they're going to be drinking blood like wine. How do you think they're going to get how drinking blood? That means they got to hang you up and drain you. But they're going to look further than that. See? But I don't want to get too deep into this, right? But it says 3 showniks for a denarius, I think, and 1 for 3 to 1 against the wheat. In other words, the wheat is more valuable than the. That's talking about the Levites. They're more valuable than the demons. But they eat both of you. So they make it look like they're selling you. But they ain't gonna be selling anything because the money will be. They don't have to throw the money in the streets. They're just telling you that they're going to be eating you. If you get caught, you get eaten. Okay? And you got 2 powerful armies. One's trying to get out, fighting their way to get out here. That's Exodus. They're fighting their way to get out here, they've fled from Pharaoh's armies. And once they escape, Pharaoh's army is destroyed. And you got the other group, that's the locust war, talking about Injil, right? They're going to be fighting because they don't have nothing. Well, they're blind. They're fighting to take over his country, and they're fighting to keep from being eaten. That's all the choice they got. They don't know anything else. And they're being destroyed, eaten. Farrakhan, all of them, they're going to. Right? But I'm not concerned about them because they're going to be eaten. I'm not that concerned about the Levites either. See? But that's what Master Muhammad wants. Okay? I said 2 Levite prophets. I mean, what else can I do? Because I look at it like a distraction. I want to focus. It said Jesus in the Bible says, he told the people, that story about the woman, right? The woman came and asked, would you save my daughter? He said, hell no, I'm not going to save your daughter. My truth is for my people. He's only out for his people. He showed that in Jonah too. But Master Muhammad, you know, he look out for the Levites. That's his baby, right? So Elijah, you know, that's his man. I'm not getting into, you know. I mean, I know they say you got 2 things in the Bible. It's a question whether Elijah makes it or not. Angel says he does. The Bible says he don't. The other parts of the Bible say he don't. See? Because it says the reason why Elijah wasn't allowed to leave, because he didn't take and represent Suleiman as the messenger of the covenant. He didn't tell the people. But I'm not going to hate him on that. So it's up to me. He'll make it. That's him between him and Master Muhammad. I don't get in the middle of that. Right? I'm not going to hold that against Elijah. Could have made my job much harder. Because see, I should have had the Levite army backing me. That made the job a lot easier. But they're not backing me. In fact, they resisted me. They're fighting me. And yet, I'm tasked to say their ass. And they're my chief opponents. Aside from the demons. Anyway, brothers and sisters, I'm gonna pretty much leave it there. I want you to understand how your condition, the mathematics of it. It's all mathematics, brothers and sisters. There's nothing the devil can do about it. All they can do is keep deceiving you to cause you to have self-imposed energy deprivation. You go after the American dream, go after their jobs, go after all this stuff, go after their women, and all that stuff they telling you buying it, right? So therefore, you're taking all this energy, negative energy, this energy, creating, forcing yourself in self-energy deprivation, which cause you to spend time in hell, to cause you to go to tribulation, and may not even survive it. Because you don't want to go through tribulation, brothers and sisters. It will. It's a time of unprecedented trouble, brothers and sisters. It said, pray you be allowed to be made worthy, found worthy to escape. That's the elect. Lamb's Book of Life. They got to talk about these witnesses Sunday. They had no idea what they're talking about. Witnesses not Elijah and Farrakhan. This will be killed. They'll be on the foot of the nations. I mean, all this stuff. None of that stuff happened. That's not talking about. That's Michael and his angels. That's a Shia. Talking about that's Elijah and Farrakhan. They keep throwing Farrakhan up there and Elijah up there as Farrakhan's. No, they're using Farrakhan as bait. See, because once you bite, you don't get Farrakhan. You don't get Elijah. They use Elijah as a bait. Farrakhan using Elijah to distract you. That's what you get. So I'm saying, system issues here, brothers and sisters. I think I made it clear. Hopefully by tomorrow I can resume one of my series. Right? Apocalypse. Now Armageddon is just a phase in the apocalypse. Practically Armageddon's already started. They haven't started. How come we're going to do about it, Farrakhan? Where's the exit? When they start, they're going to. Where's it going to be? Tell them, explain to you. Where is Armageddon? We'll explain. Is it going to be nuclear war? Are they going to drop nuclear bombs on America? Is that what Armageddon says? War is all wars. If that's the case, what should we be doing, Farrakhan? Just have faith in you? Are they going to drop nuclear bombs? Is there going to be nuclear war? Is there going to be a biological war? You said Armageddon's already started. So what should we do, Farrakhan? What does it mean? Explain to us. I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. Okay. Hope you understand. Well, let me show you this, since I put it there. See? That's what elect is back home. But that's also the ark. Ark had 9 parts to it, right? 9 people, that's the ark. Master Muhammad was the God in the ark. Noah was the one on the top. Right? That's Suleiman. Suleiman gets the kingdom. He gets the kingdom, but he gives to Master Muhammad. Suleiman's the one who put the kingdom together. But he gives to Master Muhammad, he rules it. Better read it again. Ancient of Days gets the kingdom. He's the one who can take control. He's the one who's fighting the beast. Who can make war with the beast? Then said, who can make war with the beast? Who's like the beast? Who can make war with the beast? It tells you right in chapter 17, right? There's a lamb. Now, Master Muhammad, they make war with the lamb overcome them. He makes war with the beast. He overcomes the beast. He gets the kingdoms, then he gives it to Master Muhammad. says, then won't come, it said in Daniel, won't come the clouds, and says, Ancient Days gave him the kingdom, everlasting kingdom, because he's a judge. He has to make sure who's the master might deliver? Deliver anybody? Deliver those in the Lamb's Book of Life, and Book of Life, that's the one he's delivered. You got to put these things together, brothers and sisters. It says, Suleiman's only doorway out of here. And I'm giving you an exit door. I'm giving you something special. I'm giving you mercy. Get the hell out. Get out. Now. Go to Africa. Just get the hell out. Don't go to Europe. Don't go to Arabia either. Just get the hell out of here. Go to Africa, any place. Just get the hell out. Get out of this hemisphere. This whole hemisphere is going to be burnt up. Get the hell out of here. That's just a mercy I'm giving you, brothers and sisters. If you don't like me like I'm saying, if you got the world off, just get out. Get out for a while. You'll be glad you did. Or you're gonna pay a price for not helping getting your people raised. But at least you get out of here, you won't be eating. Because if you stay here, you're gonna be eating, brothers and sisters. You're gonna be eating. Because you're gonna be the food. You're already in the Constitution, 3/5 human. What does that mean? Think about it. That's in the Constitution. They tell you that you worship. They tell you about the so-called royal family or the incarnation. Watch me. Those people are murderers. They're rapists. They're enslavers. They're terrorists. That family is the one that enslaved us. Yeah, hey, man, we got a royal family, man. Yeah, really? What's wrong with you? Is it that bad? Is it really that bad? Nowadays, after Master Muhammad, even after Noble Drew Ali and Marcus Garvey, even after them, you should know better than that. It's democracy. They say, democracy. Where you find democracy in the Bible? Well, Jesus ain't no Democrat. If you read the Bible version of it, he's a tyrant. He's a dictator. You do it his way or no way. If you do it the other way, you put your ass in hell forever and ever if you don't obey him. 100%. They ain't no democracy. They claim they love democracy. They hate dictators. Dictator. Well, so is the Jesus of your Bible that they claim they worship. He's a dictator. He's the highest rank. Because, this is what he say, put your ass in hell forever, never, without end. Total torment. Hell, Saddam Hussein couldn't do nothing, couldn't come close to that. But yes, they hate dictators, but they're Jesus, because they're all liars. And that picture of Jesus, that's not Jesus. Remember, Jesus got lamb wool hair and bronze skin. So how the hell? No, that's Satan, but masquerades the angel of light. What's the worst of Satan? Kill, steal, and destroy. They stole his land. They commit genocide against his people. Where's people? They locked up in a little prison somewhere called reservations. And what they do? They drag us over here and persecute us for 40 years. Persecute, terrorize us. Only way you can maintain a Holocaust is through terror. They terrorize us 24/7. Is that the works of Jesus or the works of Satan? Brothers and sisters, the judgment, woo. Mostly right there. The judgment be simple. Ask a couple of questions. That's enough to burn your ass up. Just what I just asked you right now. Why would you worship? Why would you defend the Constitution that says you're 3/5 human? How you gonna answer that one? How you gonna marry and love the people that enslave your parents and beat them? Why you worship Washington and Jefferson when they were slaves? They're terrorists. They terrorized your ancestors for 400 years. How you gonna answer those questions? Why you walking around with their names when they took your name from you and branded you with Jones and all that kind of stuff? Why would you want their names? I got a relative, born Muslim, beautiful name, and she married this demon, and he claimed he was a Muslim. He's a liar. He don't have no idea. He has no idea what his fate is. If he did, right, he wish he was never born. And then what he did, he get married and all that kind of stuff, have me pay for the wedding and all that kind of stuff, right? And now he out there, he's a big liar, stole money from and everything else. And then now he done got his name changed to Raheem Jones. Now if that's not sick, not stupid, right? It's like you're born beautiful and you rub shit over your face. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? You're born beautiful and you rub shit all over your face, all over your body. Why would you do that? Unless you're a fool. Stupid. Brothers and sisters, it says, time when pressed in trouble. Let me go, I'm sorry, I'm technical dealing with these bones. It's time when pressed in trouble. And chastisement will be greater than any chastisement ever. If you're on the wrong side, brothers and sisters, chastisement be more than you can imagine. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Okay, let me close this out. There's your hero. You're anointed. There's your anointed. That's what you're going to be doing in a few more days with his lion Levite priest, Ishmael. Okay? And there you go with his demon from South America. When they came over here, there were people down there who was darker than me. How'd they get like that? Spanish didn't bring their women. Those are demons. They got the same nature as their daddies. That's what demon is. Okay? But Barrack gonna bring them in because he's demon. He attracts demons. He's doing a good job, Farrakhan. See, because he's drawing all the demons in. Then we had to go looking for them. Okay, brothers and sisters, I think that's enough right there. We're gonna close out, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.
Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers and sisters. Suleiman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant, breaker of 7 seals, crusher, the judge. We're told that a judge would appear at the end of the 40-year Holocaust that will cast judgment upon our oppressors. We know who our oppressors are, some of us do anyway. They're oppressing us for 400 years, terrorizing us, more appropriate. And then the judge will come, and judge has come around time. 2020 began with a plague. one of many. The Armageddon, what Lion Farrakhan calls it, which is really Armageddon, is the plagues. Those are the plagues. We understand those plagues. That's what Armageddon is. European war. It's a plague designed to break their grip on us. Because they have us in captivity for 500 years, nearly 500 years. Let my people go. But who doesn't want us to leave here? Master doesn't want to leave because why we have to get in place to force him to leave? Pharaoh didn't want to leave here. Why? But who else doesn't want to leave? Who else do not want us to leave here? Can you guess? The son of perdition, son of a devil, lying coward, deceiver, Aaron, Peter, Mr. Farrakhan, Legion, Louis Eugene Grimes, and all that battles. Why doesn't he want to leave? He claims, oh, that's not history, that's present, but God said he wants to get out of here. Oh, we ain't going nowhere. He wants to stay there. Bring devils into our eye. He's always hugging and kissing on devils. Devils ain't devils anymore. I always made it so simple, brothers and sisters, that if you still hang with him in a few more days, you actually hang with them. Hang with them. Because if you're that stupid, you're either a demon or idiot, and we don't want either of you. So I'm going to have a little recap on the Battle for Zion, because I think I went that a little hastily last time. This is going to go quite quickly too, brothers and sisters, because I still got a lot of things I'm dealing with. But I want to kind of keep on track with the series. The Demon Wars. The Demon Wars. Now, who are the demons? See, demons are their children. They lying to you about. They lying to you about. It said God can make out deceive the whole world. It said, beware of wolves in sheep clothing. Somebody will sow the chaff amongst the wheat. And you ignore those stories to your own detriment. Because I'm here to reveal all this information to you. Those that pay attention see what they never saw before. It says he would open the eyes to the blind. And those who are paying attention to this message, they see like they never saw before. They never expect to see what they see now. They see clearly. A song goes, I see clearly now. On a clear day, you can see forever. They see the world clearly. Clearly. While you stumbling around in the dark. Willful darkness. Those are Farrakhan. They're Farrakhan because they lack Farrakhan personalities. See, personalities they're magnetic. See, they drag you in. And they're with him, my prime lady, not counting the demons, but some of them also may be personalities. Excuse me, since I haven't had much rest in the last couple of weeks. See? So Revelation's here to reveal, because there's no spooks or spirits anywhere, brothers and sisters. Never have been, never will be. But anytime they want you to recognize somebody, all of a sudden that entity is a spook or a spirit that you can't see, but it's right in front of you. I mean, we was in hell for 500 years, and you deceived about that. How could you be in hell and not know it? How could you be in hell and not know it? And people that was beating you and torturing you, who do you think they were? The devils. But they had you believe, no, they weren't the devils, and this wasn't hell. So then where was it then? Eating cow chips, chitlins. If you got even that, dirt, red dirt, if you even got that, you're so hungry that the chitlins they gave you eat up, and you still be hungry. You have to eat cow manure, right? Force it down your throat, and you still be hungry because they wouldn't feed you. They wouldn't feed you. You know, they fed you manure, right? But they wouldn't give you that enough to be full. I mean, they hated you so much. They hated you so much. See? So much. They wouldn't let you get full off of that. They want you to eat crap and still be hungry. That is monstrous. That's monstrous. Yeah, they say, oh no, we're not devils. Well then, if you're not, then what is a devil? What does devils do? Oh, we're good people. We're a force for good in the world. Yet you destabilize the world. You brought war, world wars, disease, destruction, enslavement. And now they're so all up in arms about the so-called royal family. Can you believe that? That's the family of murderers, of enslavers and rapists and persecutors, terrorists. Their whole family. They started the whole process of our enslavement. And we go, oh man, the royal family. Oh man, we're out of breath. Because it's sick society. I mean, who would you expect the devil who honor? Other devils. Jefferson, Washington. How can you honor these people if you're a righteous person? You think Jesus honor these people? First of all, they say you're 3/5 human. You got to honor the Constitution, but you're 3/5 human in it. Why would you honor somebody claim he's 3/5 human? Still in there, right? And then you go in and you got to honor Thomas Jefferson and George Washington, and they was enslaving your ancestors. And you don't do that kind of a system without terrorizing people 24/7, 365. Means they were terrorists, rapists, murderers. Yet they honor them. Oh man, they wrote this great document. That all men are created equal. But that shows right there, they didn't see you as a man or a woman. Because if you was created equal, then why were they still enslaving you? And Jefferson was raping you. Jefferson wasn't here, hundreds of slaves, hundreds. And you buy it, so you buy it at your own detriment. Because if you understood what this is all about, bro, this is about bringing you home. Lifting those up that can be lifted up, and putting those down that cannot be lifted up. If you understand pressure, it's a very simple calculation. Higher pressure, oppressive, lower pressure. That's just the way it is. And your mind is low pressure, low frequency. Because your mind's on everything but your mind itself. Jay-Z, party, right? Stadium, NFL, NBA. They'll pay the price. Because while they making that stuff, see, they build the cars, they build the VLOs, they build that stuff. They make money doing it while you sitting around just eating it up. You their whore. Period. You're selling yourself for a loaf of bread. We didn't do that. That's what you're doing. Again, brothers, excuse me, I'm going to have to get on with this because I really need to get some rest. It's hard to get, I can't get any rest, brothers, because I got to get this word out to you. I got to get this information out to you, brothers and sisters, because you need it. You don't know you need it, but you need it. Because they're going to be eating you in a minute. Eating you. You ever heard this truth anywhere? You ever heard this truth anywhere? Never talk about the famine, never talk about the war in the Middle East, never about the goat, right? Very little talk about Armageddon, which they don't understand anyway. But it's the locust war I talk about in Revelation. And they say, this locust. They say these locusts are demons. It's masters, black-faced children. House Negroes, right? That's who the demons are. Fathers of devils. That means it's not original because the father carries a seed. Right? Rats don't recognize them. He throws them in with us, which they're not us. But they destabilize us because they're amongst us. So it causes a lot of confusion. And according to the census, right, it's 34 million. Half is devils, half is original. Master Muhammad, he was prophetic. He says there was 17 million original people, right? Because wasn't even 17 million at that time. See, that was prophetic, but people don't understand. They reject those lessons. So, they saw in the most causing all kind of confusion. So I'm going to cut to the chase here, brothers and sisters, because what's happening is, and I can't go into all the scriptures of baptism and everything else, brothers and sisters, but famine's coming to America. I'm going to try to go to step by step on this thing, sis, try to get you to understand logic of it, because all logic is all mathematics. Logic is mathematics. Correct logic. So America's totally dependent on oil. Totally dependent upon oil. I mean, the whole society, not just America, European society, it's all built off the fuel. What fuels it is oil. Not oil, it seizes up. Take your car, not oil, it seizes up. And you can't do anything with it. You have to, it's gone. So they don't have a strategic program, SPR. Biden got rid of that. And war is coming. The war is on the way that Master Muhammad going to initiate. And if that war, I shouldn't say if, that war takes place in Master Muhammad, it's Michael's angels, Master Muhammad and his angels. We're going to war with the dragons, angels, and swords, House of Sword and his angels, America's been the false Israel. It says that when they collide, it said Master Muhammad and Shia is going to come out on top. They're going to win. Dramatically. I'm not going into all the details. They're going to win. So, that means, remember, this is a war. This resulted from being attacked. Because Syria's under attack now. I mean, I explain that. Can you explain all that? But I can't go there. But since there's bad wax right now, I need to finish this up. However, a famine is coming. Because when they cut the oil off, that will trigger famine in America. Why would it trigger famine? Because everything moves on oil. So if they cut oil off, that means oil and oil's going to be astronomical. And plus, that's going to kick off the fight in Europe also. Kick off the fight in Europe also. And Europeans, they pull the pin of oil, which they will not be able to get from Russia anymore because they conquered Russia. What they'd be able to get from America. America can't get away soon enough. They can't do it by plane. They have to go by boat. So what they do, they turn on America, like I said. You see it signs already. And they go to Russia because Russia has plenty of oil reserves. Then America come roll up in there. And see all Europe is against them. So the wind beat the whirlwind. Because now all that so-called friends, the enemy turns enemy. Because none of them ever liked America anyway. America's been a big bull in the block. Everybody wished they could take down, but they was too afraid to stand up. I said, who can match the beast? Who can make war with the beast? I can make war with the beast. I can make war with the beast. Bring it on. So, the winning brothers and sisters go like, cool. So, now, no oil or a dramatic shortfall, because think about it now, the war in the Middle East takes place, America loses, they lose control of all of the Middle East, all of it under control of the Shia, Master Muhammad's backing. America, strategic oil reserves, right, SPR, petroleum reserves, is depleted. And then, once that happens in chapter 18, when they defeat, it tells you Whoa, because all of a sudden, the whole economy, European economy collapses. The whole European economy collapses. Collapses. Including America, collapses. Partly because they're cut from oil and other things, but that's one of the primary reasons. So then what happens is that now here in America, you cut from oil. And so, remember, being Europe cut off, that happens is that the only way they get oil from is Russia. And so they immediately go side with Russia. It's immediately. See? That means they betray America. So now, that's happened. America's economy failed. European economy failed. Europeans had to make a deal with Russia to restore their economy to some extent because they the ones that have oil over there. America doesn't have any oil, doesn't have access to any. And now they're at war in Europe because now that Europe's turning against them, right? All their outposts and their companies and guys, whatever, under siege, under attack. Because all the countries want to get the hell out of there. See? Because they technically at war with Russia at that time, right? So now you got the war going over there as a result, just simultaneously, all right? Then they come here, right? And then what happens? All economies collapse. What all America does have to give to the military because it's a war in Europe. Which at this point, apocalypse starts when the war in heaven breaks out. That kicks off the apocalypse. The war in Europe then kicks off the Armageddon. Now you get the Armageddon stage of apocalypse. Armageddon. So America's in battle over there in Europe. Oil crisis hit America, and what all they do have, they have to give it to the military. Understand the scenario? Once you do that, then what? There's no oil for public consumption. If it is, it's going to be astronomical. You won't be able to afford it. You pay $1,000 for egg, $10,000 for the egg. Which famine, I'm going to go into all the details, right? We got to go from the markets to processing places, private places to warehouses to stores and so forth. All that comes screeching halt. And no one's telling about this all. Angel is very clear about it. In fact, it mentioned in several places. So now, here you go. Famine. No food. They've been running the stores or Walmart, Target, and those places once the war starts. Because that's triggered, like I said, triggers the apocalypse. So after that, there won't be any food available. None, zero. Now during that time, Zuluba comes to the temple, Master's temple called NOI, explains them what they need to get through the tribulation period. Okay? So now they know what's going on. But see, when he comes, he kicks out Farrakhan, his crown, his cloud, his goons. So how did it happen? So now you got the war in the Middle East that triggered betrayal in Europe, triggered the war of Armageddon. America needs resources, so they have enough for public consumption, so that there's no oil available for public consumption, means they can't transfer. Even they did it with like $50 an egg or whatever, I can afford that, 100. So that's what happens. So now you got famine. Everything's triggered together. That trigger causes together. And it's permanent famine. Permanent one. Well, within a week, they're going to start eating their pets and then eating you. And just very clear at that point, brothers and sisters. Eating you. That class start time because nobody's going to realize that's what they're doing, and immediately could be hesitate. They're going to hesitate. You understand? So now, remember 3/5 human? So we just kicked them out. We kicked Farrakhan, his goons, his demons out. He's of a devil, he's demon. We kicked him out. As soon as somebody comes to kick him out. See? So, but now we live in the suburbs, but most of the people in the cities, that's shopping bars. We got demons in there too and everything, but I said they most reside there. Notice how in the Injil where once Elijah leaves, one of the Levites, right? They go with the Shia. Another one goes to the Sunni. They stay with Islam. They just went to the next best thing. I don't know if anybody paid attention and noticed it. Famine. Where's that trigger? Remember, war in the Middle East triggers the famine. Also triggers Armageddon, which is raging at this point in time. There's no other conclusion you come up with. In that scenario, there's no food. They have to give it to the military. I'm going to give you that, and they might as well walk and make checks. They walk in here and take over. Understand what's happening? So, and these people haven't went out of the mill in 500 years. There's no food, no prospect for food. And that's when the Bible kicks when the Bible says, famine, eating your own children. In your own children, brothers and sisters. So look at the scenario here now. We just kicked them out in the cities. Somebody has control of that. He kicks them out because he's eating that. Right? That's demons. So they run to the suburbs, where most of them live anyway. But also Levites live. Those are African on visas, stuff like that. Let's hear why nations carrying on. Down in the suburbs too. So demons are forced back in. They walk out of cities, between inner cities and the suburbs. Remember that the famine is raging at this point. But also people come up missing. We haven't met Jody. Oh, everybody knows Jody. We haven't met Peter. Oh. See, their mom say, hey, mommy, how come little Jerry's hair is in the pot pan, in the pan? Don't worry about that, honey. Because when you study Injil very closely, people are not going to realize what's going on right away. Invite you over to the house. And we got food over here, Buster. Buster comes over and get Buster-sized head. They send him, he's the food. And nobody knows what's going on for a brief period of time. And says be up to Esau, the prophet, to his knowledge by the book to wake them up and get them ready to get out of here. But that's possibility to pass on to me now, brother and sister, and I have to do it. Has to be done. So you understand the scenario here? People got missing. Oh man, what happened to Jesse? Oh, Jesse, he went over to Mr. Smith's house. Right? They said some food, and we haven't seen him since. See? Oh, Jamie went and tried to see if there's anything in the store, and we didn't see her since either. Be kind for a while. And then what? And then once they understand what's going on, right? They rally and attack because they stuck together. We're not. We look alike. They are brothers, right? So anyway, now you got the demons there in between a rock and hard place, so to speak, because the devils out there, they're hungry as hell, they're starving. They haven't eaten a whole day. And they locked out in the cities, we came around the cities, they're in the middle right there. 17 million of them, women and children. And what it says is, right, that they are the food, because the devils come out of suburbs. They've eaten up all the foreigners. They come after you. Or come after the demons. But it said before that, right? It says that the Levites, they the ones, the demons and devils go team up on them because they're out in the suburbs. See? Even the blacks got somebody, they don't want to live out in the city with you, in the suburbs. So these, because none of the Haitians and Africans and Nigerians are coming, they do well. You need to analyze that, understand what it is, not in our misfortune. So the situation is, they're kicked out in the cities. They can't return to the, because now the cat's out of the bag. Because they're fighting now in the suburbs. Because it says that they be the first to recognize the demons. They're the first to, see how am I say that? No, it says that they're probably the first to recognize what's going on. He tell Levites, because they're the ones that they're eating. They don't know what's going on. Say, hey man, come over here, and eat, you know. And then he makes them aware, and they rally, and they fighting heck hell no suburbs. But everybody's hungry. Okay? And so the devils in the suburbs, right? They try to close in on us in the cities with their guns and everything else. They run into the demons. And they get to fight with the demons, and that kicks off the demon war. See? So you want to say it's just kick it off, but the family motivates it. Okay? Because they're not going to accept them. They never have. They want someone to help fight this war. Not survive it, though. You know, so that could trigger the war right there. They're back up against the wall. They ain't going anywhere. They can't go anywhere. We don't want them. They got blind Farrakhan as a leader. Right? Take all these numbers, but they don't know what to do. What do you do? There's point to have a bunch of followers in the church. You don't even know what to do. Jeff O'Dollar, Farrakhan, all these people, right? They come here, but you don't know what to tell what to do. You don't know anything. You got to keep thinking that you know something. You know nothing. We can prove that clearly that Farrakhan don't know a damn thing. Come on, how healed he is. You understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? So, they would eat you. They eat a lot of you. It's going to last for 5 months. Why do we call them locusts? That's another insinuation right there. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Demon devil war, because they're going to go at it. Clash. See, in Mark, where the chief demon legion said, hey, let's go over to those swine. And they got together fighting for off the cliff together. That demon devil war. Because the devils, that's their children, but they don't want the demons. They hate them. You know, the demons love master. They want recognition. No recognition, but they don't get it. Now all of a sudden, everybody's demon now, and they love everybody, and all the commercials is interracial and all this kind of stuff. Why are they doing that? Devil demon war. What you've never seen before, and that's just the beginning, because every war is much worse than that. But this be eating. So they'll give him wine, give him blood to drink. How you do that? You gotta drain them. They're eating food just like they're gonna eating you just like it's a normal day in the park. Cause you're eating and frying you, whatever they can do, whatever material they have to cook with, if anything. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I'm gonna have to cut this short, brothers and sisters, because I can barely stay awake here. Woo. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. That's a demon, though. Master Abraham kicks off, and you have a chain of events. I'm trying to show you the logic of a chain of events that result from that. He kicks off, that causes all shortage in the European countries. That means they're going to have to work together. That isolates America, because America's over here. They're over there. They're going to be each other. And they're going to ally up with Russia for the main person having that war, having oil. So they're going to lie with Russia against America. What does that mean? That triggers a financial collapse. It says it. Because the whole society is built on oil. And if that collapses, what? Then they need food. And you're going to be the food. And you're not going to know exactly. It tells you to flee as soon as you see folks Jerusalem, right? It's not armies. Because you're not fleeing from the police force. You're not fleeing from the army. Right? Because they got time to get there. You flee for your next door neighbor. Because at that time, it's going to be exposed that they're eating you. Then eat more. We understand, brothers and sisters. That war was going for 5 months. 5 months. Total commitment. There ain't going to be no rest. Women and children, they're all total. Read it. Locust war. I call it locust. What's going to happen, brothers and sisters? You don't hear anybody talking about it anywhere but me. You're not getting information from anyone. They don't even know war. Some don't even know war is coming. Those that do know, have an idea war is coming, they got it all wrong. And like Farrakhan always tell you, yeah, just watch the weather, but hell, what's supposed to do? You want to know if it's going to be a hurricane, you want to know more than just watch the weather. You want to know what's that do, right? What impact's going to have? What, it's shot. If it's how fast it's coming in, if it's coming 50 miles an hour and I'm hitting out the other way 50 miles an hour, then I'm ahead of it. I ain't got to worry. See what I'm saying? But we're getting you details here, brothers and sisters. Now, I'm probably have to do a redux of this and the other one because I didn't mean to be so wild. Something done today, brothers and sisters. I thought I was okay with it. It's catching up to me. Catching up to me, brothers and sisters. Because you had to put it all in. I had to put it all in to do this. I don't look for the reward, brothers and sisters. I don't look for a penny from you. I look for adulation or worship, anything. I'm just ready to get your ass home, period. That's the Angel of Days. He was just giving it, and then he gave it to Master Muhammad. Read it. Demon war, brothers and sisters. Okay. It's war against devils, black-faced devils against devils. Farrakhan be a spiritual leader. This goes back to Samson. Remember, he was powerful. Then he was enslaved. His eyes was taken from him. He wanted revenge. So to get revenge, he brought the nation down and killed us in the process. But no, he actually taking that path, but something close. Trying to get you home, brothers and sisters, as much as we can. Don't want everybody. You have to escape this gravitational vortex, otherwise you'll be pulled back. And if you get out of here, and you haven't studied, you haven't raised your mind up, then you're going to be oppressed in the hereafter. Pure and simple. Nobody's going to bow down to you just because you're a male or you look this, whatever. No, they're going to have to feel the joy, feel the pressure. You're going to feel it. Okay. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. It's true mathematics. It's true mathematics, pure mathematics. And so if you can't get the angel of Revelations, you got to fall back. You got a fallback position. It's the two books, the Book of Thunders and the book of the seven churches. And you got one of the woes. That's a whole different book altogether. Because you're in at that point. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I was going to give a little bit of explanation to that, but I'm not going to do it. I can barely hold on here. Devil demon war, brothers, this is going to last 5 months. America will be a total hellhole. Time of unprecedented trouble. One place to eat, right? We place for heat, cold, whatever. Well, electricity, everything will be gone because you need all the do those things. Demon devil war. There's more brothers and sisters, and I think I'll do a redux when I get some rest because I want to talk about here and woo. Apocalypse. Apocalypse starts when Master Muhammad starts the war. Positive comprehensive. It includes all the wars. Master Muhammad makes all things new. He makes all, not me, he makes all things new. Apocalypse starts when the war starts there. Armageddon starts what? When the oil collapsed. Oil crisis. But get out, my people, get out. He has to get out very clearly, but Elijah Muhammad said, Farrakhan said, don't go nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. We can say, okay, he ain't going nowhere because he had no choice. Get out, brothers and sisters. You don't want to be in this place. It's something you can't even imagine in your mind right now, what you're going to see. Dead bodies, skin on their bone eaten. Children being captured and eaten. But those, everybody, these people haven't had a misdemeanor in about 500 years. And all the consequences come down on it once. Get out, brothers. If you had a wherewithal, get the hell out of here. Been warned. Oh, were you here? Okay, well, you stick with that one. Stick with that idea. Okay, brothers, this is a series here. I did up to 11, I think. I think I got about 2, 3, or 4 more. All the battles, all the major battles. There's many battles that I don't talk about. All the major battles of apocalypse, and again, Armageddon is just one. But everyone's against us, brothers and sisters. You need to understand that point. And you're against yourself if you're not studying those books and raising your frequency. I can't raise your frequency on my own. You have to be susceptible to the frequency. Master Muhammad, he has to be susceptible to the frequency. If you seem too hard, he might not get it either. He won't get it. He's got to study. And you got to study. And if you believe what's about to happen, you'll be studying 24/7. If you know about what's happened, how it's about to burn up, you'll be studying 24/7 if you really believe it. If you don't believe it, you're going to take your time and stuff, and then it's too late. That's what the people say. I can't force you. It's not my job here to force you to do anything. It's your job to understand the consequence of what you're doing. My job to force you. But some says we will snatch out here cooking. We can't cook out here. Some says we'll drag out here kicking and stomping. Some we will. Some sisters will. Because they don't know they want to go home. They say, guys, so messed up. We can't blame for that. But there it is, 15. That's the last one. 9 to bed. We can get to that. So let me go ahead, boss. Let's close this up real quick. And get some rest and follow this tomorrow. Again, This is Babylon. This is chapter 18, Babylon. Read on your at your leisure, brothers and sisters. Right, as Babylon is falling. That's where the woes come in. See? But I'm not going to go into detail, but I just missed it, brothers and sisters, because like I said, you need to be involved. That's knowledge, planning this makes sense to you. Anyway, Suleiman there. See? They took everything away from us. Everything. That was nothing. Our mind, our body, our soul, everything. Got a soul. Everything. Took it all. We've been crucified the last 500 years. That's us. Crucified the last 500 years. Nothing's changed. Only the demons on high gear now, right? Trying to keep you from seeing the truth. That's their job, specifically Farrakhan, but specifically him. Weird here. Look at the hour. Now, no one knows the hour of the day because only Master Muhammad knows that. And the angel has some dates in there, but Master Muhammad is not limited to that. Plus, he wants to come as a surprise. And he can't do it as a surprise like this because he has to be set up. But he has to come as a surprise. He's going to be a surprise. So therefore he can't, well, he can come at exact time it says in the angel. It would be a surprise too, because I've been all over the place with that, right? We know it's going to be soon. So I'm not going to, I wasn't going to explain this a little more detail, but I'm not about this. I'm like, I'm really cut this short here, right? But let me do a little something on this battle for this is all the places that I was mentioning angels to compare to understand what it's trying to say there. Okay, battle for Zion. Then we'll close out, brothers and sisters. Oh, hey, what's going on here? Oh, no wonder. There's several systems going on here, brothers and sisters. Like I get it mixed up a little bit. Bear with me for a couple of seconds, boss. Almost there. Okay. Getting there. Okay. Now for Zion. Now, well, understand the angel key. Zion represents Holy Land. They call the false Jews Zionists. You talking about they want to return home? One home they'll turn to is hell. But the battle for Zion, that's a home. And we battle the whole world for Zion. Make no mistake, brothers, it's the whole world is against you. Total resistance. They say a little stone bring down all the nations, a little stone. Frequency. Of course, the energy operating on those frequencies, they're trying to get you to abuse your energy, so you never operate with that percentages. So they make cars, they make planes, all that kind of stuff, and you buy them. Anyway, battle for Zion, brothers and sisters. See, we got a battle to get back home. we lost about 50,000 years ago. And it's time to take our land back. Everybody, most people know it. They're doing everything they can to stop it. Zion. Look at the word itself, brothers and sisters. They want to talk about numerology, all that kind of stuff. Native Islam, they're so full of it. I guess give this number go. Oh, I keep doing that. No, that's the right one. Oh, gotta stop doing that. Native Islam. Okay, let's back up here. Here we go. Naturally, I don't like to do that. I don't like to do this kind of stuff, numerology, and I don't like doing that kind of stuff, but it's just I really don't. Because it's like comedy in a way, it's serious, but they try to do it, so I'm showing what it really looks like. See, Zion, if you take Legion and NY backwards on the last end of it, you took the end of it, Louis Eugene grounded NY backwards. But Shabazz to the end of that would be a Z. Put together, you get Zion. See on the top, Shabazz, down there is Zion, Native Islam. Right? Because they will turn around, they still turn around back. I'm not showing that. They still turn around backwards now. And that'd be a war. It won't be a war, but the point is that from that point in time, the war be going on. Because when we battle for Jerusalem, we battling for Zion, right? We do that once we take it out of here. Matchman delivers. Those that deliver it, they're going. That's the next battle they have. But anyway, I see Zion there. That's the waters, but it's also represents the waters. Also represents the Sunni Arabia. It's more deeper information in there. The fact that it's set up like that, but I'll leave it alone, brothers. That's what it's battle for Zion. We got to battle for it. You read Exodus, we didn't come and give us a silver platter. We're not going to go to war here. We make war demons here as self-defense. As we get out of here, once we get out of here, we go to war against. Right? Those took our land. Be a vicious war. Okay? We're going to take it back. And once we take it back and do all the things to it, make it beautiful and everything else, then we got another war coming. We'll worry about that one. Battle for Zion. Native Islam, right? NOI, backwards. Right? Zion. And Z's. They get the composites elect. Right? And Shia. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I am definitely going to leave it there. I can barely keep my eyes on this point, brothers and sisters. I apologize for that one. I realized I was so beat. Okay, I'm having to let that go, brothers and sisters. Hope you understand. Battle for Zion. Battle for Zion. Also, in battle for Zion. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I'm gonna leave it there. Assalamu alaikum.
Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulaiman Rahim here, Master of the Covenant, breaker of 7 seals, the crusher, the judge. Brothers and sisters, there's so much to talk to you about, and some of you are not going to get it. Most of you are not going to get it. And you have a tribulation waiting for you, and we're trying to avoid that. We're trying to avoid you having to go to that, brothers and sisters. But apparently, a lot of you end up going through it. 30-some years, brothers and sisters, talking to you. I guess it's just not enough time. But they have a plan, and Master Abraham has a plan. And they're not going to wait for him. They're going to execute their plan as soon as they're able to do it. So Master Abraham has to intervene, or no flesh be left alive. None of your flesh is talking about. We're talking about some mathematics today, brothers and sisters. Hopefully some of you get it. You know, I'm not trying to be condescending here, but you know, if you try to teach a child, trying to teach a kindergarten child calculus, you're going to have a difficult time doing that. See, to explain it in ways they can understand it. It may be impossible. And I've been 30-some years trying to explain to you what's about to happen here. See, Elijah Muhammad, he says, he told the brothers and sisters they did not have any idea what they're up against. He was absolutely right, because I had no idea either. Well, I have to back off from that a little bit, because I had a series of visions when I was a child, and I did not like them. I did not like them. And so I'm probably the only person that's qualified to probably give some idea what's about to happen. Because I experienced in those visions, I mean, it was like there. I don't know if you've had a vision before, but a vision is like actually putting you into place. Is more profound than a dream that you know that seems real. A vision actually puts you, it's like you're actually there. I did not like them. And a series of visions, I didn't like them. I didn't know what they were. I didn't understand them at the time. And once I started understanding Injil, I started understanding. So I had some idea what's about to happen. I'm trying to say, and I guess that's necessary, because how can I communicate with you the death? The death was about to happen if I had no knowledge of it whatsoever myself. Brothers and sisters, you do not want to go through the tribulation. See, one of the problems is that people tend to view things from where they are in time. Like you tend to view the world as how you feel. So if you're happy, if you're on crack, man, everything is great. When you feel good, everybody's great. That's your feeling. That's your perception, but that may not be reality. If you're angry, everything is bad because you're judging reality from how you feel, which is dangerous. I stopped doing it a long time ago. It's dangerous. See? Because that's a way to catch you in a snare. They're doing that. That's what the devil's doing to you right now. They're having you judge the world based on how, and they doping you up. NFL, NBA, crack, fentanyl, marijuana. Now marijuana, you can just get it. Keep you all doped up. So you're judging the world from where you are. And that's dangerous. That's wrong. And that's what most of you are doing. Because if you judge the world based on where the world is, you would be out of here. You'd be on this message. You'd be ready to go home. You're ready to go home. The Democrats don't listen very well. I just tell them nice things. We're going to do nice for you. We help you. See? And so, yeah, make you feel good. So you think, hey, yeah, they're going to do all these things. They ain't going to do any of those things. Because look what they're actually doing. Appointing you, building prisons for you, sending jobs overseas, bringing in migrants, take your workers, and giving you all together. But no, see, because you're judging based on what they're saying instead of actual fact of what they're doing. They learned that trick a long time ago. Just say nice things, but cut their damn head off, stab in the back, cut their heart out, snatch their eyes out. Just tell them good things. And that's what they're doing. Because if you look, you pull the skirt up of the Democratic Party, and all of it, every bit of it is foul and stinking, right? And it's designed to butt break you, destroy you. Everything you lift it up, everything they do is for your destruction. But yeah, we love you. We're going to do all these great things for you. We're looking out for you, right? And the reality of it, none of that's true. None of it, absolutely none of it. But they got you mesmerized with it. See? And that's one of the things I'm going to talk about here. Because you're hypnotized, you're mesmerized, right? Like a swan song. And you're going for it. And it's your destruction. And they turn reparation, all that kind of stuff. I'm going to talk about these type of things. I'm going to try to get into some of these things today. Because you have no idea how things really work. And part of the problem is because most of these things were hidden from the foundation of the earth, like they said. The Suleiman would tell you things hidden from the foundation of the earth, like the situation with females. They were never taught. The scientists knew this, but they had a fear of the female, right? Of her power, if she got it. So they kept that knowledge from her. That it wasn't about strength, right? That gives you power, right? It was about how much mental pressure you had. How powerful your mind is. How much pressure you could summon, control. That's what it was. They never told them that. But now I'm telling them. Because I have no fear for the women. And the brothers shouldn't have no fear either. Because if they doing what they're supposed to do, the women doing what they're supposed to do, then the women, see, that's why they hit on that stuff. You could tell when they was living Sunday, they was trying to counteract everything I was saying on that note. A lot of things were hidden, like the coloring. See, the God was always represented. See, like I said, they searched for the mystery God for, what does it mean they searched for the mystery God for trillions of years? What do you mean? Why would you search for something that you didn't know that exists? Think about that. See, you don't pay attention to those lessons. Why would you search for something you didn't think existed? You see? Because the mystery of the God was hidden. It says it right in those books. See, that the brothers don't understand. It says the mystery of God will be revealed now, these days. What's the mystery of God? It's not even revealed in the Quran. But they're confused. It's not revealed openly in the Bible. The mystery of somebody had it. The mystery of God, but it came from the common people. And Elijah Muhammad told you that the 25th scientists, they could never identify him anyway because he's always stayed in the background. As I say, hidden. So he stayed hidden from the public. Why? Why was they hiding all this from the public, right? For trillions of years, just to be revealed now. That's some subject I'm going to talk about one day. But it says the mystery of God be revealed during this time. After 72 trillion years, the mystery of God, you mean our fathers didn't know to really have full understanding of God? Scientists did. They did. They didn't live to it. They were scientists. They were mathematicians, everything else. Okay? But the mystery of God, they didn't have full knowledge of it. The full knowledge will be revealed now. Knowledge of women, knowledge of God, knowledge of creation. That's another thing. That was hidden also. When you look at, see, the Quran tells you, there's hints there that from one being all life came. That means all this life that you see here was the original being had attributes of all that life. Trees, plants, fish, animals, all of it here. All that here attributes, all of that. So what does that person look like? It was just one. So what about the female? That was part of that, all that was in one being. One being. And as the universe expands, when you understand the idea of expansion, because see, you have people, the angels, I told you about the angel war, right? The fire angels, they wanted to prevent this expansion. So they went to war with the 25th scientists, right? And he had to get rid of all of them. That's a war you don't know anything about. He was in the center of the earth. That's what, let us teach you that. He was in the center of the earth. And the whole universe was collapsed. As the Quran tells you, universe and earth, the heavens and earth was one. And they didn't want the expansion. I can understand why they wouldn't, because, they had all that energy. They were fantastic beings, awesome beings. See? And everything that you see, they had the attributes. They had to produce their own oxygen. They had trees, couldn't do it for them. They did it themselves. They produced everything. They reproduced themselves. All of it. You say a woman goes to birth, and the original being had to do all of that. But as the universe expanded, he says, okay, at first took little things. Okay, you microbes, you do this. See? You little plants, you do this. Okay, now you put that, now you make the oxygen. I don't have to make the oxygen for myself anymore. You make the oxygen. See, I don't have to do it myself. See? But the bees out there and the birds, all this, grass is more complicated. The cross says we became more defined, become more purified, become more defined, because if we took those things out of us, we become more defined to where we are right now. Because if you try to cast an idea how we were before, you have to go back and try to look at what were the lion and a bear and an elephant and a tiger and a tree, right? And a whale and all that. What would that look like if it was all one being? How big would it be? How ferocious would it be? How powerful would it be? How wise would it be? Would that combine? Remember, because birds and bees and they have knowledge, they have perspective, they are conscious. So what if all that's in one being? Because the Quran tells you he knows every leaf that falls from the ground. How can you know that? Because we're all one body. Eventually, all that was all in one body. We're all one body, not a body just extended. See? And he kept looking, get more complex, okay, now you do this. Okay, now you have the coloring effect, right? You got the lines, okay, you do this, right? You take and you keep the rest of the cells strong by getting rid of the weak cells. That's culling. We have to do our cells. All that was going until we got to the point where energy deprivation we couldn't rule, so we brought out a being that could rule for us. See, that's why Allah told, y'all know what you know not, because they didn't understand all that. How is that going to happen? How are we going to lose rule? So I'm going to make a new ruler on earth. Who was the old ruler? You ask yourself these questions? See, scientists ask those type of questions. Prophets, maybe. Because now, and we're going to talk about that, but, and eventually he says everything, right, returns back to Allah. So if it returned back to him, then where did it come from? I mean, do you ask yourself these questions? If it returned back, that means it was all part of him to begin with. And said, it begin, all it returned back to us. He'd be one being all over again. It's in there, but you don't pay attention to these words. How do we return to Allah? How do we all return to Allah? How do we return? We'll come back to the place where he is? No, because we'll all come back. If it start out one being, it'll be one being again. And that being was so awesome, right? That being's still here right now. It's just, you see a different form. All life and everything is that being. I'm part of that being. You're part of that being. All that, even the devil's part of that being. They're cancer, but it's still part of the being. And in deprivation, we suffer cancer. They're the cancer. They destroy the cancer. What destroys the healthy cells? Right? When you get energized, you destroy the cancer. We're going to talk about that. But we're one being. So return back to like we were, and it's all returning back to Allah. And this is awesome. I mean, that being, right? And the conscience of that being, we're the conscience of that being. And 25th science is the ultimate conscience. He's the center. So he knows it all. He don't have a full perspective, because remember, all that spectrum is divided up amongst all of us now. In the beginning, he had the whole thing, all of it, total perspective of the universe, total. He knew every atom and everything. But now that's, right, some parts of it here, some parts of other people, some people has this part, but animals has part, trees has part, right? Some part of the knowledge, the wisdom, he's spread all over the place. So I'll come back to him eventually. But he was there by himself. Don't know how long he was there, because no sun or moon to measure time. He could have been here millions of years, could have been 100,000 years, trillions, we don't know. Nobody knows how long he was there. No way to measure time. But he was there in total triple darkness by himself. He had to decide what he was going to do with the creation. It was all on him. And now you find the same thing in this part. You got the contraction and the expansion. He initiated the expansion. He said, Suleiman would initiate the contraction. Or it'd be the, I shouldn't say initiated, well, in a way, well, I shouldn't say it that way. He laid a foundation for the contraction, because he goes to a kingdom that will last forever. He does it. Not Master Muhammad, but he gives it to Master Muhammad. That's on him. So the first guy, individual, we know him by name. We still talk about him. The God, Allah, the way the name he called himself. And now we spread out, right? That essence is spread out amongst many of us. Spread out amongst the 104,000. They all together make up the center consciousness of the original God. All together. Right? Then we have some other people that is part of the brain, so to speak. See? But they don't understand. Is it only 104,000 who understand? See? And they don't show up until the last hour. I'm trying to get people to understand, because they have no idea what's about to come down, brothers and sisters. They have no idea. I'm trying to convey that information to them. I mean, it's an awesome responsibility, brothers and sisters. If you're giving part, if you're giving a book, or you're giving a part of this setting up this new kingdom, that's awesome. That's awesome. the glory that comes with that. Not to mention that, right? You escape the consequence, right? A tribulation period. But people don't understand. They'll have to find out by experience. Because they don't understand the math of it. They understand the math of it. So that's the whole thing. See, God was always presented as this lovey-dovey person that you see really big time in Christianity. Other religions have some similar kind of ideas. Lovey-dovey, love everybody, that kind of stuff, right? No, God don't love everybody. It's pure mathematics. His judgments are pure mathematics. You say, oh, he's forgiving, merciful. Yes. Right? After you compensate for your consequence, every time that Jesus in the Bible forgave somebody, we'll follow her behind. Repent. Stop doing what you was doing. Because it just come unconditional. But that's what he was representing. So everybody have a nice, touchy-feeling idea about what God is. Instead of, and it says in the last day, you can see, the people see God face to face. They never saw him face to face before. Because he said that God kept himself hidden. Okay? Like the Bible says, no one has ever seen God at any time. No, in the past, nobody had. Until the end. And then the gods make themselves manifest. Master Muhammad, he's the God that made himself manifest to Elijah. But in the end, you have two. And they say you see him as he is. Because the whole new world's coming. Your knowledge be thorough, 100%. But people don't understand that what it takes to get that. See, a guy is born, but he's just like everybody else, raw material, ignorant and everything else. Right? He has developed into, he has the ability to become God or a God. The ability, he does it. And I'm just trying to, I don't know how, I keep saying, beating myself over the head, bro, and says, how do I get this message to my brother and sister so I can save them from this tribulation? Because we could just take you out, but it wouldn't do you any good. Because then you still come ignorant and you wouldn't be able to handle the pressure. Because the thing is, it's all about the universe is contracting, means the pressure increasing. You have to be able to withstand that pressure. We can't just say, oh, he's my brother, my sister, everything. No, it's not up to me. It's up to you. It's up to me to tell you how to do it. It's up to you to do it. Right? If a hurricane's coming in, right, I can just tell you what to do about it. But if you do nothing about it, hurricane can blow you away. I can't just, oh, well, if hurricane don't mess with him or don't mess with her. You see, I'm going on, bro, because I'm kind of stumbling around here because I keep saying, well, what do I need to say? Because right now, you've been given an additional mercy. The tribulation is a mercy, believe me. Because if they cut off, as far as Joshua's going, he's going to cut off right after 140,000. He's going to cut off right there. But it's Master Muhammad says, no, not there, because there was 120,000 on the right hand for the left, right? So he was concerned about the Levites. And they have to go to tribulation to get through because they couldn't make it on the first cut. They couldn't make it. So tribulation was set for mercy for them. And they was given 2 prophets, additional, specifically for them. Because he specifically put 144,000 for Lazarus. Elijah was, read the scripture, Elijah was the one responsible to raising the Levites. The widow's son, there was only 2 resurrections in the Bible, one by Elijah and one by Suleiman. And he raised the widow's son, and they fell back after he raised them. But Suleiman raised Lazarus, didn't fall back. So there's 2 resurrections. So Elijah raised one, but they fell back. Under Farrakhan, the liar, the demon. And they were given 2 prophets. Additional 2 prophets after Elijah. Right? And a 3rd prophet, right, to actually walk with them through the tribulation. And that 3rd prophet has yet to be identified. But it's given 2. And those books, the Injil, what it is, I should have showed this. They had a Memorex commercial where the woman, right, gave out a certain vibration. When you speak, your vocal cords, they vibrate, right? Because that's all about pressure. So pressure is just, vibration is just the way you control the movement of pressure. That's what vibrations are, and the frequencies. So the woman took and she gave a vibration out. Now glass, right? Glass has a reaction rate, right? Which is a certain frequency. It can react to a certain frequency, but it can't go beyond that frequency. And so she put out a vibration that was greater than the frequency that the glass could. So glass start accepting it, but then when it started absorbing the frequency, but the frequency got greater than it could accept, then it cracked, broken to pieces. Because you saw the glass rattling and everything else, right? Because it was picking up it was trying to absorb the energy, but it couldn't absorb fast enough because the frequency was coming faster, and its frequency, right? Because remember, when it takes and adjusts, it adjusts at a certain frequency, but it couldn't adjust fast enough. And so that's happening in the world today. Because the devil's operating on a certain frequency, so they're absorbing it, right? But it's causing them to shake. You see, their whole foundation is shaking because they can't absorb it so much. Can't absorb it fast enough. And so those books are designed, right? It's like going to a gym. It's designed to get you up to a certain level, a certain frequency. Because the angel is definitely not strong enough. Once you get in here, you have to go to the next level. No. Because that frequency is enough to get you there. Those are enough to get you there. Gonna make all things new. Gonna move to the next level, next level, next level, higher and higher frequency. Enough to get you, but it's what it takes to get you there. And how you operate on higher frequency. This world is, so therefore this world can't touch you. However, well, anyway, that's what it does. So Suleiman had to become accountable. See, when prophets and messengers are given books, they had to become. I'm gonna try to talk through things, but since Let me do a couple things here. See, the populace, brothers and sisters, populace is no joke. To my Armageddon, I'm getting nothing compared to the populace. I'm getting just one little phase during the apocalypse. One phase. Before I do that, brothers, let me say this. Brothers and sisters, let me say this. Now, paradise is for those who can handle paradise, but get out. If you don't understand anything I'm saying, brothers and sisters, I hope you understand. You got your instinct tell you to get the hell out of here. Hope your instinct tell you that. Get out. I don't know how else to tell you, brothers and sisters. You don't want to be here. You do not want to go through tribulation. Get the hell out of here. Don't go to Europe. Just get the hell out. This is ground zero. This is target zone, brothers and sisters. What you have done shall be done to you. So let me let's look at some recent prophets, right? Now, anybody know anything about radio waves and right? Okay, there's a transmitter, and transmits these waves, right? And they're out in the atmosphere. Now, which needs an antenna to pick it up. Antenna has to be fine-tuned to the frequency of the transmitter, which is vibrating at a certain frequency, right? Producing waves. It has to, once it picks up, then all of a sudden now you got the signal. Well, that's the way it works amongst people too. Because like Prophet Muhammad, the angel Gabriel, most of you don't have no idea what Gabriel is. He was transmitting the Quran. He was transmitting, but there was no antenna that could pick it up. Wasn't sensitive enough to pick it up. See? And we're all antennas. All of us are antennas. Right? Because antenna has to be able to vibrate that frequency, right? So that when we tune in, when you tune into that frequency, it has to vibrate that frequency to pick it up. Otherwise, you won't get static. So he's broadcast, and that's how he found Prophet Muhammad, because Prophet Muhammad responded. He started saying what Gabriel was transmitting. It's just simple as that. He started saying what he's picking up. Like turn on TV, get the channel, all of a sudden, right? Oh, like if you don't have a channel finder, or you get static, all of a sudden you get the right channel, all of a sudden, boom. Like, your car radios, right? Going there and you don't have the right channel, you get static and you lose those, right? But you get right to, all of a sudden that's what happened. Who knows how long Gabriel was transmitting? And then suddenly, and it wasn't because Prophet Muhammad was just sitting around just scratching his behind. He was doing things, right, that increased his antenna. He didn't realize he was doing, because he was going into caves and everything and praying. They said going for long periods, you just go caves and pray and pray and pray, right? He didn't establish Islam. He's resurrected what Abraham had set up. And so he was following the best what he could of what he knew. He was illiterate. But he did whatever he knew was in the wisdom at time, he applied it. And that increased his sensitivity, right? He's fine-tuned himself until the point he never got totally fine-tuned. But he got enough to pick up the Quran, to hear it and speak it. Because all he did was speaking what he was hearing. The Quran tells you that he was speaking what he was hearing. He didn't make it up. He was speaking what he was hearing, because he was the only one that could pick it up. It was all around him. Nobody could pick it up. He was the only one that could pick it up. Okay? And that started him vibrating at a higher level. Okay? We know it was very difficult, right? Because he wasn't totally fine-tuned, because every time he picked it up, he went to like a convulsions, like, right? Like epileptic fits. They thought demons. Well, they say demons. I don't know what they called it back at that time. So keep that in mind. But then you get Elijah. Now, Master Muhammad was teaching for, they say, 10, 20 years here. So he was in the atmosphere. He put information out in the atmosphere. And then one day, boom, Elijah says, I don't know who you are. He picked it up. He got it. And like Master Prophet Muhammad became the Quran, right? Elijah became the lessons. But that's what Master Muhammad came with. He's technical. He came with the lessons. That's why Elijah said Master Muhammad made him into himself. Well, he reduced himself in Elijah. That's the other thing they're trying to tell you, brothers and sisters. You don't pay attention to these things. So you start vibrating at that same frequency. So when they pick it up. And no one during Elijah's time picked it up but him. Except it says someone will pick it up and go further. So someone will pick it up too. Because you look at the journey of Suleiman, I mean, he was like over there somewhere, right? In Vietnam. Right? So he picked up before he made Elijah. When he made Elijah, he was already on that wavelength. He was already on that frequency. That's why he said, John said, hey, I can't baptize you, can you? Right? Because I'm not worthy, because he came in on that frequency and would go way beyond that frequency. There's 2 books or 3 books. But see, Suleiman had to, once he's vibrating up, he had owned the Quran, he had become not the Quran, the angel, because that got him vibrating on a higher frequency. He can go higher than that, but that's the frequency you need to raise our people. And also the frequency to discover those other books and bring them out. Because those books are mercy. To get through the tribulation. But the people that's given those books, I don't think they understand it. They have become those books. Just like I became the angel. Anybody that knows me, there was something different about me. I don't waste time with devils at all, period. Because I know who they are. I know where they're going to end up. So what's the point, I'm not just walking a talk. I don't just walk it. I walk it. That's what this book's designed to do. You're supposed to become the book. See? That's what a book is given. See, that was given to mercy, because the book you need for this time, the Quran's, look, those people, they got the Quran, they're still stumbling around this time. The Injil's the only book that tells you details what's going on right now. Everything in detail. No other book tells you that. They talk about generalization. But look, those books, people that got it, they're here for 1,000 years, 1,500 years, and they bump them around, because they got it, they've been doing everything it says. But it won't raise the frequency they need to deal with this world. Because Adam was raised to a higher frequency. The Quran is just a little bit low Adam's frequency. Okay, well, whatever you say. If it wasn't, then how come the devils are whipping them? It says it right in the Quran. He would teach them greater than angels. He would teach Adam greater than angels right there. So Jinn submit. So the Quran's on lower frequency than the devils. Well, let me say it this way. A lower frequency, in other words, they have say for instance, the devil's highest frequency is 1,000 units per second, right? Boop, 1,000, whatever measures they use, right? Megahertz or whatever. Say 1,000, say megahertz, I don't know say it because it sounds like I don't know what I'm talking about, right? But as a frequency means how many say how many waves per second, right? Let's say the devil's frequency is like 100 waves per second. With the Quran, right? They can't go above that, but the Quran was real, maybe 80 waves per second. But see, the problem is that when they was in Catholicism, they had the ability to go 100 per second, but they was only operating like about 60 per second. Because they didn't have math. Catholicism, they didn't have discipline, they was operating like maybe 50 or 60, right? Waves per second. So the Quran would come in at 80 waves and defeat them. But it says that war would break down. God can make ours hit behind the wall, that war broke down, because they would be taught, they operate at their highest frequency, 100 frequency per second, which would put down. The Quran was only designed to go 80, I'm using numbers here, designed to 80 frequency 80 per second, 80 words per second. You understand? So once they got that full potential, they was able to put them down to everybody else. But they're at their limit. The most they go is 100. But now it's energy. Energy increases your frequency. The more energy you have, the more frequency you can then you can generate as you operate at. The greater, more energy you have, the higher frequency you operate. If you have the ability to operate a higher frequency. So what happens is that now, right? You have Suleiman come along. He's operating higher frequency, higher vibration. So he's causing destruction. See, you don't understand, bro. It's something I just don't tell you right off because you don't understand. I told you it's thought atmosphere, mind war. Do you realize that everybody's being destroyed right now? That's dying right now. You die when you're free. Oh, I shouldn't talk about this, balance. Death comes when the pressure that you're exposed to is greater than the pressure that you can command, that you do command, not that can. You have to command it. That's what death is, period. Mathematically, plain and simple. When the pressure is not old age, when the pressure is greater than your pressure to withstand it, it crushes you out of existence. That's what death is. And the difference is the greater that pressure, the greater destructive power that destroys you. If it could be slowly. If your pressure is the pressure is supposed to is a little greater than yours, you barely keep up with it, or it's great crash, car crash or something dramatic. That's what death is, pure and simple, brothers and sisters. Right. So when Suleiman comes on, he's worried with one atmosphere. He's destroying people all over the world. You don't even realize it. Because he's putting this vibrating story, it's greater than theirs, destroying their minds. The suicide rate is the highest in the world ever been. Why is that? Destroying their minds. So much stuff I can tell you, brothers and sisters. So you think the war, you think if you don't see anything, it ain't happening. It's happening. Why is suicide rate so high here? This man is great. Amongst the devils, suicide rate is minds are being destroyed. He's at war. It was a thought atmosphere. He's destroying demons and devils all around him. They're falling every day, every second. Why would you commit suicide? Because your mind can't handle what's the pressure you're dealing with. That's the only reason why you would do it. We're at war, brothers and sisters. You have no understand. You understand what's going on. I said people don't understand what's going on, and I have to keep saying more and more detail. There's a lot of things I just don't want to say because I mean, now I put it out there. I've been holding on to that one. I probably did deplatformed on that one. It's a fact. Yeah, so why is depression so high? Why are people going to drugs? Because their mind can't handle the pressure. What pressure? What mental pressure their mind can't handle? It ain't from the news. And from television, what mental pressures their mind cannot handle that's causing them to destroy themselves, have to call them to go to drugs. Why is that so bad now? I know what I'm doing. You don't know what I'm doing. And you can be part of that, but you ain't, because you don't understand. Because if you understood what you're up against and what's going on, you'd be a whole different person. Because if you got a book, you're supposed to become that book. That's the purpose of the book. You go to the gym to get exercise. You go to the gym and say, oh, the personal trainer, well, you lifted for me. Okay, what the hell are you there for? You're supposed to be in that book like, what was it saying? You just white on rice. You're supposed to become the book. Then you'll be powerful. And you'll see your power. What the Quran says, then you start filling up. Wait a minute, why the Quran says, now you start filling up power? Why is it just not filling it? That means power is there. Now they're starting to realize it. Now it's become focused. Because it said that day, your mind will be clear. Your thought, sense will be what's the word? I said in other words, other than clear. Can't think what it is right now. Right? Sharp. Because it's happening, you just don't realize it right now. But pretty soon you're going to see it clearer, clearer, clearer. See, I told you, fighting the thought atmosphere. You don't know. The battle is raging. The battle is raging, marching towards the apocalypse. That's when apocalypse, when it becomes physical, when it's visible. That's what apocalypse is. When it becomes visual, when you can see it, become clear. That's apocalypse. That's that stage apocalypse. The war has already been going on. The apocalypse when it becomes visual. When everybody sees and understand it. Right now, the war is raging. It rages ever since mass fall. I'm going to step foot on these shores here. Battle's raging, and you don't know it. And some of you are going to be caught up in it. So let me move on, bro. Says got a few things I want to. I'm talking about the math, bro. I'm trying to tell you this is about the math. I'm gonna try to get a little math here for you, some basic math. But get out, brothers and sisters. I can't say it clear enough. If you don't understand anything, understand that. Get the hell out of here. Fast. Get out. It's chapter 18, brothers and sisters. That's a warning to get out, but that warning doesn't come to you and Injil until after Babylon falls. This is a mercy. You got two mercies. Me telling you to get out and the tribulation. That's the second mercy, and that's it. So I'm gonna just bypass a few things, but just mention this in passing, right? So it's spoken through the prophets would be fulfilled. I will open my mouth of parable. I will proclaim things hidden since the foundation of the world. Always these things I'm telling you, brothers and sisters, this wasn't known in the general public. It was only by the very wise. That's a scientist. I'm revealing everything, especially to the females. I'm not particularly excited about the idea of holding it back from the foot. I don't know who's that. Is that 25th scientist idea? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Because maybe he stayed in the background. That's the way it has been. But I'm totally against that one. Freedom, justice, and equality for all. They are the other half. They're 180 degrees. We dominate it. Therefore, the whole creation shows we dominate it because we put the burden of reproduction on them. we did that because it was a decided, man. There was one mind, but it had both perspectives in one mind. The male perspective dominated, and it wanted to maintain dominance. And so once they separated, it became main dominance over the female by keeping her ignorant to certain things, because it's strength by nature. I mean, it's the same as pressure, right? Beauty is also pressure, but strength by nature means strength wants power, wants control. Beauty wants to impress. Difference. Beauty wants to impress. Strength wants control. Beauty, let me say it again. Beauty wants to impress. That's their power, to impress you, succumb you in their beauty. They impress you so much that you succumb to their beauty. But strength is about control. And so therefore it's our natural nature to maintain control. And so we kept that knowledge from the female so we can maintain control. I'm not going to allow that anymore. I'm telling the females exactly now. It's up to them. If they want to be controlled. But nature strength is control. Nature beauty is to impress. So that went on for 72 trillion years, or 66 trillion years, or 72 trillion years actually, because said we were one, it's still the male perspective dominated the female perspective, and then once it was separated, right, they wanted to maintain that control. See, males always talking about, oh, these females are controlling, right? They recognize it. They recognize it. They don't want it. They recognize it right away. First they say, man, she's controlling. Trying to control me. Some females say it too, but you understand what I'm saying. I'm just telling you how the creation works. That's it. We get all mathematics. Everything revealed. That's why they call it revelation. Everything revealed. Nothing can be hidden anymore. Nothing will be hidden anymore. You have thorough knowledge of self, female and male. Nothing be hidden anymore. And it's up to you to deal with your situation 100%. Understand the consequence of what you're doing. If you fall, then you fall because you couldn't handle it. The whole idea of culling. That whole idea was kept from the secret from the foundation. The Quran says God created both, right? And one's male, one's a believer, one's a disbeliever. Why is that? I didn't make it like that. It's just one wasn't strong enough to go move on, and one was handled. One was able to deal with the time as it is, but they weren't able to move on to the next level. That's what disbelief is. You can't move on to the next level. When the new revelation is revealed, the new vibration, new revelation revealed for the next level of vibration, right? Because universe is contracting or expanding, right? So if the new level of the change in frequency changes, right? If you can't change with it, then you're a disbeliever. Because you don't make sense to you. You can't change with it. So you're left behind. That's the difference between believer and disbeliever. God created both, but one can't move on. So therefore, we move them out the way to keep that herd strong. That's culling. That's what line's purpose is. What lion do? They don't do anything. All they do is cull all the other animals, kill all the weak ones, keep the other ones strong. Hold on, brothers and sisters. Oh, I got the. Hold on, brothers and sisters. I messed up. I'm getting ready to. Hold on, brothers and sisters, for a minute. Got a little technical error here. Let me fix it. Okay, it's going to have to be for now, brothers and sisters, because I want to move on. And that's part of what way things is, because you don't want to think of us like the animals. But what the scripture tells you, study the animals, study the bees, study the ants, because they all have some aspect about nature. And culling is part of it. That sounds cruel. Say, why would God create a disbeliever going to punish him? Because you don't understand the mathematics of it. First of all, no mystery. God created you in the womb anyway. You created yourself. Yourself created, your father created you, right? You did the rest. Well, actually, there's 3 stages there, right? Father created you as a sperm, right? Then you had to find your way to the egg, right? And then use the material from the egg to create yourself, to prepare. The egg gave you the material to prepare for life outside the womb. Explain everything to your brothers and sisters. So let's move on, because I'm coming to different ways here, brothers and sisters. But you have to become. See, those books. See, this is what they got planned for you. There should be great tribulation, such was not since the beginning of the world, nor to this time, nor ever shall be. Except those days be shortened. Those days be short, because their plans destroy you. They come to destroy you. No, your flesh will not be saved. Not talking about the universe, everybody. Your flesh will not be. I talked about this. I'm just passing on, but it's their plan for you. And it's actually, this plan is in motion right now. See? And there's some things they've already done to set it up. See, I tried to explain that to you a couple of years ago. I want to get past this bounces because, I say certain things right now. I know they would definitely shut this down. No doubt about it. So I have to be careful. I got to get information out to you, brothers and sisters. Right? But they can't stop. If they stop, it's still going to get out. Just going to come out a different way. They have said, come, let's cut them off from being a nation. The name of Israel be no more remembered. That means they want to get rid of you totally. Not just, everybody wants to get rid of you. Everyone. I talked about that, so let's move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, I'm not going to go into this because I talked about a lot of things already. So I'll do a reduction and get into this kind of information, brothers and sisters, because I'm showing their plan and Master Muhammad's plan. But I want to get into something else, but so I'm going to pass on this. It's in I talked about this in my previous presentation. So I want to go a little more detail, but not today. Because I took a lot more than I expected to. And I got some things other things I want to refer to, we'll talk to about. Nothing changed, brothers and sisters. You've been on the cross for nearly 500 years. It took everything from everything. When I say everything, brothers and sisters, literally everything. You try to take your nature by producing demons, raping our women, everything. Left us with nothing except our existence and to be there. Whatever. But it's all this about, brothers and sisters. When you boil down, it's a battle for Zion. With Zion backwards, NOI. Battle for Zion, paradise. Get you there. Then once you get there, do you survive there? You have to create it. I don't think anybody understands that. And then, I get to heaven. No. First of all, you got to create that reality. What do you mean you got to create? You got to create the reality part. You're creating it right now. You got to create that reality. I'm just telling you about it. You got to create that reality. By you learning the angel, you learn the angel, you creating reality in your mind, right? And soon, remember I said apocalypse is about what? Visual. Bring it to where you can visually see it. Visually see and touch it. Right now, you have to create in your mind. First, anything that you produce, you have to first create in your mind. If you create in your mind, before you can produce, you have to create in your mind. You have to create paradise in your mind. That's what you're doing. We study angel, and you're creating a paradise in your mind. And then when apocalypse comes, now you produce it, because now you create in your mind, now you can make it visible. And the more powerful, the more energy you get, then you keep on putting that energy into it to make it more visible, more visible, more visible, more visible. You cultivating it. You put more energy into it, right? Until you can't anymore. And then that's when you're out of here. We keep putting that energy into it, right? Pumping that energy into it. See, so you have a higher frequency, make all things new. It means your frequency get higher and more complicated, more powerful. Frequency get greater and greater and greater. Wavelengths, more and more and more. You keep putting energy focus. Because if you don't do that, then you get crushed. Because everybody else is doing it. So everybody else is doing it, that means they're creating those waves, they're creating their vibration around you. Yeah, do you ever see it that way? Everybody's going to be vibrating on that level and higher, and you sitting around not. That means their frequency is crushing too much. So we affected by everybody's frequency. I talk about the heart. I said everybody's affected by everybody's. I didn't talk about it in the case of frequencies, then I don't think I did. So everybody's vibrating that frequency, and you're being crushed because you're not. Because you got your energy, you blowing your energy, you blowing your energy on something else. I say, as we get more and more into paradise, some people it's just be too much for them. They can't operate going another higher frequency. Because frequency so great, man, they can't keep corralling the energy to move to higher frequency. They're so involved in this particular frequency, where it's like, man, somebody produce some apples. When apples, man, it's so good, they can't stop eating them. So all the energy is being eating the apples, so they're not moved to a higher frequency, so therefore they perish eating apples. You see it right now. People get diabetes and overeating and everything else, right? Why? Because why are you overeating? Because you can't stop eating. Because the food is so good. So you see it happening in your face right now. Because this world you got you. right? So you got diabetes, all this stuff, because what? You can't keep a job, right? You just all the time you watch TV on NFL, you ain't studying on ignorance hell. Because they got you, they distracted you. They distracted you because your energy's on that way. So you can't move to a higher level. Because that way they was able to, that frequency got you. You got addicted to that frequency. That's another way of saying it. You get addicted to the frequency the devil's giving you. I'm going to talk about another way in a minute. And so therefore you can't move to another frequency. So now, when everybody's moving, so when their frequency is greater than yours, they crush you. You crush out of existence. I don't know how many ways to say this, brothers and sisters. I have no idea how many ways to say this. So I just keep studying every night. Every night I keep saying, maybe I say it this way. Maybe I say it that way. Maybe I say it this way. Maybe, I keep coming up with ways of saying it. You see, because if you think about it, I'm saying the same thing over and over again. I'm just saying the same thing over and over again, just in ways. I haven't changed my message. I'm just saying the same thing over and over again, just in ways. Right? Oh, is that saying the wrong thing? Okay, mathematics. Okay. No, it's okay. Forget that part 5:15, but I need to be more careful these days. I'm letting myself be distracted. I gotta stop that. See right here. Now I talk about everybody has the same amount of energy. What you do, that's physics. If you understand pressure, everybody has the same amount of pressure, which is energy. Everybody has the exact same amount in pressure field. Otherwise, you got a current, which that's what Zakah is all about, the just currents, right? To put currents back at normal so you don't have a current. Because when you have a big current, you got somebody have more and somebody have less, but they're supposed to have equal, then the one have less is going to have enough power to take from them poor. That's got revolution and everything else. See, that's all mathematics. That's revolution come because who revolution? You don't see the rich taking the rich going to go over the poor, right? It's the other way around. The war they have revolution, they take everything from the rich because you got a current, you got an imbalance there. So you got all these billionaires in America, and you got people homeless. What do you think the end result is going to be on that one? There's an imbalance. See, eventually, right? The rich can't. The dam they building up to keep them from getting it back. I talked about that before. I explained that before. Right? How they build a dam to keep, right? They have to use the police, that's what the police force and army and all that stuff, to keep people from taking back what they took from them. But it costs money to do that. After a while they can't afford to do it, it breaks down. Defund the police. All this stuff's going on, right? See, you understand stuff and you understand what the mathematics behind it. But here it is. Now, I'm saying right now, you have enough energy to maintain yourself. Because at this point in time, you have enough to escape. You have enough energy to escape. This wicked matrix is that way set up. Right? You have enough energy. However, so if you got I'm going to show you in a minute, like I showed you, like a checkerboard, right? Everybody has the same amount, right? So if you have, say it's 1,000 units of energy that you have, 1,000 units, but you yourself compose of energy. So just you by yourself, then everything's cool. But if it drops down to 500, now you got 500 negative energy because you're 1,000, but it's only got 500. We're going to talk about that in a minute, but I want to focus on this point right here. So therefore, if you got enough energy to escape, but you go for the American dream, that's energy. So now you don't have enough to escape because you hold on other energy, right? So now you got negative energy because if it's 1,000, you're supposed to have, and you're 1,000, that's cool. But if you're 1,000, but if you got 2,000 gone stuff, then you got 1,000 worth of negative. That's holding you back. It's like an anchor holding you back. That's devils holding you back. Because you're taking American dream. You're taking their stuff. Because that's energy. Money, cars, bank accounts, all that's energy. So you're taking that, that's holding you back. That's why it says those who love this world's life, there's no portion here. They won't even make it. Because you're holding on to that. That's energy too. That's why I said, see, Farrakhan, well, he'd be the one, he would teach you what to eat and store in your houses. What's Farrakhan taught you still in your house? Still in your house? What does he taught you about storing stuff in your house? What does he taught you about that? He didn't taught you nothing. You got how you live from Elijah Muhammad. You got not a damn thing Farrakhan, but a lot of rip and weak bank account. This is, I'm telling you what's stored in your house. Don't keep anything that you don't need. Just keep what you actually need. Because you're paying for all other stuff. I know it's difficult. I ain't telling anybody to sit out there and live in the streets, live in a tent. We have enough energy, we don't have to do that. But you got 2 and 3 cars, you got a Lamborghini, and right, and you got all this and all that and everything else, right? You better be careful what you have there. You better be able to budget your energy, know if you got enough. Okay? And then another point is, even if you got it, are you willing to let go of it if you have to? Yeah, I got some things myself. But they're there. I ain't holding on to them. Somebody take them, I ain't gonna stop them taking them. That's the difference. See? Because I'm not controlling them. They're there, I'm not controlling them. It's in space, I'm not controlling them. So in other words, if I'm controlling them, right? Now I got the devil pop up to balance it out, right? If I ain't controlling them, right? Then the devil, instead of popping up, the devil's taking it away from me. I don't know if you understand that subtle point, brothers and sisters. Because I'll let them take it. I'm not controlling it. I'm not controlling the energy. It's there. You put it there, it's there. I'm not controlling it. People take it, right? Okay? No, when I told you, when I was in back in 1990, right? I was in a mini mansion, 5 bathrooms, beautiful, nice, put everything up. Somebody came and some BS went down, they took it. I was out of there. I didn't fight it. It was gone overnight. I didn't even think about it no more. It's a difference. See, so I'm not controlling energy. It's there. I'm not controlling it. Hope you understand. Because we're right here in America, right? All that stuff is around us. It's not a problem for you until you try to control it. So if you want to let it go, right? Because when the time going to leave here, and you want to hold on to it, and you're going to stay your anchor. That's a subtle point, Bones says. I hope you understand it. I ain't fighting nobody for this BS and the devil's got it. You want it, you can have it. It don't belong to them anyway. So here I showed you this, right? So I said, like, see, I showed you 1 square, right? But this is breakdown, right? So if they're doing this particular time, it's got 17 pounds per square inch of pressure, right? And you only 7, that's how much energy you have, you got. You can be 2 of you in that square. Got some, friendship, whatever. But then, universe expanding, drops down, now you only one can you be there. Because if you put another in, you're going to create negative. We're going to show it in a minute. And see it drop down to 5. And you're 7, so now you got a negative 2. That's the devil pops up now. See? He's a personification. That devil is a personification of your negative bad luck or negative energy. Because we personify everything. There's nothing in it. Nothing, no spirits or spooks. We personify everything. That's what Dr. Yakub did, personified energy deprivation. Devil. But the thing I want to point out to you about this, brothers and sisters, see, the one reason I'm talking about this today, because see, Elijah Farrakhan, he's going to redeem the devils, he's going to save the devils. If you understand this mathematics, it's impossible to save them. It's impossible. Because they're negative energy because of energy deprivation. Once you become back here, they have no power anymore. Because they're on a negative wavelength there. But when the negative wavelength no longer exists, we're not in that anymore, they don't exist. The negative wavelength is there because we don't have enough energy. We're 700, but only 500, so we got negative energy because that's a balance. The devil pops up. Bad luck. So it's impossible to save them. So energy comes back. They're gone. Because they had no power. But look at it from their perspective. Let's look at it from their perspective. Let's go back here, brother. Look at their perspective. That's another point I want to make here. Look at it from their perspective. It's all mathematics, brothers and sisters. And the math is simple. The books are simple. Because they're all mathematics. I try to explain to you. Injil's mathematics, Quran's mathematics, the 3 books of mathematics. Once you understand, then you see the mathematics in it. If you, all kinds of mathematics, and then you can see all kinds of things that you didn't see before. And look at it from the devil's perspective. Now for us, he's negative. He's nothing but trouble. But for him, we're positive. We are good things. You see? That's what it was here. 500 years with these devils, and always good. We're good for them. We do for them. We give them. We work for them. We're slaves and everything else. They're raping us, beating us, and everything else. It was good. But for us, they was negative. See? You see, that's what's happening. So for us, for them, that was a good thing, man. They was look how rich we are. For us, they were devils. They was torment, affliction. You understand, brothers and sisters? But they can't exist only as long as we allow them to exist. Because once we become equal to the time, they can't no longer exist. Unless we go back to American dream, taking stuff they taking stuff they give us, controlling energy. And that keeps them alive. That keeps them alive. Because right now, the way we are right now, if we took overnight, just stop doing this, they would be gone. Overnight, they'd be gone. They would just be gone. They would have no power. It's nothing, zero. Because right now, we still suffer from self-imposed energy deprivation. If right now we just stop, let the ghost American dreams, let it go, all original people, I ain't talking about demons because they are part of it. They devils too. Just black-faced devils. If we let it go, boom, they would disappear. Their power would be power. They have no power whatsoever. They disappear overnight. Their military thing would just collapse. Because we're empowering them right now. We're giving them life. That's why it's so, oh man, let's end interracial marriage. Let's do it, give you this, reparate everything. That's empowering them. That's keeping them alive. Quran said they had no power of you. So when you're on the right path, they had no power of you at all. None, zero. They're tricking you with this reparation and you can have my daughter and everything's gonna be all right. We're gonna do it. Come on, we're gonna give you this, we're gonna give you that. Welfare, we're gonna give you all this stuff. And you buying into it. I'm trying to get the math there, brothers and sisters. That's in your own life too, your own personal life. I ain't worried about no devils. Let them come, they can come, man. Right? They don't come at me in every kind of way you can think of. Threw me in jail, put me on trial and everything else. And they couldn't understand how they could never get power over me. They just couldn't make it. Everything they tried it failed, backfired actually. Who understands, brothers and sisters? Fear? Oops. Fear? And got him a little devil. Got his little car, Rover. Suit and tie, got a little house, all that stuff. He don't know. They're anchors, keep them from realizing paradise. And that's what I said about the covenants. See, covenant, God honors all covenants, but if you break the covenant, see, Esau broke the covenant. Ishmael broke the covenant. They said, hey, well, I mean, let me put it another way. They didn't break the covenant. Well, let me. The bottom line is they were supposed to inherit. They was oldest son. But they broke the covenant by disobedience. Because the jinn, and right, they said, I'm not going to, they lost right there. And then the Levites, Lucifer, he became jealous. He wanted to control the whole thing. So they broke faith with God, so they broke the covenant. And now they're trying to trick you to break the covenant. See, but they think if they get rid of us, then God had the church, but that wouldn't work because they still wouldn't survive. They still wouldn't. Remember, they cannot exist. Once the pressure increases, they only exist. We actually give them life. They only exist because of us. They only exist because of energy deprivation. They only exist because of energy deprivation. And so now that time period is over. Now it's self-imposed energy deprivation that gives them life. Otherwise, they wouldn't have any. So they give you all this stuff to keep you, right? See, the brother, he got, oh, look, got a little devil, got a little braids, moving car. He thinks he's got it going on. He got nothing. He's going to be right here, go to tribulation, all that stuff. Because see, tribulation, part of tribulation is to help get you straight. Take all that stuff away from you. So you won't be suffering, you won't suffer self-imposed deprivation. That says a mercy during tribulation. So that's the way. Now the only problem is you're going to focus that energy, right, to the right wavelength to get you out of there. That's the only difference. Because you're not going to be suffering deprivation. See? You're not going to suffer that anymore. But now, because they took all that away from you. Because you ain't going to, I'm going to speak on that in a minute. They took all that away from you. It's not suffering energy deprivation anymore. But now you got the energy, but you're going to focus that energy right into those books that get you on the wavelength, to get you. Okay? So you make it to the hereafter. Otherwise, you have the energy, so you have enough energy to survive it, but you didn't focus that way, so now you suffer everlasting shame and appallment. Do you understand now, brothers and sisters? You have enough energy, right, to survive it, but you have enough energy to move on to the hereafter because, right, you got the energy, but you didn't use it for that to study. You didn't wash your robes in the blood of the Lamb, like they said, right, to study those books. And my thoughts is that those people that had the brothers that had the books, they end up in tribulation themselves. Unless it's something, I don't know. That's my opinion. I could be totally wrong. I have been wrong lately. A few things I had to apologize, but apologize don't mean nothing, bro. So I don't believe in apologies. I believe in actions, consequences. See what I'm saying, brother and sister? He's going to tribulation. All that stuff will be gone. Now, let me speak on tribulation. I think I'm going to close out, brother. I talk a lot longer than I expect to. Remember I said in the beginning that you still look from your perspective. So you're looking at, from your perspective, like you're going to be sitting right here with that guy, Luke Scott, Gil Scott Heron, the revolution will not be televised. You won't have any television. You won't have any water. Or you won't have water if you, in tribulation, you on the rise, you with the NOI and, you know, struggling to get the hell out of here. You have water because matter of fact, I'm just going to make you the manna from heaven. You have the water and food. Everybody's going to be starving. And they be trying to attack you, get your food and eat you too. So you have that. But you won't have no toilet paper, no toilets. You won't be able to take a bath. You have none of that. No telephones, no plates, silverware. You have none of that. Do you understand? All you can have is clothes on your back. You hope it may not be in the wintertime. Because you're looking at it from your perspective. No. You don't want to go through that, brothers and sisters. You have no electricity. You have no house. You can be out fighting your way to the West Coast. Totally exposed. So I said, I'm trying to get you to understand what the hell is going on here, brothers and sisters. It's not a joke. And you have to do it. No one can do it for you. Elijah Muhammad said every toe has cell on its own bottom. You have to do it yourself. If you have the books, if you don't get it, then you just have to go to tribulation too. You get it then. Because Suleiman's been tasked to make up for that, to go in and go to NOI after Jones cast down, after they cast Farrakhan them out, to go in and spend a period of time giving them the basis of those books, the basics. Not the angel, those books. Those are the books that have to be concerned with, the basics of it. So you have to look into them, give them the basics, give them the, start vibrating towards that frequency, and they got to do the rest. Because I have no intention of staying here with them. I thought about it sometime, I'm not going to do it. And one vision, it seemed like I was. And like that one, I'm still looking at that one. That can't be the case because I have no intention on staying here and going to that. Not with the Levites anyway. Not how they treated Elijah Muhammad. No. I love Elijah Muhammad. Like a father to me. I love that man. And the way they talked about and treated him after he left was pathetic, sick. And they know it. They are brothers and sisters. So I try to come at it different ways, so I'm going to let it go, brothers and sisters. I don't know if I help you or not. But tribulation is emerged like incubator. To survive out the womb, or you incubator for a while, see if they get you survive an incubator. That's what it's all about, brothers and sisters. Hope you don't have to go through that. I think that's it, brothers and sisters. Let me see if I got anything else here. Well, I talked about the math here, right? That's pure mathematics, brothers and sisters. How does stuff keep working out like this? That's what Angel says. They talk all this stuff. No. First, Armageddon, the Europeans, they're taken out by the Shia. Then they're all destroyed, right, by the Orientals. And the Asians behind them. And Africa takes them out, and then the final war between brothers. You can't make this up. If you understand Injil, understand that's exactly what it said. That's mathematics. Not like somebody just made this happen. Well, I'm going to get this. No, it's mathematics. And once you understand, you don't need the books anymore. I don't need them. I just need them because to get the details that I can't. My math is not strong enough to get the details that I need to get to do things I need to do. But the overall picture, I don't need Injil for that. Because I already know who's going to be destroyed and everything else. I just don't know exact time because you don't have that. I don't have the mathematics to tell me that. Yeah, my mathematics is not strong enough. But the Angel does have that mathematics. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I'm not going to this brothers and sisters apocalypse. I'm going to leave it there because I talked a lot. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. Hi, Assalamu alaikum.
Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio. Welcome to the Injil Radio.
Maybe we can balance this. Okay, no, I didn't. Okay, I had it right. Okay. Now I gotta go back. Keep that in mind, bro, since I got things out of here, but I think I could pull it together in a minute. Okay, Battle for Zion. Now, if you look at Zion, the name Zion is Z and NOI backwards. NOI backwards. But it said they would stand on Zion. See? So Zion represents promised land. Right? And where the NOI? They're right on the same one. But see, it's a little complicated, so I'm going to try to get a short version, brothers and sisters. I'm trying to get a short version. Right? When you have legion, right? NOI backwards. In that position right there, the NOI is still backwards. So they're going to tribulation. They're going through tribulation there. Right? But they're outside the ark. So they got to be turned around. They got to go to tribulation because they got to be turned around. But Farrakhan had, that's where they got to go to tribulation. Farrakhan had turned them around backwards. So now they got to be turned around. They won't get out of here unless they get turned around. So without getting too complicated here, right? Okay. So it's the last part, legion is the last part, but it's backwards, outwin, right? But on the top there, you have the elect, right? But they're tribe of Shabazz. So NOI backwards is the last part of legion, right? And Z is the last letter of Shabazz. Now, I can go more detail with that, bro. So I'm going to leave it there. That's where it comes the name Zion. Tribe of Shabazz, encompasses tribe of Shabazz, encompasses, right? NOI, which are the Levites. Zion. They call it Sion with an S. Why would that be? Still the same thing. Take the front part of this, right? Shabazz, you got the S. Sometimes we call it S-I-O-N and Z-I-O-N. Is that a coincidence? Those two letters, the last and front letter of Shabazz. NOI backwards. That's Zion. It's our land. See? Zion. Excuse me, I said Zion. Right? So I thought you might be interested in that, brothers and sisters. Right? Well, I think I did miss something. We'll see. Back up one thing here. I'm not seeing well. I'm missing a slide, bro. It says, okay, well, we'll just have to see if I find it. If I don't, I just have to speak to it. Okay. The books. Now, that's blinking in the wrong place right there, brothers and sisters. But up top there, look at top there, right? That's the church, seven, right? They also call the blood of the lamb. Those books called the blood of the lamb. See? And it says that the saints or the NOI backwards, NOI, right? They came to tribulation by washing their robes in the blood of the Lamb. They had that scripture, because that scripture give them the wave enough frequency and vibration to escape the gravitational vortex and to survive during the tribulation. So much so they do exploits, because people know who their God is at that time. That's they need those books to do that. Nothing else will do it, because they have to be on a certain frequency to survive. Because they have to be above this. What it says, unless your righteous exceed the righteous of the scribes and which come, you won't enter the kingdom of heaven. It said, in other words, unless your righteousness, what do you mean by that? In other words, if your mental frequency is not greater than the frequency of this world, you ain't gonna make it, because you can't escape this world. And this world, we operate on a higher frequency, a higher wavelength, greater amplitude. That's the world is coming in. And if you operate on low, and you're gonna be crushed. I try to explain to you, you got pressure and low pressure. Greater pressure always overcomes lower pressure. But now I try to explain you deeper and deeper and try to explain, like I explain, well, 5, 5, and give you numbers, and I tell you, well, you then tell you addition. Well, 2 plus 3 is 5. I give you more detail. How you come up with 5. So the pressure. Okay, if you throw a rock into a lake, you put pressure on the lake. The pressure, right, turns into waves. The waves turn to frequency, because frequency is how often a wave passes through a point. See, if people come in in Walmart, one person every 10 minutes, and the frequency is 10. Every 10 minutes, one every 10 minutes. That's a frequency. If 2 comes in, right, 2 every 10 minutes, that's frequency. How they get past a certain point. So the frequency increases. So it turns into waves, the waves turn into frequency. And that's what it is. And so your mind has to be on a higher, right? Because the greater frequency, right, the greater pressure. If you got people coming to Walmart 1 per day, that's not putting any pressure on Walmart. They come in 1 minute, 1 person an hour, that's a little more pressure. Where they come in 1 minute, 1 person every second. You gotta keep up with this, you got long lines, everything. The pressure builds up because the frequency increased. So if your mind is not up to that frequency, you're gonna be crushed. Can't handle that frequency, you're gonna be crushed. And so that's what those books were designed, right? To put you on a frequency high enough so you can escape a tribulation. Because, see, they didn't accept the angel, so now they had to go to tribulation. So they had to get a book to get through it. But no, to study the angel, that's 104,000. Remember, no one could understand the angel but them. Right? So they hop in on higher frequency altogether. They escape it all together. They escape tribulation, all of it. So that's the book. If you got that book and you got that one, then you escape all together. If you don't, then you have to get the next book, then you go to tribulation, but you'll be able to do exploits, you'll be able to survive it. But if you have less than that, you're not going to even make it. You'll be crushed. And if you're going to hereafter, say, oh, I'm laid back, no, it ain't, because you're going to have to operate on a high frequency. The technology, everything be much more sophisticated. This be nothing. 100 years ago, they got electricity and computer, all that kind of stuff, right? Maybe, 100 years, maybe 150 years? Well, that life was complicated for those people. Someone couldn't keep up with that. I'm 74 years old, and I'm keeping up with it. I battle every day. Right now, I had to battle all week because they took down one of my laptops. Another one, now the other one hook up to the Wi-Fi. Another one that won't give me this. I'm fighting with these things every day, bro. I'm 74 years old. I battle every day to get this information out to you. So the scientists, they gave 2 books to 2 people who was supposed to, I guess, assist me. But we Levites. Because really, Levites should be responsible for Levites. I came for tribe of Shabazz. I only deal with Levites because that's what Master Muhammad wants. It's not what I want. Because my job is to raise it. But I said I would also have to be responsible. So I guess Emma said, why I got to be responsible? Why do I have to be responsible? Why I have to come in to clean up the Levites? Remember, and Messenger of the Covenant, he has to come in. Why do I have to do that? Because see, they're not part of Abrahamic covenant. They wasn't promised that, but they was grafted in, and they, you know, they became part of our family because they suffered as we suffered, and they work with us, so we cover them. But no promise was made to them. But they became part of our family, so we're gonna, bring them in, and they're not gonna get the same reward we get, right? Because we're gonna be the masters of it all. But they'll have the continent of Africa, below Egypt, below Jerusalem. We have above Jerusalem, Mecca and Arabia and all that. Well, that's really Africa. So I thought about that for a long time, because, for years, I didn't think there's real people. I mean, I didn't think about it that much, but, I knew they had the books there. But then it showed up, and they appear to be the people. I kept asking myself, well, if that's the case, then why? Because before that, I figured, well, that people probably my responsibility, because like I said, I want to show it was real people. So apparently, whether they real or not, they're not. They wouldn't be qualified to do the job. They wouldn't be ready to do the job, so I had to do it. I had to go in and clean them up. Even though the books was given to them, apparently they didn't do it. Of course, he assumed I had to go in and clean up. Because if they did that, it wouldn't be necessary to do that, right? So that's another responsibility I've taken on, on top of everything else. Because you can't do it half-ass. You got to be all in or nothing. And the people are, maybe Master Muhammad made some kind of, but you got to get 100%. That's Levites talking about. Because they found a war between us and Levites anyway. But half the Levites, right? Versus half will be with us, another half. And us all together, brothers and sisters. But those books, you study them, because like I said, a tree that bears no fruit will be cut down. Those books are fine-tuned to the right wavelength and frequency you need, right, to have your mind survive the tribulation. And prepare you for the hereafter. That book just prepare you. What you get there is going to be much more complicated than this. Be beautiful. But your mind has been high level. And the Quran says, no one will speak unless given permission, and they will speak right. Mouth gospel and stuff in hereafter. Speak the mathematical language. Hope you understand, brothers. I'll try to clear up a bunch of points. One about me deceiving about the time that Master Muhammad show up, about these books. Because you can't fake it. You go to the gym, you have somebody lift the weight for you. Who's getting stronger? You or the person who's lifting the weight. So you go, oh man, it's just too hard. Well, then you leave the book alone. I thought that a lot of times, man. You don't know the headache, man. I figure this out, and then got to figure something else, and figure something else, and figure something else, and man, ooh. 30 years of that. The book, let me see if I got the other thing I want to talk about here, brothers, because somehow I think I missed it. Farrakhan about to be cast out, brothers and sisters. That's your ape, Abdul, or whatever his name is. The demon from Mexico. Oh boy, they're going to be running down Stony Island in a few more days. Okay, I'm going to have the backup, brothers to show you. Because I'm not sure what happened to that. And this is a situation right now. We got the demons mixed up with, see, The black, that's us. The demons are master's black-faced children. Wolves in sheep clothing. So we all neutralized because we all mixed in together. Like before civil rights, right? Your demons and saints mixed together. Somebody sowed, watch out, somebody sowed their seed amongst the wheat. Enemy has done it. So it neutralized both because we have different ideas, but we all mixed in together. No cohesion, no cooperation. Because one hates you. They hate their black skin, they hate their hair and everything else. So I walk around with nappy and things like that. So what happens is that I'm gonna show this number backtrack bounces because this is what Suma has to do. What happens is by him keep vibrating as that's giving the word at this higher frequency, right? It's going to affect they're going to fuck their vibrations. Like you said, you make a loss on you cause a glass to vibrate. Remember, the vibration started within you. Your vocal cords they vibrate. See? And so you started, and then you cause something else to vibrate. The same thing here. So Suleiman is, by him, he's causing those things vibrate. And black folks are moving away from white folks. Because two different people, they operate on different wavelengths. But they operate their highest frequency right now. But you can go higher. They got you tricked, so you stay on lower frequency so they can control you. And Suleiman's giving them more information, show them how to use their energy, because they take energy to have frequency. Frequency is energy. The more energy you have, the more higher your frequency can be. That's assuming that you applying it towards frequency. They're trying to get you to apply it towards Jay-Z and Donald Duck and surfing and murphing and vaping and whatever else. Once you start focusing it, there'll be a separation. Then you say you're a great army. That's when the four winds, but you become a great army. They become a great army too, a demon army. Tear this country apart. I think that's going to bring it in here, but I want to go. No, I'm not going to do this, boss. So I'm going to see if I can get back here. It's best to just do it this way. Let's just do it this way. Pardon me for my brothers and sisters. Pardon me, brothers and sisters, for a minute here. I want to bring this back. I want to show you a couple of things, brothers and sisters, here. And then we're going to, somehow it got past me. Okay. Let me see if I think yeah, I did. Okay. Let me do something here, brothers and sisters. I'm going to correct this. Correct this, brothers and sisters. Okay. Look, I need you to see this, see this. Okay. Give me a second, brothers and sisters. Give me a second here. Take a minute to fix this up. Because you really need to see this. What am I doing here? Hold on. Okay. There. Okay. Let's see here. No. Gonna take a minute, brothers and sisters. I don't know how I left it out. Okay, hold on. I don't know how I left that out, brothers and sisters. It should have been in there. Okay, go this way. Hey, brothers and sisters, give me a minute here. You will leave it like that. I'll explain it. I'm not going to go through all the graphics on it, but there you go here. Okay. Oh, I know it happened, brothers and sisters, but I ain't make no excuses. That was my main points, and I just blew it. I mean, well, I really don't need a visual to show you this, brothers and sisters, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'll show it to you anyway, brothers and sisters, because there you go. There you go. And here. Okay, that one's done. And let me fix this mirror. Let's see what I do here. Design right here. Took this one. Okay. That one. All right, put this out the way. And Here. And it is here. Okay. Moves out the way. Finish in 1 minute, brothers and sisters. I got almost. Okay. Almost there. It's important to show you this, get a visual of it so you understand about our situation. Oh, oops. Almost there. Almost there. Mm-mm. Mm. One more thing here. Okay. Mm. Okay, I'm gonna leave it there. Okay, I'm gonna leave it there. Okay, I just want to make this one point, brothers and sisters. So I think I've done it here. Okay. Do the same thing here. Okay, let me turn this back on. Okay, what I want to show you, brothers and sisters, is, well, that's still a little off. No matter. When you read chapter 18, it mentions hour 3 times, right? Because it's talking about, see, in that case, remember it says 3, we go back, I'm going to show you, go back to the screen, right? But it shows you 3 hours together and then 1 separate, right? So the 3, because in chapter 18, when they're in that position right there, America, Britain, that's Armageddon is taking place. They're all 3 on that same level. That's why I mentioned 3 there, the hour, because all 3 of them economy is going to collapse at the same time. All 3 of them, right? But the one that's separate, because up top where Britain is, their economy collapsed too. That's why they mentioned 3 together, that one, because he's separate. He's up there separate in the angel key. That's why I do it that way. 3 together, And then the other one. So all that economy is going to crash once that war, because when that oil stopped, they're going to go to Armageddon, all the war. That's going to be part of the motivation of the war, right? The economies collapse because Europe is going to betray America to get Russian oil, right? But it's still not going to prevent their economies collapsing because the oil they get, they're going to have to use for war. Russia is going to when the war starts. I talk about that. It's going to kick off a famine because oil is going to be cut off. America's main source of oil right now is Arabia, so-called Saudi Arabia. When that war takes over and the Shia wins, they have control of total oil. They're going to cut America off. America's not going to have enough oil reserved here because they already got rid of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, SPR, right? And they're going to be producing the oil, and they're going to be at war. So war going to take high priority. That means you have famine in the land. Oil prices going to be astronomical. So he said they're going to throw the gold and silver in the streets. Okay? That's another meaning too, right? But they're going to throw this because it's going to be worthless. And what good is $1 billion if you can't buy anything to eat? So there'll be no food. So they're going to start eating you. So they're going to first start eating their pets. Then they're going to eat you. And when they finish eating you, then they're going to eat their children. Because they're going to have you eat that during that so-called demon war. Right? That's what demons, part of the reason, because they've been eaten, they've been attacked to be eaten. Other reason they're going to try to take over the country. And that's going to be gone. They're going to be in Zion. That's another war. Battle for Zion. That's where elect will be. They'll be battling for Zion during that 5 months that demons have been battling to take over America. That's doomed to begin with. So while the demons over here fighting for this, we're going to be over fighting for Zion. And Levites, they're going to be here fighting to get out of here. But there won't be a guy unless you will not return to a thorough knowledge of self. That means you have to get your frequency level up. Because right now, you don't have thorough knowledge of yourself. You don't know what your name is. You don't know where you come from. Right? You worship the American dream. You got to get your thought level up so you can see who the devil is. So in other words, all this fantasy and all this ghosts and spirits are gone. You start thinking clearly. It says our fathers never feared none of this stuff. That says the Bible says. So get your frequency, your wavelength up. So it's 104,000. They would have received enough. The saints didn't get enough. They got enough to make it through tribulation. But those, it says, some everlasting life, some everlasting shame and department. The ones everlasting shame and department was the ones that didn't, they got through tribulation, right? But they in other words, they didn't overcome it. They were just, their minds, they didn't wash their robes in the blood of the Lamb, so to speak. Right? Because we ain't taking any demons. And plus, they're also guys heard truth and then rejected it. So they're going to pay a price for that. Even if they did get their minds up to the level that, too late. I warned them back in September, it's too late. So even if your mind does rise to level, you're still going into captivity. You're still going to have to deal with the tyrant. Because you just want. Because all our people's loss is going to be on your shoulders. Their blood's on your hands. Could have been helping raise their minds up. Then you got the two prophets. I don't know. Maybe I don't see evidence that they got their minds up to that level yet. So I'm taking that responsibility. So I'm gonna have to get to those books. I'm familiar with them. I just haven't gotten into detail. Well, I've gotten into detail. I haven't gotten into really deep detail with them. Okay? Because I'm not going to stay here and try to raise them up to the level of angel. I'm not going to stay to do that. See, that would take too long anyway. But I can't get them up to the level of the seven thunders and the seven churches. That's what it got to be. I don't know. You know, I said your pressure got to be greater. So when I come and say the frequency and wavelength, isn't that the same thing? It's just more complicated forms of pressure. You hit by a wave, don't you feel the pressure from it? It's pressure. It's just form of waves. I think that's it, brothers and sisters. Battle for Zion. See? First you have to get out of here to get to Zion. Then we get to Zion, we got to battle. And we got to be on a higher frequency than them. Because they come with the frequency of the Quran. It's outdated, but it's effective. To some extent, it's not effective against mathematics, the devil, but it's enough to keep them united. And they'll be focused. They're going to do everything they can to stop them taking our land back. But we come together as a mighty army, higher frequency. That's talking about 144,000. So we're going to battle, take Zion back. The battle for Zion. First, we got to get out of here. Then we got to get our minds up to a level where we can take a Zion. We can't take a Zion in the condition we are right now. We got to take and hold it. Like I said, the pressure increases. You have to keep up with it. Because you can't keep up with the pressure, and you crush. That's why only one person is going to make all the way back to the end. The person's going to keep building. But as long as you got the discipline, and speaking of discipline, it takes discipline to get power. Now, you get energy. I keep talking about quality of energy. What's the quality of energy? See, as long as we hear the quality of energy is a shit farm, because they're going to give us $1 million with shit farms. We're going to do projects and all this kind of stuff they set up for us. So it says we have great wealth. So it says we have great wealth. That means we have great wealth now. It's in the form they wanted it to be in. You understand what I'm saying? So we get home, put in the form we wanted to be in. But see, when we got some energy deprivation, right, we have our wavelength frequency went down because it takes energy to build those things up. We have enough energy to stay on high frequency. So our frequency got lower and lower and lower. We had less energy to maintain high frequency. So at some point we had a choice. We had to surrender our reality to maintain our discipline, maintain ourselves. Couldn't do both. We didn't have enough energy. So we gave our reality. So that's why we're in prison. We don't have any reality. We don't have no land. We have nothing. So we started getting up external things. First, get our land. I have brother Ishmael took it. We gave our sovereignty. We moved into Africa. It was under the control of the Levites. So we lost control of our society, our culture, everything. We finally come over here, we lost control of everything. And we know. But the point is, we lose our nature to have dignity, discipline, but they took that away from us too. Well, now they take it all away because some of us, we had to have some discipline to make through that. So whatever little discipline we had left, that was to keep us together, right? Individually, not connect with anybody else, to get through the Holocaust. Because some of us didn't make it through the Holocaust. Look around here, it's not just demons out there all messed up. You got a lot of Negro besides that messed up. There's some, excuse me, here's what messed up. There's no way in the world they can be revived, resurrected. So not just the demons. So it's your natural discipline that you have remained left that got you through it. Okay? But what's happening here in America is when they face that choice, because they're using their energy in the opposite way. See, our energy, we was losing energy. But now the energy is increasing in the world. More pressure on them. So they got to use more energy to hold up this structure. So it takes more and more energy to hold up this structure. So they got a choice. They maintain discipline, the little discipline they have, because that's what the prophets had to keep giving them discipline, because they kept losing power. And the prophet had to come and tell me, discipline them, discipline them, discipline them. Because they lost 4,000 years. Was it 2,000 years in the caves? No 1,000 years in the dark ages? Because they kept losing discipline. Catholicism had no discipline at all. You got to just believe in Jesus. So that's why the prophets keep sending them to build their discipline, build discipline, build discipline. But now they're under pressure, and now they got a choice. Well, am I going to hold on to lose discipline I got? Or I'm going to try to hold up this. And so they choose to hold this trust. That's why you see what's going on right now. Perversion and everything else. Because you have discipline, that means you got a reprobate mind. Right? You can't go discipline yourself. So that means you're prison to all your emotions, all your desires and everything else. That's what's going on. So you see it's getting worse every day here. They're trying to force on everybody else because they don't have enough, because they're trying to hold society. They can't hold both. So now they say, okay, that's why, that's a sign. I'm trying to teach the mathematics. You recognize things without even angels, just understand the mathematics going on. Because you have to have discipline. You don't have none. We maintain discipline now. We become more and more disciplined, but they try to teach you not to be disciplined. Because they know once you get disciplined, you have power. And they tell, no, Jay-Z, Martin Lawrence, Hart, Beyonce, NFL, NBA, vape and crack and whatever. They're doing everything they can to keep you getting disciplined, and they have no more because they know it takes all the energy they got to hold up this because the pressure is coming greater and greater. You're getting more pressure for everything around them. Now, I've been trying to explain more and more details as we go along. So that's why what's happening here. And it's going to get worse every day because the pressure is building. So you got to use more and more energy to hold it up. That means you have less and less discipline, right? So now you see, you never see anything like this. In fact, in the last 2 years, it's like a storm, like a hurricane, man. You got to accept it. It's all over you. They want you guys. You can't just tolerate it. You got to accept it. You got to agree with it. You got to be part of it. They're gonna tell your children. It's like, because that's a sign, brothers and sisters. See. So I think I covered everything I wanted to cover, brothers and sisters. The battle for Zion. Okay. And the two books. And as I said, I don't see any evidence. Now, maybe I'm wrong. I don't see any evidence that they got the elevated to freaks those books. Because once you are, then you start explaining those books, tell things in that books, reveal things like I'm doing the angel. That knows I've reached the frequency because I'm showing things in there. And a tree that bears no fruit would be cut down. So you plant that tree, you nourish and everything else. And that book been given out, what, months, a year or so now? I'm not exactly sure. And it takes intense study to go in there and get the information, because you have to be on that wavelength, you have to be on that frequency in order to get other people on that frequency. Because if you can't, they can't. Okay? I'm on a higher frequency. But I have to go down to a lower to teach them. That's why I don't really bother with, because I got to go down to a lower frequency, right? To teach the NOI at the NOI. They teach the NOI, right? Because that's what happened in a few more days. We throw Farrakhan. I said, the Ancient of Days just set. He said, when Ancient of Days just set, right? Ancient of Days just set. And thrones were cast down. So there's Ancient of Days go there. Right? So he had to go in and teach those books. Because he ain't got time to raise the frequency of the angel. Because he'd be stuck here with him, don't have time. So he's got to give him the bottom line of those books. A quick study. And then they left to use it. They got to wash their robes in the blood of the Lamb. What it says. Now maybe those prophets that has a book, perhaps they got it. I don't see the evidence. So I've taken it myself. I'm doing it myself now. I'm studying them. Unless they can show me the evidence they got it. Otherwise, it's mine. And that's what's, look at scriptures, based where scripture's saying, that's where it's ultimately be. Otherwise, why would I have to go in there and clean up this, purify the gold and the silver? Already got the gold. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. I think I covered everything. I had some other things, like I said, but I've been so busy lately, brothers and sisters. I had a hard time even getting this done. Plus, half my computers don't work. So I had what's going on here? Getting this done. So hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Battle for Zion. Talk about the books. Talk about the hour. Hour's not anything to do with time, brothers and sisters. Like I said, hours represent European countries. Shia represents half hour because they're half European. See? So there's sound. Oh, that's a good thing I brought up. Sounds for half an hour. What does that mean? That's out at half an hour. Because only one of them was silent. That's what I forgot. I'm glad I brought it up since I meant to say that. And I'm not showing that here. Maybe I am showing it. Let me see if I can show, and then we move on, brothers and sisters. I think I did that. No. Okay, I'm just going to talk it, brothers and sisters. I'm going to do a redo on this to show those points again. It's a short one. Right now, remember, hands cover the ears, that's silence, right? So, remember who was silent? See, who was silent? The silent was the one that was under the throne in the fourth seal. That means, right? The silence represents Syria, because they still attacking Syria. So they cover, the hand is still covering Syria, right? Because Shia represents the ears. So the hand's still covering that, but it's not covering Iran, because they already passed the war. So the silence, that means the silence during that period of time. The silence is half an hour. The silence during the time, like I already covered that when I went back to the fourth seal, right? I says that Master Muhammad wouldn't attack until the war against Syria ended. And they said there would be a peace situation between that time. It says when they say peace and security, sudden destruction. So that means if sudden destruction comes, and Master Muhammad is one to bring the destruction, that's the war in heaven, right? And the war in Syria has to stop first. So that means just before there had to be a peace, some kind of peace. So the peace must be about Syria. Because right now, that's where the most conflict in the region is right now, in the Syria region. So if that's, so now we got peace. Right? ICE, all that stuff going on right there. Now we got peace. And then sudden destruction. So that's to put the math together, right? But if that's the case, right, and that is the case, then Syria has its ears covered. There's silence there. But Iran don't. That's why it's silence half an hour. Hope you understand it, brother, since there's more to it than that, but I'm glad I remember to mention that. That's what that is. Has nothing to do with time. Master Muhammad, only one is, like I said, he's not, I keep telling you, he's not bound by, so why, if I tell you Master Muhammad is not bounded by Scripture, he's not bounded by the book of Revelation, by the Injil, then how can I tell you what he's going to do before he do it? Because he's got to make the decision. If he's not bound by that, I can tell you what the Injil says. He's not bound by that. So I can't say definitively when he's going to do it, when he's not bound by what it says there. So even if Angel says he's going to do it at a certain time, I can't tell you definitively that's going to happen because he may decide to do it another time. Because we already see that in the story of Jonah. He changed his mind on something. He said he was going to do it time, and then he didn't. He said, no, he's not going to do it because the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. So the bottom line is, he's the God. He's making the decision. My opinion. At this point, I'm not going to mention my opinion because I keep telling you, even if I gave you my opinion and I gave you, I'm still in the context of deception. I can't tell them what's happening. Why would I be foolish enough to tell them the trap? They're going to step into it. Tell them exactly what's going to happen. So I'm going to say for the last time, brother, and I hope the last time, when I speak about that, you can't take that to the bank. And you can't say I didn't say it over and over again previously. What I'm saying, when I talk about it, I'm saying it in a sense because to keep them confused. Hope you understand, bro. So I'm going to leave it there.